In 2030, Blue Star, Tianqiao, Lan City. A burly man walked into a shabby restaurant and shouted, "Zhang Han, bring me some scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a plate of twice-cooked pork, and 4 bowls of rice. Hurry up, I'm starving." "Got it," a voice responded from the kitchen. Within a few minutes, a young man wearing an apron came out carrying 2 dishes, followed by 4 bowls of rice. Both the dishes and the rice were generously portioned, enough for 4 people, yet all were placed in front of the burly man. "Uncle Hu, you're back from the wilderness?" Zhang Han placed the rice in front of the man but didn't leave. Instead, he sat across from him and started chatting. Uncle Hu picked up a bowl of rice and quickly shoveled in 2 mouthfuls. "How was the harvest this time?" Zhang Han asked. "Sigh, don't even mention it." Uncle Hu, who had been eating hungrily, paused upon hearing this, put down his chopsticks, took a cigarette box out of his pocket, lit one, and said slowly, "The harvest was supposed to be great, but who would have thought we'd run into a lord-level steel bristle wild boar king? That thing went crazy, charging at anyone it saw. Hiding in the building is useless. That beast rammed into it, and even the load-bearing columns collapsed. To escape, we abandoned everything, leaving only the supplies in the alternate space. If we hadn't run into the subway tunnel to block it, we probably wouldn't have made it back this time. Even so, your Uncle Lee lost an arm just to barely survive. All the harvest belongs to Uncle Lee. I'll stew an old hen soup later and send it to him to help him recover." Uncle Hu stood over 1.8 meters tall, his body covered in muscles. He usually spoke in a bold and straightforward manner, but now his words were filled with lingering fear. Zhang Han listened in silence. He had never been to the wilderness. In fact, since the interdimensional portals opened and alien beasts invaded, the native creatures of Blue Star gradually lost their advantage. Now, most of the land and oceans have become forbidden zones for humans, with only a few areas firmly defended. Simply put, humanity had once been on the brink of extinction. But the interdimensional portals brought more than just disaster. The energy surge awakened Blue Star's spiritual energy, and humans began to awaken talents and cultivate. These individuals were called martial artists. It was through the combination of martial artists and advanced weaponry that the battle lines were barely pushed back, maintaining decades of stability. Sitting across from Zhang Han, Uncle Hu, who could eat 4 bowls of rice, was a martial artist. "Kid, you're almost 18, right? Have you awakened yet?" Uncle Hu extinguished his cigarette, picked up his bowl of rice, and asked while eating. "I awakened last week," Zhang Han replied with a bitter smile. "How did the awakening go? What's your talent?" "Sea-level talent, heavy strike." "Heavy strike? Not bad, not too shabby." Uncle Hu comforted. Zhang Han understood clearly that sea-level talent was the lowest tier. Although most people awakened with sea-level talent, it meant his potential was limited, and he might never set foot in the wilderness in his lifetime. For warriors like Uncle Hu who could venture into the wilderness, aside from a few auxiliary-type sea-level talents, most were at least B-level talents. Uncle Hu picked up a piece of meat, put it in his mouth, and squinted his eyes to savor it. "Your cooking is still the best." During that half-month in the wilderness, it was all instant rations. "I was so sick of it I almost threw up. Next time, I'll prepare a few jars of dishes for you to take along when you leave." Zhang Han couldn't help but laugh as he listened. The wilderness was filled with constant slaughter, and even a warrior like Uncle Hu could lose his life if he wasn't careful. If it were someone else, they'd probably scoff at Uncle Hu's words. Having anything to eat at all would already be a blessing, let alone being picky. But it was different with Zhang Han. Uncle Hu and the other members of his squad had watched Zhang Han grow up since he was a child. Though they weren't related by blood, they all treated him as their nephew. "You start eating, I'll go stew the old hen soup," Zhang Han said, wiping his apron, placing a bottle of water on the table, and heading to the back kitchen. He grabbed an old hen from the chicken coop behind the yard, held down its wings to prevent it from struggling, placed it on the cutting board, and raised the kitchen knife to chop down on its neck. Killing the chicken, draining the blood, plucking the feathers, these were actions Zhang Han had practiced countless times since middle school, but this time was a bit different. The heavy strike talent was triggered, and the strength in his hands suddenly increased, snapping the chicken's neck instantly. At the same time, an electronic synthesized voice echoed in his mind. "Kill a regular hen, gain experience +1. Current experience points, 1/1000. Sea-level talent heavy strike triggered, proficiency +1. Current proficiency, 1 out of 100. The sudden sound made Zhang Han pause his actions. His hand loosened, and the old hen flapped twice, blood splattering onto his pants. But he had no time to care. What was that sound? He looked around, but there was no one. As if responding to his confusion, the electronic voice sounded again. "Ding! Online game system successfully bound. The novice gift pack has been distributed. The novice gift pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining System Warehouse 1, Cultivation Experience Card 1, Talent Upgrade Card 1. Immediately, a pale blue light screen appeared in front of Zhang Han, displaying Host Zhang Han. Combat Power Rating 325. Level 1. Strength 25, Agility 23, Constitution 26, Spirit 17. Experience points required for the next upgrade 1 out of 1000. Current talent Grade C talent talent, Heavy Strike LV1. Current talent proficiency, Heavy Strike, 1/100. Currently available items, Training Experience Card X1, Talent Upgrade Card X1. Current system space remaining, 0/1000. Jung Han confirmed the light screen in front of him was real, but when he reached out to touch it, he couldn't feel anything. Awakened talent? He had clearly already awakened. If it's not talent, then how should this thing be explained? Jung Han had played online games before. After the invasion of exotic beasts, life gradually returned to normal. Bars, internet cafes, and KTVs were all back. Could online games still exist? He couldn't deny everything he saw with his own eyes. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. To him, the system would only serve as an aid. He picked up the already dead old hen and continued to drain its blood, boil water, and pluck its feathers. Once the chicken soup was ready, he freed his hands and began to carefully study the system. System panel, he silently recited in his heart, and the pale blue light screen appeared once again. This is a feature he just discovered, allowing him to summon or hide the system interface with a mere thought. Jung Han focused his gaze on the system space. Would you like to store the current item in the system space? A prompt sounded. He looked at the spoon in his hand and silently answered, yes. The next moment, the spoon instantly disappeared, and his hand felt lighter. The light screen vanished, and his consciousness seemed to enter an inexplicable space. The space was vast, at least 3 times the size of the 50+ square meters of the kitchen, estimated to be about 1,000 cubic meters. Converted, it was a square space of 101,010, quite sizable in volume. Jung Han's consciousness returned, and with a thought, the spoon was back in his hand. The system space's utility was decent, but after going back and forth a few times, he lost interest, feeling it was temporarily only good for performing magic tricks and not very useful. He turned his attention to the 2 item cards in the novice gift pack. Training Experience Card X1, Talent Upgrade Card X1. Training Experience Card. After use, for 3 hours, experience points and talent proficiency gained from killing monsters are doubled. Talent Upgrade Card. After use, talent increases by 1 minor level. Jung Han took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Talent can still be upgraded? He had never thought of this. Once talent awakens, it usually doesn't change, which is also the basis for judging a warrior's potential. But the system truly surprised him. If talent can be upgraded, does it mean he can also become a warrior? Would you like to use the Talent Upgrade Card? Talent Upgrade Card used successfully. C-level Talent Heavy Strike has been upgraded to B-level Talent Critical Strike. Critical Strike. Attacks have a 30% chance to trigger a critical hit, dealing damage equal to Strength 3. Listening to the system's feedback, Jung Han was momentarily speechless. Remember when awakening, the Heavy Strike effect doubled the strength with only a 10% trigger chance. Now, with a 30% chance and triple damage, the power has significantly improved. I originally wanted to test it, but considering the high cost of testing at the gym, I decided against it. After the talent upgrade, the attribute panel shows noticeable changes. Host Jung Han. Combat power rating 516. Level 1. Strength 25, Agility 23, Constitution 26, Spirit 17. Experience required for next level up 1/1000. Current talent Grade B Talent Critical Strike. Current talent proficiency LV1 1/500. Current available item Training Experience Card 1. Current system space remaining 0/1000. Combat power increased by a full 191 points, and this is the key. Jung Han has been training hard for 6 years since the first year of junior high, and his combat power barely reached 325. Now, with just 1 talent card, it has increased by so much. Breaking through 500 combat power is highly significant. 516 combat power, just enough to cross the threshold of becoming a quasi-warrior, bringing him closer to becoming a true warrior and entering the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts. More importantly, the status of a prospective warrior combined with a B-level talent qualifies him for special training at school, learning martial techniques, and receiving a monthly state subsidy of 2,000 yuan. All these changes are solely due to the item card rewarded by the system. Jung Han felt a surge of joy in his heart. He understood that with the online game system, his life would never be ordinary. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the kitchen knife again and forcefully chopped down on the cutting board. This time, the talent wasn't triggered, and the kitchen knife barely sank into the cutting board. Not triggered, keep going. Drawing the knife and chopping again, this time a surge of power was clearly felt rushing from within the body straight to the right arm. The kitchen knife sank 1/3 deep into the cutting board, producing a dull thud. Grade B Talent Critical Strike triggered. Proficiency +1. Current proficiency 2 out of 500. Jung Han looked at the kitchen knife stuck in the cutting board, speechless for a moment. This move, if used on a beast, should leave quite a significant wound. Although he had never fought with exotic beasts, he had learned a lot about them in cultural classes. While not entirely certain, he roughly understood that triggering a talent and breaking through defenses wasn't too difficult. He let out a long breath and drew the kitchen knife. It is worth mentioning that despite the fierce chopping, The kitchen knife showed no damage or dulling.
Xiao Jiang, buying chicken again?
A middle-aged man at the gate greeted Zhang Han.
Zhang Han responded with a smile. Yes, Uncle Li.
Since the mutation of plants and animals, the number of animals that have not undergone mutation has dwindled significantly.
As a result, the livestock industry has suffered a heavy blow.
Not only has the number of animals suitable for large-scale farming drastically decreased, but those being farmed could also mutate at any time. The government decided to take over this market directly, deploying martial artists to guard the farms.
If any animal mutation is detected, it is immediately eliminated.
In Lan City, where Jiang Han resides, there are 7 farms in total, supplying about 80% of the city's meat demand, with the remaining 20% relying on martial artists hunting mutated beasts in the wilderness. The farm where Jiang Han is currently located specializes in raising chickens. Since he often came here to buy chickens, he was quite familiar with the gatekeeper, Uncle Li. However, this time, his purpose for coming was not to buy chickens but to kill them. System upgrades require experience, but he temporarily couldn't venture into the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts. After repeated consideration, he felt the farm was the most suitable. Here, tens of thousands of chickens were slaughtered daily, more than enough for him to practice. Coupled with that cultivation experience card, leveling up to level 2 shouldn't be a problem.
By the way, Uncle Li, is the farm still hiring chicken slaughter workers?
Zhang Han asked, standing in front of the security room window.
We are. Are you looking for a part-time job?
Uncle Li pointed to a road and said, follow this road and you'll reach Zone B2.
Zhang Han followed the directions and walked all the way down.
Zone B2 wasn't hard to find. This 1,000-acre farm, built later, was meticulously planned. As a weekend part-timer, Zhang Han ultimately earned a wage of 80 yuan for 4 hours of work. After changing into a burlap work uniform, he entered the slaughterhouse workshop. The task of slaughtering chickens was simple. Stand at the assigned workstation, wait for the person in the previous step to send over live chickens, grab one, and kill it with a single cut. The subsequent processing was handled by others. Although he had never worked part-time here before, Zhang Han was familiar with the technique of slaughtering chickens.
Use the cultivation experience card, he thought to himself.
Experience card successfully used. Monster killing experience and talent proficiency doubled. Effective time, 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds.
Killed 1 ordinary hen, gained experience +2. Current experience points, 3/1000. B-level talent critical strike triggered. Proficiency +2. Current proficiency, 4 out of 500. Valid.
A system prompt sounded in his mind, and Zhang Han immediately felt a surge of motivation. He called out to the middle-aged man who had just delivered live chickens and was about to leave. Uncle, could you bring me more live chickens? The middle-aged man glanced at him with a puzzled expression. Logically, this job wasn't paid based on the number of chickens slaughtered but by the hours worked. While others were always looking for ways to slack off, it was surprising to see Zhang Han working so hard, even competing to do more work.
Although feeling doubtful, the middle-aged man still nodded in agreement and turned to leave.
Zhang Han looked at the 2 baskets of live chickens in front of him, his eyes full of longing.
These are living, breathing experience points.
With the double experience card in effect, I must earn as much experience as possible. Opportunities like this don't come around often.
Defeated 1 ordinary hen, gained experience +2. B-level talent critical strike triggered. Proficiency +2. B-level talent critical strike.
2 hours passed, and Zhang Han had almost forgotten how many chickens he had killed. The mechanical repetition of actions gradually turned his thoughts blank.
He kills as many as they send. Over time, many people around him started looking at him as if he were a monster. Does this guy not know how to get tired? Is it really necessary to work so hard for a part-time wage of just a few dozen bucks?
Zhang Han naturally paid no attention to others' thoughts. The only thing that stirred his nerves was the constant experience +2 notification in his mind and the steady progress of the progress bar. The proficiency level for his talent increased slower than the experience bar, as the trigger probability was only 30%. But even so, after 2 hours, the proficiency had already surpassed 400, needing just a few more triggers to reach full.
As the chicken killing knife fell, the system prompt suddenly changed. Defeated 1 ordinary hen, gained experience +2. Grade B talent critical strike triggered. Proficiency +2. Ding.
Congratulations to the host, experience points have reached 1000.
Level automatically increased by 1, current level, LV2.
Congratulations to the host for unlocking the mission system.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 100 free attribute points.
Congratulations to the host for triggering the novice mission, Butcher. Butcher, kill any unit 100 times, mission reward, extra talent slot 1. A series of notification sounds instantly excited Zhang Han's previously somewhat numb nerves.
Yes, open the attribute panel.
With a thought, the pale blue light screen appeared again.
The original attributes also changed accordingly. Host, Zhang Han. Combat power rating, 516. Level, 2.
Strength, 25 agility, 23 constitution, 26 spirit, 17. Available free attribute points, 100.
100. Experience required for the next level up. January 2000. Current talent, Grade B talent, Critical Strike LV1. Current talent proficiency, Critical Strike 420/500. Currently available items, none. Current system space remaining, 0/1000. Current task, Butcher. Level increased by 1 rank. Combat power remained unchanged, but gained 100 free attribute points and unlocked the task system. As for that novice task, Jiang Han looked at the task description, and a sudden realization struck him. It turned out that the system could not only upgrade talents but also allow him to possess multiple talents. Upgrading talent levels was already shocking enough, but at this moment, Jiang Han truly understood what it meant to be truly outrageous. Since humans first began awakening talents, decades have passed, yet there has never been a dual-talented individual. This was precisely why Jiang Han was stunned when he saw the system's introduction. No, this task must be completed. Jiang Han deeply understood the importance of having an additional talent, which was no less significant than upgrading a talent. System, evenly distribute these 100 free attribute points across the 4-dimensional attributes. He calmly operated. Soon, all 4-dimensional attributes broke through the threshold of 40, with the highest constitution soaring to 51. This sudden surge doubled his physical capabilities, leaving him somewhat unaccustomed, though fortunately not overwhelmingly so. Before obtaining the system, Jiang Han had always insisted on rigorous training, mastering his strength with great proficiency. Now, in just a few minutes, after triggering several critical hits, he was already able to fully control the surge of physical power. Ding! Congratulations to the host. B-level talent critical hit proficiency has reached 500 out of 500. Level upgraded to LV2. Critical hit effect upgraded. Attacks now have a 40% chance to trigger a critical hit, dealing damage equal to strength times 4. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the novice mission Butcher. The mission reward has been issued. Congratulations to the host for triggering the second stage enemy killing mission 1000 kills. 1000 kills, kill any 1000 units. Mission reward, extra talent card slot times 1. Ding! The effect of the cultivation experience card has ended. This cultivation session lasted 3 hours, with an additional 749 experience points and 298 extra talent proficiency gained. Hearing the system prompt that the cultivation card time had ended, Jiang Han finally stopped his actions. After experiencing the benefits of the cultivation experience card, his movements were seamless, never distracted by checking system notifications. Now during his break, he finally had the chance to savor the gains from this session. In just 3 short hours, Jiang Han's attribute panel had undergone a complete transformation. Host, Jiang Han. Combat power rating, 1208. Level, 2. Strength, 50. Agility, 48. Constitution, 51. Spirit, 42. Available free attribute points, 0. Experience points required for the next upgrade, 501/2000. Current talent, Grade B talent, Critical Strike LV2. Current talent proficiency, Critical Strike, 101 out of 1000. Current remaining available talent slots, 1. Currently available items, none. Current system space remaining, 0/1000. Current mission, 1000 kills. Combat power officially breaks through the 1000-point threshold. Although Jiang Han was not clear about the specific algorithm of the system's combat power evaluation, there was no doubt that he was only one official martial artist certification away from being a true martial artist. He reviewed the combat power improvement records, feeling confident. The evenly distributed 100 free attribute points brought 420 combat power. The talent upgrade increased the critical hit trigger rate to 40%, and the damage multiplier rose from ×3 to ×4, contributing another 272 combat power. It is worth mentioning that the talent's damage bonus is based on Jiang Han's doubled base 4-dimensional attributes. Originally, Jiang Han's strength was 25, triggering a critical hit with a 3-fold bonus, resulting in 75 points of damage. Now, his strength has risen to 50, and with a 4-fold bonus, the damage per hit reaches 200 points, more than double the original amount. Such a direct increase in damage caused Jiang Han's combat power to soar by nearly 700 points within 3 hours. From obtaining the system until now, the 325 combat power he had painstakingly accumulated over years of hard training was effortlessly doubled and then doubled again by the system. Is this the joy of having a golden finger? Once upon a time, Jiang Han envied those geniuses with high talent levels, whose awakened talents could instantly boost their combat power by 1000 points. Nowadays, he just wants to shout loudly, systematic happiness, you can't even imagine it. For him, the most important thing right now is to finish the work at hand, then go buy an awakening stone to awaken his second talent. Jiang Han is full of anticipation for the second talent, as his combat power will surely skyrocket again by then. Perhaps it could break through 1500 in one go. At that time, he will undergo the warrior assessment, obtain the official warrior certification, and thereby qualify to step into the wilderness. Regarding the wilderness, Jiang Han had heard about it countless times from Uncle Hu, harboring a deep yearning. However, as he grew older and encountered
encountered more bloody realities, that longing gradually faded. Now, he clearly feels that as long as he keeps killing monsters and growing stronger, the wilderness is the stage that truly belongs to him. Young man, you did a great job. How about becoming a full-time worker here? A middle-aged man in a suit, wearing a work badge with the word supervisor on it, said as he handed Jung Han 100 alliance currency in cash. No need, I have school tomorrow. I'm just working part-time to earn some pocket money. Jung Han replied with a smile, taking 20 coins out of his pocket and trying to hand them to the man. No need to be polite, just take it. You've worked so hard, I've seen it all. You deserve this. The supervisor shook his head with a smile. With Jung Han's efficiency, he was worth 2 workers, so the supervisor had certainly benefited. Jung Han didn't say much more. Although his main purpose here was to gain experience, earning some extra money was naturally welcome. After expressing his thanks and changing out of his work uniform, he walked out of the slaughterhouse. 4 hours passed, and the sun had shifted from overhead. Jung Han glanced at the watch on his wrist and then ran toward home. The effects of the enhancement in his 4-dimensional attributes were immediate. Not only was the increase in strength so apparent, but the improvements in agility and physique excited him even more. With his 4-dimensional attributes nearing 200, his maximum running speed easily surpassed 15 meters per second, allowing him to cover 100 meters in just over 6 seconds. Even at a steady pace, he could maintain over 10 meters per second for about half an hour. Agility boosted his speed, and physique enhanced his endurance, yielding remarkable results. Covering the 3 kilometers to his home took Jung Han just over 5 minutes. At the doorstep, he took several deep breaths to adjust his breathing. The rolling shutter door that had been pulled down when leaving was now pushed up by someone. Dad, Jung Han called out as he walked into the restaurant. Hearing no response, he went to check the kitchen. He saw a middle-aged man in a leather jacket with his back to him, holding a bottle of strong liquor. Dad, why aren't you saying anything? Jung Han casually picked up the apron by the door and put it on as he asked, what do you want to eat today? I'll make it for you. The father remained silent, just staring blankly at the cutting board. Dad, Jung Han approached and patted his arm. It was only then that the father seemed to snap out of a dream, turned to glance at him, and took a big gulp of white liquor. Make some snacks to go with the drink, and have a drink with me. With that, he carried the bottle out of the kitchen. Jung Han looked at his father's back and vaguely felt that he was somewhat different today. Although his father was always inseparable from alcohol and never changed his drunken appearance, he had never let him drink. Usually, when drinking, he would call Uncle Hu and the others over. This was the first time. Jung Han didn't think much about it. The side dishes were simple, and within a few minutes, he had served 2 plates of food on the table. The father had already prepared the alcohol, 4 bottles of high-proof liquor, each weighing a pound, lined up on the table. Jung Han felt indifferent about it, as his father could usually finish all 4 bottles by himself without using a glass, drinking straight from the bottle. But today, he had specially prepared a glass for him, and the liquor was already poured. Dad, why did you suddenly want to drink with me? Jung Han asked as he took the glass. In the past, you were too young to drink. Now that you're an adult, you can. His father, unkempt and disheveled, replied with a scruffy beard and a sense of despondency. Is that cut mark on the chopping board you're doing? The father asked, looking at him. Yeah, when I awakened my talent earlier, I awakened a sea-level heavy strike. I couldn't control the force, so that happened. Jung Han didn't tell his father about obtaining the system and upgrading his talent, planning to surprise him after getting his warrior certification. The father nodded, said nothing more, and gestured toward the wineglass, signaling him to drink. Jung Han hesitated for a moment, then picked up the glass. The strong, pungent smell of alcohol made him a bit resistant, but not wanting to dampen his father's mood, he opened his mouth and gulped it down. The burning sensation traveled from his throat all the way to his stomach, making him cough uncontrollably. This had nothing to do with physical fitness. After all, he had never even drunk beer, let alone high-proof liquor. Seeing his awkward state, his father burst into laughter. It was rare to see his father laugh, and Jung Han's mood improved significantly. Coming to his senses, he poured himself a glass. This time, imitating his father, he lightly tapped the bottle before sipping. Though still spicy, it wasn't enough to make a fool of himself. However, Jung Han slightly overestimated his alcohol tolerance. High-proof liquor can ignite even on Mars. The father and others were used to it, but Jung Han was trying it for the first time. After a few glasses, he became drowsy and fell asleep on the table. Sitting across from him, the father drank by himself. Looking at his sleeping son, his eyes gradually grew moist. Xiao Xin, did you see that? Our son has grown up. He can now sit at the same table and drink with me. Moreover, he has awakened his talent and can take care of himself now. I can finally go and accomplish what I've always wanted to do. Jung Han woke up groggily, his head faintly aching, a lingering aftereffect of the cheap, high-proof liquor from the night before. Fortunately, the pain didn't last long. After washing his face and standing by the window for some fresh air, the headache eased significantly. Dad, what do you want for breakfast? Jung Han, as usual, pushed open his father's bedroom door, only to find the room empty. Where is he? He walked over. The bedsheet hadn't been lifted
lifted. It was still neatly folded just as he had arranged it yesterday morning. On the bedside table lay a note that read, "Xiao Han, Dad has something to take care of and will be away for a while. Take care of yourself, don't worry." Dad went out? Jiang Han looked at the handwriting and felt calm. His dad had a habit of going out once every 6 months, sometimes for as long as half a month, sometimes as short as 3 or 4 days. Now, being mid-year, it was just about the time for him to leave. For Jiang Han, his father's departure turned out to be convenient. He could finish his tasks and surprise him upon his return. He folded the note and put it in his pocket, skipped making breakfast, changed into his school uniform, and headed to school. Jiang Han attended Lan City's 7th high school. After the invasion of the alternate dimension, the country readjusted the curriculum, canceling foreign languages. Cultural subjects were concentrated in the afternoon, while the morning focused on knowledge related to exotic beasts. For senior students like Jiang Han, cultural subjects were mostly abandoned, and the entire day was dedicated to training, striving to enhance combat power as much as possible before the college entrance exams. He wasn't sure if the arrangement was reasonable, but it didn't affect him much. His academic performance consistently ranked in the top 3 of his grade, his combat power exceeded 1,000, and he possessed a B-level talent, which was enough to secure admission to a top-tier university. However, Jiang Han was well aware that his goals went far beyond that. With 1 month left until the college entrance exam, he still had room for improvement. "Old Jiang, why are you here so early today?" His shoulder was patted, and Jiang Han turned to see Chang Hao, his childhood playmate. Chang Hao came from a relatively wealthy family that ran a small potion-making company. Despite the obvious gap in their family backgrounds, the two had an excellent relationship, perhaps because Jiang Han had helped Chang Hao once when they were kids back then. Chang Hao had been showing off his wealth by eating a lollipop, only to have it snatched away, leaving him crying his heart out. "My dad went out and didn't make breakfast," Jiang Han replied with a smile. "He usually arrives in the classroom just in time." "No wonder you didn't eat either? Come on, let's go to the cafeteria and grab a few meat buns first." Chang Hao was very particular about food, but thanks to his cultivation, he was in excellent physical shape and hardly ever gained weight. The two bought buns and ate them while walking toward the teaching building. "By the way, Haozi, do you know where I can buy an awakening stone?" Jiang Han asked while holding a meat bun. "Awakening stone? What do you need that for? Haven't you already awakened?" Chang Hao asked, carrying 4 bowl-sized buns in his bag. Awakening stones are used to awaken talents, and they are generally rendered useless after one use, except in special cases like Jiang Han, who can awaken a second talent. "Just buying one to study and collect." Jiang Han didn't elaborate on the reason and brushed it off casually. Chang Hao didn't press further. After pondering for a moment, he said, "This thing isn't rare. You can find it in the exotic materials market. Let's take a look this afternoon." Jiang Han nodded, fully aware that the exotic materials market was a place specifically for trading materials and potions from exotic beasts. He hadn't had the chance to visit, but Chang Hao's family ran a potion shop there and frequented the market. "By the way, old Jiang, have you heard about Jiang Jiyu awakening an S-grade talent and being specially recruited into Shuimu University?" Chang Hao suddenly asked. Jiang Jiyu was specially recruited? Jiang Han was slightly stunned but quickly understood. It was normal for someone with an S-grade talent to be specially recruited by a top university. In Lan City, with a population of 7,200,000 high school seniors, only 2 had S-grade talents, 1 in a million chosen ones. Awakening her talent alarmed the principal, which shows her extraordinary nature. Chang Hao noticed Jiang Han's confused expression, as if he had uncovered a secret, and repeatedly asked, "Even I know, and you don't? Didn't Jiang Jiyu tell you?" Jiang Han shook his head helplessly. "It's normal not to know. Why would she tell me?" Although Chang Hao was skeptical, he noticed something off about his expression and chose not to say more. Jiang Han understood why Chang Hao was surprised. Before awakening their talents, he had a good relationship with Jiang Jiyu. Although they were not a couple, they were more than just friends. However, after awakening, their statuses were worlds apart. She was S-level, he was C-level, with a gap of 2 major levels between them. Even with hard work, it would be difficult for Jiang Han to break a combat power of 1,000, while Jiang Jiyu's combat power soared to 2,000 upon awakening. The gap was so vast that effort alone could not bridge it. Therefore, recognizing reality, Jiang Han actively distanced himself from Jiang Jiyu. "Old Jiang, have you ever considered using potions?" Chang Hao asked after a moment of silence. "I've used them before, the results were good. My combat power soared from 300 to 1,070. Your physique is better, the effects will definitely be even greater. Although it's a C-level talent, with combat power exceeding 1,000, one can still get into a good university." Jiang Han shook his head almost without hesitation. "The potion may be good, but it's not suitable for me. With the advancement of technology, pharmacology has risen. Various attribute potions are synthesized based on materials from exotic beasts. In addition to potions that accelerate recovery and enhance explosive power, there are also potions that extract potential and rapidly boost combat power in a short time. Chang Hao was using the latter.
After consumption, combat power can double or even increase several times, but the side effect is the invisible formation of a barrier, making future breakthroughs difficult. Chang Hao comes from a wealthy family, with the goal of simply becoming a martial artist, getting into a good university, inheriting the family business, and living a worry-free life. Jiang Han, on the other hand, is different. He has no backing. Before obtaining the system, he only wanted to rely on his own efforts, not on potions.
After obtaining the system, there is no longer any need for medication.
The system is the best remedy and has no side effects.
Jiang Han had no intention of explaining, but Chang Hao had his own difficulties. Don't worry about the cost of the remedy.
I can advance 100,000 first, and you can repay it gradually. Although Jiang Han was touched, he felt it was unnecessary and responded with a silent smile.
Chang Hao sighed and said no more. The morning classes were uneventful.
After their talents awakened, the teacher taught them to master their abilities proficiently and imparted a technique for absorbing spiritual energy. Sitting cross-legged on the ground to absorb spiritual energy was dull and tedious. But this time, Jiang Han made a new discovery. Usually, there isn't much sensation during practice, but now the system indicates that practicing can yield free attribute points. Although the growth is slow, with only 1 point gained every half hour, it is a solid improvement.
After 2 hours of practice, Jiang Han gained 4 free attribute points.
If he practices for 12 hours a day, he could earn 24 points daily, which is by no means insignificant, leaving him quite pleasantly surprised.
This means that even without entering the wilderness, strength can steadily improve.
What's more, the teacher said that the current cultivation technique is the most basic and least efficient. In the future, if higher-level cultivation techniques are obtained, the speed of acquiring attribute points will surely increase.
The nearest higher-level cultivation technique is the brand-new technique issued by the state after obtaining the warrior certification.
Chang Hao awakened his talent and took the potion, breaking a combat power of 1,000 within a week.
Yesterday, he passed the warrior assessment and obtained a new technique.
If it weren't for the confidentiality agreement, Jiang Han would have wanted to ask him for a copy right away.
For this reason, Jiang Han's understanding of the importance of the warrior certification assessment deepened once again.
He had originally planned to go when he had time, but now decided to go right after school at noon.
Anyway, his dad wasn't home, so it didn't matter if he didn't go back.
However, to Jiang Han's surprise, before the morning class ended, someone appeared at the classroom door, forcing the lesson to pause.
Student Jiang Jiyu, why are you here? You've been specially recruited by Shuimu University, so you don't need to attend classes anymore.
The teacher in charge smiled warmly, his tone softening. With Jiang Jiyu's level of talent, his future status would far surpass his own, so a few flattering words wouldn't hurt.
Mr. Zhang, I'm here to find Jiang Han.
Jiang Jiyu, dressed in a white tracksuit with her ponytail tied high, replied with a smile.
Oh, Jiang Han, someone is looking for you.
Stop cultivating for now, the teacher called out to Jiang Han, who was sitting cross-legged in the corner practicing.
As Jiang Jiyu entered the classroom, the noise rose. Jiang Han had already stopped cultivating and noticed her.
He stood up silently and walked toward the door. After Jiang Jiyu waited for him to leave the classroom, she softly said to the teacher, "Teacher, please carry on." Then she closed the door.
Why are you here?
Jiang Han asked Jiang Jiyu, who was half a head shorter than him.
Why can't I come? I'm a student too.
She raised her chin and retorted.
I didn't want to come either, but someone is ignoring me. What else can I do?
The tone carried a hint of helplessness.
Jiang Han was speechless, not knowing how to respond.
He turned his head to look at the classroom window, which was already filled with curious faces.
Let's talk somewhere else. It's not convenient here.
Jiang Jiyu belatedly realized and followed Jiang Han out of the school gate. It was close to the end of class, and since Jiang Jiyu was familiar with the school guard, they greeted him and then sat in the cafe opposite the school gate.
Did you come to see me for something? Jiang Han held a glass of lemon water, his gaze evasive.
Jiang Jiyu sat opposite, holding a spoon and gently stirring the coffee, looking excited.
Hearing his words, she seemed slightly disappointed. Can't I come to see you for no reason? Jiang Han remained silent.
Jiang Jiyu did not press further, taking a deep breath. I know what you're thinking, but I don't care, Jiang Han.
You said we would be best friends for life. What, now you're distancing yourself from me because of this? Jiang Han remained silent.
Chang Hao was also present at the moment, but it was clear that Jiang Jiyu's words were directed solely at him. Actually, I came this time to say goodbye and to give you something. The special admissions students of Shuimu will have a training program, heading to the wilderness. It starts in 4 months. Jiang Jiyu's finger ring emitted a glow, and a wooden box appeared in her palm.
This is the reward given to me by Shuimu. I can't use it, so I'm giving it to you. How to use it is up to you.
But I hope you understand, the Jiang Han I know is not someone who gives up on himself. Also, take a closer look at Shuimu's admission rules. After speaking, he left. The sugar in the coffee cup had not yet dissolved, leaving Jiang Han in that wooden box. He hesitated for a long time, then finally reached out and slid open the lid of the box. Inside the box lay a book quietly, its title striking, Ninefold Thunderblade.
Ding!
A high-grade Earth-level martial skill detected.
selected. Would you like to learn it? The system prompt sounded. Jung Han still hesitated to act. This experience gave Jung Han a direct understanding of strength. Just one prop card brought such an improvement. What would happen if he used another one? Jung Han was eager to enhance his combat power because there were only 3 months left until the college entrance exam.
In this world, the college entrance examination places very little emphasis on academic performance, focusing primarily on combat power as a rigid standard. The minimum requirement for university admission is awakening a talent and achieving a combat power of over 300. Top-tier universities have even higher standards, requiring an A-level talent or a combat power exceeding 2000, with students entering as martial artists. With Jung Han's current conditions, B-level talent and a combat power of over 500, he can only get into a decent university, but it is far from enough. With the system's assistance, he is likely to aim for better universities. The talent upgrade card boosts combat power significantly, but what surprises can the cultivation experience card bring? Cultivation experience card. After use, experience points gained from killing monsters are doubled for 3 hours. Jung Han stared at the system introduction, and the answer was already clear in his mind. After a long time, he poured the old hen soup into the lunchbox. Outside, Uncle Hu had already finished eating and was making a phone call. It's not that I don't want to go. Uncle Lee is injured, and we're short a scout. Rushing into the wilderness recklessly might jeopardize the mission and lead to mistakes. Sigh. Alright then, we'll set off in 3 days. I'll contact some friends and find someone available to accompany us into the wilderness. Alright, it's decided. Hanging up the phone, Uncle Hu let out a long sigh. Uncle Hu, are you heading to the wasteland again? Jung Han walked over with a lunchbox and asked. Yeah, I just told you, right? When we went to the wasteland, we encountered the Steel Mane Boar King and lost everything. Actually, last time we were completing a company task to collect materials. Now the materials are gone, and Uncle Long said he doesn't want to breach the contract, so he's planning to go in again. Jung Han remains silent. The wilderness, though dangerous to humans, is not purely a threat. The original flora and fauna of Blue Star mutated, altering their physical structures, and many of them became quite valuable. Some can be used as medicine, some as new materials, and some as decorative items. For this reason, Blue Star's technology broke through bottlenecks and developed rapidly. Many companies have entered this industry. Jung Han really wanted to go to the wilderness with Uncle Hu, but he knew, with combat power below 1000 and no martial artist certificate, he couldn't even pass the border defense line. Improving his strength was the top priority. I'm leaving first. Uncle Hu picked up the lunchbox and said as he walked out, when your dad comes back, let him know I'll come find him for a drink next time. Alright, take care, Uncle Hu. Jung Han stood at the door to see him off. After Uncle Hu left, he turned around and pulled down the restaurant's rolling shutter. Martial techniques and talents are both distinct yet quite similar. If you've played online games, you can think of talents as passive skills, while martial techniques are skills that can be actively used. Warriors enhance their strength in several main ways. First, talent. Once awakened, talent is fixed and cannot be upgraded or replaced. It is the most direct means of improving strength. For example, Zhang Jiyu's combat power surged by over 2000 points after awakening her talent. Second, cultivation. By absorbing spiritual energy to enhance physical attributes, but the effect is slow, often requiring months or even years to see significant improvement. Third, consuming potions or equipping weapons. Chang Hao uses potions to rapidly boost his strength by tapping into potential, but subsequent progress becomes limited. High-quality weapons can yield twice the result with half the effort, but they ultimately rely on external objects. Finally, it was time to practice martial techniques. Just like the book before him, Ninefold Thunderblade, martial techniques are divided into 4 major levels: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, with each level further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Unlike cultivation methods, which rely on meditation to absorb spiritual energy, martial techniques require constant practice, improvement of proficiency, and comprehension to achieve breakthroughs. Jung Han had seen martial techniques before. The school library mostly housed lower-grade yellow-level techniques, with a few middle-grade yellow-level ones. Higher-level martial techniques were all locked away and not accessible to students. A teacher once said, martial techniques are something to consider in the later stages of a martial artist's journey. Those with low-level talent don't need to learn high-level techniques, while those with high-level talent will naturally have access to better ones. Although Jung Han did not know the exact value of an upper-grade earth-level martial technique, the fact that the library only contained yellow-level techniques was enough to show how extraordinary that Ninefold Thunderblade was. Such a precious martial technique, yet Zhang Jiyu gifted it to him? What did this mean? Did she want him to cultivate it? Before leaving, he specifically reminded him to carefully review the admission rules of Shuemu University. Jung Han frowned slightly and took out his phone to look up the admission details of Shuemu University. After a moment, he silently put his phone back into his pocket, his gaze falling on Ninefold Thunderblade, his emotions indescribably complex. He noticed a rule in the admission guidelines that he had previously overlooked. overlooked. Anyone who cultivates any prefecture-level martial skill to the minor achievement stage can be specially recruited regardless of talent requirements. Meanwhile, the benefits for specially recruited students state: all specially recruited students will be taught by marquee-level instructors. Specially recruited students will receive a gift package worth 50 million alliance coins, including real estate, weapons, armor, and cultivation techniques. But no martial arts techniques were mentioned. This indicates that this martial arts technique was not a gift from Shuimu University to Jiang Jiyu.
Zhang Han sat quietly for more than 10 minutes.
Until students outside the school gate left in 2s and 3s after class, he finally made a decision.
System: learn martial arts techniques. Ding.
Martial skill successfully learned.
The Earth Grade Superior Martial Skill Ninefold Thunder Blade has been recorded. The host can view it on the personal panel. Ding. Detected that the martial skill Ninefold Thunder Blade is highly compatible with the B-grade talent Critical Strike.
The talent's activation rate when using the martial skill has been increased to 70%. This can be further improved by enhancing martial skill proficiency up to a maximum of 100%. The system notification sounds rang out one after another, deepening Zhang Han's sense of guilt. This martial skill was clearly carefully selected by Jiang Jiyu to perfectly match his talent. As the learning succeeded, the book in Zhang Han's hand turned into a pile of powder. This was a unique spiritual imprinting method exclusive to marquee-level powerhouses. To prevent the leakage of martial techniques, it could only be learned once.
Upon confirming the learning, the spiritual imprint entered the body, and the book immediately disintegrated. Zhang Han summoned the attribute panel and glanced over it. Host: Zhang Han.
Combat power rating 1278.
Level 2.
Strength 50, Agility 50, Constitution 51, Spirit 44. Available free attribute points 0. Experience required for the next level up 501/2000.
Current talent: Grade B talent, Critical Strike LV2. Current talent proficiency: Critical Strike 101 out of 1000. Current remaining available talent slots: 1. Current martial skill: Earth Grade Superior, Ninefold Thunder Blade LV1. Ninefold Thunder Blade LV1, when using blade-type weapons, Strength ×2, Agility ×2. Current martial skill proficiency: Ninefold Thunder Blade LV1, 0 out of 2000. Currently available items: none. Current system space remaining: 0/1000. Current task: 1000-man slash.
Combat power has increased by several dozen points compared to before, mainly due to the 4 attribute points gained from training being allocated to agility and spirit. The Ninefold Thunder Blade study did not bring a substantial improvement in combat power, possibly due to not wielding a blade.
These things were not important to Zhang Han.
He did not wait for Chang Hao, settled the bill, and hailed a taxi straight to the Martial Artists Guild. In the afternoon, he would first collect the Martial Artist certificate, then buy an awakening stone to awaken his second talent. Since the awakening of innate abilities, the country has established strict systems for testing, grading, and management. The Martial Artists Hall integrates multiple functions into one, and such buildings are established in every city. Although Lan City is a prefecture-level city, the Martial Artists Hall stands 40 stories tall, making it one of the tallest buildings in the city. On both sides of the main entrance are specimens of 2 exotic beasts, the flame-eyed lion and the iron-boned winged tiger, both outstanding among lord-level creatures. Uncle who once mentioned that although the Iron-Mane Boar King is a lord-level beast, it pales in comparison to these 2 creatures. Even so, top-tier warriors still slay them, harvesting their precious materials to create specimens that deter other passing warriors. The exotic beasts that once made Zhang Han fearful now seem within his reach, as he feels he might be able to kill them in the near future.
He secretly speculated how much experience points such beasts could provide.
Calming his mind, Zhang Han clearly understood that his current strength was still insufficient to contend with beasts of this level. Staying grounded was the right path.
He stepped into the Martial Artists Guild and found the assessment registration desk in the first-floor lobby.
First, fill out the application form, then go to the 3rd floor and wait in line. The staff handed him the form, gave a brief reminder, and then left to attend to other tasks.
The number of participants for the assessment was small.
Zhang Han filled out the form and went to the 3rd floor, where there were only a few people ahead of him, mostly middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s. This was also normal. The minimum combat power threshold for martial artists was 1000. For those with C-level talent who worked hard, it often took until their 30s or 40s to meet the standard.
The assessment content was simple: punching power, speed, reaction, endurance, and combat testing.
Depending on the talent, the testing methods varied slightly. Zhang Han reported his B-level talent, Critical Strike, so the punching power test would involve multiple measurements, taking the highest value to reflect a more personalized approach. Soon someone called his name. After submitting the registration form, he was led to the punching power testing machine. The machine was made entirely of silver alloy and was said to have a limit of 10 tons. Zhang Han didn't know how much punching power he had when activating his talent, but it definitely wouldn't exceed 10 tons. You have 5 chances, take the highest value. When ready, punch towards the red area.
The examiner sat nearby with a pen, recording.
Jung Han took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, and threw a punch.
Bang!
The machine sounded, and a number popped up: 512 kilograms. The talent was not triggered. The force matched expectations, approximately half a ton. 512 kilograms, not bad. Continue, the examiner said indifferently. Jung Han remained silent and swung his right fist again.
Ding!
B-level talent critical strike triggered. This attack caused damage equal to force times 4.
Critical hit proficiency +1.
The system notification sounded as the fist struck the testing machine.
Bang!
The sound was louder, resembling a drum being struck.
The examiner glanced sideways and stood up. Did the talent activate this time? Jung Han waved his hand and nodded. The numbers jumped: 300, 400, 500, easily surpassing 512, 1000, 1500, 2000.
After breaking through 2000, it slowly stopped at 2108 kilograms.
Good lad, the examiner exclaimed.
This punch strength is difficult to achieve even with a B-level talent. You are already close to the standard of a martial master. Although Jung Han didn't know the punch strength standard for martial masters, he knew the standard for martial practitioners was 500.
The examiner recorded the result and handed over the form. That's enough, move on to the next item. As long as it's not too bad, you'll pass the assessment.
Jung Han felt dazed. A punch with 2 tons of force was something he never dared to imagine in the past. Even more surprising is that the critical hit is only at LV2, leaving room for improvement. And it does not include the bonus from the 9-fold Thunder Blade. If the blade's dual bonus is applied, how astonishing would the damage be with a single strike? Jung Han suddenly felt that the martial artist assessment seemed somewhat easy.
Indeed.
The subsequent agility, reflex, and endurance tests posed no difficulty for him, as his basic attributes far exceeded the standard. With the projects completed one by one, he finally faced the long-awaited combat test.
Pick a weapon. After entering the room, a digitized beast template will be generated. The system records data and provides scores. Note, although the data beasts cause no actual harm, if an attack is deemed fatal, you will still be eliminated.
Do not act recklessly. Mutual destruction also counts as failure. The practical examiner patiently reminded him, seeing Jung Han's excitement, and gave a few words of advice.
Prepare the weapons and inform me.
No weapons were available before, but this time they can be used. Jung Han did not hesitate and chose a short knife from the knife selection area, convenient and similar to an everyday kitchen knife.
Unfamiliar weapons would only hinder performance. Ready, he said, entering the testing room. The alloy door closed.
Suddenly turning his head, a glowing tiger lunged at his head.
Shit! Jung Han rarely swore, caught off guard. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, rolling to dodge.
The movement was not graceful, but it was practical. The fierce tiger pounced again, but Jung Han was already prepared. Gripping the short blade tightly, breath flowing, muscles tensed. 9-fold Thunder Blade, first form, Thunder Strike. It felt as though a force was infused into the blade.
Ding! 9-fold Thunder Blade proficiency +1.
Trigger a critical hit. This attack deals strength times 8 damage. Jung Han let out a long breath, his gaze fixed a few steps away on the corpse of the mutated tiger whose head he had just severed, his heart filled with shock and disbelief. The battle had ended so quickly, far beyond his expectations. It was supposed to last for some time. After all, that 3-meter-long, highly aggressive tiger was no easy opponent. But the reality was, he had only used one strike.
Is it that he is too strong, or that the mutated fierce tiger is too weak? Jung Han himself couldn't say for sure. Combat test completed. This session's rating, A+.
As the voice echoed in the room, the tightly shut alloy door slowly opened.
The examiner at the door was stunned, staring at Jung Han. A+?
Even those fighters who have battled in the wilderness can't achieve this rating.
How did you manage it?
Jung Han was speechless, simply carrying his blade as he walked out, coughing lightly twice. I don't know either. I guess I just swung the blade, triggered the talent by chance, and then it was over. The examiner remained silent, staring at him for a few seconds before quietly writing an A+ evaluation in the practical assessment column.
Alright, you've passed the warrior assessment.
Return the weapon to its original place, take the test form to the 6th floor for registration, and collect your warrior certification.
Jung Han responded, preparing to return the short blade to its place.
He casually glanced at the attribute panel and was so shocked he nearly lost his balance.
Host, Jung Han. Combat power rating, 1778. Level, 2. Strength, 50. Agility, 50. Constitution, 51. Spirit, 44. Available free attribute points, 0. Experience required for the next level up, 501/2000. Current talent, Grade B talent, Critical Strike LV2. Current talent proficiency, Critical Strike, 103 out of 1000. Current remaining available talent slots, 1. Current martial skill, Earth Grade Superior, 9-fold Thunder Blade LV1. 9-fold Thunder Blade LV1, when attacking with blade-type weapons, Strength times 2, Agility times 2. Current martial skill proficiency, 9-fold Thunder Blade LV1, 1/2000. Currently available items, none. Current system space remaining, 0. 0/1000. Current mission 1000 man/.
Thanks to the enhancement of the ninefold Thunderblade, Zhang Han's combat power surged by over 500, surpassing 1,770 points, leaving people speechless. This is normal, after all, that fierce tiger just now wasn't something that could be easily slain. Although the actual combat test process was swift, Zhang Han already has a basic understanding of his own strength.
As long as he remains cautious and focused, ordinary low-level exotic beasts can no longer threaten him. Understanding this, everything else is unimportant. The warrior certificate is actually a badge and online registration information.
By entering the warrior serial number, some information can be queried, such as various test results.
When receiving the certificate, staff also request a bank card number.
After becoming a warrior, a monthly subsidy of 20,000 alliance coins can be received, with the first subsidy issued on the same day. This was an unexpected surprise for Zhang Han, almost like becoming rich overnight. Although his family owned a small restaurant, the income was barely enough to sustain the father and son. Zhang Han even made his own breakfast, which showed how tight their financial situation was. On the way back to school from the martial artists' hall, he repeatedly pondered how to spend this money but couldn't find a place that required such a large sum. He decided not to think about it for now and save it for future use. After having a simple meal at the restaurant near the school gate, Zhang Han went to the classroom alone to meditate and cultivate until his classmates gradually entered, prompting him to stop. The entire afternoon was dedicated to cultural classes, which posed no difficulty for Zhang Han, who had consistently ranked in the top 3 of his grade. He still insisted on attending all the classes, and after they ended, he pulled Chang Hao along and headed straight out of the school. The two had agreed to go to the exotic materials market in the afternoon to buy an awakening stone, and Zhang Han was filled with curiosity about his second talent. Although he knew the chances of awakening an S-level talent were slim, he still held on to hope. The exotic materials market was different from what he had imagined. It was not a street-side market but a 30-story building with clearly defined floors. Chang Hao's family pharmacy was on the 3rd floor, while awakening stones could be purchased in the basic exotic materials section on the 1st floor. "Old Jiang, you still haven't told me, what did Jiang Jiyu want from you at noon?"
Chang Hao pestered him all the way, eager to satisfy his curiosity. Zhang Han made excuses perfunctorily, unwilling to say more. "Actually, I know. She came to persuade you to work harder, right?
I really think there's no need to push yourself so hard. Taking medication to enhance your combat abilities and getting into a good university isn't necessarily a bad path.
Why don't you listen to advice?" Chang Hao genuinely cared for him. But Zhang Han no longer needed the potion and couldn't reveal the truth, so he pretended not to hear and headed straight into the basic exotic materials shop. "Boss, do you sell awakening stones here?" Zhang Han asked.
The short-haired woman behind the counter didn't look up and replied coldly, "3rd shelf on the left, 3rd row from the bottom, 100 alliance coins each."
The service attitude was indifferent, but Zhang Han didn't mind and followed the instructions to find the awakening stone.
The size of an egg, emitting a faint glow, its shape slightly irregular. He took out the 100 alliance coins in cash he earned from yesterday's part-time job, placed them on the counter, and turned to leave. A woman's cold voice came from behind. "Welcome to visit again." Zhang Han shook his head and smiled, not paying much attention, playing with the awakening stone in his hand. The system prompted whether to proceed with the second talent awakening, and he silently chose no.
Due to the grand commotion caused by talent awakening, Chang Hao, who was nearby, feared that if he awakened a second time in public, the entire school would know by the next day. "Old Jiang, since we're here, why not take a stroll on the 6th floor?" "6th floor?" Zhang Han asked in confusion.
"The 6th floor sells warrior equipment," Chang Hao explained upon seeing his confusion.
"Armor and weapons are basically all there. I just passed the warrior assessment yesterday.
My dad gave me 30,000 plus an additional 20,000 in subsidies. Buying a set of armor and weapons won't be a problem."
Chang Hao spoke excitedly, then quickly realized and added, "If you don't want to go, that's fine. We can head back."
Knowing his good intentions, Zhang Han shrugged. "It's fine, going to take a look might be good."
"Who knows, it might actually come in handy someday." Confirming Zhang Han's seriousness, Chang Hao took him upstairs by elevator.
The exotic materials market has specialized business areas on each floor.
The 1st floor is for basic supplies, such as awakening stones.
The 2nd floor is a bar where warriors often go to have fun after selling their spoils. The 3rd floor is the potion area, and my shop is located here. The 4th floor is for posting bounty missions, with prices generally higher than the market.
The 5th and 6th floors sell armor and weapons, respectively.
We can't go to the upper floors. It's said that at least a martial master level is required. Chang Hao explained softly, mentioning martial master, which made Zhang Han feel a sense of respect. Among the millions of people in Lan City, 99% awaken their talents, most of them at level C. Becoming a martial artist requires 10 or even dozens of years of effort. The ratio of martial masters to martial artists is about 10 to 1. Becoming a warrior is the threshold to entering the wilderness, while martial masters are the main force in hunting exotic beasts. Uncle, who is a martial master, and Uncle Long, Long is even a grand martial master. But these are still far off. Zhang Han and Chang Hao must continue to work hard. Have you decided what weapon to buy? Armor is largely similar, with different protection levels, prices, and designs that are bulky but practical. Weapons, on the other hand, come in a wide variety. With the diminished effectiveness of firearms, melee weapons have risen in prominence. There are 7 or 8 basic categories: daggers, knives, spears, swords, staffs, hammers, halberds, and whips, each with numerous subdivisions. Zhang Han uses knives, which are subdivided into short knives, large knives, and long knives. The price of armor is higher than that of weapons, but there are far more styles of weapons than armor. Sword. It has to be a sword, Chang Hao exclaimed excitedly. The protagonists in martial arts novels wield swords, and I want to use a sword to slay exotic beasts. That would be awesome. Although slaying exotic beasts might be out of reach, dreams must be realized. Chang Hao took out a folded piece of paper and unfolded it. This is the name I've chosen for the sword, Green Rainbow. Zhang Han glanced around, speechless. The sword's design was ostentatious, resembling the exaggerated style of a one-sword 999 weapon in online games. But for someone in their middle school years, naturally, coolness takes priority. Zhang Han was different. He genuinely planned to head to the wilderness, so he chose weapons based on practicality. The elevator arrived at the 6th floor, the weapons section. A dazzling array of weapons filled the area. After the cancellation of weapon control, cold weapons can be freely traded, but their use on the streets remains prohibited. Violators are suppressed by martial artists and, depending on the severity of the offense, are either detained or exiled to the wilderness. Each shop specializes in specific goods, making it convenient for Zhang Han and Chang Hao to choose. Chang Hao brought a paper into the sword shop but left after prolonged discussions yielded no results. This shop is no good. For such a handsome weapon like me, they actually told me to go somewhere else. Chang Hao didn't think his demands were too high. Instead, he felt the shopkeeper failed to recognize quality. Low-level weapons are often cast using molds, while high-level weapons are forged by masters. Chang Hao wanted to customize a weapon, but the cost was high, and the shopkeeper was unwilling to take on a profitless business. Zhang Han saw this and consoled him, "Ask again, I'll go check elsewhere." The two parted ways, and Zhang Han entered a knife shop. "Do you have short knives?" Just as he entered, the salesperson approached. "Yes, sir. Short knives are in that area, priced between 5,000 and 20,000. Before the catastrophe, high-carbon steel was commonly used. After the catastrophe, to break through the defenses of mutated beasts, weapons were made from new alloys, which are sharp, sturdy, and several times heavier." Zhang Han casually picked up a short knife to weigh it. It was about the length of an arm and weighed over 50 pounds. Ordinary people find it difficult to wield for long periods, but it suits Zhang Han's intentions perfectly. After all, his strength has reached 50 points. "How much?" he asked. The salesperson looked at the tag. 8,200 alliance coins, made of blue steel alloy, relatively expensive. Guaranteed for 3 months. If the blade chips, it can be returned or exchanged. "I still want to buy something else. Can it be delivered?" "Yes, sir. Leave the address, and it will be delivered within an hour." Zhang Han hesitated little, presented his martial artist credentials, paid by card, and left the address at the restaurant, 2nd floor residence. Carrying a knife openly is conspicuous. Delivery to home is more convenient. Chang Hao ultimately chose to compromise and picked a ready-made sword. Although the design of this sword was not as flamboyant as the one he had designed himself, it still exuded a strong sense of adolescent flair. He bought a sword case, slung it over his back, and seemed to think that the strange looks from those around him were merely due to his charm. Afterward, he went to the 5th floor to select armor. Zhang Han took the opportunity to buy a set of armor worth 12,000 yuan. It resembled a bulletproof vest but included pants, with flexible joints that hardly affected movement. The first month's martial artist subsidy was quickly spent, and Zhang Han even had to chip in an extra 300 yuan from his own pocket. Fortunately, he was usually cautious with his spending and had saved up some money. After filling out the shipping address, the two left the exotic materials market satisfied. Spending 20,300 yuan in one evening was undoubtedly the largest sum Zhang Han had ever spent in his life. Despite this, the gains were substantial, especially the armor, which brought a strong sense of security when worn. After parting ways with Chang Hao, Zhang Han jogged all the way home, arriving at 8 in the evening. He quickly whipped up a plate of fried rice with eggs, and the items he had just purchased began arriving one after another. Zhang Han took out the awakening stone from his pocket. "Ding, would you like to proceed with the second talent awakening?" This time, Zhang Han did not hesitate and chose to accept. "Talent awakening in progress?" The awakening stone emitted a dazzling light, and the glow slowly spread along his arm to his entire body. "Ding, energy preventing awakening detected, automatically absorbed and stored. Talent awakening complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an A-level talent. Insight. A-level talent." Hearing the voice in his mind, Zhang Han was utterly shocked. During his first awakening, he only obtained a C-level talent, but this second time it directly upgraded to A-level. There seemed to be some hidden issue behind this. Zhang Han's thoughts involuntarily
involuntarily returned to the system's earlier prompt, energy is preventing awakening.
This made his brows furrow deeply. Logically speaking, to obstruct to such an extent, the strength involved could not be that of an ordinary martial artist. At the very least, it would require someone at the martial marquis level, possessing divine sense to accomplish it. However, Zhang Han had never encountered a martial marquis level existence. The strongest he had seen was Uncle Long, who was only at the great martial master level.
Moreover, he hadn't offended anyone who would go to such lengths to prevent his awakening. Wouldn't killing him be simpler?
All of this left Zhang Han utterly perplexed, unable to identify any suspicious clues. If not for the system's prior warning, this awakening might have been thwarted again. Fortunately, the system promptly absorbed that energy, allowing the awakening to proceed smoothly. With a shift in consciousness, a pale blue light screen appeared before him, and his personal attribute panel was updated once more.
Host, Zhang Han. Combat power rating, 2607. Level, 2. Strength, 70. Agility, 70. Constitution, 71. Spirit, 74. Available free attribute points, 0. Experience points required for the next upgrade, 501/2000. Current talents, Grade A talent, Insight LV1, Grade B talent, Critical Strike LV2.
Insight, automatically triggered in combat state, capable of perceiving the weaknesses of all things.
Critical Strike, has a 40% chance to trigger a critical hit during attacks, dealing damage equal to strength times 4.
Current talent proficiency, Insight, 0/2000, Critical Strike, 103/1000. Remaining available talent slots, 0.
Current martial skill, Earth Grade Superior, Ninefold Thunderblade LV1. Ninefold Thunderblade LV1, when attacking with blade-type weapons, strength times 2, agility times 2. Current martial skill proficiency, Ninefold Thunderblade LV1, January 2000. Currently available items, none. System space remaining, 0/1000. Current mission, 1000-man / stored explosive energy, 5752. Can temporarily enhance combat power. A total of 60 points were added to the four-dimensional attributes, with a massive increase of 30 points in mental power, making it Zhang Han's highest attribute. His combat power soared by over 1,300 points, directly breaking through the martial artist realm and reaching the level of a martial master. And this was without holding a blade. If he held a blade, his combat power would be even higher. All of this was thanks to the second talent awakening. Although the A-level talent seemed somewhat underwhelming and appeared to have limited help in combat, Zhang Han didn't mind. With an A-level talent and a combat power of over 2600, it was enough to ensure his smooth entry into a top-tier university. The excitement and thrill made Zhang Han eager to find someone to share it with, but looking around, he realized he was alone. Suddenly, he felt a pang of longing for his father. If his father knew about his current achievements, he would surely feel proud, wouldn't he? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Han cleared his mind of distractions and opened the 2 delivery boxes. With nothing else to do, he thought he might as well try on the newly purchased weapons and armor to see how his combat power would change. Putting on the armor wasn't difficult. Zhang Han's figure was slightly lean, so this standard issue armor fit him quite well. After gripping the newly bought short blade, his combat power increased by more than 800 points. Although Zhang Han wasn't sure about the exact algorithm for the system's combat power evaluation, there was no doubt that with 3,500 combat power, he had already reached the level of a martial master. Even if he ventured into the wilderness, he could ensure his own safety. The question was, should he go to the wilderness? School studies were no longer necessary. Zhang Han was already good at academic subjects, and even if he didn't review for the next month, he wouldn't fall behind much. The morning cultivation classes offered limited improvement. After all, cultivation was a process of accumulation. If he wanted to quickly enhance his strength, it was clear that simply meditating and absorbing spiritual energy wouldn't be enough. After careful consideration, it seems that entering the wilderness is the most suitable choice for him. However, before entering the wilderness, Zhang Han has 2 things to take care of: requesting leave and upgrading his warrior certificate to a martial master certificate. Although the warrior certificate is sufficient for him to enter the wilderness, it is merely the minimum requirement. In fact, most people entering the wilderness operate in teams. In the wilderness, someone must take turns keeping watch to prevent being surrounded by beasts in the middle of the night. Someone needs to scout and assess whether the team's strength is sufficient to defeat the beasts ahead, and someone must serve as the main combat force. Different talents lead to varying levels of direct combat ability. In other words, everyone has their weaknesses, and a team is the best way to compensate for them. The prerequisite is that you must prove you won't drag the team down. If everyone else is at the martial master level, they certainly wouldn't include a warrior in their team. This goes without saying. After completing the leave procedures, the homeroom teacher not only did not stop Zhang Han but even took the initiative to help him apply for a subsidy. 2,000 alliance coins per month, though it could only be received for 1 month since Zhang Han would no longer be a student after the college entrance exam. Although the subsidy wasn't much, it was still money, and for Zhang Han, 2,000 was no small amount. The only thing that puzzled the home
homeroom teacher was why Jung Han's combat power had suddenly increased so much. She clearly remembered that Jung Han's first awakened talent was only sea level, and she had even felt regretful about it. After all, not every student was as obedient and worry-free as Jung Han. Jung Han explained it by saying he had taken some potions, and the homeroom teacher expressed her understanding. She even encouraged him as he prepared to leave with his leave slip, saying, "Even if you've taken potions, don't lose heart. Your excellent academic performance in cultural subjects could lead to further studies in this field. Perhaps becoming a research scholar would suit you better." Although Jung Han did not plan to become a research scholar, he took the teacher's words seriously. After nodding in agreement, he gave the homeroom teacher a deep bow and then left the office. The martial artist assessment is considerably more difficult than the fighter assessment, but since both are low-level evaluations, the content remains the same, only the standards have been raised by one level. Jung Han's original four-dimensional attributes far exceeded those of ordinary fighters, and with his second awakening, his attributes surged significantly. When a critical hit erupts, Jung Han can unleash 4 tons of force with a single punch. His agility and physique are slightly weaker, but they still comfortably surpass the passing line. Speed tests show that his 100-meter sprint has now entered under 5 seconds. The most crucial part is the final combat segment. Compared to the mutated tiger from last time, the beast materialized this time lacks that oppressive feeling but exudes a sinister aura. The simulated environment is a forest, and Jung Han hasn't even caught a glimpse of the beast's figure. Fear stems from the unknown. Jung Han truly felt the meaning of this sentence. Illusory forest means that the beasts will conceal themselves. Beasts that need to hide their forms to launch sneak attacks usually aren't strong in direct combat. We can only proceed cautiously, he muttered under his breath and tightly gripped the short knife in his hand. Actually, he had probably guessed the type of transformed beast this time: stealthy, small in size, and adept at ambushes. If combined with venomous creatures or snakes, it would be a perfect match. Taking a deep breath, Jung Han silently recited in his heart, "Activate Insight. Talent Insight activated. Talent experience points +1. +1. Insight is not passively triggered but can be actively controlled to turn on and off. Proficiency increases at a rate of +1 per second. The only issue is that Jung Han's mental strength is as high as 74, yet he can still clearly feel his mental energy being rapidly drained when Insight is activated. The duration won't exceed 1 minute, so a quick resolution is necessary." Found it. Jung Han's gaze swept over the trees and locked onto the mottled green snake coiled around the branches. Its forked tongue rhythmically flicked in and out, and its head was pointed directly at him. Completely green with a few mottled spots on its back, it blended perfectly with the surrounding environment. Speckled bamboo pit viper. Upon recognizing it, Jung Han gasped in shock. This creature was a mutated version of the bamboo pit viper from before the catastrophe, with venom far surpassing that of an ordinary bamboo pit viper. Rumor has it that a single bite could cause even a grand martial master to succumb to the poison within 10 minutes. Jung Han had no intention of testing whether the venom was as deadly as the rumors claimed, as he understood that once tested, death was inevitable. Since he had already located its position, he feared no risk. After detecting the snake, the system automatically marked 2 red points its weak spots. Strike the snake at its vital point. Although Jung Han did not know the exact location of the other red spot, he trusted the accuracy of his talent. Gripping the short knife tightly, Jung Han pushed off the ground with one foot, leaping into the air and slashing at the speckled green bamboo viper hanging on the tree. With his current strength, a light jump could easily propel him 3 meters high, effortlessly reaching the target. The speckled green bamboo viper seemed momentarily confused as to how Jung Han could see it. By the time it reacted and prepared to attack, Jung Han's short knife had already struck precisely at the red spot. The sound of a branch breaking, the speckled bamboo pit viper was split in half, unable to understand before its death how Jung Han could locate it so precisely. The speckled bamboo pit viper, with weak defensive capabilities, could not withstand Jung Han's explosive force of nearly 4 tons. Congratulations on passing the assessment. This test rating, A+. Another A+? Jung Han turned around and sheathed his blade, watching the data-generated forest gradually dissipate as he walked toward the alloy gate. Good kid, only 18 years old and already at the martial master level. If you had 2 more years, who knows how far you could grow. The person in charge of the martial master assessment was not yesterday's examiner but a martial general level expert. After sustaining injuries while hunting in the wilderness and battling exotic beasts, he retired and specialized in conducting assessments. If you want to go to the wilderness, it's best to find a reliable team. Seeing Jung Han's limitless potential, the other party was happy to give him a few pointers and make his acquaintance. After being promoted to martial master, the subsidy increased from 20,000 to 50,000 per month. Since Jung Han had already received his subsidy yesterday, he would have to wait until the beginning of next month for the next payment. No matter, what he truly wanted was the orange star-marked martial master certificate in his hand. With it, he could join more teams and venture into the wilderness. However, before heading to the wilderness, Jung Han must first join a a martial artist team. His understanding of the wilderness was limited to books, and he knew reality was far more complex than what was written. Back at the small family restaurant, Jung Han tidied up briefly and ensured the water and electricity were turned off. Not knowing how long he would be away, these preparations had to be done properly. Just as he was about to pull down the rolling shutter and head to the exotic materials market with a box containing weapons and armor to look for a team of warriors, a man's voice came from behind.
Jiang Han, are you heading out?
Jung Han turned around and saw 4 burly men standing behind him, each carrying a box. Uncle Long, Uncle Hu, Uncle Zhao, Uncle Dao. Jung Han looked at the 4 burly men behind him and called out their names one by one.
Hey, Xiao Han, are you heading out?
The leader, Uncle Long, stroked his bushy beard, his hands still adorned with alloy knuckle dusters, and asked with a hint of confusion.
Well, some things require leaving for a while.
If it were an ordinary person facing these 4 men with murderous expressions, they would probably be at a loss for words. But Jung Han was different.
Since childhood, these uncles had always taken care of him, watching him grow up little by little.
Though not related by blood, they were closer than family. The only regret was not seeing Uncle Lee. He was still recovering from severe injuries caused by a lord-level steel bristle boar king.
Is it urgent? If not, make us a meal first. Uncle Hu chimed in from the side. We'll be eating compressed rations again for a while. Let's have some meat dishes to whet our appetites first.
Jung Han hardly gave it much thought and pushed the rolled-down shutter door back up. Come in and have a seat first. I'll go stir-fry a few dishes. Uncle Long, Uncle Hu, and the other 2 were not overly formal.
After entering and sitting down, they started chatting. Jung Han turned and walked into the back kitchen, faintly hearing the sound of their conversation. This time heading into the wilderness, the original route is no longer viable.
I heard that the steel-tusk wild boar king is about to give birth, and its temper has become unusually irritable. Besides us, 3 other squads were also attacked. At times like this, take a detour if you can.
This was Uncle Long's voice.
After hearing this, Uncle Hu couldn't sit still. Brother, the stuff we're after this time can only be found in Fallen City number 283. Even if we take a detour, we'll still have to enter that city in the end. Just wait 2 more days, and by then, with a scout, it won't be this difficult.
A long sigh fell, seemingly from Uncle Zhao. Can't wait.
Hua and Company, which issued the task, has already reached a critical point, and this is the only thing missing. A single task reward of 4 million, the premium is too high. If we hadn't been lucky to grab it first, this task would have been taken by a Grand Marshal Master level team.
Unexpectedly, it has now become our burden.
We were about to get it, but halfway through, the steel mane wild boar king appeared.
Jung Han was cooking in the kitchen while listening distractedly. A single mission can earn 4 million in rewards?
Plus the materials obtained from hunting exotic beasts, it's estimated to bring in around 5 million. Even if the 5-person team splits it evenly, each person would still pocket 1 million. Jung Han knew that becoming a warrior and hunting exotic beasts was very profitable, but he never expected it to be so lucrative. 1 million. He probably wouldn't earn that much in his lifetime running a restaurant, yet it was just the income from one mission for Uncle Long and his team. However, according to Uncle Zhao, it seems that such missions are extremely difficult to come by.
Alright, no matter what, we have to set out now.
The other party has already issued a final ultimatum.
If the mission item isn't obtained within a week, the mission will be released again. Set off after eating.
I'll take on the role of the scout. Uncle Long, as the captain and the strongest among them, noticed his teammates wavering and spoke to set the tone.
The table fell silent for a moment.
Everyone knew they had to go, but at the critical moment, hesitation was inevitable.
Jung Han moved quickly, first steaming a large pot of rice.
The dishes were simple and homely, not time-consuming. When he brought the dishes out, he saw that everyone's faces were clouded with worry. Setting down the dishes, Jung Han took off his apron and said, "Actually, if you don't mind, you can take me along.
I'm capable of handling reconnaissance work." Jung Han's academic performance was quite good, and he was familiar with many exotic beasts.
Coupled with his grade A talent, insight, he was more than qualified. As soon as the words were spoken, the 4 people simultaneously turned to look at Jung Han. After 2 seconds, Uncle Hu was the first to speak, his emotions agitated and his tone stern.
"Nonsense. This is the wilderness. Do you know what kind of place that is?
Even we, if we're not careful, could end up staying there forever. You, a little guy who isn't even a martial artist, shouldn't be getting involved. Besides, you only have a C-level talent. What are you going there for? To die? When the beasts swarm up, you wouldn't even be enough for them to take a single bite." Not only Uncle Hu, but the other 3 also frowned as they looked at Jung Han. Since Uncle Hu spoke up, they naturally chimed in. Jung Han listened without the slightest hint of anger. He could sense that Uncle Hu and the others simply didn't want him to take risks. "Actually, I just went out to the exotic materials market to find a team to join." Jung Han moved the box he had just placed by the door, opened it, and let the 4 of them take a look at the equipment inside. "And besides, I've already obtained the martial artist certification." He took a seal out of his pocket, with his name engraved beneath an orange star emblem. The 4 were stunned, speechless for a long time. Uncle Dao, who had had remained silent, took the seal, examined it carefully for a while, and finally nodded, saying, "It's real, issued by the Martial Artists Guild." After returning the martial artist certificate to Jiang Han, the four fell into silence again.
After a long while, Uncle Long looked at Uncle Hu. "Didn't you say Xiao Han awakened a sea-level talent? What's going on now?" Uncle Hu looked bewildered and didn't directly answer Uncle Long.
Instead, he turned to Jiang Han. "Xiao Han, be honest, what's really going on here?" Jiang Han smiled. "Actually, last time I was joking with you, Uncle Hu. I awakened a B-level talent, critical strike, not heavy strike.
Just wanted to give you a surprise."
Although the explanation was somewhat far-fetched, Jiang Han, after pondering in the kitchen for half a day, felt it was the most plausible one. Having a B-level talent at 18 and becoming a martial artist was still outrageous, but it was easier to accept than a C-level talent.
"What's so surprising about this?"
Uncle Hu had a stern face and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Uncle Long.
"Alright, stop talking." Uncle Long looked at Jiang Han. "Xiao Han, do you really want to go to the wilderness with us?" Jiang Han nodded.
"We can take you, but once we're inside, you must listen to me in everything.
If you can't even manage this, you will never be allowed into the wilderness."
Jiang Han nodded decisively.
After all, although his strength was decent, apart from the 2 warrior assessments, he lacked real combat experience with exotic beasts. Uncle Long's experience was especially crucial for him.
"Brother," Jiang Han agreed, but Uncle Hu was anxious to speak, only to be silenced by Uncle Long.
"Let's eat first, we'll talk on the way after we're done. Your protective suit isn't up to standard."
After the meal, Uncle Long opened Jiang Han's equipment box and took out the protective gear he had bought. With just a light tug, the protective gear, worth 12,000, was torn apart. Jiang Han was stunned, but after a moment's thought he understood. As a main attacker and a grand martial master, Uncle Long's strength is extraordinary. This protective gear can only provide defense at the martial artist level, barely able to withstand attacks from ordinary exotic beasts. But when facing high-level beast soldiers or beast general-level exotic beasts, it can't even provide the most basic resistance.
"Time is tight now, there's no time to buy new ones. You should wear my set for now."
Speaking, Uncle Long took out a set of protective gear from his own box and compared it to Jiang Han's figure.
"Not bad, you're quite tall, it fits you just right." "Then what will you wear, Uncle Long?"
Jiang Han took the protective gear and asked with concern.
"Don't worry about me. Ordinary exotic beasts can't hurt me. Those that can, unless by accident, usually won't provoke me."
That being said, Jiang Han knew in his heart that if it were that simple, all warriors wouldn't need to wear armor and would just pick easy targets.
The most common thing in the wilderness is accidents.
For example, the Lord-level Steel Bristle Wild Boar King they encountered last time. Just as Jiang Han was about to ask further, Uncle Long interrupted him. "I know what you're worried about.
Don't be afraid, just wear it with peace of mind. Just now you promised to listen to me, and now, before even entering the wasteland, you're already breaking the rules?"
Jiang Han sighed helplessly and had no choice but to put on the protective gear. "I'll buy you a spatial storage ring after we return from the wasteland this time."
"Is there anything else you need to bring? I'll help you pack."
Uncle Long saw Jiang Han nod and asked again. Jiang Han thought for a moment and pointed to the kitchen.
"Help me bring the cooking pot, and some seasonings too. I can cook in the wilderness."
Uncle Long and the others chuckled at this, but upon thinking about it, it made sense. A group of rough men who couldn't cook would have to rely on compressed rations.
Since Jiang Han could cook, bringing the equipment wasn't a bad idea.
In the beginning, there weren't too many items, so storing them in the spatial storage ring was convenient. After confirming that everything was ready, the 5 of them boarded the high-speed train heading to the city's outskirts.
Although called the city's outskirts, it is actually humanity's frontline.
Lan City, as a satellite city of Hang City, is geographically closer to the frontline, but it still takes nearly 4 hours to reach by high-speed train.
This area is purely a buffer zone.
Even if a beast tide breaks through the front line, there is still a 1,000-mile distance to serve as a barrier. Of course, this is already the worst-case scenario. According to what Jiang Han learned from books, when the exotic beasts first appeared, humanity was utterly powerless against them. Since the establishment of the front line, no exotic beast has ever crossed the 1,000-mile buffer zone. On rare occasions when the front line was breached, they were intercepted by several human martial artists. These warriors are called Supreme Thrones. The farther away from the city, the more desolate the scenery becomes.
Human presence is rare, but the vegetation grows increasingly dense.
This place occasionally has low-level exotic beasts appear, but whenever they do, warriors will clear them out.
So don't worry, the real defensive line is still far away. Uncle Dao seemed to notice Jiang Han's curiosity and took the initiative to introduce. "Wang Dao, are you taking a rookie to the wilderness? As far as I know, this mission isn't easy. Taking a rookie along, aren't you afraid of messing up?"
Before Jiang Han could respond, the person in the front seat suddenly turned around and stared at Uncle Dao as he spoke.
Jiang Han didn't speak, but Uncle Dao couldn't help but retort first.
"Though he's a novice, Jiang Han is a genuine martial master."
"Li Yang, how old were you when you became a martial master?"
30? Jiang Han always felt that Uncle Dao's attitude toward the man in front of him was somewhat unfriendly. Li Yang snorted coldly and said grimly, "Indeed, young and already a martial master, but no matter how gifted, it's hard to avoid dying prematurely. Mixing with you lot, I'm afraid this kid won't even live to 30.
Don't end up like your brother." Hearing Li Yang's words, Zhang Han sensed something was amiss.
Sure enough, Uncle Dao suddenly stood up, drew his blade, and slashed at Li Yang. Faced with the ambush, Li Yang seemed to be prepared in advance. The piercing sound of metal clashing echoed in the carriage.
Everyone turned their heads. Zhang Han vaguely understood that this sudden conflict stemmed from Li Yang mentioning Uncle Dao's younger brother.
Uncle Dao's younger brother was only a few years older than Zhang Han. He awakened an A-level talent but had low combat strength. To enhance his abilities, Uncle Dao took him into the wilderness, but only Uncle Dao returned. This incident became a knot in Uncle Dao's heart, making him taciturn.
What was originally a trivial quarrel now reopened an old wound, undoubtedly angering Uncle Dao.
Uncle Dao's strike was blocked, but he did not relent.
His blade technique shifted, aiming at Li Yang's hand holding the weapon, intending to force him to let go. "Your knife skills are just those two moves. Did you really think I wouldn't be prepared?" Li Yang retreated to dodge, and Uncle Dao's blade struck the metal chair's backrest, sinking in more than half the blade.
Zhang Han frowned deeply, his pupils slightly contracting, and shouted in a low voice, "Uncle Dao, left waist, right calf." He quickly drew his knife and looked at Uncle Dao. Uncle Dao remained silent, turning his head to stare at Li Yang. Hadn't made a move yet, both sides suddenly heard someone shout, "Stop!" Looking back, Uncle Long and his group of 3 hurried over, while 4 people approached from Li Yang's side. Uncle Long and his group were seated some distance away from Zhang Han and Uncle Dao, so they hadn't been able to hear the earlier conversation.
"Fighting is not allowed on the train, don't you know the rules?" Uncle Long frowned and sternly reprimanded.
Zhang Han wasn't too familiar with this rule, but upon reflection, he understood that although the train was made of metal, it certainly couldn't withstand the force of a few tons from fierce fighters.
Uncle Dao remained silent, merely staring intently at Li Yang not far away.
After being stopped by the reprimand, Li Yang simply sheathed his knife and raised both hands. Everyone around can testify, it was Wang Dao who struck first. "I was merely defending myself." These words clearly shifted the blame onto Uncle Dao. But Uncle Dao had always been silent, and at this moment, he couldn't even be bothered to argue. The fight between the two not only alarmed Uncle Long and the others but also attracted the attention of the official personnel responsible for train security. 3 men in formal uniforms approached, and upon seeing the knife mark on the seat back, their tone carried a hint of displeasure. "Who did this?" Looking around, his gaze fell on Uncle Dao, who was holding a knife. Uncle Long quickly stepped forward. "It's nothing, just an impulsive argument. We're willing to compensate for the damages." He wanted to suppress the matter, as the mission had not yet begun, and any incident would only cause more trouble. If Uncle Dao were taken away, the difficulty of the mission would undoubtedly increase significantly. The 3 seemed to be quite accustomed to this. After Uncle Long took the initiative to offer compensation and there were no other losses, they prepared to issue a fine and leave.
Li Yang sneered, "A verbal dispute? I think it's more than that."
Knowing full well that fighting is prohibited on the train, Wang Dao still ignored the rules and drew his blade. "If I weren't stronger, it wouldn't just be the chair that got damaged. I report Wang Dao for breaking the law and using force on the train. According to the rules, he should be detained for at least 15 days.
Li Yang's words made Uncle Long's face heavy, and Uncle Hu and the others cast unfriendly glances. Zhang Han stood to the side, pondering.
Li Yang clearly harbored hostility toward Uncle Dao, first provoking him to cause a conflict, then reporting him.
If Li Yang succeeds, the mission might be difficult to complete. "Wait, as a bystander, may I say a few words?"
Zhang Han spoke, drawing everyone's attention. The leading man in uniform responded.
"I'm still very new to the wasteland and unfamiliar with the rules.
But having witnessed the whole thing just now, I feel there are a few unreasonable points.
I'd like to ask for advice from all of you seniors. If your relatives accidentally died while hunting beasts in the wilderness, and someone mocked your relatives, saying they wouldn't live past 30, could you tolerate it?" Everyone's expressions changed drastically.
Uncle Long, Uncle Hu, and Uncle Zhao tightened their grip on their weapons, clearly ready to make a move. They were waiting for Uncle Long to give the order. With just one command, they would seek revenge for Uncle Dao, even if it meant failing the mission. It wasn't just them. The surrounding martial artists watching also had a fierce glint in their eyes, staring at Li Yang. Li Yang's teammates couldn't help but take a step back, seemingly wanting to distance themselves from him, but after some hesitation, they stood back by his side. Zhang Han saw it clearly, feeling surprised yet thinking it was only natural. The cover of the high school wilderness and martial artist basic textbook read, "All who die in battle against exotic beasts are heroes." This is to encourage martial artists to bravely fight the enemy, and the nation indeed treats them this way. At this moment, everyone's reaction further confirmed Zhang Han's guess. Compared to Uncle Dao taking action on the train, Li Yang's mistake was clearly greater. "Li Yang, what exactly happened?" The one speaking at this moment was Li Yang's squad captain, a man about 1.75 meters tall, appearing slightly short. With the revival of spiritual energy, human physique has improved, and the average height of adult men is nearly 20 centimeters taller than before the catastrophe. Zhang Han judged from his demeanor that he was the team leader, at least at the level of a great martial master, exuding a strong sense of threat.
Boss, I didn't do anything wrong.
Li Yang hurriedly pointed at Zhang Han. This kid is on the same team as Wang Dao. He must be siding with Wang Dao.
I'm not that kind of person, boss, you know that. The captain remained silent, seemingly pondering how to conclude. As Li Yang said, he usually has a sharp tongue and doesn't get along well with his teammates.
If not for his decent skills, he would have been kicked out of the team long ago. If this had happened under normal circumstances, the captain might have turned a blind eye. But with public outrage and so many eyes focused on this, if it's not dealt with, the team will struggle to survive in the wilderness in the future.
So he must step forward and handle it properly. After much consideration, the only solution is to go along with Li Yang's words and shift the responsibility to the other party. Alright, let's leave it at that.
Anyway, it was Wang Dao who made the first move. The captain spoke in a deep voice to settle the matter. These words were tantamount to a conclusion. If there's an issue, look for Wang Dao. It has nothing to do with them.
Zhang Han silently observed Uncle Long.
After all, he is the team captain, a great martial artist, and only his words can command everyone's attention. Uncle Long did not immediately express his opinion and turned to Uncle Dao, asking, "Old one, what do you plan to do about this?"
Uncle Dao's gaze did not leave Li Yang.
He took a deep breath and said slowly, "Li Yang, when we reach the defensive line, you and I will go to the life and death platform."
Life and death platform.
As soon as Uncle Dao finished speaking, everyone's expressions turned serious, with clear signs of astonishment. Being able to become a martial artist or even a martial master is often a gift of extraordinary talent.
Having pride is perfectly normal. After long periods of hunting exotic beasts in the wilderness, their bloodlust is bound to be strong.
Disputes and physical altercations occur from time to time. However, to maintain city order, fighting is strictly prohibited in the residential area. Thus, the life and death platform was established specifically for resolving conflicts between warriors. Zhang Han did not understand the specific rules, but from everyone's reactions, he knew that the consequences for the loser on the life and death platform were severe.
Uncle Zhao quietly explained to Zhang Han,
"The life and death platform has no restrictions, nor any time limits.
Victory or defeat is determined only when one side dies or admits defeat. Admitting defeat requires compensation based on strength.
For martial artists like Uncle Dao, losing once requires paying 20 million.
20 million.
Zhang Han was incredulous when he heard this number. Since becoming a martial artist, his perception of money had been constantly reshaped. Even buying a chicken required careful calculation over a price increase of a few cents.
Nowadays, hearing numbers in the millions or tens of millions is extremely shocking.
Uncle Dao and his team can indeed make money, but the most they earn from a single mission is 2 million. After deducting the captain's share, the remaining 4 members split only 20 to 30,000 each.
Completing one mission a month is already the limit.
In other words, Uncle Dao's annual income is about 3 million.
A bet of 20 million is equivalent to putting all his years of savings on the line. Faced with Uncle Dao's proposal, Li Yang was visibly flustered. Although confident in his abilities, the consequences of failure would be unbearable. Agree or not? Li Yang looked at the captain, clearly not expecting any advice. What? Afraid now? Uncle Dao pressed forward step by step, leaving Li Yang no room to think. Don't dare?
With your strength, I really can't think of any way you could beat me. Don't worry, I'll give you a chance to admit defeat on the life and death stage.
Admit defeat?
Uncle Dao coldly stared at Li Yang, his gaze carrying an unmistakable meaning. He had absolutely no intention of admitting defeat. This farce has come to a temporary end, but everyone knows that the real excitement will come when the defense is revisited. Li Yang followed the squad, while Zhang Han and Uncle Dao sat beside Uncle Long and the others.
You were a bit impulsive. Uncle Long looked at the silent Uncle Dao and sighed. Li Yang's strength clearly surpasses yours, especially since both of you use knives. I guess Li Yang will borrow a knife from Sun Wenbin.
Unfortunately, I use brass knuckles, which wouldn't be of any use to you.
Sun Wenbin should be the team leader of Li Yang's squad.
The strength of a grand martial master far surpasses that of a martial master by several levels, with several times the power. The hardness requirements for weapons are extremely high, otherwise, a full-force strike would shatter the weapon first, which would be fatal in actual combat. Just like the armor Zhang Han bought, which was easily torn apart by Uncle Long. Moreover, high-level weapons can be enchanted, making them even more powerful. If you really borrow the weapon, then you're competition. I'll help contact and see if there are any friends in the defense line who use knives to assist.
Uncle Long sighed and went to make a call. Uncle Dao remained silent the entire time.
Uncle Hu and Uncle Zhao patted Uncle Dao on the shoulder, understanding each other without words. The journey was mostly silent, and after more than 2 hours, the train began to slow down. Through the train window, Zhang Han saw a towering steel wall, nearly 10 meters high, forged from refined steel. The books once described this steel defense line as being being 1,300 kilometers long, consuming 5.7 billion tons of refined steel, taking 8 years to build, and withstanding over 1,000 beast tides.
Jung Han had seen photos online before, but only after witnessing it in person did he realize the vast difference between pictures and reality. After decades, the city wall is covered with marks from attacks by exotic beasts and uncleaned bloodstains.
Behind the city wall are rows of tall buildings. The train stopped, people got off, and a burly man wearing armor approached, carrying a long knife on his shoulder.
Ah Long, what's going on? Why so urgent? Don't even mention it.
On the way here, Li Yang from Sun Wenbin's squad had a conflict with Old Wang and they've arranged a duel.
So I came to borrow your knife for a bit.
Hearing Uncle Long mention Sun Wenbin, the strong man shook his head helplessly.
How did you end up on the life and death stage with this bunch of guys?
A bunch of selfish people. Settling accounts in the wilderness can wait. After speaking, he handed the long knife on his shoulder to Uncle Dao.
If it really doesn't work, just admit defeat and pay the money.
As long as you're still alive, there's hope. Settle the score with them sooner or later, but don't act impulsively. The strong man had a good relationship with Uncle Long and the others, and advised Uncle Dao not to act impulsively. But at this point, Uncle Dao's resolute character meant he would never admit defeat. Uncle Dao took the long knife, waited twice, and nodded in thanks.
Jung Han approached Uncle Dao.
Uncle Dao, when you fought Li Yang on the train, I noticed that his left waist and right lower leg seem to have issues. When you attack, try to aim for these two areas. It should work. Jung Han didn't speak with certainty, worried but not daring to assert whether the perceived weakness was reliable. Uncle Dao said nothing, only patted Jung Han's shoulder.
The five of them walked toward a tall building.
Jung Han witnessed the life and death platform for the first time. The venue resembled an octagonal cage but was much larger in size. To become a martial artist, one's strength must reach a certain threshold, allowing them to leap over 10 meters in a single step.
If the venue is too small, it would actually limit their performance.
After the contract was signed, it was clearly stated that both parties would accept the outcome of the life and death platform, regardless of victory or defeat. Each party would transfer 20 million funds into the official account to prevent anyone from reneging after losing, even though the cost of reneging would be far less than paying 20 million. After completing these preparations, Uncle Dao and Li Yang stepped onto the life and death platform.
Li Yang's combat power is 4,800, while Old Dao's is only 4,200. The gap is quite obvious.
Uncle Hu, standing nearby, looked at the two on the platform with a heavy expression inside. Although the others were aware of the disparity, they had done their best to prepare.
On the life and death platform, outsiders are not allowed to interfere, otherwise, it results in an automatic loss. Moreover, the man standing motionless beside the platform, even Uncle Long, would be powerless to intervene. Start when you're ready.
As soon as the man finished speaking, Li Yang took the initiative. With a step forward, he dashed toward Uncle Dao 10 meters away, swinging his long blade downward from above. Uncle Dao, however, seemed oblivious, standing still in place until Li Yang was 3 meters away, then raised his long blade.
9 Mystic Blade Technique. Has Old Blade gone mad? Using a big move right from the start? Uncle Hu exclaimed.
In martial artist duels, unless one is extremely familiar with the opponent or overwhelmingly stronger, they usually test the opponent's skills and attacks first before going all out. But Blade Uncle clearly had no such intention. Uncle Hu was stunned, and Li Yang had already approached, crossing 3 meters in an instant.
Li Yang's long blade descended, but Uncle Dao's faster blade edge struck first.
Uncle Dao possesses the B-level talent super speed and has cultivated the 9 mystical blade technique to the 4th level, providing an 80% speed boost. He's making a desperate gamble. Listening to Uncle Hu's explanation, Jung Han suddenly understood. It turned out that Uncle Dao deliberately remained still, waiting for Li Yang to sprint with full force, cutting off his retreat.
A distance of 3 meters is extremely subtle for martial artists.
Less than 3 meters, the two sides would engage in close combat. More than 3 meters, with high mental strength, one could respond in time.
Uncle Dao was holding this extreme distance, vowing to trade his life for another. He only wanted to slash Li Yang's waist with this strike. Madman.
Li Yang hadn't expected Uncle Dao to truly risk his life, but he also understood the desperation behind this move. Outmatched in strength, he could only resort to a desperate move, an all-out burst, a lightning-fast sprint, and a focused attack on the left waist. Li Yang tried to retreat but found it impossible. Helpless, he changed his blade technique, switching from an overhead strike to a side slash to protect his waist. The sound of metal clashing was piercing.
Li Yang was sent flying, landing heavily and rolling several times before struggling to his feet. Got it.
Jung Han focused all his attention. Despite the rapid scene, he relied on his mental strength to see the movements clearly. Uncle Dao did not aim for the head or neck but chose to slash toward Li Yang's left waist. This strike was powerful and heavy, leaving Li Yang completely unable to defend. If the blade hadn't been instantly blocked in front of the body, it might have resulted in being cut in half. Although Li Yang got up, he tightly clutched his waist with one hand. Low-level armor can only block damage but cannot resist shock, which is akin to internal injuries. The back of the blade struck the waist, causing significant impact.
It works. Zhang Han saw Li Yang's actions and was certain the insight prompt was accurate.
Li Yang indeed had an injury on his left waist, and the previous strike had triggered the old wound. Uncle Long and Uncle Hu beside him were also excited.
Well done. Old Dao's life-for-life gamble actually worked. Li Yang is clearly seriously injured. Li Yang's teammates' expressions suddenly changed. In terms of combat strength, Li Yang clearly surpasses Uncle Dao.
But he is overly complacent. Uncle Dao dares to risk his life, while Li Yang lacks courage. In terms of mindset, he is already at a disadvantage. And the injuries worsened, tipping the scales of victory toward Uncle Dao.
Uncle Dao clearly showed no mercy. Seeing Li Yang in a disadvantageous position, the offensive intensified.
Previously it was a surprise attack, but now there was no need to conceal it.
Li Yang reveals a weakness, and Uncle Dao, relying on his extensive combat experience, knows how to counter. Better to break one finger than injure 10. Focus the attack on Li Yang's left waist. Overdrive. 9 Mystic Blade Technique.
The sharp blade sliced across the life and death platform made of refined steel alloy, sparks flying.
Uncle Dao instantly appeared in front of Li Yang. Speed enhancements stacked, each move fierce and relentless. Prepare to die, Li Yang. After dozens of consecutive strikes, Li Yang's left waist ached unbearably, making it impossible to exert force. The waist muscles are the core of explosive power, and being injured at this moment left him powerless. His speed slowed. He could only barely defend himself, retreating while fighting, repeatedly suffering heavy blows. Die! Uncle Dao roared, slashing down with his heavy blade. Li Yang blocked it but was sent flying. Unable to hold the knife steadily, it bounces to the ground.
Collapsing weakly, armor in tatters, blood staining everything.
After successive all-out attacks, Uncle Dao is utterly exhausted, but he surpasses Li Yang.
The tip of the blade drags on the ground as Uncle Dao approaches step by step.
Li Yang's teammate finally rushed down the stands but was stopped. The competition is not over. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere. Step back.
For some reason, as the man gave the order, Zhang Han felt a strong oppressive force coming at him. It was as if his entire body had become several times heavier, his muscles tensed up. Not only him, even Uncle Hu, Uncle Zhao, and Uncle Long furrowed their brows, their gazes fixed on the man in black below the stage.
S-level talent, gravity field.
Uncle Long's voice was hoarse, as if his throat were constricted, filled with shock.
S-level talent? Zhang Han had seen warriors awaken with S-rank talents before.
Zhang Jiyu awakened the phoenix blood, but at that time, she was still immature, and her combat strength was not high, far less intimidating than the man before him. The man before him possessed strength far beyond that of a grand martial master, possibly even at the martial general level. Such overwhelming pressure was unbearable even for distant onlookers. Among Li Yang's team, the other 4 members were all sprawled on the ground in a sorry state.
Captain Sun Wenbin struggled but was unable to stand up.
This was Zhang Han's first direct experience of the power of high-level martial artists.
Relying solely on the pressure, many great martial masters found it difficult to remain steady.
This is the terror of S-level talent combined with top-tier strength.
Zhang Han's heart suddenly ignited with fiery determination.
Although he had not reached this state, he was now filled with passion. On the life and death stage, Uncle Dao staggered but remained resolute. Li Yang woke up, turned over to face the ceiling, his expression rugged. The injuries are extremely severe.
Uncle Dao's eyes flashed with a cold light. Li Yang, no one can insult my family. It hasn't happened before, and it won't happen in the future. If anyone dares, I will risk my life to seek justice. The tip of the blade was raised high, pointing directly at Li Yang's neck. As long as the blade fell, Li Yang would surely face retribution.
But at this moment, Sun Wenbin below the stage struggled to speak.
Stop. We admit defeat. As soon as the words fell, the pressure on Zhang Han's body suddenly decreased. He took a deep breath, feeling sore and numb all over.
In just a few dozen seconds, it felt as though he had run tens of kilometers. His entire body was exhausted, yet he also felt relieved.
Admitting defeat means the match is over.
The man in black waved his hand, and the tightly locked door slowly opened.
Take your people back.
As the words fell, Uncle Long quickly stepped off the stage and supported the exhausted Uncle Dao.
Ultimately, there is still a gap in strength between the two sides. Li Yang was seriously injured, and although Uncle Dao won, he was also badly hurt.
The armor was damaged in many places, with blood seeping out. Doctors entered the scene for a quick examination, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
The injuries are not severe, just exhaustion. Administer the nutrient solution, and a night's rest will suffice.
Thank you, Doctor, Uncle Long said gratefully.
Li Yang was carried away by his teammates. Sun Wenbin stayed behind.
This matter won't be settled so easily. This grudge, the Qi Yin squad will remember.
Uncle Long looked back. The response was resolute.
All right, we'll stay too and have another match. Sun Wenbin hesitated but ultimately said nothing more, leaving with the team.
Let's go, get some rest.
Old Wang needs a day to recover from his injury.
We'll set out again once he's healed.
The mission is urgent, but staying calm is even more important. Uncle Dao's recovery is essential, along with a full body check to ensure there are no aftereffects. Otherwise, any negligence in the wilderness wilderness could doom the entire team. Zhang Han and his group were not in a hurry. Since they had already reached the defense line, it was a good opportunity to familiarize themselves with the environment. After the college entrance exam, there would be a 3-month break, so it would be better to train and improve in the wilderness. Everyone took turns keeping watch, and Zhang Han was scheduled last. Old Zhao, take Zhang Han around to get familiar with the environment and teach him some precautions for the wilderness. Got it. Uncle Zhao readily agreed. Uncle Dao's victory greatly boosted the team's morale. Eat first. After sitting in the car for so long and having a commotion, you must be starving. Clang. Uncle who rarely jokes. Uncle Long didn't join for drinks but accompanied Uncle Dao to the hospital to take care of the injured. After Zhang Han and the other two finished their meal, Uncle who helped pack food to take to the hospital. Zhang Han and Zhao Shi strolled leisurely between several buildings. This is humanity's first line of defense, often guarded by powerful warriors to ensure the defense remains solid. Its role is extremely important. We call it the safe zone. Staying in the wilderness for a long time usually involves choosing the nearest safe zone for supplies. The iron defense line stretches over 1,000 kilometers, with 12 safe zones, approximately one every 100 kilometers. Most warriors from Lan City replenish their supplies here. These two buildings are dormitories, capable of accommodating 8,000 warriors. That building is the exotic materials trading market. Uncle Zhao pointed to the building not far away. Exotic materials harvested from the wasteland, many of which are not needed for tasks and cannot be brought back to the train, are sold here. The prices are fair, mostly from top 500 companies, and the credibility is guaranteed. For extremely rare materials, it is recommended to sell or auction them in the city, which can fetch 10 to 20% more. Weapons, armor, and the like can also be purchased. There are also hospitals and military buildings. Uncle Dao recovered quickly. After all, his injuries weren't severe. For those who frequently venture into the wastelands, this level of injury was nothing out of the ordinary. He was just a bit fatigued, but after receiving a few bottles of nutrient solution, he was back to normal. The rest was just simple bandaging and a quick checkup before he could be discharged. Uncle Long also helped Zhang Han buy an interdimensional ring, spending 2 million alliance coins. Zhang Han did not refuse. After binding it and testing it out, he found that although the capacity was small, only enough to hold something the size of a car and far less than the system's rewarded space, it was already sufficient for use. With the interdimensional ring as a cover, Zhang Han could now use the system space more freely. He placed items such as pots, bowls, and pans into the dimensional space ring one by one. Beyond the steel defense line lies the wasteland. Uncle Long explained while highlighting the key points of the mission. After the dimensional space descended, humanity kept retreating, and almost all coastal areas were lost. The wasteland now covers East China, Central China, parts of North China, and the Southwest, spanning over 4 million square kilometers. These were essentially the bustling regions before the catastrophe. Uncle Long furrowed his brows and said gravely, "This time, the target is Fallen City number 283. Before the catastrophe, it was a county-level city with a population of around 800,000. The area isn't large, and logically, a city of this level shouldn't have a Lord-tier mutant beast at most, a beast general tier. However, a steel-tusked wild boar king has suddenly appeared. We must be extremely cautious. Avoid it, collect the mission items, and retreat immediately. Do not linger. Understood?" He fixed his gaze on Zhang Han, his tone stern. The other team members were experienced and knew their limits, but Zhang Han was new to the wasteland and might recklessly act out of overconfidence in his martial master level strength. Many young warriors have this impulsive mindset when they first enter the wasteland. If a major disaster is provoked, it won't just cost an individual life but could doom the entire team. Zhang Han solemnly nodded. "Don't worry, Uncle Long, I know my limits." Although he was eager to kill the beasts to gain experience, he was well aware of his own strength, especially after witnessing the power of high-level warriors firsthand yesterday. If that gravity field had been directed at him earlier, he probably wouldn't have fared much better than Liang's group. After understanding the strength of high-level warriors and beasts, he would never act recklessly. "Leave everything to me." Uncle Dao finally spoke, his face still pale. He had lost a lot of blood and would need weeks to recover. However, the mission was urgent, and there was no time to rest. "All right, Xiao Han, just follow Uncle Dao." Uncle Long nodded. Zhang Han knew that while his combat strength was close to Uncle Dao's, his practical experience was far inferior. Uncle Dao had been struggling and surviving in the wilderness for over a decade, accustomed to using a blade. His experience was precisely what Zhang Han lacked. 5 people each carried a specially designed large backpack. The capacity of interdimensional rings is limited, and each person can only bind to one, which cannot affect combat. Therefore, backpacks are usually used to carry additional supplies. In the wilderness, everything relies on walking. The roads are dilapidated from years of neglect, and frequent appearances of exotic beasts make long-distance travel difficult even with vehicles. However, after becoming a martial artist, one's physical fitness improves significantly. Zhang Han's current physique allows him to travel 200 kilometers a day. Along Along the way, when encountering low-level exotic beasts, Uncle Long and the others refrained from taking action, leaving them entirely to Jiang Han for practice, while Uncle Dao provided guidance on the side. When dealing with snakes, especially exotic beasts like pythons, never confront them head-on. Uncle Dao squatted down, pointing at the nearly 2-meter-long flame-headed python, and advised Jiang Han on his shortcomings.
You must attack from behind and never expose your back.
That slash you made earlier, if you had turned it into a thrust, the damage would have been greater.
This intermediate beast soldier, the flame-headed python, is only slightly stronger than you. Such a battle can be won.
But if it advances to a high-level beast soldier and grows python scales, it will be hard for your blade to draw blood.
What if it entangles you? When fighting exotic beasts, never act rashly.
Even if you want to prove yourself, you must not risk your own safety.
Understand?
Jiang Han recalled the battle scene just now and nodded in agreement. Indeed, he had been too hasty. After identifying the weak point, he became overconfident and overlooked the possibility of the opponent upgrading its defense. Fortunately, this time he escaped unscathed. After slaying the flame-headed python, Jiang Han reaped significant rewards.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for killing the intermediate beast soldier, flame-headed python.
Experience points gained, 286. A-level talent insight proficiency +1. B-level talent critical strike proficiency +12. Experience points are full, automatic upgrade.
Congratulations to the host for reaching level 3, gaining 100 free attribute points.
Killing exotic beasts consumes far more energy than killing chickens, but the rewards are much greater.
A single intermediate beast soldier yields 286 experience points, and talent proficiency soars.
The efficiency far surpasses that of killing poultry. In just 2 short hours, the team encountered 3 intermediate beast soldiers, 6 low-level beast soldiers, and over 20 unranked exotic beasts.
Jiang Han accumulated over 4,000 experience points, more than 1,000 talent proficiency, leveled up twice, and gained 200 free attribute points.
Insight quickly advances to level 2, critical strike upgrades to level 3.
With an additional 100 points of free attributes, combat power soars again.
Combat power rating 4,827. Level 4. Strength 120, agility 120, constitution 121, spirit 124.
Experience until next upgrade 89 out of 4,000.
Current talents: Grade A, Insight LV1, Grade B, Critical Strike LV3.
Insight automatically triggers in combat state, perceiving all weaknesses. Critical Strike 50% chance to deal a critical hit, causing damage equal to strength times 5. Current talent proficiency: Insight 1893/2000, Critical Strike 103/2000.
Ninefold Thunder Blade LV1, weapon attacks with blades multiply strength times 2, agility times 2. Combat skill proficiency: Ninefold Thunder Blade LV1, 869/2000.
Stored burst energy 5752, can temporarily enhance combat power. 4827 combat power, just one step away from the threshold of a Grand Martial Master. Although a score above 5,000 qualifies for the Grand Martial Master assessment, passing is not guaranteed. For Jiang Han, this is undoubtedly great news, proving that he can accelerate his growth and perhaps soon join the ranks of Grand Martial Masters. With an A-level talent blessing, coupled with Grand Martial Master combat power, Jiang Han is undoubtedly a genius in the Celestial Empire, possessing the qualifications to enter top-tier universities.
It's about time.
Find a shady spot to start a fire and cook.
After eating, we'll continue on our way, Uncle Long ordered, and everyone naturally complied. The wilderness, untouched by humans for years, had seen its ecosystem recover well.
The towering trees allowed Jiang Han to gather dry firewood without needing a lighter. Uncle Tiger ignited flames in his hand and gently tossed them onto the pile of wood, causing the fire to blaze instantly. In the 5-person squad, Uncle Dragon awakened an A-level talent called Raging Dragon, which enhances strength, constitution, and agility upon activation and lasts for a relatively long time. Unlike Jiang Han's single-trigger critical strike, Uncle Tiger awakened a B-level talent called Fire Element, which allows him to conjure fireballs, as demonstrated earlier when he created flames out of thin air. Uncle Blade awakened a B-level talent called Super Speed, which Jiang Han had already witnessed. Uncle Zhao awakened Danger Perception. Although its utility in the city is limited, once triggered in the wilderness, it always signals big trouble.
Last time, his warning was crucial for the retreat.
Uncle Li, on the other hand, awakened a B-level talent called Eagle Eye, similar to Jiang Han's insight ability, but it only allows him to see farther without detecting weaknesses. This setup is practically the standard for the wilderness: offense with Uncle Long, defense with Uncle Hu, scouting with Uncle Zhao, and support with Uncle Li. Jiang Han held the kitchen knife left by his father and peeled the flame python's skin. This time, no meat was brought along, only seasonings and staple foods. The wilderness is full of exotic beasts, and just one is enough to satisfy hunger.
Clang! The meat of exotic beasts is more delicious than that of farmed poultry and is more expensive.
Due to the dangers of the wilderness, warriors rarely bring back whole beasts unless commissioned by high-star hotels to hunt for top-quality exotic meat. It is worth mentioning that Zhang Han found it very difficult to cut through the flame-headed python with the long knife he bought from the exotic materials market, but his trusty kitchen knife, which had accompanied him for years, easily sliced through the python's skin, leaving Zhang Han astonished. Is this really the kitchen knife I've used for years? He wondered to himself. However, although this discovery was surprising, it wasn't of much use to Zhang Han, as he wouldn't take a kitchen knife to the battlefield. He blanched the blood foam in cold water, then cleaned it and stir-fried it. During his smooth movements, he triggered critical hits multiple times, gaining experience points. The meat of the flame-headed python far exceeded expectations, tender and juicy. Not only Zhang Han, but also Uncle Long and others were eating with their mouths full of red oil. Uncle Hu sighed, indeed, you need a chef when coming to the wilderness. Killing so many exotic beasts without cooking them is simply a waste. Normally, eating exotic beast meat requires going to a star-rated hotel, and the prices are terrifyingly high. Now it's great, just kill a mythical beast if you want to eat something. This life is really comfortable. It would be even better if there was some wine. Hearing Uncle Hu's sigh, Zhang Han flipped his hand, and a bottle of premium white wine appeared in his palm. I bought a few bottles before setting off, let's share them. Still chewing on a piece of snake meat, Zhang Han mumbled. Uncle Hu's eyes lit up. Good boy, I didn't dote on you for nothing. Taking the white liquor, Uncle Hu opened the bottle and took a big gulp, then handed it to Uncle Long. Uncle Long didn't refuse either. Since the exotic beast they encountered wasn't high level and was easily slain by Zhang Han, it wouldn't hurt to relax a bit. The bottle was passed around, and even Uncle Dao, who was still recovering from his injuries, took 2 sips. Phew! Finally, it returned to Zhang Han's hands. He looked at the nearly empty bottle, recalled the scene of drinking with his father last time, and shook his head, saying, "You all drink, I'll just have water." Uncle Hu and the others exchanged smiles and did not persuade further. After eating and drinking their fill, they continued on their journey. Due to occasional strange beasts blocking the way, today's progress fell far short of expectations. Departing at 10 in the morning until sunset, the 5 of them traveled just over 100 kilometers. Poison-type beasts are active at night, so it's not suitable to travel. We'll rest here tonight, Uncle Long arranged. Old Zhao, scatter some realgar powder around. Zhang Han will take the first night watch tonight. Wake Uncle Hu at 11. He then said to Uncle Dao, you can rest peacefully tonight, no need to take the night watch. Zhang Han taking the first night watch was quite fitting. His long-term studies had disrupted his early sleep schedule, so rather than being woken up in the middle of the night, it was better for him to take the first shift. He sat cross-legged on the ground, entering a state of cultivation. Although cultivation does not replenish energy as directly as sleep, it can still alleviate fatigue. Night fell, starlight twinkled, the moon had not risen, and the light was dim. For Zhang Han, it made no difference. He occasionally opened his eyes to scan the surroundings with insight, listening to the cicadas while continuing his cultivation. In stark contrast to the fierce battles during the day, the wasteland is exceptionally calm at night. Beneath the calm, however, danger lurks. A prolonged wolf howl breaks the silence, instantly alerting Uncle Long and the others from their slumber. That's the howl of a wasteland wolf. The prolonged life in the wilderness made it difficult for Uncle Long and his companions to enter deep sleep. On the surface, they seemed to be asleep, but any slight movement around them would wake them up. Hearing the wolf howl, Zhang Han also snapped out of his cultivation state. He was very familiar with the wilderness wolves. In terms of combat strength alone, wilderness wolves were not strong, even somewhat weak. The combat strength of an ordinary wilderness wolf was just over 1,000, similar to that of an average martial artist. At this level, Zhang Han could easily kill them without pressure, let alone Uncle Long. The problem lies in the word wilderness, which is enough to indicate the wolves' widespread distribution and vast numbers. Even the smallest wilderness wolf pack has over 100 members capable of fighting, and some even number in the thousands. Wilderness wolves are a typical example of compensating for individual weakness with sheer numbers. This is also the combat scenario martial artists fear the most. Humans eventually tire, and once entangled by wilderness wolves, it becomes a relentless fight to the death. Unless one is a high-level martial artist with large-scale damage abilities, it is difficult to escape. The sound comes from the southwest, about a kilometer away from us. Uncle Long quickly assessed the situation and made a decisive decision. Pack up and retreat northeast. Hurry. The only valuable part of the prairie wolf is its pelt, which isn't worth much and doesn't justify a direct confrontation with the pack. Getting injured over this would be a loss after all. They aren't the target of this mission. Packing was simple. A few sleeping bags were flipped into the spatial ring in an instant. Uncle Long took the lead, followed closely by Zhang Han and the other 4, running at a decent speed. Behind them, the howls of the prairie wolves grew closer, rising and falling in waves, bringing an intense sense of danger. Zhang Han occasionally turned his head to check. At this moment, the moon hung high, providing excellent visibility. With enhanced perception, he could see the situation a kilometer away. In his line of sight, countless pairs of eerie blue eyes stared coldly ahead. Silver-white figures dashed forward like fleeting shadows. The numbers were astonishing. Jiang Han confirmed that the number of wasteland wolves exceeded 1,000. Such a scale would be difficult even for a martial general level warrior to withstand. Uncle Long, there are over 1,000 wasteland wolves behind us, but no wolf king has been spotted yet, Jiang Han reported loudly. The experienced Uncle Long quickly analyzed. Over 1,000 wasteland wolves, the wolf king's strength is highly likely to be at the lord level. We can't confront them head on, change direction. Head to the fallen city number 186 directly north, Uncle Long continued. The territorial awareness of exotic beasts is strong. Charge in there and let the exotic beasts help block the wasteland wolves. Although humans and exotic beasts belong to different factions, among exotic beasts, the law of the jungle prevails, forming a complete biological chain. If undisturbed, the order remains intact. Jiang Han speculated that the last time the steel-tusked wild boar king entered the fallen city number 283 to give birth, it was able to temporarily avoid danger due to the absence of stronger exotic beast threats. Similarly, high-level exotic beasts have a strong territorial awareness and will inevitably fight if invaded. Uncle Long's move can be described as driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, which Jiang Han admires. City 186 is just over 20 kilometers away from here. At their speed, they can reach it within half an hour and still have energy to handle emergencies. The howls of the wasteland wolves grew increasingly mournful, yet they carried a peculiar feeling to those who heard them. Uncle Long suddenly stopped, frowning. Wait, something's off. These wasteland wolves don't seem to be hunting. They look like they're fleeing for their lives. Exactly, brother, you felt it too. Uncle Hu panted. When I first heard the sounds, I also thought it was strange, mixed with whimpering. Jiang Han turned to look back, seeing clearly with enhanced perception. Uncle Long, there are warriors hunting down this group of wasteland wolves, he exclaimed. Even the wolf pack of the wasteland would only retreat when facing the great martial master, Uncle Long. Yet someone dared to provoke them? Even more surprising, that person was being chased by the wolf pack. Chasing the wasteland wolves? Impossible. Uncle Long and the others looked shocked. Xiao Han, are you sure you saw it clearly? Jiang Han squinted and confirmed repeatedly. A man dressed entirely in black seems to be the one who presided over Uncle Dao's life and death platform back then. Though hard to believe, the facts before us cannot be denied. The man floated in the air, his steps light as he slowly moved forward. Any prairie wolf that entered his 50-meter range was utterly suppressed by the gravitational field, left struggling helplessly, and even exploded apart. Flying? Jiang Han exclaimed in surprise. He's actually flying. Uncle Long and the others remained silent for several seconds before speaking. No need to enter the fallen city, just avoid the prairie wolves. Unexpectedly, we encountered a marquis-level warrior at the edge of the defense line. However, why is this marquis chasing the wild wolf of the wasteland? Marquis-level warriors are 1 in a million, the backbone of humanity's resistance against the beasts. Only marquis-level warriors can withstand beasts capable of destroying cities. At this level of strength, the number of individuals is so few that quantity no longer holds significance. As Jiang Han observed, the man in black hovered in midair, and wherever he went, the wasteland wolves could not touch him, all being crushed to death by the gravitational field. The only question was, why did the martial marquis appear at the edge of the wasteland? Shouldn't he be venturing deeper to hunt exotic beasts? Before the doubt could be resolved, a piercing wolf howl rang out, distinctly different from the other wasteland wolves. Jiang Han followed the sound and saw a wolf king within the pack, its size noticeably much larger than the others. The average prairie wolf is about 1.5 meters tall and 2 meters long. This wolf is nearly 3 meters long, with wings on its back. Silver-winged wolf king. Second mutation form of the prairie wolf. The genetic structure of exotic beasts undergoes deep mutation due to the influence of energy from alien spaces. A few creatures undergo a second mutation and survive, becoming extremely terrifying entities. Jiang Han once read a warrior's note stating that the silver-winged wolf king evolved from a second mutation of the prairie wolf. An adult measures nearly 5 meters in length, about 3 meters in height, and possesses lord-level strength, with adults potentially reaching beast king level. If encountering the silver-winged wolf king, it is imperative to immediately report to the warrior alliance and eliminate it as soon as possible. This brief introduction is enough to highlight its danger beast king level upon adulthood, striking fear into all warriors. Jiang Han remembered the most recent beast king invasion of the defense line, which resulted in the deaths of over 10,000 warriors, including even a martial marquis powerhouse. He finally understood why the black-clad martial marquis had appeared here. If it truly was the silver-winged wolf king, the appearance of a martial marquis powerhouse would make perfect sense. Uncle Long, there's a silver-winged wolf king among this wolf pack. Jiang Han, at a loss, could only throw the situation to Uncle Long. Silver-winged wolf king. Uncle Long was shocked. How is that possible? A wolf pack numbering over 1,000 being chased means its original size was even larger. This wolf pack can only be led by the silver-winged wolf king. The silver-winged wolf king's strength is at least at the lord level, beyond what we can contend with. If it really is the silver-winged wolf king, we won't be able to escape. Turn around and head back, avoid the main force, and meet up with that Wuho. As soon as Uncle Long finished finished speaking, Jiang Han and the others suddenly slowed down. Get closer, I'll lead the way and look for a weak spot in the wolf pack to avoid the silver-winged wolf king. He knew what the silver-winged wolf king represented. Its strength far surpassed his, and Jiang Han and the others were even less of a match. If encountered, it was highly likely to result in instant death. Although the silver-winged wolf king was being hunted, its pursuer was a martial marquis level expert. If it continued to flee, it would most likely still cause collateral damage. Once the leader was slain, the wolf pack would go completely berserk, affecting a wide area. The lone wolf holds grudges and will never easily let an enemy go. Instead of this, it would be better to break through in the opposite direction, reaching behind the warlord to temporarily gain safety. Uncle Long quickly made a decision, despite not being particularly friendly toward Uncle Hu and the others. Facing a pack of thousands of wolves, even the slightest mistake would lead to being surrounded and attacked. The crowd frowned and looked on coldly, except for Jiang Han, whose eyes carried a hint of fervor. The thousand-headed wasteland wolves posed little threat to him. With insight and critical strike, his combat strength was close to that of a grand martial master. As long as he struck the weak point, it would end with a single slash. Ordinarily, encountering just one would require taking a detour, but now hundreds or even thousands of wolves were forced to gather. For Jiang Han, this was all valuable experience. Apart from keeping an eye on the silver-winged wolf king, there were no major concerns. Charge! Uncle Long suddenly started forward, heading straight for the wolf pack. With a single punch, he sent a pouncing prairie wolf flying. Jiang Han followed closely, holding a short knife to guard the flank. Under Insight's guidance, every approaching wasteland wolf was slashed away with a single strike. The system notifications of gained experience kept ringing. With a body length of 2 meters and weighing nearly 300 kilograms, the wasteland wolf faced Jiang Han, whose strength had now reached 120 points. With the addition of critical strike and 9-fold thunder blade bonuses, the full power strike can reach a strength of 1,200 points. Although the short blade in his hand is of a low grade, he deliberately restrained his strength to avoid the blade shattering. If he didn't hold back, splitting the wasteland wolf with the blade might not be difficult. Such a powerful display left everyone stunned. Jiang Han, where did your combat strength come from? One slash to take down the wild wolf? Uncle Hu and the others watched Jiang Han, worried he might falter at the sight, but instead saw him unusually calm. He even seemed faintly excited. Jiang Han slashed the neck of the wasteland wolf that was ambushing Uncle Zhao, kicked away the corpse, and saved Uncle Zhao from danger. He then raised his blade and charged at the next wasteland wolf. While everyone else avoided the wolves if they could, Jiang Han seemed to be actively seeking them out for a fight. Jiang Han didn't have any area of effect skills, but that didn't hinder him. Once his strength reached a crushing level, it was more about catching weaknesses and killing with a single strike. Although the wasteland wolves weren't highly powerful, they provided considerable experience. With each wolf he killed, Jiang Han gained over 180 experience points, fluctuating slightly but never dropping below 180. His talent proficiency and martial skill mastery were also improving rapidly. Originally, the upgrade was not far away, and with such efficiency, leveling up was just around the corner. If there were cultivation experience cards, it would be even better. The 5-person team advanced with determination. Uncle Long led the attack, Jiang Han guarded the flank, Uncle Hu and Uncle Dao defended the other side, while Uncle Zhao, slightly weaker in combat strength, was protected in the middle. Overall, there were no major issues, as they tore through the swarming wolf pack like a sharp blade. Behind them, a marquis-level expert was hunting the wasteland wolves, forcing the wolf pack to avoid lingering and attacking. This allowed Jiang Han and the others to advance with ease. If this continued, breaking through the wolf pack was just around the corner, temporarily ensuring their safety. However, it was clear that there were exotic beasts among the wolf pack unwilling to let them leave easily. Killing so many wasteland wolves would inevitably attract the attention of the Wolf King. The howl of the silver-winged Wolf King was completely different from that of ordinary wasteland wolves, especially when it was close. The difference became even more apparent. Jiang Han turned his head to look and found that the previously panicked and fleeing silver-winged Wolf King had somehow already approached. Its silver-white wings on its back were spread wide, one of them stained with blood, adding a touch of majesty and imposing presence. Uncle Long, watch out! Jiang Han shouted as the silver-winged Wolf King leapt into the air, its flying speed far surpassing its running speed. Under the suppression of its aura, before Jiang Han could clearly see its movements, the silver-winged Wolf King was already in front of him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as Uncle Long was struck and sent flying. Uncle Long! Jiang Han leaped up and caught Uncle Long, who was falling from the air. He's still breathing, just unconscious. After confirming there were no major issues, Jiang Han handed Uncle Long over to Uncle Hu for care. Jiang Han was shaken. As expected, a lord-level beast was ferocious. One strike was enough to knock out the main attacker, a grand martial master. Even with the element of surprise, the ability to incapacitate Uncle Long was still alarming. Now that Uncle Long was unconscious, Uncle Hu needed to tend to him, Uncle Dao was injured, and Uncle Zhao's combat strength was limited. The entire team had lost the ability to confront
confront the silver-winged wolf king head-on. Jiang Han, split up and break through. Don't linger in battle. As long as you reach the Marquis of Wu, you'll be safe.
At the critical moment, Uncle Hu shouted an order.
Jiang Han understood that this was the only chance for survival.
At this moment, no one could confront the silver-winged wolf king head-on. They could only scatter and flee, trying to preserve as many lives as possible.
But scattering to escape meant someone would be pursued.
Uncle Hu, Uncle Dao, and Uncle Zhao were all powerless against the silver-winged wolf king. Who would be sacrificed? The silver-winged wolf king adjusted its posture, wings raised. Jiang Han took a deep breath, swiftly severed the waist of a charging prairie wolf, and hurled its leg toward the silver-winged wolf king. Although his strength attribute was high, and such a strike would severely injure an ordinary prairie wolf, when it hit the silver-winged wolf king, it only caused a slight tremor, with a flash of anger in its eyes.
Jiang Han gave the silver-winged wolf king the middle finger, not caring whether it understood, then turned and sprinted away. His goal was clear, to attract the silver-winged wolf king's attention and protect Uncle Hu and the others.
Although his combat strength wasn't particularly high, it was still better than Uncle Hu and the others. With nearly 5,000 combat power, if he couldn't win, he could at least run. The silver-winged wolf king howled, and the wolf pack immediately echoed, their cries filled with both sorrow and a determination to face death. Immediately, the originally fleeing wasteland wolves suddenly turned and charged toward Jiang Han.
What's going on?
Jiang Han felt a chill down his spine, his hair standing on end.
He had merely struck the silver-winged wolf king once, yet it caused such a reaction from the wolf pack? Though surprised, Jiang Han's movements did not slow.
Knowing he couldn't afford to linger in battle, he used his short blade to clear a path, not aiming to kill, but to break through while increasing his speed by several degrees.
But no matter how fast, it couldn't match the silver-winged wolf king with wings on its back.
The threat of ordinary prairie wolves is limited. No matter how many there are, it doesn't lead to a qualitative change. The silver-winged wolf king is different. Jiang Han focused all his attention on the silver-winged wolf king behind him, his figure turning into a silver shadow as he rapidly closed in. He charged forward and swung his blade, unleashing the ninefold thunder blade, sidestepping to avoid the silver-winged wolf king's frontal attack and counter-slashing its injured wing.
The goal is simple. The silver-winged wolf king's strength has greatly increased after its second mutation, mainly relying on the wings on its back.
Losing one wing will significantly reduce its speed and attack, increasing unpredictability. The wound left by Wu Ho earlier is precisely Jiang Han's target for attack.
However, the silver-winged wolf king will not allow Jiang Han to succeed.
Just one wing protected the wound, rendering all attacks futile. Even more astonishing, when Jiang Han's blade struck the wing, it emitted a piercing sound of metal clashing, and the short blade shattered into 3 pieces. This short blade, which cost thousands of alliance coins, finally broke after enduring a day of overburdened combat. Although there had been a premonition that the blade was at its limit, the timing of its break was still awkward. Facing a formidable enemy, unarmed, his combat strength plummeted, and even the ninefold thunder blade martial skill could not be unleashed. What to do? Jiang Han sidestepped to evade the silver-winged wolf king's pounce, his gaze locked on the opponent, his brows tightly furrowed.
Only a little over 400 meters away from the Marquis of Wu, a distance that would take less than half a minute to run, yet it seemed like an insurmountable chasm. The silver-winged wolf king seemed to know that a battle was inevitable today and no longer fled, intending to make Jiang Han and the others fall behind. Jiang Han did not want to fight. Ding!
A-level talent insight proficiency has reached max level, upgraded to LV2, talent effect changed, please check carefully. The system prompt sounded, and Jiang Han felt a surge of joy in his heart, followed by calmness. Insight serves as a support talent. While upgrading it doesn't significantly enhance combat power, it is highly beneficial for the battle against the Silverwing Wolf King.
Even upgrading critical strike offers little help in this battle.
The Silverwing Wolf King is not merely a beast with strong attacks, the key lies in its leadership ability after its second awakening.
The Beast King level Silverwing Wolf King can command a large number of low-tier exotic beasts.
The combat power of Lord-level exotic beasts is at least 10,000, with some strong ones reaching 80 to 90,000. For example, Uncle Long once encountered the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King, whose adult combat power is around 50,000. The Silver Wing Wolf King's combat power is slightly inferior, but at least above 20,000. Otherwise, it would be impossible to knock out Martial Master Uncle Long with a single strike. Unless a combat power of over 10,000 erupts in a short time, it is impossible to defeat the Silver Wing Wolf King.
Is it possible?
Jiang Han flipped his right hand, discarded the broken blade, and replaced it with a kitchen knife. Though a temporary item, it can trigger the ninefold thunder blade effect and is sufficiently durable. The Silver-winged Wolf King lunged again, its wings vibrating, moving so fast that only after images were left behind.
Jiang Han could only catch a blurry trajectory.
It was clear the opponent was serious, intending to end the battle quickly.
Taking a deep breath, Jiang Han prepared himself for the fight.
The Silver-winged Wolf King was only 30 meters away, and in an instant, it moved right in front. But when it was just 10 meters away, its speed suddenly dropped. Jiang Han swung his blade, but it hit nothing,
leaving him astonished. Its full speed burst far exceeded 50 meters per second, yet at this moment, it was as slow as 10 meters per second. Although fast, Zhang Han could fully capture the movements. High agility granted him ultra-fast reactions. The silver-winged wolf king opened its mouth to bite, while its right claw aimed to strike at the waist. Zhang Han leapt into the air to dodge, swinging the kitchen knife. The two sides clashed in the blink of an eye, and the silver-winged wolf king swiftly retreated dozens of meters. However, its eyes were full of confusion, unable to understand how someone so weak in combat power could evade two attacks in a row. The silver-winged wolf king, having become a lord and gained intelligence, no longer acted purely on instinct, making this situation difficult to comprehend. Zhang Han held several strands of silvery white wolf fur in his hand. The enemy's defense is extremely high. A slash of the blade only cuts a few hairs without leaving a wound. If it were another beast, severe injuries would likely be unavoidable. Even so, this is enough to prove that the insight upgrade has had a significant effect. As a result, the silver-winged wolf king's speed drastically slowed in Zhang Han's eyes, making it easier for him to react and respond. Insight into the secondary passive dynamic capture allows perfect detection of all movements within a 10-meter range. It's not that the silver-winged wolf king became slower, but rather that Zhang Han's perception ability improved. This ability is undoubtedly a divine skill against the silver-winged wolf king, which relies on speed. Zhang Han raised his blade to face the enemy, only to see the silver-winged wolf king suddenly turn and flee. His shoulder was lightly tapped. He turned around and saw that Woho had quietly appeared behind him. "Leave the rest to me. This level of battle is not suitable for you," Woho said in a deep voice. "Help me clear out the remaining wasteland wolves, especially the mother wolf." Zhang Han successfully held the silver-winged wolf king at bay for over 10 seconds, which was enough time for Woho to cross several hundred meters and arrive at his side. The silver-winged wolf king clearly chose to turn around and flee as a result. Before Woho's words had fully landed, his entire body soared into the air. This time, his speed was more than double what it had been earlier, directly charging at the silver-winged wolf king, who was spreading its wings to escape. The silver-winged wolf king's speed was fast, but it was merely the pinnacle among its level. Moreover, one of its wings was injured, preventing it from unleashing its full power. Gravity field! Woho roared angrily. The silver-winged wolf king shot forward like an arrow but was heavily pressed to the ground by the gravity field, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhang Han's eyelid twitched. Is this Woho? The silver-winged wolf king, which he could barely handle by relying on his insight and upgrades, was nothing more than a trivial matter for Woho, unable even to escape. Host, Zhang Han. Shaking his head with a sigh, Zhang Han knew that battles of this level were beyond his ability to participate in. He calmed his mind, gripped the kitchen knife tightly, and turned his gaze to the prairie wolves surrounding him, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Uncle Hu and the others have already broken through. Without the silver-winged wolf king blocking their way, they are completely safe. A few scattered wasteland wolves are still chasing, but the majority have surrounded Zhang Han. Perfect, this way Zhang Han doesn't have to hunt them down one by one and can face the pack of wolves all at once. Available free attribute points, 0. He glanced at the attribute panel, feeling more confident. After upgrading insight, his combat power surpassed the 5,000 mark, reaching over 5,300. Facing the wasteland wolves with combat power of just over 1,000, though challenging, he can handle them with ease. They're all experience monsters, and elite ones at that. Zhang Han muttered to himself as he plunged into the nearest wolf pack. When surrounded, you can't just stand your ground and take the hits. There's always the risk of a sneak attack from behind. The best strategy is to charge forward while fighting, ensuring safety at your back, as the wasteland wolves can't catch up to him. This was also the combat experience imparted to him by Uncle Dao. Remaining available talent slots, 0. Current martial skill, Earth Grade Superior, 9-fold Thunderblade LV1. The difference between one-on-one combat and being besieged on all sides is immense. Insight upgrade is indeed useful, not only effective against the Silverwing Wolf King but also at this moment. Currently available items, none. System space remaining, 0/1000. Current mission, 1000-man /. The movements of the surrounding creatures slowed down, appearing almost stationary in Zhang Han's eyes. He strolled leisurely among the wasteland wolves, each strike precisely hitting their weak points. With every swing of the blade, the system prompted an experience surge. It feels like bathing in an ocean of experience, utterly delightful. A rough estimate suggests that although Wu Ho killed quite a few wasteland wolves, there are still over 200 remaining. This is enough for Zhang Han to level up 1 or 2 more times, and even Critical Strike and 9-fold Thunderblade have the potential to upgrade. The leveling speed is incredibly fast, unmatched by anything in the city. At this moment, Zhang Han was nearly frantic, with only one thought in his mind: find the weakness, strike with one blow, and move on to the next. Uncle Hu and the others called out
out to Zhang Han from afar but failed to catch his attention. How could such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity be missed? Uncle Hu and the others watched as Zhang Han's entire body was drenched in blood, resembling a war god. The blood of the lone wolf mixed with Zhang Han's, making it hard to distinguish truth from falsehood. Zhang Han was brave and fearless, showing no fear in the face of the beasts, which instead made Uncle Hu and the others somewhat intimidated. Watching Zhang Han charge forward like this, Uncle Hu and the others could only remind him to be careful and break through as quickly as possible. Old Wang, Old Zhao, what do you think? Zhang Han doesn't seem like a martial master level fighter, Uncle Hu asked in a low voice. Are you saying he has already reached the level of a grand martial master? Uncle Dao asked, puzzled. Logically speaking, combat power with a B-level talent shouldn't improve this quickly. Uncle Dao gripped his weapon tightly, looking at Zhang Han fighting fiercely, filled with doubt. The facts are right in front of us, Uncle Hu said gravely. If he were only at the martial master level, how could he face so many wild wolves so effortlessly? I can't do it. Me neither. The three exchanged glances, already knowing the answer in their hearts. This kid must be hiding quite a few secrets. Uncle Hu smiled, watching Zhang Han's performance with great satisfaction. After all, he's Cheng's son, it's normal for him to have outstanding talent. Moreover, he works harder than most people. This strength is well deserved. Uncle Zhao sighed. Speaking of which, Cheng has always forbidden us from mentioning the wasteland matters in front of Zhang Han. Why did he bring him here this time? I don't know. Uncle Hu shook his head. Who can guess Cheng's thoughts? But no matter what, Zhang Han's growth has surprised us. As long as we avoid certain areas, the task won't be difficult. With two martial masters in the team, as long as we don't touch the lord level, there won't be any major issues. The prairie wolf has a characteristic: it fights to the death when encountering an enemy. This is similar to wolves before their mutation, inheriting this trait. This also makes most warriors avoid them at all costs. Once targeted, one must remain vigilant against an ambush until it is eliminated, or powerful enough that the wild wolves dare not provoke, like the Marquis just now. Even relying solely on instinct, it makes the wild wolves retreat in fear. At this moment, Zhang Han faces over 200 wild wolves. Though surrounded and attacked, he gains abundant experience. As expected, after defeating over 200 wild wolves, Zhang Han's level rises to 5, earning 100 free attribute points. He casually grabbed a wolf carcass, wiped the blood off the kitchen knife, and returned it to the system space. The air was thick with the stench of blood, making one nauseous. Zhang Han was covered in blood, which was difficult to clean for the time being. He could only wait until dawn to find water for a bath. Zhang Han, Uncle Hu and the others rushed over. Uncle Hu and his group assisted midway through the battle, but their efficiency in killing monsters was far inferior to Zhang Han. Be honest, have you already reached the level of a Grand Martial Master? Uncle Hu asked. Zhang Han glanced at the attribute panel and nodded calmly. After upgrading insight, his combat power reached the threshold of a Grand Martial Master, and with the bonus from free attribute points, it reached 5892. Although it belongs to the lower tier of Great Martial Masters, it indeed possesses the combat power of a Great Martial Master. I knew you were hiding something from us, Uncle Hu said with a smile, his tone free of reproach. Zhang Han wanted to explain, but Uncle Hu waved his hand to interrupt. Alright, everyone has their secrets, I understand. Your combat power has reached the level of a Great Martial Master, which will greatly benefit the team and make the mission more assured. No one blames you for hiding your strength. Uncle Hu didn't inquire about the details but first expressed his stance, making Zhang Han feel embarrassed. After all, his initial combat power hadn't reached this level. If it weren't for continuously hunting exotic beasts to level up, he might not compare to Uncle Hu. But this is good too, saving Zhang Han from having to find another excuse. How is Uncle Long? Zhang Han asked, looking at Uncle Long who was still lying on Uncle Hu's back. He's fine, just knocked unconscious by the shock. He'll wake up after some rest, Uncle Hu replied. The danger was temporarily resolved. The strong smell of blood kept ordinary exotic beasts from approaching. Rest here and leave at dawn, Uncle Hu said. Before the words had faded, the Wuho who had been chasing the silver-winged wolf king flew back, carrying a corpse in hand. The Wuho's figure was slender, yet harmonized perfectly with the massive silver-winged wolf king. Team Tyrannosaurus greets Wuho, Uncle Hu and the others solemnly saluted. The disparity in strength is vast. The Marquis of Wu should indeed be saluted. Zhang Han gazed at the Marquis of Wu and the corpse of the silver-winged wolf king, his eyes burning with intensity. Is this what top-tier combat power looks like? Effortlessly slaying the silver-winged wolf king that left them helpless. The Marquis of Wu spoke. The Tyrannosaurus squad is impressive, daring to charge through the massive pack of wild wolves and helping me hold off the silver-winged wolf king. Especially you. He turned to Zhang Han. What's your name? Replying to Marquis Wu, my name is Zhang Han. Zhang Han bowed slightly. Zhang Han? Marquis Wu nodded and released his grip, causing the silver-winged wolf king to fall heavily to the ground. You helped block the silver-winged wolf king. As a reward, you may take one of its materials as your gain. Zhang Han and the others exchanged glances, all feeling surprised. The Marquis of Wu had always been arrogant and taciturn, million, yet the person before them took the initiative to converse and was even willing to share the corpse of the Lord-level silver-winged wolf king. The price of a Lord-level exotic beast corpse ranges from 1 to 5 million, fluctuating based on strength and material rarity. The silver-winged wolf king is a product of the second mutation of the prairie wolf. Although its strength is not considered top tier, its extreme rarity gives it an approximate value of 3 million. A silver-winged wolf king equals the monthly income of an average warrior squad. Now, a corpse lies before him, free to choose. If he takes the wings or wolf fangs, Zhang Han could earn nearly 1 million alliance coins. He had to admit he was deeply tempted. Uncle Hu and the others were secretly pleased. However, the Marquis of Wu did not give them a choice. Though each harbored their own thoughts, none dared to speak. The Marquis of Wu quietly observed Zhang Han without urging him. A few seconds later, Zhang Han looked up and responded, "Senior, your proposal is tempting, but I know my contributions are limited, so I must decline." Slaying the silver-winged wolf king was entirely thanks to the senior's strength. If I'm not mistaken, the senior allowed it to escape for a while to ensure the complete eradication of the wilderness wolves and prevent the silver-winged wolf king from leaving any offspring, right? Zhang Han's response left Uncle Hu and the others astonished. 1 million delivered to his doorstep, yet Zhang Han actually refused? Wu Ho smiled upon hearing this. Interesting. Zhang Han, I will remember you. To possess the combat power of a grand martial master at such a young age, with such meticulous thinking, your future achievements may not be inferior to mine. I'll give you the silver-winged wolf king as my investment. Remember, I am Li Chongyang, Wu Ho Li Chongyang. After Li Chongyang left, only the corpses of the wasteland wolves and the remains of the silver-winged wolf king, whose neck had been pierced by a sword, were left behind. Zhang Han and the others exchanged glances, all feeling puzzled. The silver-winged wolf king corpse, worth at least 3 million alliance coins, was just abandoned like that? Even for a Wu Ho, how could he be so generous? Wu Ho indeed earned more than Zhang Han and his group, easily killing lord-level exotic beasts, naturally amassing wealth. However, the stronger one's power, the higher the requirements for weapons and armor, and the more expensive the cultivation resources. A newly advanced warrior buying a set of equipment would consider 2,000 alliance coins a high price. Equipment for a martial master starts at 1 million. As one's strength increases, the equipment must match, or its power cannot be fully utilized, as demonstrated by Zhang Han's short blade. Zhang Han was unclear about the specific price of Woho-level equipment, but it was certainly not a small amount. Uncle Hu, what should we do now? Should we find a chance to return it? Zhang Han asked. Uncle Hu stroked his chin and frowned slightly. This is not an easy matter. If it were given to me, I would definitely accept it directly. But if it's given to you, I suggest being cautious. Accepting it means owing a favor. You've grown too fast, an 18-year-old Grand Martial Master. Your achievements may not be below those of a Martial Marquis. The other party made it clear that this is an investment. You can only decide for yourself. Accepting it means accepting the investment and owing a favor. If you don't, it's best to return it as soon as possible. Although Uncle Hu's words were clear, they made Zhang Han even more hesitant. He didn't like owing favors, even though many martial artists considered owing a favor to a Martial Marquis an honor. After pondering for a long time, Zhang Han finally decided, Uncle Hu, let's split this silver-winged wolf king. He planned to take the corpse, as he urgently needed funds. The armor he was wearing belonged to Uncle Long, who had just been knocked unconscious by the silver-winged wolf king. The interdimensional ring was also purchased with the help of Uncle Long and the others. He still needed to buy equipment, which would be a huge expense. Even if the mission went smoothly, the money he earned would hardly cover the costs, so he had to take the silver-winged wolf king's corpse. Share it with us? Uncle Hu and the others were momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then quickly shook their heads with a smile. Uncle Dao patted Zhang Han on the shoulder and said, your intentions are good, but don't do this in the future. In the wilderness, everything depends on strength. Even among the 5 of us, it's the same. The effort you put in determines the share you get, and everyone understands this. Besides, the silver-winged wolf king was specifically assigned to you by Marquis Wu to make you owe a favor. We can't afford to take on that favor. Uncle Dao half-jokingly gave all the benefits to Zhang Han. Uncle Hu and Uncle Zhao also chimed in agreement. Zhang Han thought for a moment, said nothing more, grabbed one of the silver-winged wolf king's legs with his right hand, and with a flash of light, stored the corpse in the interdimensional ring. With the silver-winged wolf king's corpse, he could return to the city and completely upgrade his gear. Who would have thought that such a fortuitous encounter would happen right after entering the wilderness? How could Zhang Han not be excited? An accident had unexpectedly turned into a blessing in disguise. If the subsequent tasks went smoothly, combined with hunting exotic beasts, Zhang Han estimated he could earn another million or so. Is this the speed at which warriors make money? Zhang Han secretly sighed. Running a restaurant for a lifetime probably wouldn't earn such a fortune. More importantly, with his current income, his father will no longer have to drink cheap liquor. After the bloody battle, everyone was exhausted and simply sat down to rest. The strong smell of blood instead drove away the beasts, allowing them to sleep peacefully through the night. The next morning, everyone was was refreshed, and Uncle Long also woke up. Upon hearing that Zhang Han might have reached the combat strength of a Grand Martial Master, Uncle Long remained silent for a long time before patting Zhang Han on the shoulder. Stay humble and cautious, think twice before acting. Zhang Han found it strange. Ever since he revealed his strength, Uncle Long and the others had repeatedly warned him to be cautious. After thinking it through, he understood that survival in the wilderness depended on caution.
Geniuses are considered geniuses because they don't die young.
Zhang Han was not someone who liked to show off, so he naturally nodded and agreed to the advice. By the way, Xiao Han, when you get back, go get your Grand Martial Master certification. Then you'll be able to form your own martial artist squad, which will yield higher returns, Uncle Long reminded.
Zhang Han asked doubtfully, do I really need to form my own team? Things are pretty good as they are now.
Uncle Long replied unhurriedly, you've only been in the wilderness for a short time, yet you've grown rapidly and have immense potential. With most martial artist squads, you'll soon hit a ceiling. Forming your own team is the strategy for maximizing your gains. A team usually consists of one high-level main attacker and 4 supports. Now that you've joined, it fills the gap perfectly.
I am the main attacker, and you all are the supports. Killing beast general level exotic beasts is easy.
However, adding one more martial master brings limited improvement to the team. What we can kill will still be beast general level.
Zhang Han understood clearly. With his academic performance, this logic wasn't hard to grasp.
Uncle Long meant that if he stayed in the team, he would always be a support. But if he could prove himself as a martial master and form his own team, he could be the main attacker, and his income would naturally increase. Zhang Han was tempted, but he still wasn't very interested in forming a team. With his extraordinary strength improvement, the team might be forced to disband because others couldn't keep up.
Hunting exotic beasts alone, with insight and assistance, is actually more liberating and can also keep secrets.
Of course, ensuring the safety of warriors and reducing casualties requires a Grand Martial Master to lead the team when entering the wilderness, Uncle Long added.
Zhang Han nodded upon hearing this.
If that's truly the case, the Grand Martial Master's token is something he must obtain.
The immediate priority is to continue the journey and complete the task as soon as possible.
A few minutes of soaking in the icy lake water washed away exhaustion, and everyone cleaned off the bloodstains. The scent of blood could attract beasts, and a moment of carelessness might lead to an ambush. The dry weather caused clothes to dry after just a dozen kilometers. After replenishing their water supply, the 5 set off on their journey again. The journey went smoothly, and they did not encounter any formidable enemies like the silver-winged wolf king again. As they ventured deeper into the wilderness, the strength of the beasts they encountered grew, progressing from ordinary beasts and low to mid-level beast soldiers to high-level beast soldiers, with occasional beast generals. Fortunately, the team had 2 Grand Martial Masters. Zhang Han and Uncle Long joined forces to easily handle the threats posed by beast generals, with no major incidents. When encountering high-level beast generals, Zhang Han promptly warned the group, allowing them to avoid danger early. The journey went smoothly, and Uncle Hu and the others hardly needed to take action, their faces beaming with smiles.
This mission is easy. Zhang Han practices with low-level exotic beasts, Uncle Long focuses on high-level ones, and Zhang Han assists, while everyone enjoys delicious food.
Whenever they encounter exotic beasts with tender and delicious meat, Zhang Han extracts the essence, allowing Uncle Hu and the others to feast to their heart's content.
Xiao Han, don't leave. With you and the team, life in the wilderness is so much easier, Uncle Hu joked. Your cooking is amazing. Is there any leftover meat from yesterday's blazing chicken? How about roasting a drumstick?
Zhang Han scanned the system space, confirmed there were still 2 drumsticks, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. There are 2 left. He placed all the meat into the system space upon discovering its vacuum preservation function.
Unlike the alternate space ring, which contains air and cannot preserve freshness for long, the system space is different and can effectively keep items fresh.
Although this was an unexpected surprise, it didn't hold much significance for Zhang Han. At the very least, fresh meat could now be preserved for a long time, eliminating worries about food shortages.
Alright, we're only a little over 10 kilometers away from the target city.
Let's rest first, Uncle Long said, frowning as he looked at the faint outline of the city. After traveling hundreds of kilometers, they finally arrived at the mission city, where the atmosphere was solemn. Thinking of the steel bristle wild boar king in the city, everyone couldn't help but feel pressured.
Zhang Han, however, was fearless.
He took out 2 flaming chicken legs from the system space, each weighing over 30 pounds and of massive size. The flaming chicken is a junior beast general, capable of low-level fireball attacks, with tender meat. After Zhang Han washed and marinated them, Uncle Hu and Uncle Dao took charge of roasting them. The chicken drumstick is large in size and requires more time, but everyone is not in a hurry and takes the opportunity to rest. Zhang Han checks the panel to familiarize himself with his own status.
Combat power rating 5927. Level 5. Strength 156, agility 145, constitution 151, spirit 149. Experience until next level 789/8000. Current talents: Grade A, Insight LV2, Grade B, LB, Critical Strike LV3, Insight, automatically triggered in combat, perceives weaknesses in all things. Critical Strike, 50% chance to deal a critical hit, strength times 5 damage. Talent Proficiency, Insight, 325/3000, Critical Strike, 1286/2000. Remaining talent slots, 0. Ninefold Thunder Blade LV1, Blade Type Attack Strength times 2, Agility times 2. Martial Skill Proficiency, 869/2000. Current item, none. System space remaining, 241/1000. Stored burst energy, 5752. Short-term combat power enhancement. On the desolate nights of the wilderness, Zhang Han mostly chose to meditate and cultivate, using this to pass the long nights. This allowed him to gain a few extra attribute points, which he allocated to strength and constitution. The increase in strength enabled him to unleash more powerful combat capabilities, while the enhancement in constitution allowed him to maintain a longer combat state. Now, Zhang Han's combat power has steadily surpassed 5,000, reaching the early stage of a Grand Martial Master. In the wilderness, he has firmly established himself. As long as he avoids recklessly challenging higher-level exotic beasts and acts cautiously, the chances of encountering trouble are extremely low. Insight has just been upgraded, but Critical Strike and Ninefold Thunderblade are also nearing their upgrade thresholds. At this rate, Zhang Han only needs to slay around 100 more exotic beasts to accumulate enough proficiency and usher in a new leap in combat power. The only challenge is that as his level increases, the experience required for upgrades grows exponentially. At level 5, upgrading requires 8,000 experience points, 2 more levels up, and the numbers become astronomical. Relying solely on hunting exotic beasts to accumulate experience, Zhang Han might have to spend most of his future time in the wilderness. In addition, Zhang Han stared intently at the energy stored in the system space, his thoughts heavy. If he remembered correctly, it was the same mysterious energy that had once obstructed his awakening when he gained the ability to perceive. The system had absorbed and preserved it. He hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now, upon closer inspection, Zhang Han faintly felt that if this energy could be properly utilized, it might yield unexpected results. He took a deep breath, exited the system consciousness, and turned to look at the chicken legs gradually cooking on the grill. He sprinkled the pre-prepared seasoning over them. The seasoning couldn't be added too early during grilling, as prolonged exposure would make it bitter. As the chicken legs sizzled with their juices, the moment the seasoning was added, the aroma instantly filled the air, making Uncle Hu and the others involuntarily swallow their saliva. After grilling for a few more minutes, Zhang Han took out a large plate from his spatial ring and placed the cooked chicken legs on it, tearing off the tender and juicy meat. The intertwining heat and aroma were mouth-watering. Uncle Hu was the first to try a piece, chewing as he said, "Let me check if it's cooked." Soon after, Uncle Dao and Uncle Zhao joined in, and even Uncle Long took a bite, his expression content. Without Zhang Han, the group would likely have been stuck gnawing on compressed rations, a far cry from the enjoyment of freshly grilled chicken legs. After a hearty meal, everyone packed the chicken legs to take with them and continued on their way. City number 283, formerly known as Chong City, was not very large before the catastrophe, but as a tourist city, it boasted impressive greenery. After the disaster struck, humans evacuated, leaving the city abandoned. Buildings and plants coexisted, creating a harmonious scene before Zhang Han's eyes, reminiscent of a movie. First, secure the high ground. Xiao Han, you're in charge of reconnaissance. Once you locate the Steel-Tusk Wild Boar King, we'll bypass it, Uncle Long said, pointing to a spot on the map. The mission target is the medicinal base at the Research Institute. With the arrival of the alien space, plants have mutated. Some are aggressive, while others have extraordinary medicinal properties. We call them spirit herbs. This time, the target is Severing grass, a 2-star upper-grade spirit herb with the ability to heal severe injuries. It's one of the auxiliary materials for the level 4 potion Life Restoration Powder. Collect at least 20 plants and then retreat. Understood? Zhang Han nodded. Uncle Long put away the map and led the group toward a nearby 7-story building. Though not tall, it was sufficient as a vantage point. After clearing out 2 ordinary mutated beasts, Zhang Han climbed to the rooftop, activated his insight ability, and scanned the 1-kilometer radius. After 3 sweeps, there are approximately over 100 mutated beasts. 2 mid-level beast generals, 7 low-level beast generals, no high-level beast generals, and no sign of the Steel-Tusk Wild Boar King, Zhang Han reported. Uncle Long remained silent, then decided after more than 10 seconds, do not hunt beast general-level exotic beasts. The smell of blood easily enrages exotic beasts. The target is only the Severing grass. Keep advancing. Everyone remains silent. Ordinary exotic beasts are worth several thousand to tens of thousands, while beast general-level ones are worth hundreds of thousands. Compared to the 4 million mission reward, the income from hunting exotic beasts is negligible. Descending the building and advancing 500 meters, Zhang Han climbed back to the rooftop. The number of exotic beasts has decreased, approximately 80 to 90. 5 low-level beast generals spotted, no sign of mid to high-level beast generals or the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King. The phenomenon was strange. The closer to the city center,
the fewer exotic beasts there were. Uncle Long frowned deeply. Continue, advance 1 kilometer. Only 3 low-level beast generals and over 50 exotic beasts. Everyone knew something was wrong. Either high-level warriors had cleared out the exotic beasts, or high-level exotic beasts were gathering the herd. Zhang Han almost concluded it was the latter. Hopefully, the exotic beast gathering spot isn't the herb base, otherwise, the mission will be hard to complete. Uncle Hu sighed. Uncle Long frowned. Keep advancing, Xiaohan, stay alert and report any anomalies immediately. Zhang Han felt the pressure double, remaining vigilant to ensure he could detect danger at the earliest moment. 3 kilometers from the herb base, advance 300 meters. As they moved forward, the frequency of inspections increased. Uncle Long became even more cautious, conducting more meticulous investigations. From intervals of 500 meters and 1 kilometer, gradually narrowing down to investigating each building. The oppressive feeling brought by the gathering of high-level exotic beasts was suffocating. What should have been a few minutes' walk took nearly an hour to cover 2 kilometers due to frequent pauses for investigation. Xiaohan, have you found any traces of that group of exotic beasts? Uncle Long asked. Zhang Han frowned tightly. A group of strange beasts has been discovered. Everyone followed his direction and their expressions changed drastically. It's over, and it's right there. The steel bristle wild boar king really knows how to pick a spot and choose its targets. We can't get in now. If there are really so many high-level exotic beasts, our 5-person team will have difficulty obtaining the mission item. Uncle Hu and the others looked grim. The worst-case scenario had come true. Don't panic, Uncle Long responded calmly. Can you see the numbers clearly? Zhang Han focused his mind and observed carefully, gaining a broader and clearer perspective through his upgraded vision. He saw a dense gathering of exotic beasts, including over a dozen mid-level beast generals and 3 high-level beast generals, all coexisting harmoniously without any signs of conflict. Some were licking their fur, some were resting with their eyes closed, and others were patrolling. The strength of a single exotic beast was already enough to overwhelm Zhang Han and his team of 5. So many high-level exotic beasts gathered in one place. Zhang Han estimated that the number of high-level exotic beasts in the entire city exceeded what was visible before him. A massive number. Zhang Han couldn't be precise and could only describe it this way. Did you see the steel mane boar king? Uncle Long pressed. Zhang Han shook his head. I didn't see it, but with the exotic beasts coexisting peacefully, I believe it was the steel mane boar king that summoned them, and it is within the medicinal herb base. He speculated that the steel mane boar king chose this place because it could quickly recover with the base's spiritual medicine after giving birth and becoming weak, thus avoiding danger. Although the lord-level exotic beast had not fully awakened its intelligence, it was already capable of seeking fortune and avoiding calamity. After a moment of silence, Uncle Long made a plan. The 3 of you stay here, while Xiaohan and I will go further to investigate. We must find the traces of the steel mane boar king. Mid to high-level beast generals lack intelligence and act purely on instinct. The key still lies with the steel mane boar king. If we can lure out this group of strange beasts, the task will be easier to complete. Zhang Han nodded, though he had no objections. He knew that if Uncle Long saw no hope, he would decisively give up. This time, the 2 chose not to go downstairs, using the wide rooftop view to avoid exposure. With densely packed high-rises and narrow passages between buildings, Zhang Han took a running start and leapt across 50 meters, running swiftly on the rooftop, observing ahead for 600 meters. Over 10 advanced beast generals, 38 intermediate ones, and a massive number of low-level beast soldiers, exceeding 300 exotic beasts. Such a scale, if enraged, could trigger a small-scale beast tide. A 5-person team would struggle to resist. Steel bristle boar king not spotted yet. Continue observing. Decide on action upon locating it. Zhang Han and his companions felt a heavy weight in their hearts, fully aware of the perilous situation. The steel mane wild boar king was considered a formidable presence among the lords. Normally, as long as it was guarding the area, Zhang Han and his group wouldn't stand a chance, nor would they dare to entertain any illusions. They would simply turn and leave. However, upon learning that it was on this trip to give birth, a glimmer of hope arose in everyone's hearts. After giving birth, the steel mane wild boar king's combat strength would be drastically reduced, retaining less than 1/10 of its power. While still not to be underestimated, it was far from the terrifying entity that could instantly kill upon encounter. The previous encounter with the silver-winged wolf king had given Zhang Han a preliminary understanding of combat strength exceeding 10,000, and he felt it was still within a tolerable range. Although he couldn't defeat it, relying on the advantages brought by his insight and upgrades, it might be possible to hold out for a few minutes. However, standing on the rooftop of a tall building, just a few hundred meters away from the medicinal herb base, Zhang Han had yet to spot any trace of the steel bristle wild boar king. An hour, 2 hours passed, and the sun gradually tilted westward. If it weren't for his ability to perceive the gathering of numerous high-level exotic beasts, he would almost doubt whether the steel bristle wild boar king was truly in this location. Uncle Long remained unperturbed, leaning against the rooftop wall with his eyes closed, resting. If Zhang Han discovered the steel bristle wild boar king's whereabouts and found an opportunity to strike, the task of luring the steel bristle wild boar king and the high-level exotic beasts out of their lair would fall to him personally. He had to maintain peak mental condition to face dozens or even hundreds of exotic beasts whose combat power rivaled his own, with life and death hanging in the balance. Time passed, a cool breeze brushed against his face, and the scent of blood filled the air. The moment for the hunt was approaching, as the exotic beasts stationed at the research institute were dispatched in batches, returning after securing food. Jung Han held the roasted meat in his hand, savoring it carefully. At this moment, he could only wait patiently for the right opportunity. Haste was not an option. Uncle Long was equally at ease, holding roasted meat in his hand, without urging. Suddenly, a piercing and anguished roar came from the medicinal herb base.
Steel bristle wild boar king.
A sharp glint flashed in Jung Han's eyes. With a wave of his right hand, the roasted meat was stored into the system space, and insight activated simultaneously.
Uncle Long stood up and looked at the panicked group of exotic beasts not far away. Have you found the steel bristle wild boar king?
Not yet, but it's definitely in the medicinal herb base.
The sounds indicate it's giving birth.
The medicinal herb base is made of a glass structure coated with optical material, allowing sunlight to enter but making reflection difficult, similar to frosted glass. This design was originally intended to regulate temperature, but now it hinders Jung Han's investigation. The steel bristle wild boar king has a combat power of over 50,000, but it becomes extremely weak during childbirth.
Although spiritual medicine aids recovery, it cannot quickly return to its peak state. The opportunity has come.
Xiao Han, stay here while I lure the group of exotic beasts and the steel-tusk wild boar king out of their nest. When the time comes, take the chance to sneak in and collect the mission items.
Once you succeed, immediately retreat to the southwest subway entrance.
We'll meet outside the city at this morning's barbecue spot.
Got it? Uncle Long made a decisive move.
Seeing Jung Han nod, he turned and sprinted away. This task couldn't be accomplished by one person alone. It required coordination with Uncle Hu, Uncle Dao, and others. Jung Han's gaze refocused on the herb base.
The steel-tusk wild boar king's wails grew increasingly miserable, while the exotic beasts on the outskirts were in utter chaos. The steel-tusk wild boar king had once suppressed the exotic beasts, keeping them in line.
Now, unable to fend for itself, chaos was inevitable. The more chaotic the situation, the more it benefits Jung Han and his team in achieving unexpected victories. The propagation of life is a natural iron law. No matter how strong, reproduction inevitably takes its toll. Although the steel-tusk wild boar king possesses formidable combat power, it becomes weak from the inside out during childbirth. As for how Uncle Long lures the exotic beast out of its nest, Jung Han has no idea and can only wait patiently for the right moment. Entering the medicinal herb base alone carries immense risks. Uncle Long's condition for Jung Han to act is that the steel-tusk wild boar king must leave its nest. Facing direct pressure, Uncle Long and his team hold the line, allowing Jung Han to wait with peace of mind. Half an hour later, the steel-mane boar king's wails grew weaker, signaling the end of its birthing process. If it consumed the elixir after giving birth and regained its peak condition, Jung Han and his team would likely lose their opportunity. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, and a tall building collapsed with a thunderous crash.
The collapsed building was located opposite Jung Han, separated by the research institute.
The 100-meter-high building crumbled, sending dust flying and steel-reinforced concrete fragments shooting out, enraging the group of beasts. Jung Han finally understood why Uncle Long had spent so much time luring the beasts out of their lair. Such a deafening noise would undoubtedly alarm the beasts. The tall building collapsed, even crushing several junior beast generals who failed to evade in time. Jung Han used his insight to pierce through the smoke and dust, faintly seeing a 5-meter-tall giant boar with tusks as long as 2 meters. Just one glance from a distance made Jung Han's spine tingle.
Compared to the steel-mane boar king, the silver-winged wolf king seemed much more immature.
Although the silver-winged wolf king had just mutated and its combat power was not high, the oppressive aura of the steel-mane boar king left Jung Han powerless to contend.
With a roar, the panicked herd of exotic beasts instantly fell silent.
Then, they howled in unison, surging toward Uncle Long's group like a tide.
The exotic beasts summoned to guard by the steel bristle wild boar king were all extraordinary in strength.
The lowest level of combat power was that of advanced beast soldiers, equivalent to the rank of martial masters. These exotic beasts were towering in size, with any one of them exceeding 3 meters in height. At this moment, as they converged like a tide, Jung Han was deeply shaken, hoping only that Uncle Long and his group had already retreated. Facing such a beast tide head-on, unless one's strength reaches the marquee level, exhaustion is inevitable. Not to mention that there are several exotic beasts in the herd whose combat power surpasses Uncle Long. The exotic beast herd was lured out with significant effect, but the steel bristle wild boar king still stood motionless amidst the smoke and dust, its eyes like copper bells, scanning its surroundings. Jung Han speculated that it was in a weakened state and that its cubs were still in the base.
It would not act rashly unless absolutely necessary.
If the commotion caused by Uncle Long and the others were made by humans, anyone would notice something unusual. If they were truly powerful, why go to such lengths? Wouldn't attacking directly be
faster? But the steel bristle wild boar king seemed unaware of anything amiss.
Zhang Han, knowing the limit of its vision was 1 kilometer, confirmed the steel bristle wild boar king had left. He then jumped down from the rooftop, dissipating force as he landed to avoid impact.
If not for the imminent pursuit, Zhang Han would have even descended slowly along the outer wall of the building.
A few seconds later, he landed and sprinted toward the herb base. The gatekeeping exotic beasts and the steel bristle wild boar king were all lured away by Uncle Long and the others, but this diversion only bought a brief amount of time. Although the exotic beasts have low intelligence, they will eventually sense the enemy's presence. It's only a matter of time.
Zhang Han's goal was clear: collect the mission items before the exotic beasts return to their lair and leave quickly. There must be no delay.
Thick smoke and dust do not hinder insight.
Nimbly leaping over the collapsed wall, smoothly entering inside.
Inside the medicinal herb base, there is no smoke or dust. The glass structure combined with optical coatings blocks the view and maintains a suitable temperature.
The base covers 7 to 8 acres, with most plants dried up.
After humans evacuated, there was no maintenance or rainwater nourishment, leaving most medicinal herbs dead except for a few resilient ones.
This instead helped Zhang Han, easily locking onto the mission item broken grass.
Broken grass was distributed in patches like chives. Zhang Han held a kitchen knife to cut the grass leaves, leaving the roots intact for regrowth. As he approached, he was startled to see a litter of piglets lying quietly in the grass, covered in mucus, their eyes still closed, each about the size of a palm.
Steel bristle wild boar king's cubs?
The steel mane boar king is enormous in size, yet its piglets are so tiny, which is puzzling.
Zhang Han could have ended the 6 piglets with a single strike, but he restrained himself. Although the piglets appeared intimidating, they were actually of little use.
Killing them would be pointless and would only provoke the steel mane boar king's fury, leading to an unrelenting conflict. Previously, Uncle Long and the others accidentally angered the steel mane boar king and were chased by it. Killing the piglets now would result in even graver consequences. Zhang Han squatted down, cut off the leaves of the severdine grass, and placed them into the system space. His movements were swift, and he harvested the entire patch in just over 10 seconds. Just as he was about to sheath his blade and leave, his gaze shifted, drawn to a cluster of withered branches.
Upon closer inspection, they appeared to be dried bamboo segments, slender and upright, adorned with black circular patterns of varying sizes. Black patterned bamboo?
Zhang Han's heart stirred.
Another type of spiritual herb, far superior in grade to the severdine grass, reaching the 3rd grade mid-star level. The value far surpasses duanine grass. 3rd grade spiritual herbs are priced by the gram and are quite expensive. Spiritual herbs that can reach the 3rd grade are extremely rare. Unless found in deep mountains and dense forests, they are seldom seen in cities. Although Zhang Han did not know the exact price of black vein bamboo, a voice in his mind kept urging him, harvest it all. This patch of black vein bamboo, though each stalk is only a dozen centimeters tall, is already precious enough. If he could harvest it all, Zhang Han's gains would be no less than the corpse of the silver-winged wolf king. This alone was enough to make one's heart race. After recognizing the black vein bamboo, Zhang Han did not hesitate. With a twist of the kitchen knife in his hand, he stepped forward. Black vein bamboo lies between spiritual herbs and spiritual materials. It can be used in medicine or smelting, significantly enhancing the toughness of weapons and armor. As a miraculous herb, black vein bamboo has excellent healing effects. Injuries like torn muscles and broken bones usually take 100 days to heal, but with it, recovery can be achieved in just 3 days. Due to its versatile uses, market demand far exceeds supply, keeping its price consistently high. Surprisingly, there is such a large patch of black vein bamboo here. A rough estimate suggests at least several hundred stalks. Zhang Han secretly rejoiced. I've struck it rich. His movements were swift, requiring no knife to cut them down. He simply uprooted them entirely and stored them in the system space. Unlike the severdine grass, the roots of black vein bamboo are also valuable and cannot regrow, so they must be harvested whole. Just as Zhang Han was busy harvesting, a deafening roar suddenly erupted, sending a chill down his spine. The steel bristle wild boar king had returned, and the sound was extremely close. Zhang Han quickened his movements, clearly hearing the vibrations of the ground. Although the steel bristle wild boar king was weakened, its combat power still exceeded 10,000, and it was leading numerous other beasts back. He could distinctly sense the chaotic footsteps and the massive numbers. The steel bristle wild boar king, which had been lured away by Uncle Long and the others, finally noticed something amiss and was now leading the beast horde back at full speed. 600 meters, 500 meters. Zhang Han muttered a countdown under his breath as he pulled out bamboo. 400 meters, 300 meters. No, I have to leave now. He raised his eyes to the unfinished patch of black-striped bamboo, gritted his teeth, and turned around. Although black-striped bamboo was precious, if surrounded by the steel-tusked wild boar king and its pack of beasts, harvesting more would be futile. With a swing of the kitchen knife, he easily shattered the tempered glass. Accompanying the sound of breaking glass, one sound came first, followed by another. Zhang Han dared not look back. Clearly hearing the sound of shattering behind him, it was the steel
bristle wild boar king closing in. Roar! A deafening roar came from behind, and Zhang Han dashed toward the outskirts of the research institute. As long as he left the open ground, he could use the tall buildings to conceal his figure. The nearby tall buildings were only 400 to 500 meters away. With his speed, a full sprint of 30 seconds would suffice. But the footsteps behind grew closer. The steel mane wild boar king noticed the spiritual herbs had been taken and was burning with rage. These two spiritual herbs were crucial for its postpartum recovery. The loss of most of the severing grass and black patterned bamboo made it uncontrollably furious. Although its cubs were still present, the loss of the spiritual herbs had already driven it into a fit of rage. In a fit of rage, the steel bristle boar king pursued relentlessly. Zhang Han's agility attribute reached 145 points, making his speed extremely fast among martial artists, yet still far inferior to the steel bristle boar king. The sound of its wild charge was like a tank crushing everything in its path, and the steel bristle boar king's combat power far surpassed that of a tank. With only a little over 100 meters to the tall building, Zhang Han could have leapt there in 3 to 4 seconds, but at this moment, 3 seconds were enough for the steel bristle boar king to catch up. Closing in from behind, Zhang Han calculated the distance in his mind. A second later, he couldn't help but turn his head. In sight, ninefold thunder blade. With insight activated, Zhang Han watched helplessly as a 1-meter-long fang stabbed toward his back. Clang! A muffled sound accompanied the recoil, his right hand went numb, and the cleaver almost slipped from his grip. Zhang Han unleashed his full power, with the blade carrying a strength attribute as high as 1,560 points. It was effortless to split a low-level beast general in two, but at this moment, the tusks of the steel bristle wild boar king counterattacked, sending Zhang Han flying dozens of meters from the recoil. The steel bristle wild boar king slowed its steps, while Zhang Han, apart from numbness in his tiger's mouth, was otherwise unharmed. The disparity in strength was evident. Zhang Han's full-force strike caused no substantial damage to the steel bristle wild boar king. Knowing the difficulty, he retreated, using the recoil force to fly backward 100 meters, landing beside a tall building, quickly leveraging the windowsill to leap onto the rooftop, avoiding a direct confrontation. Zhang Han's goal was clear. He had already obtained the severdine grass and most of the black patterned bamboo. Although not fully collected, the quantity was sufficient. He was not a greedy person and understood that preserving his life was the most important thing, with the severdine grass as the priority and the black patterned bamboo as secondary. Despite the vast price difference, he felt no regret, his mind entirely focused on how to shake off his pursuers. After the rooftop disappeared, the steel-maned wild boar king did not give up. Instead, it set its sights on several winged beasts. Roar! Amidst the furious roar, several winged beasts flapped their wings and flew toward the rooftop, while the other beasts were swept along in the wild charge of the steel-maned wild boar king. Zhang Han sprinted across the rooftop, occasionally leaping over gaps between buildings. The few flying beasts behind him pursued relentlessly, posing limited threats but leaving him in a sorry state. Below, the steel-maned wild boar king continued its chase, shaking the building columns as if an earthquake had struck. The collapse of the building raised dust. Zhang Han could not stop, as stopping meant danger. The kitchen knife swung to block the attack of the strange beast. Insight slowed the pursuers' movements, exposing their weaknesses. As long as he paused, he could easily kill them, but Zhang Han had no time to stay. After 3 minutes of sprinting across rooftops and covering 3 to 4 kilometers, the strange beast still refused to give up. The buildings ahead are sparse, making it difficult to leap over 200 meters. Zhang Han must find another solution. The physical constitution of exotic beasts is generally several times stronger than humans of the same level. He cannot compete with the steel bristle wild boar king in endurance. Suddenly, the steel bristle wild boar king stopped, looked back at the herb base, and let out a wail. It gave up the chase, moving even faster than when pursuing Zhang Han, leading the group of beasts to a halt. Zhang Han felt a surge of doubt but seized the opportunity, jumping off the rooftop and disappearing into the streets. Though the reason was unclear, this was the only chance to escape. After confirming he had shaken off the beasts, Zhang Han did not stop and jogged away following Uncle Long's instructions. The mission items had been obtained, the hunt was fruitful, and unexpected gains such as the silver-winged wolf king and black-striped bamboo were abundant. Zhang Han moved silently along the way, eliminating several beast soldiers and exotic creatures, and left discreetly. Upon arriving at the rendezvous point, Uncle Long and the others had been waiting for quite some time. Confirming that Zhang Han was unharmed, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. "How are you, Xiao Han? Are you all right?" Uncle Long asked with concern. He had personally assigned Zhang Han the mission, a task of great importance. Although life and death in the wilderness were left to fate, Zhang Han was like a nephew to him, and he could not shirk the responsibility. In the team, only he and Zhang Han had combat strength at the Grand Martial Master level. Though he was reluctant to let a novice go alone, there was no other choice. "I'm fine. The severing grass has been collected, and there's an unexpected gain as well." Zhang Han displayed the green grass and dry branches in his system space. Everyone was initially overjoyed, but upon seeing that the withered branch was actually black-striped bamboo, they were instantly shocked. Black
black striped bamboo?
Uncle Hu exclaimed, his voice rising several pitches. Everyone's emotions were complex, filled with both confusion and astonishment.
How did this black striped bamboo come about? Uncle Long asked seriously.
The medicinal herb base coexists with the Duanin grass, so I casually collected quite a bit, Zhang Han said. Unfortunately, when the steel bristle wild boar king returned, there wasn't much left, about 30 stalks or so. Uncle Long listened to Zhang Han's casual tone, his emotions indescribable. If I remember correctly, black vein bamboo once fetched a sky-high price of 32,000 per gram, he said, causing Zhang Han's eyes to widen. Zhang Han had never weighed the black vein bamboo he harvested to determine its exact weight, as he simply didn't have the time to care back then.
However, he roughly estimated that each stalk of black vein bamboo weighed about 20 grams.
This type of bamboo was lightweight, almost weightless when held in the palm. At this moment, the black-striped bamboo scattered on the ground numbered over 80 pieces, weighing approximately more than 1,600 grams. According to Uncle Long, the auction price for each gram of black-striped bamboo was as high as 32,000 alliance coins. The total value of this batch Zhang Han had just harvested exceeded 50 million alliance coins. Even Zhang Han himself was so shocked by this number that his blood boiled with excitement. No wonder Uncle Long and the others showed such expressions at the time. If anyone else saw such value, they would probably have already been unable to resist fighting for it. A spiritual herb worth 50 million is a fortune that even a martial artist might never achieve in a lifetime.
How could one not feel tempted?
However, Zhang Han could not see the slightest trace of greed in Uncle Long and the others' eyes, only astonishment and envy.
First, put away the black-striped bamboo.
This thing is truly tempting. Uncle Long took a deep breath, his tone serious.
Remember this in the future. When it comes to high-value finds, hiding them is key.
If it were any other team, they would have already fought over it. He could see that Zhang Han was still not familiar enough with the ways of survival in the wilderness and was overly trusting of them, so he couldn't help but offer a reminder. Zhang Han nodded in understanding, flipped his right hand, and stored all the black-striped bamboo into the system space. Once the black-striped bamboo disappeared, only then did Uncle Long and the others breathe a sigh of relief. The feeling of suppressing their inner desires was truly tormenting, out of sight, out of mind.
The price I mentioned is the auction price, which includes malicious bidding and price manipulation, making it artificially high.
But even so, the normal price fluctuates around 30,000. This is mainly due to high demand, the inability to cultivate it artificially, and the fact that its growth cycle spans 20 years per round, making it scarce and keeping market prices high. Xiao Han, if you trade these black-striped bamboos in your possession gradually, their total value should be around 50 million. At this point, Uncle Long's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Originally, Zhang Han was the poorest among them, but now it seems he is the wealthiest. Hunting exotic beasts along the way earned him 3 to 400,000. The silver-winged wolf king's corpse was worth over 3 million, and the mission reward's 40% share was about 1.5 million, totaling an income of 5 million alliance coins. If this batch of black-striped bamboo was included, his net worth soars to 55 million. Uncle Long's 20 years of hard work only accumulated 30 million, yet Zhang Han's single trip to the wilderness far exceeded this amount. Uncle Hu and the others remained silent, but there was a faint hint of bitterness in the atmosphere. Zhang Han sensed something was amiss and took the initiative to say, "These black-striped bamboos are also partly yours. If it weren't for you helping to divert the steel-tusked wild boar king, I wouldn't have had the time to harvest them."
These black-striped bamboos.
The words were interrupted as Uncle Long raised his hand to stop him. "These black-striped bamboos are all yours. We diverted the steel-tusked wild boar king for the ensevering grass, which has nothing to do with the black-striped bamboos. Although we don't earn as much as you, we've accumulated quite a bit of wealth over the years. This time, you can keep the black vein bamboo for yourself." This was the second time Zhang Han had been rejected, the first being with the silver wing wolf king's corpse. This time, the black vein bamboo worth tens of millions, Uncle Long and the others resolutely refused to take a share.
Divided separately, each person could get millions of alliance coins.
Zhang Han found it truly unbelievable. Uncle Dao caught the implied meaning in Zhang Han's words and laughed. "Who's looking down on whom?
It's just 50 million, let's pretend it never happened."
Though his words were casual, Uncle Dao spoke with confidence. On the life and death stage, he had won 20 million from Li Yang, and with his own share, these two alone amounted to 40 million.
Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Uncle Long reached out and put away the broken grass. Since the mission item is in hand, it's time to retreat.
The mission will be delivered upon returning to the city, and the reward will be credited within 3 days, distributed according to contribution. To divert everyone's attention, Uncle Long deliberately changed the subject. Their journey this time was rushed.
Although they successfully completed the mission, they were still exhausted.
The supplies had been obtained, so there was no need to linger in the wasteland. It was better to return early. Following the route they came by, the 5 of them jogged forward. At this pace, they could reach the steel defense line by noon tomorrow and take the train back to the city. But the wasteland is never short of surprises, and the return journey is frequently blocked by beast tides. For some reason, the return trip is occasionally ambushed by exotic beasts, ranging in strength from high-level beast soldiers to mid-level beast generals. If nothing unusual happens, Jiang Han and Uncle Long can handle mid-level beast generals without issue. But these exotic beasts come with overwhelming momentum, wave after wave. Jiang Han and his team had just taken down one beast, but before they could catch their breath, another one followed closely behind. Even stranger, each beast would let out a long howl, seemingly calling for its companions. This anomaly made everyone feel wary. Don't get caught up in the fight, retreat quickly, Uncle Long ordered. The oppressive feeling of an impending storm fills the building, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Two mid-level beast generals are already the team's limit of endurance. Jiang Han and Uncle Long each hold off one, while the other three assist and coordinate. As long as there are no surprises, it can be resolved within half an hour. If there were no prior anomalies, Uncle Long would have already ordered the battle. But the intense unease made it difficult for everyone to feel at ease. Although they had withdrawn from the urban area, they were still not far from danger. No one knew what had happened in the city, causing so many anomalies. Everyone just wanted to leave quickly, with no time for entanglement. Uncle Long signaled Jiang Han to nod, while the three with Uncle Hu continued retreating. Jiang Han and Uncle Long faced off against two mid-level beast generals. They needed to hold off the enemies and escape only after the three with Uncle Hu had withdrawn. In sight, ninefold Thunder Blade. Jiang Han exerted his full strength. The beast generals have a combat power exceeding 5,000, while intermediate beast generals generally reach about 7,000. Uncle Long's combat power is enough to single-handedly kill them, but Jiang Han still needs to give his all. Fortunately, with Insight's assistance, maneuvering remains relatively easy. The figures of Uncle Hu and the others gradually faded into the distance, and Uncle Long shouted, "Xiao Han, find a way to escape, we need to leave too." Jiang Han responded, fought fiercely with 3 moves, and then used the momentum to retreat, disengaging from the battle. The beast without awakened intelligence fought instinctively, not expecting Jiang Han and his companion to aim for escape. By the time it reacted, Jiang Han was already 100 meters away, making it difficult to catch up, leaving it to roar in anger. Roar! The sound echoed through the valley. Suddenly, Jiang Han turned around, and a 5-meter-tall steel-bristled wild boar king had unknowingly approached nearby. Its 4 hooves moved forward, directly chasing Jiang Han and Uncle Long. Uncle Long! Jiang Han's hair stood on end. There were no tall buildings for cover in this area. The open wilderness, apart from a few scattered shrubs, offered almost no place to hide. Jiang Han and Uncle Long had nowhere to hide, with very little room to maneuver. Although the steel-mane wild boar king was weak, it was still a lord-level exotic beast with combat power exceeding 10,000. Moreover, it was accompanied by 2 intermediate beast generals with combat power exceeding 7,000 each. The situation was extremely perilous, with almost no chance of survival. What happened? Why has the steel bristle wild boar king gone berserk? Jiang Han observed its red eyes, feeling a surge of doubt. Recalling the scene where the steel bristle wild boar king chased and then turned back, it seemed to have encountered something unusual. Jiang Han did not look back to investigate further, understanding that now was not the time. The frenzied steel bristle wild boar king only wanted to put them to death. "Xiao Han, we can't escape," Uncle Long shouted. "I'll hold off the steel tusk wild boar king, you take the chance to run." As he spoke, he removed the interdimensional ring from his hand and tossed it to Jiang Han. Before Jiang Han could respond, Uncle Long turned to face the enemy, unleashing a furious roar and activating his innate ability. Jiang Han felt as though Uncle Long was surrounded by the phantom of a raging dragon, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Facing the frenzied charge of the steel bristle wild boar king, though imposing, it still fell into a disadvantage. Jiang Han lowered his head to look at the ring, then turned to the valiantly resisting Uncle Long, an inexplicable fury surging in his heart. Uncle Long was willing to sacrifice himself for a slim chance of survival. How could Jiang Han abandon him and leave? The steel bristle wild boar king was incredibly fast. Within Jiang Han's field of vision, he could only catch its silhouette, unable to discern the details. Uncle Long raised his right hand high, holding the alloy knuckle duster, its cold gleam flickering. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The steel-mane boar king's overwhelming strength sent Uncle Long flying backward upon impact. With just one clash, Uncle Long was utterly defeated. Jiang Han leapt high and caught Uncle Long, who was falling from the air. "Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you still here? Go quickly!" Uncle Long shouted anxiously. Jiang Han said nothing, only staring at the steel-mane wild boar king ahead. Suddenly, his aura surged dramatically. Originally, Jiang Han's strength was slightly inferior to Uncle Long's. Although he appeared aggressive, he posed no real pressure to Uncle Long. However, at this moment, Uncle Long clearly felt Jiang Han's power rapidly climbing from nearly equal to gradually surpassing him. In just a few blinks of an eye, Jiang Han had firmly gained the upper hand. "What's going on?" Uncle Long exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Han felt the surging power within him and gradually gained confidence. Stored energy has fully erupted. Combat power increased by 5752, duration 30 minutes. The system notification sounded. Current combat
combat power, 11,679. Zhang Han let out a long breath.
Realizing that his original strength alone was insufficient to contend with the steel-bristled wild boar king, he preemptively tapped into his stored energy. After the burst, his combat power successfully broke through the 10,000 threshold. For both exotic beasts and warriors, a combat power of 10,000 is a critical dividing line. Exotic beasts with combat power exceeding 10,000 are considered lords, rarely seen in fallen cities. Warriors who surpass this threshold are of the general rank, extremely rare, and usually active in the depths of the wilderness. Given the combat power of the steel-bristled wild boar king, this area was originally its domain of dominance. However, with Zhang Han's combat power surging, he was no longer powerless against it. The steel-maned boar king seemed to sense Zhang Han's change, its scarlet eyes slightly calming down. It no longer charged recklessly but instead turned to signal the two mid-level beast generals to probe. Roar! With a low growl, the two beasts exchanged glances, showing slight hesitation. However, the steel-maned boar king's gaze shifted again and charged toward Zhang Han without hesitation. Although its intelligence was not fully developed, it had some ability to judge.
Zhang Han's sudden surge in combat power left it uncertain, prompting it to send its subordinates to test the waters first.
Unfortunately, Zhang Han faced the two mid-level beast generals with no pressure at all, while Uncle Long stood ready for battle.
Xiao Han, one per person, finish them quickly.
Uncle Long's tone was grave. If these two were not dealt with, it would be difficult to contend with the steel-tusk wild boar king. Before the words had even faded, Zhang Han raised his right hand to block. Uncle Long, step back a bit, don't get caught in the crossfire. Though reluctant, Uncle Long had to admit that Zhang Han had far surpassed him, his strength doubling. He silently stepped back a few paces, making room for Zhang Han to fight. Zhang Han turned around and charged straight at the two intermediate beast generals. Slow, too slow, he muttered to himself, the cleaver swinging relentlessly. Combat power erupted, breaking through 10,000 points, while the four-dimensional attributes also temporarily soared. The original attributes of around 150 points now all exceeded 350. In Zhang Han's eyes, the two originally agile intermediate beast generals now moved sluggishly like mud. Even without activating insight, he could fully capture their every move. Relying on sheer combat power, with just one strike, Zhang Han precisely hit their weak points, combining it with a critical hit of 3,500 strength points, instantly slaying the two intermediate beast generals. Congratulations to the host for killing the intermediate beast general, the Scarlet Spirit Ape, gaining 596 experience points and 148 talent proficiency points. Congratulations to the host for killing the intermediate beast general, the Heterochromatic Tiger, gaining 589 experience points and 147 talent proficiency points. The continuous sound of notifications made Zhang Han feel completely relaxed, immersed in the sense of accomplishment brought by hunting exotic beasts. The steel bristle wild boar king witnessed its subordinate fall easily, its eyes filled with increased wariness, yet it still refused to retreat. This happened to align perfectly with Zhang Han's intentions. With the burst of energy empowering him, his combat strength exceeded 10,000, and the enhancements of insight and critical strike gave him the confidence to face the steel-tusk wild boar king. The blazing fire within him continuously spurred him on, especially when confronting the steel-tusk wild boar king, as if only it was worthy of his full effort. Zhang Han could only attribute this to a combative mindset, but at this moment, such a mindset undoubtedly became an asset, allowing him to focus and maintain the state of insight.
After sending its subordinates to probe, the steel-tusk wild boar king had already made its decision.
The person before him now had combat strength equal to his own, so he couldn't charge recklessly.
Its hooves scraped the ground, its gaze fixed on Zhang Han, searching for a flaw. Zhang Han remained calm and composed, steadily advancing.
The kitchen knife in his hand was stained with the blood of the strange beast, his armor gleaming, and under the sunset, his long shadow stretched across the ground. In front of him stood the steel-maned boar king, over 5 meters tall and massive in size. Uncle Long gazed at the scene from afar, surprisingly feeling a sense of harmony. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. I must be getting old. He called out loudly, Xiao Han, the steel-maned boar king's back has extremely strong defenses.
Attack its abdomen after giving birth. The abdomen lacks tough skin and is its weak point. Zhang Han waved his hand lightly to indicate his understanding, the weak point on the abdomen already marked. Before its combat power erupted, its only weakness was the abdomen. But after surpassing 10,000, in Zhang Han's eyes, the steel bristle wild boar king was full of flaws. Zhang Han was in no hurry. The combat power boost lasted for half an hour, enough to finish the fight. He approached steadily, while the steel bristle wild boar king grew restless and uneasy. After giving birth, its combat power had greatly diminished. The enemies it once easily crushed were now facing the explosive Zhang Han.
Reason was overshadowed by anger, and the steel-maned boar king launched a sudden charge. Zhang Han laughed aloud. Though he wasn't entirely certain of the steel-maned boar king's current strength, he had discerned numerous flaws in its movements, and the pressure was far less than before. The steel-maned boar king was slightly stronger, but not invincible.
Zhang Han's goal was not merely to defeat defeat, but to completely slay it. Since the cards are already on the table, failing to gain anything would feel like a significant loss. The Steel-Tusk Wild Boar King is incredibly fast, with curved, slender tusks that appear exceptionally sharp under the setting sun. If struck by it, armor would be as good as useless, inevitably pierced through. How could Zhang Han just stand there waiting to be struck? He only waited for it to enter within a 10-meter range before abruptly reducing his speed. Taking the opportunity to sidestep and dodge, he gripped the knife with both hands and fiercely stabbed the steel-bristled Wild Boar King's side. Thud! The blade struck, but it was like hitting a ball, rebounding with a muffled sound. Zhang Han immediately felt that this method would be ineffective. Although the kitchen knife was sturdy, it lacked sufficient sharpness. The Steel-Mane Boar King, though weakened, still boasts peak defense, nearly maxed out. Even among beasts of the same level, those with top-tier defense are rare. Despite Zhang Han's combat power exceeding 10,000, he still struggles to shake its defense, even when striking the abdomen. A different strategy to break its defense must be found. Dodging aside, Zhang Han caught sight of a protruding golden flaw behind the Steel-Mane Wild Boar King. His brow twitched. Could it be? The insight mark was actually at the Steel-Mane Wild Boar King's excretion spot. Absurd! But apart from low-level exotic beasts, the golden flaw first appeared on the Steel-Bristle Wild Boar King. Zhang Han firmly believed that if he struck this spot, it would surely break through its defense. However, the Steel-Bristle Wild Boar King evaded the blow. Its movements suddenly slowed, seemingly defying inertia, leaving several hoof marks on the ground before turning around and charging again. Zhang Han's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The Steel-Mane Boar King weighs over 20 tons and just sprinted 100 meters in 3 seconds. With such inertia, it decelerated and turned seamlessly without any pause. Zhang Han could only attribute this to its unparalleled physical prowess. Gripping the kitchen knife tightly, Zhang Han no longer hesitated and charged toward the Steel-Mane Boar King. Although breaking the defense is hopeless, an injury is not considered one without bleeding. The Steel-Mane Wild Boar King may block the blade, but it feels the real force. Now Zhang Han seems to be challenging a boss beyond his level, unable to break the defense and forced to deduct health. Though the damage is minor, accumulating over time can still cause internal injuries. The key lies in whether the Steel-Bristle Boar King can be worn down within the outbreak time limit. Fortunately, insight provided assistance, and the Steel-Bristle Boar King's single attack method had limited impact on Zhang Han. Zhang Han skillfully dodged and swung his blade 7 or 8 times, enraging the Steel-Bristle Boar King. It was kite to the point of being unable to move, growing increasingly agitated. After becoming a lord, the Steel-Mane Boar King had never encountered such humiliation. Without waiting for it to counterattack, Zhang Han's figure suddenly accelerated, doubling his speed. It was precisely at this moment that the system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host, the proficiency of the talent Critical Strike has reached max level and has automatically upgraded. Critical Strike, 60% chance to deal a critical hit, causing damage equal to strength times 6. Current proficiency, 53 out of 4000. Congratulations, host. The martial skill Ninefold Thunderblade has reached max proficiency and automatically leveled up. Ninefold Thunderblade LV2, when using blade type attacks, strength times 4, agility times 4. Current proficiency, 16/4000. The continuous prompts greatly boosted Zhang Han's confidence. After the upgrade, the power surged to 354 points. Combined with critical hits and the Ninefold Thunderblade bonus, the explosive power reached as high as 8500 points. A single slash was enough to sever mountains and split waters. This is the confidence Zhang Han has to face the Steel-Bristle Wild Boar King head-on. Although it is not the peak Steel-Bristle Wild Boar King facing this weakened enemy, hitting the weak spot is enough to cause severe damage. Critical strike. Ninefold Thunderblade. Die. Zhang Han roared, his figure leaping high, the kitchen knife leaving afterimages as it aimed straight at the Steel-Bristle Wild Boar King's head. The strength attribute converts into actual power at approximately a ratio of 1:10. In other words, 1 point of strength equals 10 kilograms of punching power. When Zhang Han unleashes his full power, his strength attribute reaches as high as 8500 points. This amounts to a staggering 85 tons of punching power. This level of strength combined with a sturdy kitchen knife, even though the knife is not sharp. However, when facing the Steel-Bristled Wild Boar King, it can still easily break through its defenses. After several encounters, the Steel-Bristled Wild Boar King had roughly gauged Zhang Han's strength. Although it wasn't weaker than its current combat power, relying on its tough hide, Zhang Han simply couldn't harm it. Understanding this, the Steel-Bristled Wild Boar King felt extremely frustrated, because Zhang Han couldn't hurt it, and it couldn't touch Zhang Han. This creature, for some reason, always felt extremely slippery. Clearly, with its strength, as long as it hit Zhang Han once, he would be seriously injured, yet it couldn't touch Zhang Han even once. At this moment, seeing Zhang Han actively charging forward, the Steel-Bristle Wild Boar King was not angry but rather pleased. Daring to face it head-on? In its eyes, Zhang Han's action was no different from seeking his own death. The pig's hoof scraped the ground fiercely twice, then charged straight at Zhang Han.
Han. This time, the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King used all its strength. Having finally seized such an opportunity, it naturally didn't want to let it slip away, focusing solely on ramming Jiang Han to defeat him, without considering why Jiang Han had suddenly changed. Roar! With a furious roar echoing out, under the sunset's glow, Uncle Long watched as Jiang Han leapt high with a kitchen knife in hand, colliding with the charging Steel Bristle Wild Boar King. The next moment, two powerful forces collided, creating a phantom wave of energy that surged in all directions, stirring up dust.
Uncle Long's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he watched.
When he had decided to bring Jiang Han to the wilderness earlier, Jiang Han's strength was only at the martial master level. Yet, in just a few short days, Jiang Han's strength had skyrocketed, advancing from martial master to great martial master, and now to the martial general level. And now, Jiang Han's direct clash with the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King further shattered Uncle Long's understanding of Jiang Han.
At this moment, Jiang Han is probably not considered a weakling even among the ranks of martial generals, right?
Although the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King is weak after giving birth, it is still a genuine lord-level exotic beast. Even if its combat power of 50,000 has drastically declined, it is beyond what he can imagine. Especially this scene right now, with power so overwhelming that it can stir up airwaves, it proves everything.
In battles of this level, even Uncle Long, a grand martial master, doesn't have the qualifications to participate.
At the center of the battlefield, Jiang Han was enduring an unimaginable physical strain brought on by the eruption of immense power attributes. If not for his constitution doubling along with the burst of combat power, he would have been unable to withstand the force of this strike himself. Even so, the tremendous countershock combined with the impact from the Steel Bristle Boar King traveled up through the cleaver, leaving Jiang Han's arms momentarily numb. It felt as if he had been struck by an electric current. Jiang Han followed the force and was sent flying backward, dissipating the impact to avoid secondary injuries while creating distance from the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King. However, his attention remained fixed on the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King. What Jiang Han hadn't expected was that after this collision, the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King did not continue to pursue him. The previously reckless figure now seemed unsteady, as if it might collapse at any moment. Shaking its massive pig head twice, even its gaze became unfocused and weak. There was also a gash over 10 centimeters long on its head, perfectly matching the length of a cleaver's blade, and at this moment, blood was gushing out. Judging by the looks of it, even the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King couldn't withstand Jiang Han's strike. But thinking about it, it's understandable. 85 tons of force applied to the thin blade of a cleaver creates an extremely small area of impact.
It was equivalent to infinitely amplifying Jiang Han's strength.
Under such circumstances, even if the Steel Bristle Boar King's skin was extremely tough, it couldn't withstand Jiang Han's strike. Moreover, it had charged forward on its own. With his own strength, he forced the Steel Bristle Boar King to a halt, leaving behind scars. It seems you're not invulnerable after all. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes slightly, shook his hand, trying to ease the numbness in his arm. Then he gripped his blade again and charged toward the Steel Bristle Boar King. Previously unable to break through its defenses, Jiang Han could only maneuver around it. But now, in a state of full power, the Steel Bristle Boar King was no match for him in a direct clash, so Jiang Han naturally had no reason to drag it out any longer. More importantly, he had been fighting the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King for less than 2 minutes when he faintly began to hear the sound of the herd of exotic beasts charging toward them. The ground trembled slightly, and the sound came faintly. Everything indicated that the herd of exotic beasts was not far from Jiang Han and his companion. Although there was still some time before his combat power surge ended, Jiang Han knew very well that if they were surrounded by the herd of exotic beasts, even if he could maintain this level of combat power, it would be extremely difficult to break through. Without any area of effect damage skills, even though Jiang Han's strength clearly surpasses that group of exotic beasts, he will eventually reach a point of exhaustion. Therefore, he must fight quickly and decisively. Jiang Han charged back, but the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King was no longer as ferocious as before. After a direct clash, Jiang Han remained completely unscathed, while the Boar King felt dizzy, as if it had been struck hard by a heavy hammer. In his heart, he was surprised at why Jiang Han's strength had suddenly increased so much, but he also understood one thing. With its current state in combat power alone, it was no longer possible to kill Jiang Han and his companion.
Wait, it must wait now.
Once the group of beasts arrives, Jiang Han and his companion will naturally be surrounded and killed. It was precisely because of this understanding that, upon seeing Jiang Han charging over, the steel-bristled Wild Boar King turned and fled. Gone was the previously unstoppable momentum, now resembling a dog that had lost its home,
trying to run.
Seeing the steel-bristled Wild Boar King attempting to escape, Jiang Han's gaze sharpened. The quadruple agility burst of the ninefold Thunderblade pushed his speed higher and higher. All of this seemed somewhat too unreal in Uncle Long's eyes. The battle had progressed to this point, yet he still couldn't figure out how Jiang Han had managed to do it. Just a few minutes ago, when facing the steel-bristled Wild Boar King, he and Jiang Han had no choice but to flee. But in these few minutes, he had personally witnessed Jiang Han suddenly gaining the power to fight the steel-bristled Wild Boar King within a few breaths. Then, after a few exchanges, Zhang Han suddenly erupted, turning the evenly matched battle into one where he overwhelmed the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King. Even a single slash on the hardest skull of the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King could leave a thin, long wound. At this moment, the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King seemed utterly terrified, facing Zhang Han, who approached with a blade, leaving it with no choice but to flee. However, Zhang Han no longer showed any signs of weakness, relentlessly chasing after the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King. His speed was so fast that even Uncle Long, a master martial artist, felt as though he couldn't see his figure clearly. Is this really Chang's son? Sure enough, neither father nor son is simple. Zhang Han repeatedly refreshed Uncle Long's perception of him, initially leaving him astonished. But when he thought of Zhang Han's father, he suddenly felt that everything seemed to make sense. Seeing that Zhang Han was about to chase the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King far away, Uncle Long couldn't help but shout loudly, "Xiao Han, don't get caught up in the fight, let's leave quickly." Zhang Han did not respond to Uncle Long. In fact, he simply had no time to reply to him at the moment. With his speed quadrupled, catching up to the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King wasn't much of a problem for Zhang Han. However, this beast, upon realizing its impending death, struggled desperately. The speed increased once again, and it was attempting to counterattack Zhang Han. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Facing the counterattack of the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King, Zhang Han, despite being cautious and having inside assistance, still suffered a minor injury. His waist was grazed by the tusk of the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King. Fortunately, the kitchen knife blocked in time, coupled with the protective gear given to him by Uncle Long to help dissipate the force. Zhang Han only felt a slight weakness in his waist and a faint pain, but there was no major issue otherwise. However, it was precisely because of this that Zhang Han's anger was completely provoked by the Steel-Bristled Wild Boar King. A critical strike combined with the ninefold Thunder Blade erupted simultaneously, each slash targeting the soft areas of the Steel-Bristled Wild Boar King's waist and abdomen. Even when facing the hardest part, the top of its head, Zhang Han could break through its defense, let alone the slightly softer waist and abdomen. With each slash, Zhang Han would follow up with another cut to widen the wound. The Steel-Mane Boar King, writhing in pain, could only wail in despair. It wanted to fight back, but against Zhang Han, who was fully focused, it found no opportunity. Blood with a strong stench gushed out, and the Steel-Mane Boar King's body grew increasingly weak. Having already been nearly drained of all its strength after giving birth, it was now losing too much blood. Even with the Steel-Mane Boar King's formidable constitution, it was already utterly debilitated at this moment. The sound of the herd of exotic beasts was getting closer and closer. With the help of his insight, Zhang Han could already see the dust rising as the herd ran toward him, just 3 or 4 kilometers away from Zhang Han and the Steel-Bristled Wild Boar King. At the speed of this herd of exotic beasts, it would only take 1 or 2 minutes. However, the Steel-Bristled Wild Boar King seemed unlikely to hold out until then. Critical strike. Ninefold Thunder Blade. The overwhelming force surged once again into both arms, power emanating from the waist, and then the kitchen knife was heavily swung down, landing between the neck of the Steel-Bristled Wild Boar King. A previous strike had hit the neck, leaving a shallow wound. At this moment, under the blessing of insight, Zhang Han's strike landed with extreme precision on the wound between the Steel-Bristled Wild Boar King's neck. Without the tough protective outer layer, Zhang Han's slash was deep and heavy. Roar! With a wail of anguish, the Steel-Bristled Boar King, which had been charging fiercely at Zhang Han, instantly lost control of its body. After a whimper, it rolled on the ground like a ball of flesh. It rolled for dozens of meters before finally coming to a stop, and this time, the once formidable Steel-Bristled Boar King showed no signs of struggle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Lord-level exotic beast Steel-Bristled Wild Boar King, gaining 58,965 experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining +1 proficiency in the insight talent. Congratulations to the host for gaining +896 proficiency in the critical strike talent. Congratulations to the host for gaining +682 proficiency in the ninefold Thunderblade martial skill. Experience points full, automatic upgrade. Experience points full. Experience points. A series of system notifications proved that the Steel-Bristled Boar King had been slain by his single strike. Under the setting sun, only Zhang Han remained standing in place, panting heavily, while not far away lay the corpse of the Steel-Bristled Boar King. The aftereffects of fighting above his level were quite severe. At this moment, Zhang Han felt as if his entire body was utterly exhausted, with the pain in his waist even more intense. Fortunately, the Steel-Bristled Wild Boar King was ultimately killed by him, and the rewards for killing the Steel-Bristled Wild Boar King were equally astonishing, leaving Zhang Han in awe. Not to mention anything else, just the nearly 59,000 experience points alone were enough to make Zhang Han profit immensely from this battle. The feeling of leveling up several times in a row made Zhang Han take a deep breath. One step forward, and the next moment he was already beside the Steel-Bristled Boar King. Reaching out to touch its body, the next moment its massive figure disappeared, leaving only blood that had soaked into the ground. The herd of exotic beasts was getting closer. In Zhang Han's current semi-exhausted state, he couldn't sustain
sustained prolonged combat and had to leave immediately.
Once he had shaken off this group of exotic beasts, it wouldn't be too late to check the gains from this encounter.
Although he didn't examine it closely, Zhang Han didn't need to think to know that the rewards for defeating the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King were absolutely unprecedented and immense. Uncle Long, let's go. Uncle Long was still standing in place, waiting for Zhang Han to return.
At this moment, seeing Zhang Han unharmed, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. Without high-level exotic beasts blocking their way, it was quite easy for Zhang Han and Uncle Long to shake off the herd of exotic beasts behind them. More importantly, without the suppression of the Steel Bristle Boar King, this group of beasts, already disunited, would be even less likely to band together to chase Zhang Han and the others. Before long, the sound of the beasts' frantic running behind them disappeared, along with the rolling clouds of dust. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Han and his companions successfully caught up with Uncle Hu and the others who had left earlier. Or rather, after escaping the tracking range of the Steel Bristle Boar King, they had been waiting for them under a tall tree. After confirming that Uncle Long and Zhang Han were both fine, the group finally relaxed. By the way, brother, how did you escape from the Steel-Tusk Wild Boar King? The group of 5 hurried back across the wasteland under the brief sunset, and Uncle Hu asked the most pressing question. How we escaped? Asked Xiao Han. Uncle Long glanced at Zhang Han and then shrugged. At this moment, Zhang Han was checking the gains after slaughtering the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King and did not hear Uncle Long and the others' conversation.
Host, Zhang Han. Combat power rating, 7,639. Level, 8. Strength, 156. Agility, 145. Constitution, 151. Spirit, 149. Available free attribute points, 300. Experience required for next level up, 8783/64,000. Current talent, Grade A talent, Insight LV2, Grade B talent, Critical Strike LV4. Insight, automatically triggered upon entering combat state, allows insight into the weaknesses of all things. Critical Strike, attacks have a 60% chance to trigger a critical hit, dealing damage equal to Strength 6. Current talent proficiency, Insight, 625/3000, Critical Strike, 1386/4000. Current remaining available talent slots, 0. Current martial skill, Earth Grade Superior, Ninefold Thunderblade LV2. Ninefold Thunderblade LV2, when attacking with blade-type weapons, Strength 4, Agility 4. Current martial skill proficiency, Ninefold Thunderblade LV2, 1036/4000. Currently available items, none. Current system space remaining, 641/1000. Current task, 1000 kills. Stored energy available for burst use, 0. Pink skirt, 796654960. Distributing the 300 free attribute points across the 4-dimensional attributes, each attribute was increased by 75 points. Zhang Han's combat power increased by another 1008, reached 9400 points. Even without the support of explosive combat power, Zhang Han's combat strength is already close to the general level. Based on this experience, with Zhang Han's current strength in the outer regions of the wilderness, as long as he doesn't trigger a beast tide, he can basically dominate the area. Ordinary high-level beast general class exotic beasts pose no threat to Zhang Han in one-on-one situations. Benefiting from the dynamic capture brought by the upgrade, Zhang Han felt that his actual combat power should be even higher. The effects of the Critical Strike and the upgraded Ninefold Thunderblade are even more powerful. The only issue is that whether it's the experience required for Zhang Han's own upgrade, or the experience needed for talent and martial skill upgrades, they have all risen by more than one level. The rewards from hunting the Steel-Tusk Wild Boar King directly raised Zhang Han's upgrade threshold to a level he simply cannot achieve in a short time. However, even so, Zhang Han was already satisfied. This journey to the wilderness lasted only 2 or 3 short days, yet it brought Zhang Han's strength a rapid leap forward. Especially after slaying the Steel-Tusk Wild Boar King. That feeling of continuous leveling up made Zhang Han now somewhat look forward to the next hunt for such high-level exotic beasts. But this kind of thing is just wishful thinking. Achieving such high returns is entirely due to the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King's combat level far surpassing Zhang Han's. Its combat power reached 50,000, while Zhang Han's combat power was only 5 to 6,000 without unleashing energy. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be able to kill the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King. After giving birth, the Steel Mane Boar King falls into a weakened state, with its strength reduced to less than 1/10 of its original power, barely maintaining a combat strength of 10,000. Its tough hide remains its only advantage. Zhang Han unleashed his energy, combined with a critical strike and the upgraded Ninefold Thunderblade, allowing him to slightly overpower the Steel Mane Boar King and ultimately slay it. Several factors were indispensable. If even one element had been missing, the final outcome would have been Zhang Han being entangled by the Steel Mane Boar King, then surrounded and killed by the beast horde. So it seemed that Zhang Han had surpassed his level to slay the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King, but in reality, it was all just a matter of coincidence. If he were to try again, Zhang Han might not necessarily be able to achieve it. Moreover, the stored energy had already been completely exhausted by him. Recognizing his own strength, Zhang Han shook his head with a wry smile, abandoning the unrealistic thoughts in his mind. Xiao Han?
While Zhang Han was lost in thought and not paying attention to the conversations around him, someone patted him on the shoulder. He snapped back to reality and looked toward the person who had patted his shoulder.
Uncle Hu looked at Zhang Han with curiosity and said, "What are you thinking about, kid? You can't even hear people talking to you?"
"Nothing much, just summarizing the experience of fighting the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King."
Zhang Han found an excuse to explain it away, then said, "Uncle Hu, what did you just say?"
"I said, how did you guys manage to escape from the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King?"
"Escape?"
Zhang Han was momentarily stunned, but then suddenly realized. With a flip of his right hand, a flash of light appeared, and the massive corpse of a strange beast materialized before everyone. Uncle Hu and the others instantly stepped back, forming a combat formation.
"Steel Bristle Wild Boar King!"
Upon seeing that it was actually the corpse of a strange beast on the ground, Uncle Dao exclaimed in astonishment.
How could it be?
For some reason, Uncle Hu and the other two only felt their scalps tingling.
At this moment, Zhang Han spoke up. "If we kill the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King, won't it be safe?"
Zhang Han's casual words reached the ears of Uncle Hu and the other two, and what responded to him were their astonished and puzzled gazes.
"Are you serious?"
Uncle Zhao, who had remained silent all along, looked at Zhang Han for a long time before voicing the shared thoughts of the three. "Actually, the whole process was quite thrilling, but after I saw the Steel-Tusk Wild Boar King knock Uncle Long into the air, I don't know why, but a surge of energy suddenly erupted within me.
And then, this happened."
Zhang Han couldn't explain the existence of the system, but the energy burst was real, and Uncle Long could testify to that.
"Now you understand why we were able to escape, right?"
Uncle Long spoke, though his tone carried a hint of helplessness. Originally, he was the strongest in the entire squad, but just now, he was pushed to the front by Zhang Han, a junior from the younger generation.
"This feeling is quite stifling."
Uncle Hu and the other two exchanged glances, as if confirming their own thoughts. Uncle Hu instinctively said, "No wonder Brother Chang asked us to bring you to the wilderness."
Turns out Brother Chang had already planned everything.
But Zhang Han caught another meaning in Uncle Hu's words.
"Wait, coming to the wilderness was actually arranged by his father? Also, what has my father arranged?"
Although Zhang Han was meticulous, at this moment, he couldn't deduce Uncle Hu's meaning just from a few words.
"Uncle Hu, are you saying that my dad asked you to bring me to the wilderness? What do you mean?"
Zhang Han looked at Uncle Hu with a puzzled expression and asked.
Uncle Hu was about to say something but was silenced by a glare from Uncle Long.
"Nothing much, just that before your dad left, he asked us to look after you."
Uncle Long interjected.
Zhang Han felt suspicious deep down but could tell that Uncle Long didn't want to delve further into the topic. He realized that pressing the matter wouldn't yield any results, so he let it go.
However, it was obvious that Uncle Long knew something.
Although Zhang Han did not bring up the matter again, he kept it in mind and was determined to ask his father for clarification the next time they met.
"Xiao Han, put away the steel-bristled Wild Boar King's corpse first. The smell of blood can easily attract other beasts."
Zhang Han nodded, waved his hand, and stored the steel-bristled Wild Boar King into the system space. In this way, 2 Lord-level exotic beasts, a bunch of low-level exotic beasts, along with the black-striped bamboo and the mission rewards, Xiao Han's earnings from this trip to the wilderness are going to exceed 60 million. Just the steel-bristle Wild Boar King alone is priced at 8 million.
So envious.
"No way, when we get back, Xiao Han, if you don't stew 2 old hens for us to have some soup, I'll feel so unbalanced." Uncle Hu, with his straightforward personality, roughly calculated Zhang Han's earnings from this trip and was left with nothing but envy, clicking his tongue. "No problem, when we get back, I'll pick the 2 fattest hens to make soup for you." Zhang Han was also in high spirits. His gains from this trip were already substantial, and the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King was merely the icing on the cake. However, with a selling price of 8 million alliance coins, this icing was quite extravagant. Compared to the profits, I'm more curious about why the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King suddenly went berserk and happened to chase after us. Zhang Han gently stroked his chin and voiced his doubts. "When I saw the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King earlier, it was strong but not frenzied." The matter of why the Steel-Bristled Wild Boar King suddenly went berserk had troubled Zhang Han for a long time. Although he had already slain the Steel-Bristled Wild Boar King, it was all due to his own strength skyrocketing thanks to the system, combined with the weakened state of the Steel-Bristled Wild Boar King, which made it possible. If Zhang Han's strength were slightly inferior, or if the Steel-Bristled Wild Boar King were slightly stronger, then the result would be the complete annihilation of Zhang Han's group. In such a situation, how could Zhang Han not look back and wonder why the Steel-Bristled Wild Boar King suddenly went berserk?
"Are you suggesting that there might be other unforeseen circumstances behind this?"
Uncle Long slightly furrowed his brows, sensing something unusual in Zhang Han's words, and asked, "Do you have any guesses?" Zhang Han nodded, then said in a deep voice, "For the Steel-Bristled Wild Boar King, the most important things are its newly born offspring and the spiritual medicine that helps it recover. As for the rest, from the big commotion you and the others caused earlier, it's clear that the Steel-Bristled Wild Boar King didn't pursue too deeply.
It doesn't have much interest.
The majority of the spiritual herbs in the medicinal base have been picked by me. The only reason that could make it enraged again is that something happened to its offspring. So I suspect that after me, someone else entered the medicinal base and killed the offspring of the Steeltusk Wild Boar King.
That's why the Steeltusk Wild Boar King has fallen into a frenzy. This is the only explanation.
Only this explanation can make sense of why the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King suddenly turned back halfway through chasing Jiang Han and later spread out the beast horde to search for warriors around the city. If not for this, the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King, having just given birth, would have no reason to leave its offspring even for a moment.
So, you're suspecting someone is playing the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Uncle Long's brows furrowed tightly.
In the wilderness, it is the domain of exotic beasts, but it is not uncommon for warriors to enter and encounter them. It is even perfectly normal. If they come across a friendly team, they might even exchange greetings. However, along their journey, even after entering the fallen city, they did not encounter any other warriors.
There are only two possibilities: either the other party was originally in this fallen city, or the commotion they caused was too great, attracting the other party's attention. The other scenario is that someone has been following them all the way.
The first scenario is fine, everything is just a coincidence, and there's nothing to say about it.
But the second scenario,
following them all the way and provoking the Steel Bristle Boar King at a critical moment, must be for the purpose of using the Boar King to destroy their team. With intention against unpreparedness, if Jiang Han hadn't suddenly brought it up, they wouldn't have even considered this possibility, merely thinking they were unlucky. From this point alone, that person has already succeeded.
Jiang Han and his team still have no idea who was behind it.
If Jiang Han hadn't suddenly erupted, their entire squad would have been wiped out by the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King.
What a sinister person. Everyone had this thought pop into their minds. And then, anger surged.
Generally speaking, when a team of martial artists enters the wilderness, even if they aren't particularly close, they wouldn't do something so harmful and self-defeating.
Moreover, leaving any traces behind could even bring trouble upon themselves. But that person did it.
In other words, that person has a grudge against Jiang Han and their squad.
For some reason, the image of a certain squad surfaced in everyone's minds. Uncle Dao took a deep breath and then said, "When we get back, I'll ask Li Yang for a clear explanation."
Only Uncle Long remained rational at this moment.
It might not necessarily be Li Yang and his group.
Perhaps some other martial artist saw the black-striped bamboo in the herb base and couldn't resist.
Pay more attention after we return and see if anyone besides Xiao Han is selling black-striped bamboo in large quantities.
Actually, Jiang Han had already thought of this without Uncle Long mentioning it. The greatest gain from entering the medicinal herb base was the black-striped bamboo, followed by the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King's cubs.
The trading volume of black-striped bamboo was already very low.
Although Jiang Han hadn't counted carefully, there were probably about 30 stalks of black-striped bamboo left in the medicinal herb base.
This amount is definitely not small. Such a large influx of black-striped bamboo into the market couldn't possibly go unnoticed. So Jiang Han and his team just need to go back and find out who has been selling large quantities of black-striped bamboo recently.
The news Jiang Han revealed cast a shadow over everyone's hearts.
Fortunately, this time it's the return journey. The closer to the defense line, the lower the level of the beasts.
With Jiang Han helping out, the rest of them had nothing to do. The only issue was that ever since they learned someone wanted them dead, even the dishes Jiang Han cooked didn't taste as good. Only Jiang Han seemed completely indifferent. Kill the exotic beasts when needed, eat when it's time to eat. Watching the steadily rising experience bar, occasionally accompanied by a smile. It was simply because Jiang Han's own strength was rapidly increasing, and the person scheming behind the scenes only dared to use the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King to achieve their goal, proving that their strength wasn't much higher than Uncle Long and the others. Otherwise, they would have already come to kill him personally. Why resort to using others to do your dirty work? As for those who lack strength and only dare to scheme behind the scenes, Jiang Han has never paid much attention to them,
because sooner or later they will be exposed.
Since his connections among martial artists are still lacking, the investigation of the black pattern bamboo can only be entrusted to Uncle Long and the others.
Even if he's anxious, it won't help.
Walking and stopping along the way, by the afternoon of the second day, Jiang Han and his group finally returned to the iron defense line. Just like when they first arrived, the iron defense line appeared both quiet and noisy. On this side of the high wall, there were many martial artists, making it lively, while on the other side of the high wall, blood had stained the wall. The trees were sparse, giving it a solemn and murderous atmosphere. Following Uncle Long and the others, Jiang Han took out the corpses of the low-level exotic beasts from the system space.
Only the corpses of the black-striped bamboo, silver-winged wolf king, and steel-bristled wild boar king were left, successfully exchanged for 1,020,000 alliance coins. Since most of these beasts were killed by Jiang Han, he alone received a reward of 500,000 alliance coins. Jiang Han was quite satisfied with this amount.
From having nothing before to now carrying 500,000 in the card, the difference is quite significant. Of Of course, the bulk of it will have to wait until returning to the city to be dealt with. Uncle Long had even planned to take Zhang Han to the capital to trade these high-value gains. In the capital, there are more wealthy people, and the value of exotic beast materials naturally rises, yielding a bit more profit. However, after that incident, Uncle Long and the others clearly lost their desire to go to the capital. However, these are not important.
Zhang Han temporarily does not plan to take action regarding the black pattern bamboo to avoid distracting everyone.
Moreover, the materials from the two Lord-level exotic beasts won't experience significant price fluctuations, so going to the capital makes little difference. The key was inserted into the lock hole of the rolling shutter door, and after turning it and pushing upward, the door rolled up on its own, emitting a piercing sound. However, to Zhang Han's ears, it was filled with a sense of familiarity. It had only been a few days since he last returned, yet he suddenly felt a sense of nostalgia. A thin layer of dust had settled on the dining table. Zhang Han hadn't cleaned in the past few days, and Lan City had experienced another dust storm. Even with the door closed, fine dust can still sneak in through various gaps. Stretching lazily, this feeling of being home is truly comfortable. In the wilderness, although Zhang Han's mind wasn't constantly tense, there were rarely moments to truly relax. But at this moment, being in the city and knowing there was no danger, Zhang Han couldn't help but completely relax. A wave of drowsiness surged. In the desolate wilderness, Zhang Han had hardly ever slept soundly, spending his nights in meditation instead. But now, back in a familiar environment, Zhang Han just wanted to have a good sleep. As for everything else, he would deal with it after waking up. Zhang Han skipped dinner and slept from evening until noon the next day, with the sun hanging high in the sky. He was woken up by hunger. Martial artists exert effort. The higher the grade, the more energy is consumed with each move, and replenishing energy relies on eating. With Zhang Han's current appetite, it has already exceeded that of an average person several times over. The vegetables and other items bought before leaving the wasteland had long since rotted, but fortunately, there was still some fresh exotic beast meat left in the system space. A pot of rice was cooked, enough to fill about 7 or 8 bowls. Carrying a piece of lean meat, 3 dishes were stir-fried. Zhang Han ate this meal with great satisfaction. However, after finishing the meal, an inexplicable sense of loneliness crept in. The first thing Uncle Long and the others did after returning was to spend time with their families. As for Zhang Han, with his father absent, he was the only one there. For some reason, Zhang Han suddenly felt like having a drink. He got up, went to a high-end liquor store outside, bought a few bottles of wine, and carefully placed them on the counter. He didn't like drinking. The only time he had ever drunk was with his father. Buying these drinks was merely to keep them for his father. He has made quite a bit of money now, so naturally, he wants his dad to drink better wine. With nothing else to do, Zhang Han simply cleaned the small restaurant from top to bottom again. He ate lunch alone, and then dinner alone. Zhang Han finally couldn't stay any longer. For some reason, the longer I stayed in this small restaurant, the more anxious I felt. So I simply changed into casual clothes and went out. There are still 2 Lord-level exotic beast corpses in the system space that haven't been sold yet, and I also need to update my weapons and armor. This is to avoid the embarrassment of being unprepared when setting out for the wilderness again. The kitchen knife his father gave him, though sturdy and practical, was ultimately somewhat incompatible with the identity of a warrior. A top-tier warrior holding a kitchen knife in his hand seemed far too incongruous. Moreover, while the kitchen knife was easy to handle, it was simply too short for battling exotic beasts. When facing large exotic beasts, even their protective fat layer was thicker than the kitchen knife. Even if the blade penetrated, it would hardly cause significant damage. So Zhang Han needs to purchase a weapon with a high grade that balances both toughness and sharpness. Of course, before that, Zhang Han needs to sell the corpses of those 2 Lord-level exotic beasts, otherwise, with only 50,000 Alliance coins in savings, he wouldn't be qualified to access high-grade weapons and armor. This time, Zhang Han did not go with Chang Hao. Previously, when he went to the wilderness, Zhang Han had taken leave and hadn't been to school for quite a while. Moreover, after presenting the martial artist certification, all that's required is to take the college entrance exam, making it completely unnecessary to stay in school any longer. Previously, Zhang Han had visited the exotic materials market once with Chang Hao, so he had a general understanding of it. However, the last time he came, Zhang Han's own strength wasn't very high, barely passing the martial artist threshold. To purchase high-grade items, one needs to go to the floors above the 6th. Fortunately, Zhang Han carried the martial artist certification, granting him the qualification to access the higher floors. Unlike the lower floors, to access the elevator to the higher floors, one must first input their martial artist identification number. The certification issued upon becoming a martial artist contains a series of numbers, similar to an ordinary person's ID card, corresponding to the region, the time of becoming a warrior, and the unique identification number. Being able to become a warrior already surpasses most people. This system was introduced for easier management. After Zhang Han entered his warrior identification number, a female voice sounded in the elevator. "Welcome, Warrior Zhang Han." The sound came from the speaker. The elevator
elevator went straight up to the 7th floor.
Since he had nothing to do, Jung Han didn't plan to go home so early. It would be better to stroll around the exotic materials market a bit more.
Starting from the 7th floor, it wouldn't be bad to browse all the way up. Jung Han had just stepped out of the elevator when a short-haired woman in professional attire approached him. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed with a rhythmic ditta. "Hello, Mr. Jiang.
I am your shopping guide for this visit. Employee number 2589. I am responsible for introducing the product attributes and prices to you." The sales assistant looked quite decent, especially with her uniform and short hair, which made her appear clean and neat.
"Before choosing a product, I'd like to ask, do you accept exotic beast materials here?"
Although the system space contained items worth tens of millions of alliance coins, Jung Han's bank card only had the 500,000 alliance coins earned from selling low-level beast materials earlier. As for the mission reward, the task hadn't been submitted yet, and Uncle Long hadn't sent the money. 500,000 alliance coins is definitely not a small amount, but Jung Han wanted to go straight to the top and directly purchase a set of general-level weapons and armor, which was far from enough. This feeling was like Jung Han clearly carrying a mountain of gold on his back, yet unable to produce a single coin of cash.
"Honored customer, please follow me." The sales assistant turned and walked away into the distance, leaving Jung Han with only a view of their back. Jung Han followed. The only somewhat peculiar thing was, from the 1st to the 6th floor, there were many martial artists. While it wasn't exactly a sea of people, it was at least lively. But upon reaching the 7th floor, the entire floor had only Jung Han alone.
If it weren't for seeing the bustling scene on the 1st floor after entering, Jung Han would have even doubted whether he had entered the wrong building.
"Well, do you usually not have many people here?" Jung Han finally couldn't hold back the doubts in his heart and asked.
The guide walking ahead turned back, then smiled faintly and said, "No, Mr. Jiang.
There are no items above the 7th floor.
What you are seeing now is all projected by virtual reality technology. After you select the product you want to purchase, the corresponding manufacturer will start production.
However, it can be guaranteed to be delivered to you within 3 days." Projected by virtual reality?
Jung Han glanced around and then was astonished to discover that, without activating insight, he couldn't detect anything unusual with the naked eye. Not only the surrounding shops but even the salesperson in front of him was in a digitized state. This made Jung Han marvel at the advancement of technology.
High-grade weapons and armor are all custom-made on site.
Since warriors have different requirements for weapons and armor, standardized weapons and armor have no market at all. If they are made but cannot be sold, the manufacturers have to bear the loss. A single high-grade weapon can easily cost over 1 million alliance coins, so naturally, no one wants to take on such a risk. However, fortunately, even though it is custom-made, the efficiency is high enough that it can be produced and delivered to the customer within 3 days. Moreover, aside from some exceptionally talented martial artists, ordinary martial artists typically need at least several years of honing to improve their combat strength by 1 level. Jung Han nodded after listening to the guide in front of him and said nothing more. Following the guide to an office, he watched as she knocked on the door, and a man's voice sounded from inside.
"Come in."
The sales assistant pushed the door open, and Jung Han followed inside. The office was spacious, with only a middle-aged man seated inside. Seeing Jung Han and the sales assistant enter, the middle-aged man did not get up but simply looked at the sales assistant.
"All right, you may leave." The sales assistant nodded, turned around, and left the office.
Jung Han watched as the sales assistant transformed into a stream of data after leaving the office, their figure directly dissipating.
"Please have a seat, Mr. Jiang.
I am Huan, the manager responsible for the 7th floor of the Lon City Exotic Materials Market."
"I already know your purpose. May I ask what level of exotic beast materials Mr. Jiang intends to sell?" Huan poured a glass of water for Jung Han and then asked.
"Well, I have the corpses of 2 lord-level exotic beasts. How do you estimate the price?" Jung Han picked up the water cup and took a light sip.
"The corpses of lord-level beasts? And 2 of them?"
A trace of astonishment flashed in Huan's eyes. If he remembered correctly, Jung Han's strength should only be at the level of a martial artist.
How could he possibly possess the corpses of lord-level beasts? However, to reach this position, one must possess the necessary composure.
Jung Han's strength has nothing to do with him. He only cares whether the 2 lord-level exotic beasts Jung Han mentioned are real.
If they are in the interdimensional ring, Mr. Jung can directly extract them. Huan pointed to a spot not far away.
The office is so spacious, yet the furnishings are quite simple, with only a desk and a set of sofas, leaving a specific area intentionally empty. Looking at it now, it seems the space was reserved for placing the corpses of exotic beasts. Jung Han didn't say much either. The exotic materials market was established and operated by the state.
There wouldn't be any messy or chaotic incidents.
Extracting the corpses of the Steel Mane Boar King and the Silver Wing Wolf King from the system space, the previously spacious office instantly felt a bit cramped. The 2 massive exotic beast corpses also startled Huan.
They really are lord-level exotic beasts?
Whether it's exotic beasts or martial artists, the higher the level, the stronger the vitality. Like Like the silver-winged wolf king and the steel-bristled wild boar king, though they had been dead for over a day, they still gave off a vibrant and lively impression. Being able to sit in this position, Huan's own discernment was undoubtedly remarkable. With just a glance, he recognized the two exotic beasts on the ground.
Silver-winged wolf king, steel-bristled wild boar king?
His voice carried a hint of astonishment, while his face showed a trace of doubt as he looked at Zhang Han.
Mr. Jiang, these two exotic beasts. The meaning was clear. He was questioning the origin of these two exotic beasts.
One was extremely rare, and the other had a combat power exceeding 50,000. With Zhang Han's martial artist level strength, it was impossible for them to end up in his possession. The other team members are busy with other matters, so they asked me to help with the sales.
As for the other one, it was given to me by Senior Li Chongyang. This was the explanation Zhang Han had prepared in advance.
Although nothing chaotic usually happens in the exotic materials market, seeing Zhang Han's youth, the other party might aggressively try to lower the price. Bringing up Li Chongyang is very necessary.
Li Chongyang?
Upon hearing this name, Huan was visibly stunned for a moment. After regaining his composure, he didn't say anything but walked over to the two exotic beasts and reached out to touch the fur of the silver-winged wolf king.
Aside from a wound on one wing, there are no external injuries.
All the internal organs were crushed by gravity. It is indeed Li Chongyang's method. When he turned back to look at Zhang Han, Huan's gaze clearly carried a bit more respect. Since the exotic beasts were entrusted to you by Li Chongyang, you must be aware of the value of these two beasts. Their combat strength differs, their exotic materials serve different purposes, and there will naturally be some price differences.
This silver-winged wolf king has just recently undergone a second mutation. Its strength is at the initial lord level, but its fur is intact. The price is 3.3 million alliance coins, recorded as 180 points.
As for the steel-bristled wild boar king, its combat power exceeds 50,000, with strength between mid-level and near high-level lord.
Additionally, its exotic materials have more application scenarios. The price is 8.2 million flat, recorded as 150 points.
After inspecting the conditions of the two exotic beast corpses, Huan gave Zhang Han a quote. This price was not far off from the estimate Uncle Hu and the others had made before Zhang Han arrived. Silver Wing Wolf King, 3 million, Steel Mane Wild Boar King, around 8 million. In other words, after selling the corpses of these two exotic beasts, and counting the earnings from selling the materials of those lower-level exotic beasts earlier, Zhang Han will have a total of 12 million in his hands. Even without selling those black pattern bamboos, Zhang Han's earnings this time are equivalent to several years' income for an ordinary martial artist. It's enough for him to buy a set of weapons and armor suitable for a martial general.
It's just, what use are these points? Alright, let's go with this price.
There wasn't a big difference in price, and Zhang Han was very straightforward.
Alright, Mr. Jiang.
This is a purchase agreement.
Please sign it and fill in your bank card number. The proceeds from the sale will be transferred to that account after you sign.
Huan saw Zhang Han agree and went to the desk to retrieve two paper contracts, handing them to Zhang Han. Zhang Han had never signed a contract before and didn't know there would be such a process. Previously, when Uncle Long and the others sold those low-level exotic beast materials, they didn't encounter this kind of situation.
Huan saw the doubt in Zhang Han's eyes and immediately knew that Zhang Han was a complete newcomer.
Patiently, he explained, it's like this, Mr. Jiang.
The price of the two you are selling is simply too high.
For exotic beast materials of this level, each one must be registered and managed. The contract proves the source of the materials.
Consider it as proof. Zhang Han nodded to show his understanding.
The arrogant silver-winged wolf king and the steel-mane wild boar king were treated as mere goods. After signing his name and leaving his bank card number, Zhang Han asked another question that had been on his mind.
By the way, Manager Hua, what's the use of the points you just mentioned? Every high-level weapon is enchanted, difficult to craft, and extremely powerful.
Therefore, a star rating system was established. To purchase high-level weapons, the buyer's star rating must meet the required standard. Starting from weapons and armor of the Great General level, at least a 1-star rating is required to make a purchase. Certain weapons and armor at the general level also require a 1-star standard. And to earn points and upgrade star levels, one needs to hunt high-level exotic beasts or make donations.
For example, the 2 Lord-level exotic beasts you hunted, Mr. Jiang, meet the criteria for bonus points.
As for donations, 100,000 alliance coins will earn 1 point.
To become 1-star level requires 1,000 points.
Manager Hua did not show any neglect because Zhang Han didn't understand.
In fact, these things are not really secrets.
Elders at home or team captains basically know about them.
Zhang Han's lack of understanding might be because he hasn't encountered these things before.
At this moment, patiently explaining it can be considered as doing Zhang Han a favor. Not to mention, being a martial master at the age of 18 and judging judging by the aura, the combat strength should exceed the martial master level. Definitely qualifies as a genius, and may achieve great accomplishments in the future. Building a good relationship with such a person has no downside.
Jung Han understood after hearing Manager Hua's explanation.
This star rating can roughly be understood as a contribution value. To purchase high-level items, corresponding contributions need to be made. The price of the Silverwing Wolf King is far lower than that of the Steel Bristle Boar King, yet its point value is higher. This is likely because its growth potential far exceeds that of the Steel Bristle Boar King.
He nodded to indicate he understood.
Manager Hua moved quickly. After receiving the contract signed by Jung Han, he waved his right hand, and the two exotic beast corpses in the office were taken away.
Then, after a few operations on the computer, Jung Han's wristband started to ring.
You have received a transfer of 11.5 million Alliance coins to your ICBC bank account ending in 0311.
Current balance, 12 million. The funds have arrived.
Looking at the long string of zeros in the account balance, Jung Han felt somewhat excited.
He even had the urge to take out the Black Strike bamboo and sell it all. This really couldn't be blamed on him. Before the Alliance currency was credited, it ultimately couldn't be spent directly, making it of no use to Jung Han. Other martial artists progress gradually from low to high.
For Jung Han, going from a poor boy to earning over 10 million in just a few days, it's perfectly normal for his mindset to take time to adjust. I still need to purchase weapons and armor, so I won't trouble Manager Hua any further.
With the Alliance currency in hand, Jung Han could now go buy weapons and armor.
He got up to take his leave, but Huan stopped him.
Please wait a moment, Mr. Jiang. This is my business card. If you have anything good to sell next time, feel free to contact me.
As for the price, with the backing of the state, you can rest assured. Things that others can't handle, I can take care of on my end. Jung Han did not refuse the business card handed over by Huan, roughly understanding the reason behind Huan's actions. People are bound to face competition, especially someone like Huan, who holds a high position in the rare materials market.
The competition is naturally even fiercer.
It is obvious without even thinking that Huan is doing this because of performance requirements. It is said that good items can fetch higher prices on the black market, but Jung Han, who is unfamiliar with this, still prefers to sell to the state, which can ensure fairness. This is a membership card, which can only be obtained by spending over 10 million Alliance coins. In the floors above the 6th, you can enjoy a 5% discount. Although Mr. Jiang hasn't reached this standard yet, it's only a matter of time. Jung Han took the business card and rubbed it with his fingers, only to discover a black and gold metal card underneath. Then he heard Huan explain with a smile. The discount isn't significant, but it's definitely an unexpected gain. A 5% discount means that if Jung Han purchases items worth 10 million Alliance coins, he can save 500,000 Alliance coins.
Jung Han accepted this favor.
Putting the business card and membership card into his pocket, Jung Han nodded slightly toward Huan. The smile on Huan's face grew even wider.
Additionally, Huan took out a golden card from the interdimensional space ring and handed it to Jung Han. Tomorrow night, there will be a fairly large auction with many rare and peculiar items. If Mr. Jiang is interested, you can take a look.
Perhaps there might be some unexpected gains.
Is this the benefit brought by a change in status and position?
Jung Han had never encountered these things before, but after his strength improved, they all came rushing in. No refusals. Whether useful or not, just accept them first and deal with it later. Then I wish Mr. Jiang a pleasant shopping experience.
2589.
Huan shouted toward the office door, and then the sound of knocking followed.
Come in.
Jung Han glanced toward the door, and the female sales assistant who had previously disappeared into a stream of data walked in again, wearing high heels.
Take Mr. Jiang around for a walk.
All right, Mr. Jiang, this way please. The female sales assistant nodded slightly, gently gesturing with her right hand to indicate for Jung Han to follow her. After greeting Huan, Jung Han turned and left. Digitalized shopping assistants have one advantage: their service attitude is absolutely impeccable, as everything is pre-programmed. Moreover, whether it's their appearance, figure, or voice, they are all top-notch. Apart from giving Jung Han a sense of illusion upon closer inspection, there are no other drawbacks. Mr. Jiang, the data shows that you are skilled with knives. Do you have any specific requirements? Jung Han responded with a hum and then said, do you have anything in the Tang sword style? Here you go, Mr. Jiang. Please take a look. Guide number 2589 made a slight gesture with her right hand, and the scene before Jung Han changed. On a row of shelves, there was a display of Tang swords. Jung Han originally had little interest in long swords, probably because he was used to using kitchen knives. However, this journey to the wasteland made him realize a truth. The longer the weapon, the stronger it is. There's some truth to this saying. Among long blades, Jung Han particularly favored the Tang Dao. The Tang Dao is actually a general term, though the styles are largely similar. The blade is slender, lacking the heft of a broadsword, and resembles the style of a sword. It can slash, chop, and thrust. Remove the curved blade. Jung Han made another request. The scene of the shelf before him changed once again. That one. Jung Han pointed with his right hand, and the salesperson number 25 2589 walked over, took the Tang sword from the shelf, and handed it to Zhang Han after bringing it back. Mr. Zhang, this Tang sword is made of blue-silver alloy, with a hardness 36 times that of steel. It can withstand over 300 tons of force without damaging the blade. The blade is 1.2 meters long, with a handle length of 20 centimeters and a blade length of 1 meter, weighing 72 kilograms. The entire sword is tempered blue, and the handle is wrapped in soft rattan to prevent it from slipping out of the hand.
Price, 7.4 million alliance coins. Name, Tai Hun. Tai Hun.
The long blade projected by virtual technology is not materialized, but it can move along with Zhang Han's actions. Just by testing the feel, Zhang Han was extremely satisfied with this Tang sword. The most important thing is that the virtual grip of the long blade felt very smooth when swung a few times. There was no awkwardness of being too long or too short. The most critical thing is being sufficiently resilient. It can withstand a force of over 300 tons without chipping, and just this alone is enough to satisfy Zhang Han.
With Zhang Han's current attributes, a full-force swing can unleash nearly 100 tons of power.
Ordinary blades, under such terrifying bursts of strength, would likely snap the moment they come into contact with the hide of a beast. Just like the short knife Zhang Han had purchased earlier, which proved utterly useless. The only issue lies in the price, which is somewhat different from what Zhang Han had in mind. With a deposit of 12 million, Zhang Han originally planned to spend only 4 million on weapons and save the rest for armor. This is because the price of armor is generally significantly higher than that of weapons. At the same level, the price of armor is usually twice that of weapons. The main reason is that armor requires more materials, and warriors are more concerned about their survival. After all, it's a job that involves licking blood off the blade.
The Tai Hun is priced at 7.4 million alliance currency, and even with a 5% discount, the price still exceeds 7 million.
That leaves only 5 million for purchasing armor.
What should I do?
Zhang Han looked down at the completely blue-hued Tai Hun in his hand and still stuck to what he had in mind.
I'll take this knife.
Zhang Han spoke to salesperson number 2589.
Alright, Mr. Jiang,
I have already placed the order with the foundry. Weapon manufacturing requires mold making, melting materials, and repeated forging. It will take about 2 days, and by then, a dedicated person will deliver it to you. Hearing Zhang Han's decision to buy it, a hint of surprise appeared on the face of salesperson number 2589, which was likely a pre-programmed response set by the programmer.
Let's take a look at the armor. Zhang Han nodded. Since he was already here, he might as well buy the armor too. Alright, Mr. Jiang.
Guide number 2589 waved slightly, and the scene before them changed once again. The Tang swords that had filled the shelves disappeared, along with the Tang sword in Zhang Han's hand.
Instead, there were sets of armor.
Mr. Jiang, the armor is divided into multiple components, which can be purchased individually or as a complete set. The most common ones include helmets, chest plates, skirts, leg guards, knee guards, and shields. The sales assistant introduced them on the side, while Zhang Han listened and examined the armor in front of him.
Unlike the armor in those tokusatsu shows,
these real-life armors are all made of genuine materials, and when wearing a complete set of certain armors, apart from the eyes being exposed, the rest of the body is entirely encased in armor.
Just like ancient heavy infantry warriors.
They may look a bit ugly, but they excel in strong protection.
This kind of all-around protection always brings a strong sense of security.
If a part gets damaged during a battle with a beast, it can be purchased separately. However, the price is slightly higher. After listening to the salesperson's introduction, Zhang Han pointed with his right hand to a set of armor that looked extremely heavy not far away and said, "How about this one?"
The sales assistant looked in the direction Zhang Han pointed.
This set of armor has a protection level of 3 and can withstand attacks from most beast general level exotic beasts.
The price is 2.8 million.
Zhang Han didn't know how the protection levels of armor were classified, but upon hearing that it could only withstand attacks from beast general level exotic beasts, he had already given up. The beast general level exotic beasts no longer pose much of a threat to Zhang Han nowadays, unless he is besieged by high-level beast generals. However, if he were besieged by high-level beast generals, this armor would be of no use anyway.
It wouldn't withstand many hits. Is there any higher grade armor? Zhang Han shook his head, indicating that these armors were not suitable.
Guide number 2589 said nothing and waved his right hand again.
These armors have reached level 4 in protection, capable of defending against attacks from lord-level beasts.
It's just that the price is 5 to 10 times higher than the previous batch of armors.
Being able to defend against attacks from lord-level beasts is sufficient, but the price,
5 to 10 times the cost of 2.8 million, means that even the cheapest set of armor is priced at around 15 million. After hearing this price, Zhang Han suddenly realized he knew nothing about these high-level weapons and armor. He originally thought that 12 million was a lot, but he never expected that the protective level of the armor had only been raised by 1 level, yet the price had skyrocketed so much. If he doesn't sell the black-striped bamboo, the 5 million he has won't be enough to buy a suit of armor at all.
Buying parts to piece together a suit of armor?
This thought popped into Zhang Han's mind, but he immediately dismissed dismissed it himself. Armor protection is always designed as a complete set, undergoing repeated adjustments during the design phase to ensure it provides the utmost protection possible without hindering a warrior's range of motion. The pieced-together protective gear is hard to avoid bumping into each other. In this case, rather than piecing together a set, it's better to buy a few main protective items separately. For example, a breastplate and leg guards. Shaking his head, Jung Han ultimately decided not to sell the black patterned bamboo. As for individual protective gear, there was none that Jung Han favored, so he had to give up. After earning 11.5 million and spending 7.03 million, Jung Han left the exotic materials market with the remaining 4.97 million. He headed straight toward the martial artists' hall. Before entering the wilderness next time, Jung Han still needed to obtain the Grand Martial Master certification. Only then could he enter the wilderness alone. As Uncle Long said, Jung Han's current strength is far ahead of the other members of the team, but it's not the kind of absolute dominance. Jung Han's presence in the team doesn't significantly enhance the overall strength. If he wants to maximize benefits, the best approach would be for Jung Han to form his own team. However, Jung Han doesn't fully agree with some of Uncle Long's opinions. The significance of forming a squad lies in compensating for weaknesses. A squad consists of 5 people, with clearly defined roles. Some are responsible for the main attack, some for harassment, and others for scouting the situation with exotic beasts. However, with Jung Han's rapid improvement in strength, ordinary warriors simply cannot keep up with his pace. It seems quite superfluous. He doesn't need assistance from others, his reconnaissance is insightful. So venturing into the wilderness alone is the path most suitable for Jung Han. As night falls and the lights come on, the martial artists guild appears exceptionally lively. Many people choose to come for testing and assessment at night. Scanning around and not spotting anyone he knew, Jung Han went straight to the assessment level area and picked up an assessment application form. The martial artists hall was already Jung Han's 3rd visit. The previous 2 visits were just a few days ago. Speaking of which, since Jung Han bound the system, it has been less than a week, and his combat power has skyrocketed from over 300 to nearly 10,000. This upgrade speed can no longer be described as rapid. The only ones who could compare to Jung Han are probably those top-tier students who have awakened their talents. The problem lies in the fact that their combat power only skyrockets when they awaken their talents. Afterward, to further enhance their combat power, they need to immerse themselves in diligent cultivation while also studying and mastering their talents. Compared to other students with lower-level talents, their speed in improving their strength is unimaginably fast. However, when compared to Jung Han, they are still far behind. Nevertheless, at this stage, it has become extremely difficult for Jung Han to rapidly enhance his strength. After gaining the experience points provided by the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King, the system leveled up 3 times in a row, and the experience points required for system upgrades doubled each time. Up to now, Jung Han needs 64,000 experience points to level up, which is just absurd. Setting aside the path of leveling up to enhance strength, the remaining options are gaining proficiency in talents and martial techniques, both of which are numbers that cannot be achieved in a short time. It's tough. Jung Han's mind wandered aimlessly as he found an empty table to sit at, then filled out the form. However, hesitated in the assessment level column. This column is for the warrior level to be promoted. For example, the first time Jung Han filled in warrior, and the second time he filled in martial master. But this time, Jung Han had already reached the combat power of a grand martial master. However, according to the combat power standards provided by the system, he was still a small step away from becoming a martial general. Yet, relying on the dual talents of insight and critical strike, Jung Han's combat power was far more than it appeared on the surface. If he unleashes his full power, a critical strike combined with the 9-fold thunder blade slashing at the weak point revealed by insight, even a lord-level exotic beast wouldn't withstand Jung Han's single blow. The Steel Bristle Wild Boar King is the best example. So, here's the question. Is the assessment for a Grand Martial Master or a Martial General? Jung Han was truly hesitant. Jung Han understood the principle that a tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be destroyed by the wind. Upgrading so quickly makes it hard not to be noticed. And once noticed, many of Jung Han's secrets would not withstand scrutiny. However, the benefits after becoming a warrior are truly high. As for the benefits of warriors, the country has never concealed them in the slightest and has even been promoting them. When Jung Han had just become a warrior, he was able to receive a subsidy of 20,000 alliance coins per month. This amount of money already exceeds the monthly income of an ordinary family with 2 working spouses and is not lower than the income of some well-off families. After becoming a martial artist, this subsidy increased to 50,000. According to the information provided on the official website of the Martial Artists Association, if one becomes a martial general, the monthly subsidy alone reaches 1 million. In other words, even if Jung Han does nothing, the subsidy every 3 months is equivalent to Jung Han hunting down a silver-winged wolf king. Not to mention there are other benefits as well. Becoming a military officer directly raises the contribution level to 1 star, allowing the purchase of restricted items. Additionally, a city villa is awarded, enabling the officer and their family to move into a villa community specifically built by the nation for military officers. At that time, one's identity and status will be incomparable to before, and even the connections made will undergo a dramatic transformation. After pondering for a while, Jung Han finally wrote the words military officer on the application form. Some things cannot be avoided, especially considering the speed at which his strength is improving. It is very likely that next time, the assessment for the Great General level will take place. At that time, leaping from Martial Master to Great General will only be even more astonishing. Being noticed is just a matter of time. In this situation, it might be better to enjoy the benefits of the general level sooner. What should be worried about now is how to pass the general level assessment. After filling out the application assessment form, Jung Han took the form to submit the application. However, when the staff saw the words Martial General written on Jung Han's submitted application form, they couldn't help but look up at Jung Han. They carefully confirmed Jung Han's talent once again. C-level talent, heavy strike? Are you sure there's no mistake? Young man, you must have filled it out wrong. This section should be for martial artist, not martial general. The person in charge was a middle-aged woman in her 30s. She handed Jung Han a new form after retrieving one. Take it back and fill it out again. This time, don't make a mistake. Jung Han did not take it. He just smiled and said, no mistake, it's the martial general assessment. The middle-aged woman glanced at Jung Han again, but this time said nothing more. She probably regarded Jung Han as a young lad who didn't know his limits, or simply someone testing his own strength through the assessment. The Martial Hall provides strength testing services, but this service comes with a fee of 1,000 alliance coins per session. However, if it is an assessment, this fee can be waived. Of course, assessments are not unlimited. Unless the assessment is passed, if one fails, there is only one chance per year. It's no wonder she thought this way. After all, Jung Han's C-level talent makes it virtually impossible to pass the martial general assessment. In other words, with C-level talent, it's impossible to achieve martial general level strength in this lifetime. Regarding this, Jung Han had no solution either. The talent test results cannot be altered, as there has never been a case of talent changing. Holding the stamped application form, Jung Han went straight upstairs. The assessment for the warrior level takes place on higher floors. However, upon arriving at the location, Jung Han realized something was amiss. The assessment for the warrior general level is different from the assessments for warriors and martial masters. There are no tests for strength or agility. The assessment for the warrior general level consists of only 2 items: completing a test paper and undergoing a direct combat evaluation. Jung Han could understand the combat evaluation, but the test paper left him completely baffled. One of the questions gave him a picture and asked Jung Han to write down his feelings after seeing it. The picture was simple: a giant beast over 100 meters tall standing in the city, not much different in height from the surrounding dozens of stories high buildings. Jung Han's answer was equally simple: top-tier exotic beast, extremely dangerous, countless casualties among ordinary humans and low-level warriors. A set of test questions took Jung Han half an hour to complete. Unlike the usual exam content, the questions in this set were varied and unconventional. If it weren't for the fact that the test was provided by the Martial Artists Association, Jung Han would likely not have even glanced at it under normal circumstances. After completing the test and submitting it, the next step was the practical assessment. As the metal door slowly closed, rows of lights illuminated the space. Unlike the previous assessments, this time the practical assessment venue was very large, with both its length and width exceeding 100 meters and its height surpassing 15 meters. It is equivalent to freeing up 5 floors of space to build a practical testing ground. Exaggerated. After seeing the venue clearly, Jung Han took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the Tang sword in his hand. He understood very well why the Martial Artists Hall would create such a large venue. About 30 meters ahead of Jung Han, the figure of a strange beast gradually coalesced, becoming solid. Roar! The ferocious lion's roar echoed throughout the testing ground, making Jung Han's ears buzz. Lord-level beast, explosive flame lion. The lion, as the king of the grasslands, was already at the top of the grassland food chain before the mutation. Except for a few animals like rhinos and elephants with massive physiques, all other creatures fell within their hunting range. After the mutation, the blazing lion's strength was greatly enhanced. Just like the male blazing lion in front of him, its entire body was covered in fiery red mane, with slender fangs tucked above its lower jaw, and its gaze was even colder. Jung Han had no doubt that if he were truly bitten by this blazing lion, those slender fangs would easily pierce through his skin. Facing its cold eyes, Jung Han instinctively tightened his grip on the Tang sword in his hand. Even though he knew deep down that his combat strength was not much weaker than the blazing lion, the outcome of a true life-and-death battle was still uncertain. But there was always a pressure lingering in his heart that he couldn't shake off. Roar! Another furious roar echoed, the powerful sound reverberating back and forth in the narrow testing room. In that instant, Jung Han felt his mind go blank. He watched helplessly as the flame lion charged toward him, yet he had no no intention of raising his blade.
Is this the lion's roar?
The testing room, just over 100 meters long, took only a few seconds for Jiang Han and the others to traverse at their current speed.
In the blink of an eye,
The explosive flame lion, which had been dozens of meters away, was now right in front of him. Jiang Han furrowed his brows, forcing himself to snap out of his blank state of mind.
Insight.
After the upgrade of Insight, it not only came with dynamic capture but also allowed Jiang Han to activate Insight more effortlessly.
With a single thought, the speed of the blazing flame lion, which had originally left a red afterimage, suddenly slowed down. The afterimage vanished.
From Jiang Han's perspective, the massive lion paw of the blazing flame lion was striking toward his face. The force is immense, and Jiang Han estimates that the power contained in this claw exceeds at least 10 tons. The air is split by the lion's claw, even accompanied by faint sonic booms. In the next moment, Jiang Han, who was standing in place, has already disappeared.
Ninefold Thunder Blade.
Speaking of which, this was Jiang Han's first time relying on his own strength to battle a lord-level exotic beast. The silver-winged wolf king was slain by Wu Ho, while the steel-bristled wild boar king ultimately fell due to its postpartum weakness and Jiang Han taking advantage of his energy burst. This time, however, Jiang Han had no external assistance. Although the explosive flame lion was a virtual projection created by technology and wouldn't cause him any physical harm, being struck by its claw would still result in the system determining that Jiang Han was injured, potentially leading to immediate failure in the assessment. The quadruple agility burst provided by the ninefold thunder blade allowed Jiang Han to easily dodge the powerful claw strike of the blazing flame lion. Then, a blade slashed out.
The insight revealed two weak points, the neck and the belly. Jiang Han wanted to attack the neck.
If he succeeded, it would directly destroy the blazing lion's central nervous system, and by then, the initiative to advance or retreat would be in Jiang Han's hands.
However, there was a very obvious problem with attacking the neck.
The blazing lion was over 4 meters tall, so to attack he could only leap. But Jiang Han had no means of flight, and in the air, he would be unable to change his posture. In this level of fierce combat, even a momentary gap might be seized by the opponent, delivering a fatal blow. Jiang Han firmly believed that the explosive flame lion would not miss such a good opportunity, so he dared not take any risks.
Attacking its soft belly would yield the best outcome.
Jiang Han's strike did not trigger a critical hit, but even so, with the support of the ninefold thunderblade, the force of this strike exceeded 10 tons. However, when the blade touched the skin of the blazing lion's abdomen, a sound like scraping against leather was heard.
It didn't pierce the skin of the blazing lion's abdomen at all. Jiang Han could confirm that this strike was very precise and indeed aimed at the weak point marked by Insight. But why didn't it have any effect? He knew the steel mane boar king's defense was formidable, but even the defense of the blazing lion was this tough? Could it be that every lord-level exotic beast is this resistant to attacks?
As the two sides brushed past each other, Jiang Han frowned deeply, looking at the blazing lion not far away, pondering a strategy in his mind.
However, the blazing flame lion clearly wouldn't give him any time. After its first strike failed, it turned around and charged again. This time, its speed was even faster.
When it was about 10 meters away from Jiang Han, it leaped forward, its massive beastly body pouncing toward him. Jiang Han raised his eyes and saw the blazing flame lion's claws reaching for him.
At the same time, its mouth opened wide.
Just from the size of that mouth, Jiang Han felt he might not even be enough for the blazing flame lion to swallow in one bite. The two sides' physiques were simply not on the same level. Just the fangs in its mouth were longer than Jiang Han's lower body. However, Jiang Han was not the type to sit and wait for death. Seeing the blazing flame lion pounce to bite, Jiang Han's eyelids suddenly twitched, and in a flash of thought, he had already figured out a way to break the deadlock. His legs suddenly exerted force, and his whole body charged back toward the blazing flame lion. Since the defense of the blazing lion cannot be broken from the outside, then charge inside. The Tang sword in hand slightly raised, held horizontally in front, the whole body decisively curled up. The blazing lion, lacking insight enhancement, rushed at Jiang Han with full speed. Before it could react, it only felt a sharp pain in its throat.
Critical hit. Ninefold Thunder Blade. Jiang Han's furious voice echoed from within, and the next moment, piercing pain surged through its body. Roar!
The blazing flame lion let out two frenzied roars, attempting to struggle, but ultimately could not stop Jiang Han. In just a breath's time, it turned into specks of light and vanished within the combat testing room. Amidst the fluorescence, Jiang Han's figure slowly emerged, holding a tang knife, taking a deep breath, and then exhaling.
He guessed correctly. The explosive flame lion's skin was tough.
If this stalemate continued, the final outcome would only be a matter of time. Either Jiang Han would be worn down to death by it, or it would be worn down to death by Jiang Han. But doing so was far too time-consuming, and the outcome was uncontrollable. Perhaps Jiang Han might be slightly careless and give the blazing flame lion an opportunity, and that earlier action was purely a sudden idea upon seeing the blazing flame lion's wide-open mouth. The exotic beasts in the actual combat testing room are all generated by system projections. Under such circumstances, whether the test is passed depends on whether the warrior inflicts sufficient damage on the projected exotic
exotic beast. The combat testing room will collect damage data and provide an evaluation.
Zhang Han burrowed into the body of the flame lion, which did not affect him in any way. On the contrary, after entering it, he identified and marked more than 10 golden weak points. Faced with this situation, what Zhang Han needed to do was very simple.
Swing the blade with full force, no matter where it strikes.
Dozens of tons of force slashed into the soft internal organs. Even with the explosive lion's strong vitality, survival was absolutely impossible.
The result was obvious. Zhang Han's gamble paid off. Congratulations on passing the assessment.
This test rating, A+. Killing the virtual exotic beast did not yield experience points, but it did provide several hundred points of talent and skill proficiency.
It could be considered a consolation.
Though it was little, it was better than nothing.
After the system determined Zhang Han had passed the assessment, the previously closed alloy door reopened.
The lights in the assessment room all turned on.
A+ assessment?
The examiner waiting at the door listened to the result given by the testing system, his eyes full of astonishment as he looked at Zhang Han, who was panting heavily in the testing room not far away, momentarily at a loss for words. An 18-year-old martial general, this talent was already enough to rival those geniuses who had awakened S-level abilities.
The most crucial point is that Zhang Han awakened only a C-level talent, Heavy Strike. This is the most important aspect,
because C-level talent, in general societal perception, is considered to have no future whatsoever. Even though it is slightly better than those who failed to awaken any talent, it is still not much better. If you're lucky, or if your family is wealthy, you can raise your combat power to the warrior level before the college entrance exam and get into a decent university.
But that's about it for this life.
With barely 1,000 combat power, no teen would take you into the wilderness.
When the examiner first saw Zhang Han's application form, they thought they had misread it. After confirming with Zhang Han twice, they finally allowed him into the practical testing room.
Initially, they thought Zhang Han was just here to broaden his horizons, but now it seems
that boy's previous demeanor was actually due to confidence.
18 years old, C-level talent, a martial general level expert. These words together seem extremely incongruous, yet at this moment they are perfectly combined, resulting in Zhang Han, who just received an A+ evaluation. With a look of astonishment and bitterness, the examiner glanced down at Zhang Han's application form and then wrote an A+ evaluation in the assessment results column. Seeing Zhang Han coming out of the testing room, the examiner slightly bowed to him.
Congratulations, warrior Zhang Han.
I hope you can fight for the future of humanity in the days to come. Seeing the other party bow, Zhang Han also nodded in response. The military officer badge needs to be temporarily made, but it will be delivered to your address by tomorrow morning.
Your information can be updated tonight.
Being able to become a military officer already signifies possessing the strength to be a mainstay in humanity's fight against the beasts.
Becoming a military officer level proves that one is capable of hunting Lord-level beasts.
Lord-level exotic beasts hold a somewhat transcendent status, not only due to their formidable strength but, more importantly, because upon becoming Lord-level exotic beasts, they gain basic intelligence and can command groups of exotic beasts.
This has been concluded from the long-standing battles between humans and exotic beasts.
Wherever there is an exotic beast tide, there is bound to be the presence of a Lord-level exotic beast. It is precisely for this reason that the level of Martial General or Lord is considered a watershed in terms of strength.
Crossing this threshold signifies entering the realm of high-level combat power.
No wonder this examiner's attitude toward Zhang Han carried a touch of respect. It was entirely because Zhang Han's status had risen significantly after advancing to the rank of Martial General. Zhang Han had some understanding of this, but seeing the other party's demeanor at this moment still made him feel a bit uncomfortable. After returning the weapons and armor he was wearing, Zhang Han completed a simple registration and then left the martial artists guild hall.
After a night of activity, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening.
What Zhang Han didn't know was that after he left, the examiner who had been responsible for him took Zhang Han's assessment application form straight to the top floor and knocked on the door of an office.
On the office door, the words director were written. Come in, an elderly voice echoed in the office.
The examiner pushed the door open and saw an elderly woman with silver hair sitting at the desk. Her face bore a few age spots, full of wrinkles, and her long silver hair was tied behind her.
Old, yet appearing capable. When the examiner entered, the elderly woman looked up and noticed the examiner's complex expression. She frowned slightly. Xiao Zhang? What's the matter?
Director Su, someone just passed the Martial General level assessment. Examiner Zhang spoke with a mix of excitement and enthusiasm on his face.
Martial General level? And then?
The elderly woman, hearing Examiner Zhang's words, capped the pen in her hand and said, although passing the Martial General level is rare, it's not such a big deal, is it?
Why the rush? No.
Hearing the old woman say this, Examiner Zhang's emotions were visibly a bit agitated, and he walked over holding a form in his hand. You'd better take a look at the contents of this form first, then you'll understand why I'm so agitated. After placing the form down, Examiner Zhang stepped back 2 steps. Then she saw the old woman's fingers move slightly, and the form originally placed on the table flew up and landed in her hand. If Jiang Han were to witness this scene, he would likely be utterly astonished, but Examiner Zhang seemed to have anticipated it all along and simply waited silently on the side. The old woman did not dwell on anything. Since Examiner Zhang said so, he naturally had his reasons. As for why this was the case, one glance at the form would reveal the answer. Jiang Han, 18 years old, warrior level. The old woman's eyes seemed a bit presbyopic. She adjusted the glasses on her nose and muttered to herself as she read, but when she reached this part, she suddenly stopped. 18-year-old general? Even the old woman's voice carried a hint of astonishment. Good seedling, an 18-year-old warrior with boundless potential. Xiao Shang, you did very well. After confirming that he hadn't seen wrong, the originally somewhat serious face broke into a smile. Looking at Examiner Zhang, who stood respectfully a few steps away, he offered a word of praise. Unexpectedly, Examiner Zhang, upon hearing the old woman's words, kept shaking his head. Not just because of this, take another look. Examiner Zhang pointed at the application form. The elderly woman stopped speaking, focusing all her attention on the application form in her hands. Attending Lan City's 7th middle school, the same school as Little Fish? Talent, C-level talent, heavy strike. The old woman suddenly fell silent. Her brows furrowed slightly, and she said nothing, merely waving her hand toward Examiner Zhang. Examiner Zhang naturally understood what the old woman meant. After a slight bow, he turned and left the office. As for the old woman sitting in the chair, her frown deepened after Examiner Zhang left. An 18-year-old general, but the talent is only C-level? It shouldn't be. Jiang Han, who had just arrived home after jogging all the way, was unaware that his application form had been placed on the desk of the director of the Lan City Martial Artists Association. After arriving home, he washed up briefly, then sat cross-legged on the bed, with his 5 hearts facing the sky. In the midst of the city, Jiang Han could rarely find peace to cultivate. Sunlight streamed through the small window, casting onto Jiang Han, giving him a warm and cozy feeling all over. Letting out a long breath, Jiang Han slowly opened his eyes. A whole night of cultivation left him feeling refreshed and invigorated. Compared to sleeping, cultivation clearly provided more replenishment for the body. A full 10 hours of cultivation had earned Jiang Han another 12 attribute points. This harvest is definitely not insignificant. However, the only issue is that cultivation seems to have a fatigue factor. At the beginning, Jiang Han could gain 1 attribute every half an hour, but as time went on, the attributes gained became fewer. Often, it would take 3 to 4 hours to increase by 1. Even so, Jiang Han was very satisfied, able to gain 12 attribute points in one night, which is basically half of the system reward for leveling up. If this progress continues, Jiang Han's combat power will steadily improve. Seems like staying in the city to train isn't a bad idea after all. Jiang Han stretched lazily, his bones making cracking sounds. Sitting cross-legged for an entire night left his legs slightly numb. However, this was nothing for Jiang Han. He stomped his legs on the ground twice, and the blood circulation quickly restored them. After a night of cultivation, he felt hungry. After washing up, Jiang Han cooked himself a pot of porridge. Too lazy to go back and forth to the kitchen to serve the food, he simply brought the pot out, added 2 salted duck eggs, and it turned out to be quite a hearty meal, mainly because the portion was sufficient. After his combat strength improved, Jiang Han's appetite also increased. Moreover, he could clearly feel that after his physique points surpassed 200, his digestion ability had also enhanced. The difference lies in the fact that the energy after digestion is stored rather than converted into fat. This is probably another benefit of becoming a martial artist. Young man. However, just as Jiang Han was focused on drinking his porridge, an elderly woman's voice sounded at the entrance of the restaurant. Looking up, the elderly woman was dressed in simple coarse linen clothes, her silver hair tied behind her head. A kind smile graced her face as she looked in his direction. Sorry, ma'am, the restaurant isn't open yet. Jiang Han put down his chopsticks and replied. Normally, restaurants open at noon, and it was just 8:15 in the morning. Hee, old lady, I'm hungry. Can you spare me some porridge? Hearing Jiang Han's words, the elderly woman at the door seemed not to hear and continued talking to herself. Jiang Han glanced at the pot of porridge, then stood up and said, all right, Grandma, come in and sit down. I'll go get you a bowl. Jiang Han did not refuse, mainly because there was enough porridge in the pot. How much could an elderly woman eat? Giving her a bowl was no big deal. He went to the kitchen and brought out a clean set of bowls and chopsticks. Jiang Han served a bowl of rice porridge for the elderly woman. While cooking the porridge, he had specially added some finely sliced wild boar tenderloin. The meat was tender, and the flavor of the porridge became even richer. The bowl was filled to the brim, and the elderly woman did not stand on ceremony. After expressing her thanks, she picked up the chopsticks and began to eat. However, after just one sip, she closed her eyes slightly. The tenderloin of the blue-backed wild boar, paired with rice porridge, is truly an exceptional taste. It's been a long time since I've had it. Jiang Han heard the old woman's words and said with a hint of surprise, Grandma, how do you know this is the tenderloin of a blue-backed wild boar? The tenderloin
tenderloin of the blue-backed wild boar is more tender than that of ordinary domestic pigs that haven't mutated, tastes better, and is also more nutritious.
Although it was just an ordinary exotic beast, because its meat was tender, Zhang Han specifically took out the tenderloin after killing it and stored it in the system space.
This isn't the key point. The key point is, how did this elderly woman recognize that this was the tenderloin of a tsang-backed wild boar?
The old man at home used to be a warrior and was quite skilled at cooking. When he went out to hunt exotic beasts, he would occasionally bring back some exotic beast meat. Thinking about it, ever since the old man at home passed away, it's been almost 7 or 8 years since this old woman has had such delicious porridge.
Zhang Han heard this and apologized. "I'm sorry, Grandma, I didn't expect." The old woman smiled and shook her head. "It's fine. The old man reached his age and left first. Nothing to apologize for."
Zhang Han nodded and pushed the plate with salted duck eggs a little closer. "Grandma, try eating the salted duck egg with the porridge, it tastes better."
Haha, alright.
The elderly woman did not refuse, and the two of them drank porridge while chatting casually. In fact, it was mainly the elderly woman talking, occasionally asking Zhang Han some questions about himself. As for these things, Zhang Han answered every question without hesitation. During the conversation, when asked why Zhang Han wasn't attending school at this time, Zhang Han explained that he had taken leave. "Speaking of which, my little granddaughter also goes to 7th middle school. That girl isn't very focused on her studies, and her grades aren't very good." The elderly woman said this as she put down her chopsticks. Zhang Han served her a full bowl, originally thinking there would be some left over. Unexpectedly, the elderly woman had quite an appetite and actually finished it all. "It's been a long time since I've had such delicious porridge. Xiao Jiang, thank you for giving this old lady a bowl of porridge." The elderly woman had a kind smile on her face as she looked at Zhang Han, her gaze soft and gentle.
"It's no problem, Grandma Su. I should be around for the next few days. If you'd like some porridge, you can come by every morning."
Although he had only spent a brief 10 minutes with the elderly woman, she gave him a very warm and familiar feeling. Can't quite explain why, but there's this feeling. Perhaps it's also because Zhang Han had never seen his grandmother or maternal grandmother, and the elderly woman before him overlapped with the image of a grandmother he had imagined. "Then I'll trouble you, Xiao Han, to prepare a bowl of porridge for this old lady as well." Zhang Han got up to see Grandma Su out, only to see Uncle Long and Uncle Hu walking toward him.
"Uncle Long, Uncle Hu."
Zhang Han greeted them, only to find that Uncle Long and Uncle Hu's gazes were fixed on the elderly woman beside him. "Su." Uncle Long was about to say something when he saw the elderly woman slightly raise her right hand. The next moment, Uncle Long's words were swallowed back.
"Grandma Su, I'll leave you here. My captain and the others have arrived." "Haha, alright, I'll be on my way then."
Grandma Su responded to Zhang Han with a smile, then glanced at Uncle Long and Uncle Hu before slowly leaving. As for Uncle Long and Uncle Hu, beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads.
After exchanging a glance, they tacitly fell silent and watched the elderly woman depart. "Uncle Long, Uncle Hu, why are you here?"
After the old woman left, Zhang Han finally turned to look at Uncle Long and the other man.
"Is there any news about the black patterned bamboo?"
Uncle Long shook his head but instead asked Zhang Han, "Xiao Han, that old woman just now, what did she come for?"
"What for?"
"Nothing much, she just had a bowl of porridge and then left."
Zhang Han looked at Uncle Long and the other person, whose foreheads were covered in fine beads of sweat, and asked in confusion, "Is it really that hot? You're actually sweating?"
Although the weather is hot, with Uncle Long and Uncle Hu's physical condition, they can still endure this bit of sun. It shouldn't be enough to make them sweat so much.
The main reason for sweating isn't because of the heat.
Looking at Zhang Han's expression, it seems he really doesn't know the identity of that old woman just now. Uncle Long raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead and exchanged a glance with Uncle Hu.
The two tacitly avoided mentioning the identity of the elderly woman just now.
Instead, they deliberately changed the subject.
"There's news about the black-striped bamboo."
Uncle Long's voice carried a hint of solemnity, and Zhang Han's heart instantly tightened.
"Come in first, we'll talk inside."
Zhang Han led Uncle Long and Uncle Hu into the restaurant and served them each a bowl of porridge. Uncle Hu was not shy and started eating right away, holding the bowl and chopsticks. Uncle Long did not move, his face carrying a hint of seriousness.
"Uncle Long, what's going on?"
Zhang Han looked at Uncle Long and asked.
"After returning, I started pulling strings and asking around about whether there was any black-striped bamboo for sale recently, asking friends to keep an eye out. Just now, one of my friends called me."
Uncle Long frowned slightly and continued. He said that tonight the exotic materials market will organize an auction, where a batch of high-grade items will be auctioned, including a batch of black-striped bamboo.
"An auction?"
Upon hearing Uncle Long mention the word auction, Zhang Han inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. The next moment, he remembered that when he went to the exotic materials market yesterday, Manager Hua seemed to have given him an invitation to the auction.
"Yes, it's the auction."
The auction list was already finalized, but last night, a batch of items was added at the last minute, including the black-veined bamboo.
Everything is just too coincidental.
Black-veined bamboo is rarely seen even once a month, but after that incident in the wilderness, it's now up for auction. There's a
90% chance that the person selling the black-striped bamboo is the one causing trouble in the wilderness. Actually, without Uncle Long saying it, Zhang Han could already connect the dots with a few keywords and be certain that something was going on behind this. Originally, Zhang Han had no interest in the auction, but after receiving this news, he realized he really needed to go. Since that's the case, let's make a trip to the auction then. Zhang Hansi pondered for a few seconds before making a decision. Attending the auction isn't that easy. The key is that you need an invitation to enter. If there were more time, I could pull some strings to get an invitation. But now time is too tight. The auction starts at 8 tonight. Uncle Long frowned slightly and let out a sigh. That feeling of being sabotaged behind your back, unable to catch the culprit, finally getting some news, but being unable to enter the venue due to the lack of an invitation, is truly frustrating. Invitation? Zhang Han chuckled upon hearing this, flipping his right hand, and the golden card from the system space appeared in his hand. I have one. Uncle Long looked over in surprise, and even Uncle who put down his bowl of porridge. I went yesterday to sell the corpses of the Silverwing Wolf King and the Steelmane Boar King. Manager Hua on the 7th floor of the exotic materials market gave me an invitation. Zhang Han explained briefly, and Uncle Long suddenly understood. You sold the corpses of 2 lord-level exotic beasts and earned over 10 million. If it were me, I'd also think about letting you spend a bit more. But in that case, there's no problem anymore. With the invitation letter, we'll go to the auction tonight. Uncle Long had already given up hope, but at this moment, the unexpected turn of events brought him a pleasant surprise. We'll have lunch at your place this afternoon, and after that, we'll head to the auction. Uncle Long thought for a moment and made a decision. Zhang Han naturally agreed. Finding the guy stirring up trouble behind the scenes earlier would also ease Zhang Han's concerns. By then, the batch of black-striped bamboo in his possession could be traded as well. I came over in a hurry this morning and didn't have breakfast. Xiao Han, this porridge you made really smells delicious. Uncle Long had been preoccupied with his worries earlier and didn't have the mind to drink porridge. Now that Zhang Han had resolved his concerns, his appetite naturally returned. If it tastes good, have another bowl. There's more. Zhang Han held a spoon in his hand and served Uncle Hu another bowl. When he was cooking, he had simmered a full pot, originally prepared just for himself. But then Grandma Su, Uncle Long, and Uncle Hu came one after another, and quite a bit was shared. However, it doesn't matter. The difference lies in Zhang Han drinking to full satisfaction versus being 70% full. May I ask who was Mr. Zhang Han? While Zhang Han and the other two were drinking porridge and chatting casually, a man's voice sounded at the door. The three turned to look and saw 2 middle-aged men dressed in uniforms from the exotic materials market. I am. When Zhang Han saw the clothes on the other person, he immediately knew that the Tang sword he purchased yesterday had arrived. Originally, it was supposed to take 2 or 3 days, but it was forged in just one night, which surprised Zhang Han a bit. He got up and walked over to greet them. Hello, Mr. Jiang. This is the item you purchased yesterday. You need to submit proof of identity, then confirm the item is intact before signing for it. Zhang Han had already gone through the process once before. He showed his ID to the other party, and after confirming it was indeed him, the 2 staff members from the exotic materials market opened the rectangular metal box they had brought. After all, it was a weapon worth several million, and the protective measures were quite thorough. When the metal box was opened, a sheathed long blade lay quietly inside. The scabbard was engraved with golden dragon patterns, ancient yet exuding grandeur. With just one glance, Zhang Han fell in love with it. Uncle Long and Uncle Hu came over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing the saber inside, Uncle Long couldn't help but exclaim, "What a fine blade!" Although the blade had not yet been drawn, the craftsmanship alone was enough to reveal its extraordinary value. Zhang Han reached out and picked up Tai Han. The blade was somewhat heavy, but for Zhang Han's current strength, it was just right. If the blade were too light, it would lack a certain sense of feeling. Clang! The sound of metal scraping rang out, and then Tai Han was drawn out by Zhang Han. Just like what he saw when he purchased it yesterday, the entire blade was tempered blue and already sharpened. He flicked his finger against the blade, and a deep humming sound resonated. Despite the blade being slender, it gave off the impression of a heavy sword without an edge. Although spending millions was painful, Zhang Han was very satisfied after receiving the item. With Tai Han, at least for a long period of time, he wouldn't need to worry about weapon issues. Tai Han is more than capable of handling battles against lord-level opponents. At least Zhang Han no longer needs to wield a kitchen knife to fight against exotic beasts. Moreover, the key point is that with Tai Han in hand, a high-grade weapon significantly enhances Zhang Han's combat power as well. Zhang Han's original combat power was still a small step away from breaking 10,000, but now, his combat power has directly surged by 1900 points. After breaking 10,000, there is still a surplus of 1,000. Wow, this knife isn't cheap, is it? Uncle Hu reached out and touched the blade of Tai Han's knife, feeling its icy coolness, then flicked it with his finger. The blade of Tai Han emitted a deep, muffled humming sound, as if the entire blade was resonating. Fortunately, after selling the corpses of those 2 lord-level exotic beasts, Manager Hua from the exotic materials market gave me a membership card. After the discount, it came to just over 7 million. Jiang Han was quite satisfied with the value of the 7 million. The most crucial point was that he used insight to scan the blade and found no weak points, which was enough to prove that the person who forged this tang blade was undoubtedly of master-level skill. The blade was seamless, with no flaws even under insight, which spoke volumes about its hardness. 7 million. Uncle Hu couldn't help but show a hint of envy in his eyes upon hearing Jiang Han report this number. Only you would be willing to spend that much. Uncle Hu smacked his lips and withdrew his hand. That's not necessarily true. Uncle Hu, your income isn't low either, 2 to 3 million a month. In 3 months, you could afford a knife like this, right? Jiang Han was surprised upon hearing this. It's not as simple as you think. Uncle Hu didn't speak, but Uncle Long beside him did. The expenses for a martial artist are more than you imagine. The mortality rate in the wilderness is really too high. Everyone has to buy insurance before setting out, and the amount varies depending on their strength. Moreover, this insurance is only valid for a single trip. For someone like your uncle who with martial artist level strength, the cost of single trip insurance reaches 30,000. Weapons and armor basically need to be replaced every 2 months. There are also expenses for regular supplies and healing. Although the income from martial artists hunting exotic beasts is tax-free, with such high expenses, there's actually not much money left to save. Unless your strength is overwhelming in the wilderness, making insurance, supplies, and equipment replacement unnecessary. Uncle Long spoke, also looking at Jiang Han with a hint of envy. This time you were lucky, gaining so much in one go, but never think the wasteland is just like this. The danger that forced all of humanity to the brink of extinction is far greater than you can imagine. Since Jiang Han lacked sufficient understanding of the wasteland, Uncle Long naturally had to find a way to correct him. Otherwise, incorrect perception could very likely lead Jiang Han to perish in the wilderness. Jiang Han said nothing more, nodded, and then returned the Taihan blade to its sheath. By the way, Xiaohan, have you advanced your warrior level? After advancing, there are quite a few benefits. It's all good for you with no downsides. Anyway, with nothing else to do, might as well chat. Last night, I went for the promotion. The assessment was quite difficult, but fortunately, I passed. The assessment for a Grand Martial Master is indeed quite challenging. I almost failed back then, Uncle Long said earnestly. But passing is what matters. A Grand Martial Master at 18, Xiaohan, your future is limitless. Jiang Han caught the implication in Uncle Long's words and realized he had misunderstood. He wanted to explain, but then he heard a sound coming from the doorway again. Who is Mr. Jiang Han? Jiang Han and the other two looked toward the door again. This time, the newcomer was not wearing the work uniform of the exotic materials market but a dark green uniform. When they saw the newcomer clearly, the expressions on Jiang Han and the other two's faces instantly turned serious. I am. Jiang Han stepped forward, and the person standing at the door saluted Jiang Han, placing their right hand at the temple. Hello, Mr. Jiang Han. I am here on behalf of the Martial Artists Association to deliver your martial artist badge certification. As the 35,895th Martial General of the Celestial Empire, I hope you will stay true to your original aspirations and continue striving for the future of humanity. The country and the people will not forget the contributions you have made. The square-faced man was full of seriousness. This, in turn, caused Jiang Han and the other two, who had been casually chatting, to feel a jolt in their hearts. Jiang Han returned a salute that was fairly standard. Rest assured, I will do my best to hunt the beasts. Jiang Han admitted he wasn't good at saying inspiring words, but whatever he said, he would definitely follow through. Whether it was for others or for himself, Jiang Han would kill as many beasts as possible. Meanwhile, Uncle Long and Uncle Hu stood to the side, staring blankly at Jiang Han and the uniformed middle-aged man. Their expressions were complex, but they said nothing. The middle-aged man took out a small box after listening to Jiang Han. This contains your military officer certificate, Mr. Jiang, as well as the villa key gifted by the state. The villa community is located in the southern part of Lan City, number 658. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you further, Mr. Jiang. Wish Mr. Jiang great progress in his cultivation. The middle-aged man came quickly and left just as swiftly. However, the impact he left was even more shocking than when Jiang Han had purchased a $7 million blade. Especially Uncle Long and Uncle Hu, who struggled to accept this answer for a long time. After a long while, Uncle Long murmured, "A martial general? I was just about to tell you, but I didn't get the chance." Jiang Han shrugged. When I applied for the assessment yesterday, I wanted to see how difficult the martial general level assessment was, so I passed it by taking a shortcut.
Jiang Han spoke casually, but to Uncle Long and Uncle Hu, it didn't sound as lighthearted as he made it seem.
Xiao Han. Uncle Long's expression was complex.
The practical test for the warrior level costs 10,000 per session.
Do you know how much I've spent in the testing room over the years?
Uncle Long said helplessly, I've spent a total of 760,000.
Every time I return from the wilderness, I go back to test once.
But without exception, they were all crushed.
Even though my current 4-dimensional attributes are very close to those of a warrior level fighter.
I've worked so hard for so long and still haven't become a warrior, yet you've only been a fighter for such a short time. Jiang Han could clearly sense that when Uncle Long said these words, his eyes were filled with envy. This time, he was truly envious.
Not just Uncle Long, even Uncle Hu felt the same. Xiao Han, if I remember correctly, it hasn't even been a week since you became a martial artist, right? Uncle Hu's face was filled with indescribable astonishment. Kid, could you possibly have an S-level talent? Actually, your combat power has been improving ever since your awakening, right?
Yes,
that's right. After the talent awakens, there will definitely be an adaptation period. That's how it is. Uncle Hu muttered to himself.
Jiang Han knew they had misunderstood and opened his mouth to explain, but then saw Uncle Long raise his hand to interrupt him.
Alright, no matter the reason, we'll just assume you've awakened an S-level talent.
There's no need to explain anything else to us. Also, Xiao Han, you need to learn to keep a low profile. Sometimes, improving your strength quickly is a good thing, but letting others know about it is not.
You understand what I mean, right?
Jiang Han remained silent. He had to admit that Uncle Long's words were correct.
Alright, we're leaving now. If we stay any longer, who knows what kind of shock you'll give us next. Remember to make a portion for me and your Uncle Hu when you're cooking this afternoon.
With that, Uncle Long pulled Uncle Hu away, afraid that if they stayed any longer, Jiang Han might give them another surprise.
The auction is held on the 12th floor of the Exotic Materials Market Building.
The venue is much larger than Jiang Han had imagined. It seems that to protect the privacy of the participants, the auction venue is divided into small compartments. A thin veil was drawn in front, making it impossible for those outside to see what was happening inside. A projector was mounted on the wall of the small compartment. By the time Jiang Han and his group arrived, most of the people were already there. Hand the invitation to the waiter waiting nearby.
Hello, Mr. Jiang Han, employee number 5471, at your service. Please follow me.
This time, the service staff had changed again. Long wavy hair, with the difference being that the service staff projected this time was dressed a bit more provocatively than the one yesterday. The golden waves paired with a little leather skirt made Jiang Han, who had never even been in a relationship, a bit too shy to look directly. Seeing Jiang Han so embarrassed, Uncle Long and Uncle Hu rarely found something they were better at than Jiang Han.
Xiao Han, do you like it? Uncle Hu had a smile on his face.
When he saw Jiang Han looking over, he even raised his eyebrows at him.
It's quite nice.
Jiang Han didn't know how to describe it. He could only say it looked good. I was asking if you like it, not if it looks good. Uncle Hu saw Jiang Han like this, but the mischievous smile on his face grew even stronger. Let me tell you a secret that all veteran martial artists know. On the 10th floor of the Exotic Materials Market, there's something called a virtual headband, priced at 300,000 alliance coins per unit. After putting it on and activating it, it can connect to your brainwaves and directly generate images in your mind. At that time, just input the other party's employee number and spend 10,000 alliance coins.
Although it can't compare to reality, it feels much more real than dreaming.
Uncle Hu was earnestly explaining to Jiang Han on the side, while the waiter walking ahead seemed completely oblivious to what Uncle Hu was saying, not even bothering to turn around. The collection of strange knowledge has grown again. Jiang Han did not reject such matters, but he was not particularly enthusiastic about them either. He understood the need for warriors, who had been fighting in the wilderness for a long time with tense spirits, to quickly relax. Naturally, he could also comprehend the official's dilemma in tacitly allowing such behavior to exist in order to maintain social stability. After all, keeping the mind tense and not relaxing can easily lead to trouble. So at this moment, hearing Uncle Hu say these words, Jiang Han just remained silent, pretending not to have heard. Uncle Long, on the other hand, couldn't bear to listen any longer. He patted Uncle Hu on the shoulder and said, "Alright, stop teaching Xiao Han all this nonsense." Xiao Han, actually, this virtual headband is designed to make it easier for martial artists to learn martial techniques. High-level martial artists can create their own techniques, and part of their income comes from selling these self-created techniques. However, simply reading the content in books about martial techniques can never lead to quick mastery. With the help of the virtual headband, martial artists can observe virtual simulations in their dreams to study the real combat of high-level martial artists.
Just pretend you didn't hear what your Uncle Hu said. I see.
Hearing Uncle Long's explanation, Jiang Han finally understood the true purpose of this thing.
It was indeed as Uncle Long said, learning martial techniques was more complex and challenging than awakening one's talent.
If it weren't for the fact that he had the system, which allowed him to get started directly, Jiang Han would probably still struggle to make any progress if he had to rely on comprehending the content 100% of the books on his own. Moreover, even with the system, the difference in difficulty between the two sides can be seen very clearly just from the experience points required for upgrading martial skills and talent. The only question is whether this virtual headgear can help Jiang Han speed up his cultivation progress. As for what Uncle Hu mentioned, that was merely the hidden income accidentally discovered from the virtual headgear. Of course, this unexpected invisible income has likely far exceeded the initial expected profit envisioned by the person who designed this product. They did not delve deeply into this topic as the three of them, led by the waiter, had already entered the private room. Mr. Jiang, while sitting in the private room, the items on the auction stage will be projected onto this table via the projector. People in other private rooms cannot see what is happening in your room. If you want to bid, just let me know. However, after placing a bid, we will check the available balance in your account. The bid will only be valid if the available balance is sufficient. Please understand this point. Jiang Han naturally understood this, as it was to ensure the smooth operation of the auction. Moreover, Jiang Han had no intention of filming anything, so it didn't have much impact. The auction starts at 8 o'clock, and it's currently 7:40, but the seats are already almost full. It's just that, judging by the atmosphere, something seems a bit off. That's strange. This auction seems to be of a rather high standard. Uncle Long looked outside through the thin veil of the private room. Ordinary auctions wouldn't have such elaborate setups, nor would there be so many people attending. Especially certain private rooms. Why do I feel like there are marquee-level experts inside? Actually, Uncle Long didn't need to say it. Jiang Han himself had already sensed something unusual. However, since he had never attended an auction before, he didn't know what they were usually like, so he hadn't mentioned it. Regarding the perception of aura, Jiang Han was clearly more sensitive than Uncle Long. At least 5 martial lords. Without activating insight, he couldn't see through the other veils, but merely from the occasional laughter and the inadvertently released pressure, it was enough for everyone to understand their strength. The standards are indeed a bit high, Jiang Han echoed. What are you talking about? Jiang Han and Uncle Long each had their own concerns. On the contrary, Uncle Long, due to his lack of strength, was not as sensitive to his surroundings and ended up being the most carefree one. At this moment, he was holding a banana in his hand, eating it leisurely. It's nothing. We're just here to join the fun and inquire about the black vein bamboo. The rest has nothing to do with us. Uncle Long spoke again, but no matter how it sounded, it seemed like he was comforting himself. In comparison, Jiang Han didn't feel as much pressure. After all, he was now a general, at least considered a high-level martial artist. The three of them sat in the private room chatting among themselves, with a waiter standing nearby who seemed to be daydreaming. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, a woman dressed in a cheapao finally stepped onto the central auction stage. The woman appeared to be around 30 years old, mainly because her demeanor exuded an air of elegance and nobility, making one unconsciously assume her age to be around 30. Moreover, for some reason, upon seeing her face, Jiang Han felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Hello, esteemed customers of the exotic materials market. My name is Tang Yun, and I am the new manager of the Lon City Exotic Materials Market. I came to greet everyone, and I hope for your kind support in the future. Tang Yun's voice was very cool, carrying a hint of aloofness in her words, but it wasn't the kind of aloofness that feels unapproachable. Pure elegance that involuntarily evokes a sense of inferiority, believing oneself to be in a completely different class from the other person. This is definitely someone from a prominent family. This was the first thought that emerged in Jiang Han's mind. Because there isn't a sufficiently wealthy family background to support it, this kind of temperament simply cannot be cultivated. Upon hearing Tang Yun's words, a wave of discussion arose in each private room. After Jiang Han's strength improved, his hearing also enhanced significantly, allowing him to barely make out the conversations in the surrounding private rooms. What a beautiful woman. So young and already the head of a prefecture-level city's special materials market? She must have climbed up the ranks by relying on someone, right? Shoo, you might want to die, but I don't. Don't you know who the real boss behind the exotic materials market is? The boss behind the exotic materials market? Isn't this place owned by the state? It is owned by the state, but the state only holds 51% of the shares. The other 49% are in the hands of others. The voices inside the private room instantly fell silent. The scale of the exotic materials market is immense, and as long as one is a martial artist, there is no one who wouldn't be aware of it. From the words of one person in that private room just now, a conclusion can be drawn. The exotic materials market is actually a public-private partnership. Jiang Han originally thought that such a large-scale enterprise, which is connected to so many martial artists, would only be managed by the state. However, the information he just received clearly disrupted Jiang Han's understanding of the exotic materials market. Moreover, judging from the words, the elegant and noble woman on stage seems to have a close relationship with the boss behind the exotic materials market. At this thought, Jiang Han's gaze fell on Tang Yun once again. As the first auction I am hosting for the exotic materials market in Lon City, I have specially prepared a few items brought from the capital. I have also reorganized the auction items for this event. I can guarantee that
that the auction items in this event are absolutely top-notch.
Tang Yun's voice remained cool and clear, and as she spoke, her gaze swept over the curtains that had been pulled up.
I believe everyone is already filled with curiosity about this auction.
In that case, let's leave the professional matters to the professionals.
I hereby declare the official start of this auction.
After Tang Yun finished speaking, she stepped off the stage.
After she left in her cheongsam, another woman in uniform walked up.
It was only after Tang Yun left that all the private rooms returned to their previous lively state. The sound of discussions gradually rose.
Uncle Long, do you know what background this Tang Yun has? I heard people around saying that the boss behind the exotic materials market isn't just the state.
The first auction item was a bottle of pills that could help martial generals break through their cultivation bottleneck, but Jiang Han wasn't interested in it. After all, he only needed experience points to break through, not pills. Thus, he focused all his attention on Tang Yun. The main point is that Jiang Han feels Tang Yun gives him a very familiar feeling, but Jiang Han simply cannot recall where this feeling comes from. Uncle Long is not interested in the pills on stage either, mainly because they are too expensive. As soon as they were presented, the price was driven up to over 13 million, making it not worth the cost.
Hearing Jiang Han's question, his expression darkened.
I don't know about Tang Yun, but judging from her words, she seems to have been in the capital all along. I do know a bit about the background of the exotic materials market. I heard about it from a high-level warrior more than 10 years ago, but I can't confirm whether it's true or not. But before we talk about this, Xiao Han,
do you know what the highest level of warrior cultivation is?
Jiang Han nodded. The levels of warriors, from lowest to highest, are warrior, martial master, grand martial master, martial general, grand martial general, martial marquis, war god, human envoy, and supreme throne. The supreme throne represents the pinnacle of human combat power.
There were once 7 in the Celestial Empire,
but later, one of them perished in a battle against 3 beast emperor-level creatures during a beast tide.
Another one eventually retired. As for the specifics, I don't know.
These are all written in textbooks, but the records of these 7 supreme thrones in the textbooks are too simplistic, not even mentioning their names.
Except for the 2 who are now serving in high-ranking military positions and occasionally come out to inspire everyone, leaving Jiang Han with some impression of them. Jiang Han has no memory of the other 5.
Uncle Long nodded after hearing Jiang Han's words and said, the higher the level of a martial artist, the better the social benefits they enjoy.
Martial artists like us at lower levels only enjoy the most basic cash benefits.
Once you reach the level of a military officer, the country will arrange accommodations and similar provisions. And as your strength continues to improve, the country might even fund the establishment of a company for you and assign professionals to manage it.
The exotic materials market operates in this way.
The country takes over 50% of the shares and assists in its management. The other boss of the exotic materials market has the surname Tang. Listening to Uncle Long's words, Jiang Han couldn't help but widen his eyes.
Uncle Long, do you mean that the boss behind the exotic materials market, someone outside the state, is actually a supreme throne? And Tang Yun and that supreme throne both have the surname Tang? Uncle Long didn't say anything, he just nodded.
Jiang Han suddenly felt as if his worldview had been completely refreshed by something. I don't know if the news is true, but based on what I know, there's a 70% chance it's real. After all, there are indeed many high-level martial artists who own companies, and the shares are split equally between the state and the individual martial artist. Uncle Long's message brought quite a shock to Jiang Han. The key lies in the fact that Jiang Han inexplicably feels an extremely familiar sensation toward Tang Yun, and Tang Yun is somehow connected to a peerless throne? So confusing. Jiang Han wanted to sort out a thread from it, but he couldn't find where the starting point was at all. In the end, the information known is still too little, and with just the current knowledge, it's impossible to make sense of it. Perhaps only when his strength improves to a certain level and he knows more information can he piece together a clear thread. Jiang Han frowned slightly but was helpless, only able to assume he was overthinking. He had never met Tang Yun, let alone become acquainted. 27 million for the 3rd time, sold. Bang! Thank you to the guest in box 23 for purchasing this bottle of plastic marrow pill at the price of 27 million.
Next, we present the second auction item, the armor left behind by the fallen war god Su Xin. The armor left behind after the fall of the god of war? Upon hearing the auctioneer's words on stage, Jiang Han instinctively looked up. At the same time, on the small platform within the private box, a hazy image gradually took shape.
Upon closer inspection, Jiang Han discovered that the so-called armor was actually a mass of black liquid. However, Jiang Han's focus was not on this, but on the previous owner of this item, the war god Su Xin.
Could beings at the war god level also fall? Jiang Han didn't know what words to use to describe his feelings at this moment.
Even from Jiang Han's current perspective, martial artists at the war god level were still extremely distant existences.
After the Marquis of Wu comes the god of war.
Although Jiang Han has not witnessed the strength of a god of war level warrior, he has seen the combat power of a Marquis of Wu level warrior. It cannot be described as astonishingly divine, but according to Jiang Han's estimation, even if he becomes a general, he would still be powerless against a Marquis of Wu, let alone someone of a higher level like the God of War. Originally, he thought that with his current strength, as long as he didn't court death, he could roam freely in the wilderness.
However, this news seemed to strike Zhang Han like a heavy blow. Even the war god could fall. What right did he have to act recklessly in the wilderness?
It wasn't just Zhang Han who was shaken by this news, even the people in the other private rooms were just like him at this moment.
The originally noisy auction hall instantly fell silent after the auctioneer uttered those words.
Everyone was astonished by the fall of a war god, especially those high-level martial artists, who at this moment had no mood for idle chatter. One of them sighed deeply and said, "4 years ago, I met Senior Su Xin and even received his guidance. I just never thought that 4 years later, I would see him again under such circumstances."
Indeed, speaking of it, I also received guidance from Senior Su Xin. Sigh, these damn beasts. Senior Su Xin was such a good person.
God of War level warriors are extremely rare, and once they reach this stage, most of them head to the capital city, as the capital is more developed in terms of both economy and other infrastructure. The highest level of warriors remaining in satellite cities like Lan City, which are at the prefecture level, does not exceed the Marquis level. Therefore, addressing Su Xin as a God of War and a senior is entirely appropriate.
We are also deeply saddened by the passing of Su Xin, the God of War.
However, after Su Xin's death, his family was unable to sustain the company and was forced to auction off the armor left behind by Senior Su Xin.
The proceeds from this auction, aside from necessary taxes, will not include any commission. We also ask everyone to lend a hand to Senior Su Xin's family.
The auctioneer on stage bowed slightly, expressing the stance of the exotic materials market, which was met with a wave of praise.
Alright, let's return to the auction items themselves. As the personal armor of Senior Su Xin, this set of armor has reached a defense level of 6.
Its original price was 1.29 billion. However, due to Senior Su Xin encountering an attack exceeding the protection level in the final battle, the internal spirit array was destroyed, causing the defense level to drop by 1.
Nevertheless, it can still defend against attacks from low-tier overlord-level exotic beasts. This piece of armor also has the ability to freely change its defensive shape.
You can turn it into a shield or transform it into a protective vest to wear.
This is a unique attribute of high-quality armor. The starting bid is 17 million. Please begin bidding.
The auctioneer on stage briefly introduced the attributes of the item before announcing the starting price.
However, those martial lords who had previously claimed that Su Xin, the God of War, had done them a favor, all remained silent. 17 million expensive? A bit expensive, but that's only for low-level warriors.
For a strong individual at the Wuho level, 17 million is merely what they earn from a single trip to the wilderness.
However, the starting bid price is unlikely to be the final transaction price.
A starting bid of 17 million is often less than half of the final transaction price. But if the price of this armor reaches 30 million or even 40 million, they will really need to think carefully.
After all, although they make money easily, they do so by risking their lives in the wilderness. Moreover, their daily expenses are definitely not insignificant.
Of course, the most crucial point is that the protection level of this armor is somewhat low.
Having dropped in grade, its biggest drawback is that it can only defend against attacks from low-tier dominant-level exotic beasts. Those who can become martial lords possess the ability to fight against overlord-level beasts.
Compared to beasts, the greatest weakness of humans is their poor defense and inability to withstand attacks, which is why they need armor for protection.
In battles of the same level, warriors typically use armor that is one level higher to prevent accidents. Under such circumstances, the armor left behind by Su Xin seems somewhat redundant.
Say it's useless, and it can block the attacks of low-tier overlord-level beasts, but say it's useful, and it can only block the attacks of low-tier overlord-level beasts. Buying it feels useless, but not buying it feels a bit regrettable. This kind of armor is actually most suitable for martial artists at the general or grand general level. But the problem is, martial artists at the general or grand general level don't earn money as quickly as those at the Marquis level. A very awkward position. It is precisely because of this that, after the auctioneer announced the starting price, only a handful of people participated in bidding, and the prices were just slightly above 17 million. After 4 or 5 rounds of bidding, the price barely exceeded 20 million alliance currency.
Xiaohan, why do I feel like this armor suits you?
Uncle Long, on the other hand, carefully examined the projected liquid and began to speak.
Zhang Han nodded in agreement upon hearing this. It really suits me, but the price.
Previously, Zhang Han had sold the corpses of 2 lord-level alien beasts, leaving a balance of 12 million alliance coins on his card. After purchasing Tai Hun, only 5 million remained. 5 million, it sounds like a lot, but at this moment, it doesn't even qualify as a bid. Of course, if the black pattern bamboo were sold, Zhang Han could directly obtain 50 million alliance coins, but now is not the time to sell the black pattern bamboo. Don't worry, your Uncle Long has managed to save up a bit of a nest egg over the years. If you need it, I can lend you 30 million, no, 35 million. Uncle Long noticed the longing in Jiang Han's eyes for this piece of armor and understood that Jiang Han indeed urgently needed high-level armor.
So he proactively brought up the idea of lending money to Jiang Han.
Uncle who had been eating and drinking without paying attention to the auction items, also spoke up at this moment.
I have some savings too.
Although not as substantial as Uncle Long's, I can still manage to gather 10 million.
Hearing their words, Jiang Han smiled helplessly and said, "Aren't you afraid that I might borrow the money and not pay it back?"
If Uncle Long and Uncle who could lend him 45 million, then combined with his own 5 million, he could gather 50 million. If he really put it all together, he wouldn't be unqualified to purchase this piece of armor. Not afraid, we know your character, you're not that kind of person.
Besides, even if you ran away, someone would help you pay it back.
Uncle who picked up an apple again, rubbed it with his calloused hands, took a big bite, and then said indistinctly,
"Someone helped me pay? What do you mean?"
Jiang Han looked at Uncle who, somewhat confused. For some reason, Jiang Han always felt that Uncle Long and Uncle who were hiding something from him. Previously, there was this feeling in the wilderness, but it wasn't deeply questioned.
At this moment, hearing Uncle who say such words again, how could Jiang Han not sense something unusual?
Looking at Uncle who, he saw that Uncle who seemed to realize he had misspoken and was simply staring at the projected piece of armor.
"Uncle who, what exactly did you mean by what you just said?" Jiang Han couldn't help but ask again.
This time, however, Uncle Long interrupted Jiang Han. After glaring at his younger brother, Uncle Long looked at Jiang Han and said, "Xiao Han, there are some things we don't refuse to talk about, but rather cannot talk about. As for what exactly is going on, you will find out sooner or later.
But not now. You just need to know that we won't harm you, and that's enough." Uncle Long's expression was very sincere, and Jiang Han remained silent upon hearing this.
He didn't know how to describe what he was feeling, but Jiang Han was very clear that even if he kept asking today, there would be no result. It's just that this feeling of being surrounded by some big secret was really unsettling. Jiang Han remained silent, and the two men with Uncle Long were also silent. As for the other person in the private room, it was merely a projection of a stream of data, devoid of any actual thoughts. The three of them were lost in their own thoughts, only hearing the auction prices outside climbing higher and higher. The armor left behind by the god of war Su Xin, although its grade had slightly decreased due to exceeding its endurance limit, was still a level 5 piece of armor. Even if it is only the lower level among the 5 grades, it still has its own value. Not to mention it can change its shape, be worn close to the body, or transform into a shield. Although this feature seems somewhat like icing on the cake, the auction price was raised by numerous generals and great generals from 17 million all the way to 35 million. The price has nearly doubled.
"Uncle Long, what you just said about lending me money, is it true?"
Jiang Han turned his head to look at Uncle Long and asked.
"Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you?" Uncle Long said this as he took out a bank card from the alternate space. "Tempted? I'll transfer it to you right now."
This set of armor suits me perfectly, and while I have a weapon, I'm missing a set of armor. If I can get this armor, it would make up for my shortcomings, and it can be used for a long time." Jiang Han made no effort to hide his fondness for this set of armor. Level 5 armor is sufficient for him to use until the Great General level. It can even be used to cross the threshold of the Marquis level.
Can't it still be worn close to the body?
At worst, he can buy another set of armor later and use this piece as an inner lining.
Then I'll transfer the money to you now.
Uncle Long didn't hesitate. At times like this, it's naturally better to act as quickly as possible. When the price reached 35 million, the number of participants in the bidding clearly decreased.
It's estimated that after 2 more rounds, the deal will be closed.
Uncle Long transferred the money while reaching out to pull his younger brother.
Uncle Tiger also reacted and transferred money to Jiang Han together.
After 2 consecutive notification sounds, Jiang Han took out his phone and glanced at it. Following the 2 transfers from Uncle Long and Uncle Tiger, his bank card balance barely reached 50 million, exceeding by just 10,000.
But this was enough.
This piece of armor left by the god of war, although expensive, is worth its price and cannot exceed 50 million. Otherwise, it would be better to buy another set of level 5 armor.
36 million.
Another bid was heard, and the auctioneer on stage gestured slightly toward the direction of the voice. Box 34 has bid 36 million.
Are there any other bids? 40 million.
Jiang Han's voice rang out, directly raising the price by 4 million. Since he had decided to acquire this set of armor, there was no need to hesitate. As for raising the price so much at once, it was purely because the final price would inevitably exceed 40 million anyway.
Save time and put some pressure on everyone. 40 million.
Hearing Jiang Han's bid and receiving feedback through the earpiece, the auctioneer looked over in this direction. Slightly excited, he said, 40 million for the first time. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? This time, however, those who had previously participated in the bidding were clearly a bit hesitant.
The price of 40 million made them back off.
If the price were below 40 million, purchasing a set of level 5 armor could barely be considered a small profit, as the price of any random set of level 5 armor is above 40 million.
However, once the price exceeds 40 million, continuing to bid seems somewhat unnecessary.
After all, They already had a set of advanced armor, and buying another set would at most serve as a backup.
But is it really worth spending 40 million on a backup set of armor?
Everyone hesitated, and the auctioneer, being quite experienced, noticed their hesitation and said, 40 million, second call. Although the grade of this armor has dropped, it still belongs to the category of advanced armor, and its unique characteristics make it extremely rare.
Moreover, it's quite normal for warriors to upgrade their armor.
Typically, a new set is needed every 6 months, so buying it as a backup isn't a bad idea.
Are there any other guests who wish to bid? To say the least, the auctioneer's words did have some effect.
Upon hearing this, someone placed another bid, but this time only increased it by 200,000, as the minimum increment for this item was set at 200,000.
42 million.
In comparison, Zhang Han appeared much more generous, raising the price to 42 million. This time, no one followed. 42 million was roughly the true value of this set of armor. There was no need to go any higher.
Level 5 armor is rare, but it can still be bought with money.
The only difference is that it lacks the ability to change its form. The main point is that Zhang Han's attitude clearly shows he is determined to get it. They follow, Zhang Han will also follow, but if the price is truly too high and Zhang Han stops following, it will end up stuck in their hands. They have no grudge against Zhang Han, so there's no need to maliciously inflate the price. It turned out to be a bargain for Zhang Han, who acquired it for 42 million, originally estimating it would cost around 45 million.
42 million, third time, sold.
Congratulations to this guest for securing this set of armor for 42 million. It will be delivered to your private box shortly.
Let us welcome the next auction item.
Got it.
Zhang Han let out a slight sigh of relief. Since that was the case, he no longer had any obvious weaknesses.
Both his weapons and armor were sufficient for him to use for a period of time. By then, even if he ventured into the wilderness alone, as long as he didn't court death, he could ensure his safety. Zhang Han had not yet recovered from the joy of acquiring his desired armor while saving 3 million when he heard the auctioneer on stage speak again.
This next auction item can be considered one of the highlights of this auction. It was obtained by a warrior by chance. Presenting this round's auction item, black patterned bamboo. The black striped bamboo has finally arrived.
This item, which attracted all of Zhang Han and his group's attention, was regarded as one of the highlights of today's auction.
Although its price would be considerably lower due to its rarity, being treated as one of the highlights was quite reasonable.
Zhang Han didn't mind this. The only issue was, through the projected image, Zhang Han could be very certain that these 30-some black striped bamboos were from the same batch as the ones he had harvested. Black striped bamboo grows slowly, so to determine whether they grew together, you just need to look at their length and thickness.
Just from their appearance, Zhang Han and the other two could confirm it. Is someone really playing dirty tricks behind the scenes? Uncle Long frowned and said something in a low voice.
Previously, they weren't very sure, but now that they saw this batch of black striped bamboo, everything made sense. The truth was indeed as Zhang Han had speculated, someone had sneaked into the herb base after they left. In addition to harvesting the remaining black striped bamboo, they also slaughtered the steel-tusked wild boar king's cubs, shifting the hatred onto them. That person probably didn't expect Zhang Han to unleash his combat power when facing the steel bristle wild boar king, breaking through repeatedly and counter-killing the steel bristle wild boar king. After confirming this, Zhang Han and the other two exchanged glances, and everything else became easy to explain.
However, the problem has now changed again. After confirming that someone is causing trouble, the next step is to determine who exactly is behind it.
With the information they currently have, it's impossible to deduce who it is.
Yet another headache-inducing matter.
Uncle, who was used to being straightforward and hated things that required thinking. After pondering for a long time without any result, he said fiercely, "If I find out who harmed us, I'll tear them apart alive." Zhang Han and Uncle Long turned to glance at him. Then Uncle Long's voice slowly sounded, "To be able to approach us without anyone noticing, and to divert disaster under the steel-tusked wild boar king's nose, that person's strength is no less than mine.
Are you sure you want to tear him apart alive?"
Hearing Uncle Long's words, Uncle whose expression froze for a moment, then he nonchalantly said, "No worries, you guys hold him down for me, and I'll still tear him apart alive."
Uncle who is truly Uncle who, still as unconventional as ever.
With Uncle who's interruption, the atmosphere in the private room became noticeably less heavy.
Things depend on human effort, and since the other party has done such a thing, they must have left something behind. Sooner or later, it will come to light. Black striped bamboo, due to its rarity, has always been in a state of demand exceeding supply in the market. However, its grade is not as high as imagined, so the price hasn't reached an astronomical level. Of course, this is only relative. Calculated by grams, black striped bamboo was naturally a sky-high price for ordinary families, but for a group of great martial generals, or even martial marquises, it is nothing. 17 million, 19 million, 20 million.
A series of bids rang out, and the price continued to rise. Black striped bamboo is rarely seen at auctions. Whenever it appears, it's usually in the capital, or it gets completely monopolized by those Fortune 500 companies in private deals.
Ordinary martial artists without any significant background rarely rarely encounter black-striped bamboo. Faced with the continuously rising price, Zhang Han felt a sense of admiration in his heart. At this rate of price increase, the final transaction price is estimated to be no less than 25 million, and what is presented here is merely just over 30 pieces. At this price, the cost of this batch of black-striped bamboo is close to 800,000 per piece. 40,000 per gram? If this is true, then the nearly 100 pieces of black-striped bamboo in Zhang Han's hands could sell for a total of 80 million. This price is a bit inflated. It has already exceeded Uncle Long and the others' estimation of the price of black-striped bamboo, and Uncle Long clearly noticed this as well. He turned to look at Zhang Han. Xiao Han, do you think it's still useful if I regret it now? Zhang Han turned his head upon hearing this, then smiled and nodded. Forget it, forget it. Seeing Zhang Han agree, Uncle Long instead shook his head. Since it's already decided, there's no going back. Otherwise, where would my reputation go if word got out? Although Uncle Long said this, Zhang Han still noticed a slight twitch at the corner of Uncle Long's eye as he spoke. If it were someone else, Uncle Long might have already been tempted, right? And as the price of the black vein bamboo gradually climbed, the atmosphere in the entire auction hall was stirred up. Black-striped bamboo is not the same as armor. Armor can be bought at the exotic materials market anytime, but black-striped bamboo is not something you can buy whenever you want. It occasionally appears on the market, but by the time they find out, it's already too late. As a miraculous healing remedy, even if it's not immediately useful, carrying it around might just save your life one day. Never underestimate a warrior's value for their own life. And among those who can become a martial marquis, is there anyone with only a single means of self-preservation? As the price gradually rises, warriors at the martial general and great martial general levels gradually withdraw from the bidding, leaving the battlefield to the martial marquises. 24,800,000. I must have this black-striped bamboo. A rough male voice rang out. I hope everyone can give me, Kaishinha, some face. I entrusted someone to refine a batch of spiritual pills, and this black-striped bamboo is the only ingredient missing is the medicinal guide. Kaishinhu. According to the arrangement of the auction venue, a curtain was hung in front of each private room to prevent others from peeking, ensuring sufficient privacy. It was also rare for anyone to voluntarily reveal their identity, but this person deliberately did so. The purpose was obvious: to use their fame to intimidate others bidding against them, as a form of deterrence. Zhang Han has not been a warrior for long, so he doesn't know much about this Kaishan tiger. However, Uncle Long seems to know him. Seeing Zhang Han turn his head to look over, Uncle Long quietly shared his understanding of Kaishan tiger. This is a martial marquis who has awakened an S-level talent, Earthshaker. However, before awakening his talent, he already possessed strength close to that of a warrior. After awakening his talent, he made a name for himself in the wilderness. His fighting style is aggressive, and his personality is carefree, giving off a sense of an ancient knight. 13 years ago, he earned the title of martial lord, and since then, he has been a cornerstone of humanity's resistance against the beasts. Do you know why he's called the mountain-splitting tiger? Uncle Long looked at Zhang Han and asked. Because of his talent? Zhang Han asked somewhat uncertainly. Yes. Uncle Long nodded. His destiny carries the character tiger. What truly made him famous, however, was a small-scale beast tide. Nearly 10,000 exotic beasts surged toward the steel defense line. Faced with such a number of beasts, everyone couldn't help but retreat. But this mountain-splitting tiger unleashed its full talent, causing the earth to quake. Across the vast plains, a chasm spanning 10,000 meters long and 100 meters deep split open. Moreover, it single-handedly closed the chasm back up. Just this one move wiped out nearly half of the exotic beasts. Uncle Long's voice was as calm as possible, yet it still made Zhang Han's eyelid twitch. Zhang Han had seen Marquis Wu take action. Previously, in the wilderness, Marquis Wu Lichongyang had demonstrated his skills in front of Zhang Han. However, at that time, Zhang Han's strength was weak, and he couldn't discern the intricacies of it. He only felt that the silver-winged wolf king, which he was helpless against, stood no chance against Lichongyang. But based on what Lichongyang had displayed, according to Zhang Han's current understanding, it wasn't particularly impressive, at least not something unattainable. At this moment, upon hearing Uncle Long's words, Zhang Han finally realized that Lichongyang probably hadn't used his full strength that day. Otherwise, with the silver-winged wolf king's newly attained lord-level strength, it would have been impossible to withstand a single strike from Lichongyang. However, there was one thing Zhang Han couldn't understand. If Lichongyang's strength was powerful enough to effortlessly crush the wasteland wolf pack and the silver-winged wolf king, why did he merely chase the wasteland wolf pack instead of decisively and cleanly resolving the matter? This is a significant point of doubt. However, Zhang Han was merely puzzled at the moment and had no way to seek confirmation from Lichongyang. Gathering his thoughts, he looked again at the black-striped bamboo on the stage. Suddenly, another voice echoed throughout the auction hall. Mountain-opening tiger? Who gave you the confidence to think you're so important? The voice sounded like an elder, yet it was full of vigor. Based on the meaning of the words, it's not hard to understand that the person speaking just now is another Marquis of Martial
martial arts. As soon as the old man's voice faded, a woman's voice sounded again. I have a student who needs the black pattern bamboo. How about the two of you let me have it? Another martial marquis level expert.
Jung Han's heart tightened.
So far, 3 martial marquis level experts had already emerged to compete for this black pattern bamboo.
Black striped bamboo is good, but it's not worth fighting over to this extent, is it?
Especially for a strong warrior at the level of a marquis, black striped bamboo shouldn't be enough to make them act like this. Yet this scene unfolded right before his eyes, leaving Jung Han no choice but to believe it. After the woman spoke, the two people from before seemed to recognize each other by their voices and fell silent.
But a few seconds later, he spoke again.
Lingen, at the auction, the highest bidder wins. There's no such thing as giving way to others.
On this point, even if you are Master Shuemu, you can't change it. There's no point in talking more, just bid.
The first sentence was said by that Kaishan tiger, while the latter was spoken by another unknown Wuho. It was just that Jung Han's thoughts stirred upon hearing this conversation.
A teacher from Shuemu, named Lingen?
Clearly,
Jung Han knew nothing about Shuemu and had never had any interaction with it.
Yet, upon hearing that the other party was a teacher from Shuemu, Jung Han inexplicably felt a sense of goodwill.
Perhaps it's because of the saying, love the house and its crow.
But that's all there is to it. Jung Han silently noted the other party's name in his heart and said nothing. Here, he had no right to interfere in matters between the martial lords, and the same applied to everyone else. The entire auction venue seemed as if it only revolved around those 3 martial lords.
26 million.
This price has already exceeded the original value of the black pattern bamboo.
If we continue bidding, it will be a loss.
And your need for the black pattern bamboo is not as great as mine.
Why raise the price so high?
Since the two competing with him in the bidding were both individuals whose cultivation and combat strength were no less than his, Kaishan Tiger set aside his previous arrogant attitude and switched to a more conciliatory tone.
26,500,000.
I said, this black striped bamboo is of great use to one of my students, so I am determined to get it. A female voice sounded. It was the water and wood teacher named Lingen.
Spending over 26 million alliance coins for a student? Is there really such a good teacher in the world?
Lingen, that's just your student. Is it really necessary? Another voice sounded, raising the price to another level. In fact, at this level, the price has already far exceeded its true value.
With every additional bid, they are losing more. The difference lies in whether their demand for black striped bamboo can outweigh this loss. In other words, is this black striped bamboo worth spending so much money on? 28 million.
With the price raised to this level, Kaishan was no longer in a hurry. Everything that needed to be said had already been said. The rest was merely a contest of financial strength.
28,200,000. 2,000.
Lingen still wanted to make an offer, but was interrupted by someone. Being a bit far away and blocked by the private room, Jung Han couldn't hear the specific content clearly.
He only knew that the one interrupting Lingen was also a female voice.
A few seconds later, Lingen's voice sounded again.
Forget it, I'll let you have this black striped bamboo. Hearing Lingen's words, Kaishan and another Marquis of Wu were visibly delighted.
No matter what, as a teacher of Shuemu, Lingen's presence exerted a pressure that the other bidder simply couldn't match. Being a teacher of Shuemu meant having an extensive network of connections behind them. Making enemies with someone so well connected brings no benefits.
Lingen's voluntary withdrawal has significantly eased their pressure. Mountain Tiger, I have a proposal.
If we keep competing like this, neither of us will gain anything, and it'll only benefit others for nothing. I don't need much black striped bamboo, just 10 pieces will suffice.
The remaining 20 pieces are yours, how about that? After thinking it over, this seems to be the best outcome.
Otherwise, if the two continue to argue, it will only harm their relationship and benefit others.
20 million is not a big deal for Woho, but this price has already far exceeded the actual value of the black striped bamboo. It's not worth it. Alright, after the auction ends, I'll sell you 10 pieces.
The voice of Kaishan was still deafening, but it also signaled the end of this farce. After that, several auction items in a row held no appeal for Jung Han. Either they were unaffordable or useless, so he simply turned to look at the quiet attendant beside him.
Can I meet your boss?
The waitress, with big wavy hair and wearing a leather skirt, turned to look at Jung Han upon hearing this.
She didn't speak but seemed to be communicating with someone. A few seconds later, she responded, Sorry, Mr. Jiang, our boss doesn't meet guests. Doesn't meet guests?
Jung Han was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. I want to sell something, but the price is a bit high, so I need your boss to personally set the price. Sorry, Mr. Jiang, our boss has said that he doesn't meet with guests. The waiter still wore a professional smile on his face, but it made Jung Han frown slightly. In his original plan, the Tang Yun who had just taken the stage would definitely know who was auctioning off these black patterned bamboos. Using the excuse of selling large quantities of black striped bamboo, approach the other party and look for an opportunity to inquire. However, at this moment, the other party refuses to even meet him, effectively cutting off this path entirely. Uncle Long, standing nearby, seemed to have guessed Jung Han's thoughts. He shook his head and said, auction houses won't reveal the seller's information unless the seller voluntarily discloses it, so this path won't work.
Why not let me ask a friend to look into it instead?
At this point, although it was certain that someone was causing trouble behind the scenes, the clues had instead been cut off due to constant obstacles. All that could be done now was to wait for Uncle Long to ask someone to help gather information.
Shaking his head, Zhang Han dismissed all those inexplicable speculations.
The auction was still ongoing, and Zhang Han and the other two showed no intention of leaving. Although they couldn't afford these items that cost tens of millions or even over 100 million, there was no harm in watching. After all, there was nothing to do back home, so it was better to broaden their horizons. Zhang Han was currently in a stage of being eager to absorb all kinds of knowledge, and these things are impossible to appear in books.
The auction lasted until after 11 o'clock before it ended, with a total of 72 items auctioned.
Any single item taken out individually would not be priced below 20 million, with an average price close to 35 million.
Zhang Han roughly calculated that just tonight's auction alone brought a cash flow of 2.5 billion to the exotic materials market.
However, out of this 2.5 billion cash flow, more than half has to be paid to the auction item providers.
However, even so, out of the 2.5 billion, even if only 5% is retained, that's still over 120 million. Is there anything more profitable than this?
In one night, from one auction, over 100 million was earned. Zhang Han considered himself quite efficient at making money, but a trip to the wilderness, risking his life for several days, still didn't earn as much as a single auction.
The gap in between.
It was precisely because of this that Zhang Han became even more eager to improve his strength and then start a company. Exiting the tall building of the exotic materials market, Zhang Han looked at Uncle Long and Uncle Hu and said in a deep voice, "I've already replenished my weapons and armor, and my warrior certification has also been upgraded.
I'll probably set out for the wilderness again tomorrow. If there's any news about the person behind, you can send me a message directly. I'll see it when I return to the iron defense line for supplies."
For some reason, ever since obtaining the system, Zhang Han felt that strange occurrences around him had become more frequent. In the past, he simply hadn't noticed due to his lack of strength, but now, as his power grew, this feeling became increasingly apparent.
The father often disappeared, sometimes for a few days, sometimes for 10 days or half a month.
The force that blocked him from awakening his talent when using the awakening stone. Uncle Long and Uncle Hu didn't say it explicitly, but someone has been keeping an eye on him from behind the scenes.
Uncle Long, Uncle Hu. Wuho Li Changyan's attitude toward him was a bit overly enthusiastic.
Previously, when hunting the wasteland wolf pack, it seemed as if he was deliberately waiting for him, even gifting him a silver-winged wolf king, the person hiding in the wilderness, plotting in the shadows, and the Tang charm that gave him a sense of familiarity. All these anomalies made Zhang Han feel a storm brewing on the horizon. Yet none of these things provided any answers, leaving him quite troubled. Thinking it over, with no clue at all, it would be better to simply enter the wilderness and hunt exotic beasts to enhance his own strength.
As long as his strength reaches a certain level, these secrets will inevitably reveal themselves. So soon?
Uncle Long and the other person were somewhat surprised upon hearing Zhang Han's words, saying, "You just got back yesterday, why the rush? How about resting for another 2 days?" "I know, Xiaohan, you are exceptionally talented, but staying tense for a long time will cause even the most resolute warrior to break down.
Besides, your team hasn't been formed yet, has it?"
Uncle Long and Uncle Hu were both somewhat surprised upon hearing Zhang Han's words.
Ordinary warriors wouldn't push themselves as hard as Zhang Han does, would they? No need to rest. There's nothing much to do in the city anyway, so I might as well head to the wilderness. As for the team,
Zhang Han hesitated for a moment, then continued, "There's no need to form a team.
A temporarily assembled team lacks coordination and ends up being a hindrance.
Besides, most warriors can't keep up with my pace." They knew Zhang Han was speaking the truth. With his current strength, unless a team was formed with Grandmaster-level warriors, they wouldn't even be able to keep up with Zhang Han's footsteps.
Uncle Long and the other person didn't try to persuade him further.
They simply patted Zhang Han on the shoulder and said, "We're getting old after all.
We don't have the drive you young people do. Since you've already made up your mind, we won't try to persuade you otherwise. Let's go to the restaurant tonight.
You can help cook a few dishes, and I'll invite your Uncle Dao and the others to have a drink with you."
Zhang Han could sense it.
Although he had fought side by side with Uncle Long and the others in the wilderness before, all four of them still regarded Zhang Han as their junior, even though Zhang Han's strength had gradually surpassed theirs. But in reality, they cared for and protected Zhang Han more. But at this moment, when Zhang Han said he wanted to go to the wilderness alone, it was only then that Uncle Long and the others changed their relationship with Zhang Han. Only at this moment did the few of them seem like comrades. As for drinking to bid farewell, although Zhang Han recalled the awkward scene of drinking with his father before, he did not refuse. Uncle Long made a phone call to invite Uncle Dao and the other two over.
Zhang Han went to cook a few more dishes to go with the drinks.
However, upon hearing that Zhang Han was going to enter the wilderness alone, Uncle Dao and the other two had the same initial reaction as Uncle Long and the others. "No, going into the wilderness alone is far too dangerous.
I don't agree. Uncle Dao and the other person's stance was very firm. Even after wandering the wilderness for so long, they still couldn't guarantee their own safety.
Jiang Han had only entered the wilderness once from beginning to end.
So what if his strength surpassed everyone present? There are countless people with great strength and outstanding talent who have still perished in the wilderness. Even the war god can fall, so how could Jiang Han possibly escape this fate?
Faced with the resolute attitude of Uncle Dao and the other, Jiang Han and the two others exchanged glances.
Uncle Long and Uncle Hu simply pretended not to hear anything, leaving Jiang Han to persuade them on his own. Don't worry, Uncle Dao.
I'm going to the wilderness alone solely to hone my combat skills.
With my current combat strength, as long as I don't venture deep into the wilderness, there's no way I'll encounter any life-threatening danger.
Besides, even if I come across a high-powered lord-level exotic beast, if I can't beat it, I can still escape.
There won't be any life-threatening danger.
In response, Uncle Dao still didn't agree, but his tone softened a bit.
He was once again forced to drink strong liquor by Jiang Han and Uncle Long.
By the time he realized it, he was already too drunk to speak clearly, so naturally, he couldn't stop Jiang Han. Since Jiang Han usually didn't drink, and Uncle Long and the others didn't force him, he drank very little. After meditating and cultivating for a night, the effects of the alcohol had long worn off. He stepped outside to take a look and saw Uncle Long and the others sleeping soundly on the table, so he didn't disturb them. He went to the kitchen to tidy up, packed a set of pots, bowls, and seasonings, and even included the kitchen knife, storing them all in the system space before heading out. At this moment, the sky outside was just beginning to brighten, but Jiang Han had already boarded the train heading to the steel defense line. Jiang Han still harbored a sense of curiosity about the wasteland. Last time, he came here with Uncle Long and the others on a mission. Moreover, the mission objective was extremely clear, so during the few days on the wasteland, the five of them had been traveling non-stop. Although they experienced two high-level battles along the way, for Jiang Han, such experiences were not particularly enriching. Therefore, this time coming to the wasteland, he planned to stay until the college entrance exams before returning. After getting off at the steel defense line, Jiang Han went to the exotic materials market to replenish some supplies, such as water and healing medicines. Anyway, the system space was still empty, and even if some space was reserved for storing those exotic beast ingredients, it was more than enough for Jiang Han to move in large bundles. It is worth mentioning that Jiang Han bought another awakening stone. After the last talent awakening, the requirement for awakening talent again was raised to 1,000 kills, which meant Jiang Han had to slay 1,000 exotic beasts. Originally, this task could have been completed by slaughtering old hens. However, when cooking for Uncle Long and the others yesterday, Jiang Han slaughtered an old hen and found that the old hen could no longer contribute to his task progress.
It didn't even provide experience or skill proficiency. But thinking about it, that's understandable.
With Jiang Han's current combat power and level, he has already far surpassed the old hen.
Only by hunting the exotic beasts in the wilderness can he gain experience and proficiency. Fortunately, it's not too bad.
The last time Jiang Han came to the wilderness, he killed quite a few wilderness wolves, along with other scattered exotic beasts, completing a quarter of the 1,000 mission. At this rate, it won't take long to complete the 1,000 mission. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Han specially bought an awakening stone to keep on him. As the ally gate slowly opened, emitting a deep and aged sound, Jiang Han, clad in black armor with only his head uncovered, emerged from the other side of the ally gate.
In his hand, he carried the fully tempered blue Tai Hun.
Although the wilderness is filled with exotic beasts, the number of exotic beasts varies in density. Plains are mostly inhabited by gregarious exotic beasts, with relatively low ranks. In contrast, within cities, although most exotic beasts are solitary by nature, their numbers are significant, and their strength is generally higher than those in the plains.
So my target is the city.
Jiang Han murmured to himself, and with a flip of his right hand, a map appeared. This was also something he had just purchased, with the only regret being that it only recorded the area within 500 miles around the steel defense line. This part of the region is the outskirts of the wasteland. Going further in would be considered entering deep into the wasteland. Even so, it was enough. The map marked several red dots, and beside each red, there was a piece of text description. The number of fallen cities and their danger levels. For example, the target city of Jiang Han and his team during their previous mission was numbered 283, with a danger level of grade 3A, meaning it could contain high-level beast commander creatures. For the outskirts of the wilderness, this is already considered a relatively high danger level for a fallen city.
Ordinary warrior squads generally avoid entering such cities unless absolutely necessary,
because with high-level beast generals eyeing them, they simply cannot hunt exotic beasts in peace. Once targeted by a high-level beast general, casualties are highly likely to occur. However, for Jiang Han, high-level beast generals are just perfect as experience fodder. His target is those fallen cities marked with a danger level of grade 3A.
The closest to me is Fallen City number 157. Since that's the case, I'll head to Fallen City number 157 first.
Jung Han took out a pen again, touched the tip to Fallen City number 157, and drew a line connecting it to the next fallen city.
He is planning his route.
After finishing all this, Jung Han flipped his hand and stored the map and pen into the system space, once again gripping the taihun in his hand. In the next moment, Jung Han stepped forward, charging straight toward his target. After successive advancements, Jung Han's combat power successfully exceeded 10,000, and at this moment, all four of his attributes had surpassed 230 points. The effect brought by the 230 attribute points was Jung Han's current speed, easily breaking the 100-meter mark in 2 seconds.
A distance of 1 kilometer required only 20 seconds.
More importantly, this speed was achieved without the enhancement of the Ninefold Thunder Blade. However, the speed boosted by the Ninefold Thunder Blade was only suitable for short bursts, not for long-distance travel. Even so, while sprinting at full speed, Jung Han's pace still reached nearly 180 kilometers per hour, much faster than the average car. At this traveling speed, Jung Han could reach the fallen city number 157 by the time the sun was high in the sky and begin the first round of hunting. The sun hung high over the wasteland, the time nearing midsummer, and the temperature continued to rise. However, this level of heat was no longer an issue for Jung Han. The only problem was that nearly an hour of sprinting still placed a considerable burden on his stamina. Thus, walking and stopping intermittently, Jung Han occasionally encountered a few beast soldier-level exotic beasts along the way, and he did not hesitate to send his taihun sword into their necks. The experience and talent proficiency gained were minimal, but even the smallest mosquito legs are still meat. Jung Han understood the principle of accumulating small gains into larger ones. He harvested several pieces of beast materials and meat worth a few thousand alliance coins, which Jung Han casually stored in the system space. Stopping occasionally to drink water and eat some dry rations, Jung Han spent a full 2 hours before finally arriving at the fallen city number 157. As recorded in the data, city number 157, which fell, was a resource-based city primarily focused on mining before the catastrophe. The population was small, mostly consisting of workers and their families. There were few buildings, and rarely any exceeding 30 stories. This kind of population and industrial structure caused residential areas to be scattered, with neighborhoods separated by stretches of road. It appeared to cover a large area, but in reality, it was not particularly prosperous.
However, it doesn't matter.
No matter how prosperous a city is, it will still become desolate after a catastrophe.
This type of city with generally low-rise buildings actually made things easier for Jung Han. After the mutation of the exotic beasts, their sizes became generally massive. As long as Jung Han entered the main urban area and found a high-rise building, he could easily spot the traces of the exotic beasts. After the upgrade of his insight ability, the visible range increased from 1 kilometer to 3 kilometers. A radius of 3 kilometers within the city was enough for Jung Han to clear out all the beast general level exotic beasts in the entire city. Eat and drink your fill, then head in.
Jung Han held a bottle of water in one hand and a chicken leg in the other. However, the next moment, a roar sounded. Jung Han turned his head to look and saw a small tiger, no taller than 1 meter, staring at him. Its fangs were bared, seemingly trying to threaten Jung Han to leave. But in Jung Han's eyes, it didn't appear fierce at all. Instead, it seemed rather adorable. The little tiger's entire body was covered in white fur, which, if placed before the catastrophe, would definitely not be considered small. However, after the catastrophe, standing at a height of 1 meter, it was not much different from an ordinary mutant beast. Just by looking at its size, Jung Han could estimate that this little guy's combat power probably hadn't even reached 1,000. For such a little guy with combat power below 1,000, Jung Han didn't even have the thought of making a move. Even if he slaughtered it, he wouldn't gain much experience or proficiency. At most, it would just slightly contribute to completing the 1,000 kills mission.
Go, 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 don't bother me.
Jung Han waved his hand, wanting the little creature in front of him to leave, but instead of retreating, it lunged toward Jung Han.
Get lost.
Seeing the other party refusing to back down, Jung Han frowned and roared angrily. The voice wasn't loud, but the momentum surged out, visibly creating a swirl of dust centered around Jung Han, rolling toward the little tiger. After Jung Han's combat power advanced to the level of a martial general, he was already capable of releasing his aura externally.
However, releasing one's aura externally doesn't have much lethality. Its sole purpose is to appear as a master and intimidate enemies.
Just like at this moment, as Jung Han released his aura, stirring up waves of dust, the little tiger's pouncing body suddenly froze. Then, as if suddenly startled by something, it came to an abrupt halt on the spot. The once fearless tiger eyes now carried a hint of fear. It glanced at Jung Han again, and the next moment, turned and ran away.
So decisive? Jung Han looked at the departing figure of the little tiger and couldn't help but chuckle, ignoring it.
His target was the exotic beasts with combat power reaching the beast general level, while others were selectively hunted. Either their meat was was tender, or their body materials were valued no less than those of Beast General level exotic beasts. Although the system space was large, it wasn't unlimited in storage. Only targeting valuable hunts for collection was a decision Jiang Han had made before entering the wilderness. Under the scorching sun, Jiang Han walked slowly along this somewhat dilapidated national highway. The highway led directly to the city, and the outline of the city in the distance grew increasingly distinct. Judging by the looks of it, Jiang Han was only 3 or 4 kilometers away from the fallen city number 157. After eating and drinking his fill, Jiang Han put the half bottle of water he hadn't finished back into the system space and summoned Taihun once again. The next moment, with a step forward, the whole figure turned into a black afterimage, rushing straight toward fallen city number 157. Exotic beasts hunt and devour each other, with the stronger ones consuming the weaker ones, adhering to the law of survival. Over the years, they have actually long passed the chaotic stage. Although Beast General level exotic beasts lack the ability to command other exotic beasts, they still possess an instinctive sense of territorial awareness. If it were in normal times, most likely no one would interfere with each other, each surviving in their own territory. When an ordinary martial artist squad enters, they dare not recklessly hunt exotic beasts, mainly because high-level beast generals are no longer something an average martial artist squad can hunt. Without a martial general, it is impossible to reliably kill a high-level beast general. But unexpectedly, a maverick individual appeared in the fallen city number 157. The roars of beasts rose and fell, filled with anger and fear. Sla! Jiang Han pulled the Taihun sword deeply embedded in the massive body of the exotic beast, stained with streaks of pale green blood. Jiang Han seemed completely unfazed, delivering a kick that flipped the exotic beast weighing over 5 tons onto its back. The experience provided by Beast General level exotic beasts is quite decent. The experience from those below Beast Generals is barely worth mentioning. Level suppression? Huh? Jiang Han murmured to himself, then skillfully swung the Taihun, slicing off the unicorn and beast claws of the exotic beast. What a pity, the beast horn was cut in half. Although I can retrieve the severed parts, the overall appearance won't be perfect, and the price will drop by a few thousand alliance coins. The most valuable materials on this intermediate Beast General are the single horn on its head and its 4 beast claws. The former can be smelted to make weapons, while the latter can be used in medicine. In terms of price, it's quite lucrative. By slaughtering this one, Jiang Han could earn around 100,000. However, none of this is the main point. The key point is that Taihun's sharpness far exceeded his imagination. As the only means of attack for this mid-level Beast General, the hardness of its horn was by no means ordinary. However, even so, when Jiang Han triggered a critical strike and unleashed the ninefold Thunderblade, this horn was like a piece of tofu, effortlessly sliced off by Taihun. Having lost its only means of attack, the mid-level Beast General could do nothing but rage helplessly, only to be sent to its end with a single slash to the neck by Jiang Han. Slaughtered this mid-level Beast General and gained 800 experience points. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Han placed the Taihun blade on the fur of the exotic beast, wiped it twice, then sheathed the blade and summoned the attribute panel. Combat rating, 12,753. Strength, 234. Agility, 221. Constitution, 230. Spirit, 229. Available free attribute points, 0. Experience required for the next level up, 15689/64,000. Current talent proficiency, Insight, 1225/3000. Critical Strike, 1568/4000. Current martial skill proficiency, Ninefold Thunderblade LV2, 1836 out of 4000. Current system space remaining 185/1000. Jiang Han looked at the attribute panel, pondering in his heart. Combat power had reached 12,007, firmly at the general level. The 4-dimensional attributes had all surpassed the 200-point threshold, with strength and constitution being the most prominent. The former ensures explosive power, while the latter ensures endurance. Host, Jiang Han. The reason for the higher values in these two attributes is that Jiang Han primarily allocated the attribute points gained from his usual cultivation to these two. Level 8. As for the rest, whether it's the experience points required for leveling up or the proficiency in talents and martial skills, the progress is less than halfway. However, it's not a big issue. Based on his current efficiency in hunting exotic beasts, the time needed to level up isn't too long. A single beast of the Beast General level provides varying amounts of experience points and proficiency due to the difference in levels. Current talent, Grade A talent, Insight LV2, Grade B talent, Critical Strike LV4. Insight, automatically triggered upon entering combat state, allows insight into the weaknesses of all things. Critical Strike, attacks have a 60% chance to trigger a critical hit, dealing damage equal to Strength 6. Fortunately, even providing the lowest experience Beast General level exotic beasts can bring Jiang Han no less than 500 experience points and over 100 proficiency points. Current remaining available talent slots, 0. Current martial skill, Earth Grade Superior, Ninefold Thunderblade LV2. Ninefold Thunderblade LV2, when attacking with blade-type weapons, Strength 4, Agility 4. If he continues at this efficiency, Jiang Han only needs to kill around 100 more beast general level exotic beasts to meet the upgrade requirements, while also upgrading his talent and martial skills along the way.
Currently available items, none.
By then, his combat power will soar to a whole new level.
Current task, 1000 kills.
Stored energy available for burst use, 0.
Keep going, keep going.
Jiang Han's eyes were filled with intense fighting spirit. He then leaped onto a tall building, his gaze locking onto another beast general level exotic beast in the distance.
2, 10, 30 heads.
Jiang Han slowly drew out Taihan and stored the entire corpse of the exotic beast into the system space. 3 soul deer, its antlers can be used as medicine, its hide can be made into luxury goods, its meat is tender, every part is useful.
Take it, take it.
Jiang Han looked up at the sky, which was gradually darkening, and the visible range was becoming shorter. This period of time is often the most uncomfortable. It's better to wait a little longer. Once the moon hangs high, the visible range will instead expand. After nearly 10 hours of hunting exotic beasts, even though Jiang Han's physique exceeds 200 points, he still feels a sense of fatigue. Today, I can't continue any further. I need to reserve some strength to handle unexpected situations.
Becoming exhausted in the wilderness is an extremely dangerous matter. Moreover, Jiang Han's harvest during the day was quite substantial. 30 beast general level exotic beasts, along with more than a dozen advanced beast soldier level exotic beasts.
Calculating based on an average price of 150,000 per beast general level exotic beast, these 30 beasts amount to 4.5 million. As for the advanced beast soldier level exotic beasts, all of them were carefully selected by Jiang Han, with a high unit price averaging around 50,000, bringing in another 600,000 to 700,000 in earnings. In other words, Jiang Han's efforts for the day brought him nearly 5 million alliance coins in revenue. This level of efficiency meant Jiang Han had already surpassed most warrior-level martial artists, even earning no less than some great warriors. However, the main reason was that Jiang Han worked alone, without needing to share with others, and his exceptional individual strength allowed him to advance and retreat freely. With a warrior-level combat power of 12,000, facing these beasts with an average combat power of only 7 to 8,000 was essentially a one-sided domination. The only issue was that within a single city, the number of beast general level creatures was generally around 50. Even in cities with larger areas, the number would not exceed 70 beast general level creatures.
If the city grows larger, lord level exotic beasts will settle in.
City number 157, which has fallen, is not very large and is close to the steel defense line, so the number of beast general level exotic beasts is not high. This can be seen from the fact that Jiang Han rarely encountered high-level exotic beasts after his initial kills. Once the moon rises, exotic beasts will emerge on a large scale.
At that time, let's see if we can find a few beast general level exotic beasts. If the quantity is too scarce, we'll have to change cities.
But before that, we need to return to the steel defense line and sell the exotic beast materials in the system space. Jiang Han glanced at the system space. The 1000 grid space was already more than half full. If he continued hunting exotic beasts without clearing the system space, he would likely have to abandon some beast materials.
Tomorrow we'll head back and replenish our strength first.
Jiang Han found a high-rise building over 20 stories tall, used his strength once, and reached the rooftop. Starting a fire and roasting meat at a high altitude could avoid attracting the attention of strange beasts, disturbing him, and was also convenient for observation.
He went into an office in the building and found a solid wood desk.
With a few strikes, the solid wood desk was chopped into pieces. He then took some cooking oil from the system space, poured it over the wood, and lit it with a lighter. Just a few minutes later, a deer leg was placed over the fire. The blood inside the deer leg slowly trickled out under the high heat of the roasting, sizzling as it dripped onto the fire. The deer leg was large, and Jiang Han made a few more cuts on it to ensure it heated more evenly. At this pace, he only needed to pass through 3 more cities to meet the upgrade conditions and level up critical strike and 9-fold thunder blade by 1 more level. Jiang Han slowly turned the deer leg on the rack with one hand, but his thoughts had already drifted far away.
Wonder how Jiang Jiyu is doing now.
She mentioned earlier that she would follow the teacher to the wilderness. She should have entered by now, but I don't know if there's a chance to run into her in the wilderness. Jiang Han murmured, but then shook his head.
Shuemu is in the capital.
Even if she were to enter the wilderness, she would likely take the high-speed train from the capital to the iron defense line. However, the supply points connected by the capital's high-speed rail are not the same as those of Lanshur. The steel defense line stretches for thousands of miles, with more than 10 supply points set up. Each supply point requires warriors to be stationed there, and to ensure balanced defensive strength, every city has its own dedicated supply point. Just like Jiang Han entering the wilderness twice, taking a car from Lan City always leads to the same supply point.
Forget it, thinking about this is useless. It's better to focus on improving my own strength. But with my current strength, relying on the college entrance exam to get into Shuemu University doesn't seem to be much of a challenge, does it?
Although Shuemu is one of the top institutions in the country, ultimately, its admission standards are somewhat unimproved
impressive for Jung Han nowadays. Due to the limitations of human development, talent awakening requires waiting until the body can withstand the power of the awakening stone, and this threshold can only be reached after adulthood. Therefore, concentrating on awakening 1 month before the college entrance exam is the most suitable. For martial artists, how much progress can be made in a month? Setting aside anomalies like Jung Han, for most newly awakened students, a month is just enough to get through the post-awakening enhancement phase. At this point, participating in the college entrance exam will reveal whether a student's talent is truly exceptional. Even for ordinary students, after passing this enhancement phase, they would only just reach the threshold of becoming a martial artist. This kind of strength cannot be specially recruited by Shuemu. However, Jung Han's combat power exceeding 10,000 is enough to enter Shuemu based on this alone. Jung Han understood in his heart. Holding a small knife in his hand, he sliced off a piece from the already charred yellow surface of the deer leg and put it into his mouth. This 3-souled deer's venison is indeed delicious. No wonder it can sell for a high price of 300 alliance coins per pound. Jung Han took the deer leg off the grill, sliced the well-cooked venison into a large plate, and placed the remaining undercooked part of the deer leg back on the grill. The deer leg was too large, making it difficult to cook the meat thoroughly. If it continued to be grilled like this, the outer layer would easily burn, so a second round of grilling was necessary. Taking out the seasoning, Jung Han sprinkled and mixed it over the venison, and his dinner was ready. However, at that moment, a sound echoed from the hallway, reverberating in the empty corridor, and was sharply caught by Jung Han. "Boss, isn't City 157 supposed to have quite a few beast general level exotic beasts? How come we haven't seen many along the way? We've only taken down 2? You ask me, who am I supposed to ask?" Another man's voice sounded. "I'm puzzled too. After finally selling the black pattern bamboo and purchasing a batch of high-grade equipment, I planned to hunt beast general level exotic beasts to recover some losses, but ended up in an empty city." Black pattern bamboo. Originally, Jung Han hadn't planned to pay attention. Encountering other warrior teams in the wilderness was quite normal. At most, once the other party reached the rooftop, he would let them find another place to rest. However, upon hearing the words black-striped bamboo, Jung Han couldn't help but take it seriously. The meat that had already been roasted was now stored by Jung Han in the system space. At this moment, he was no longer in a hurry to eat or drink. He calmed his mind and focused, then carefully listened to the sounds coming from the hallway. "How's Li Yang's side? Have they found a group of beast general level exotic beasts?" "No, if they had found one, there would have been a signal sent, but there's been no signal so far, so they probably haven't discovered anything either." The voices were a bit far from the rooftop, and even with the stairwell sound amplification and echo, they still weren't very clear. Jung Han walked slowly to the stairwell entrance, where he could hear more distinctly. It shouldn't be. Logically, in such a large city with a danger level of grade 3A, there should be quite a few beast general level exotic beasts. Why does it seem like they've collectively disappeared now? Jung Han recognized whose voice it was. Sun Wenbin. The Li Yang who had a conflict with Uncle Dao and ended up on the life and death stage was one of Sun Wenbin's subordinates. Does the black-striped bamboo have anything to do with Sun Wenbin? Jung Han had this thought pop into his mind, and he couldn't seem to shake it off. This point hadn't been considered before, but now it can basically be confirmed. Sun Wenbin has a certain level of strength to accomplish this. With the power of a grand martial master, acting with intent against the unprepared, it wouldn't be too difficult. Moreover, he has enough motive to frame Jung Han and his group. Frowning slightly, Jung Han never expected that the mastermind he couldn't find in the city before would meet him under such circumstances. For a moment, Jung Han felt he was about to lose control and take action, but after thinking it over, he still refrained from making a move. From the meaning of the other party's words, their team is not fully assembled at the moment, with others scattered elsewhere. Taking action now might alert the enemy. "Boss, do you think it's possible that some expert cleared out all the beast general level exotic beasts before us?" "No way, real experts wouldn't bother cleaning up beast general level exotic beasts. Just casually killing a lord level exotic beast brings in millions in income, so why go through all that trouble?" "Then what do we do now?" "Wait for news. If Li Yang and the others can't find the group of exotic beasts, then we'll switch to another fallen city." "Boss, we've been on the road all day. You should replenish your energy." "More canned dry food? Isn't there anything else to eat?" "Damn, in the wilderness, we can only make do." "Boss, please don't be angry." The sounds in the hallway continued, but Jung Han had already made up his mind. The plan to return to the supply point would probably have to be postponed. He needed to follow Sun Wenbin and the other person first, looking for an opportunity to figure out what they were really up to, and at the same time, determine whether it was Sun Wenbin causing trouble behind the scenes. If it really was Sun Wenbin stirring things up, then Jung Han would have enough reason to take action. From becoming a warrior to now, it has been just over a week. Although Jung Han has undergone trials during this time and no longer feels any psychological burden about killing, ultimately, hunting exotic beasts and killing a team of warriors are fundamentally different. Fortunately, Jung Han is not someone who easily feels compassion. When
faced with those who want to kill him, Jiang Han always believes in repaying them in kind. Taking out a piece of roasted meat from the system space, Jiang Han chewed while listening to the two people downstairs conversing.
Boss, can I take a look at your new treasure? Let you take a look? What if you break it?
Don't worry, once we find the exotic beast herd, you'll definitely get a chance to see it.
Isn't it just that I'm feeling uncertain?
Boss, what if we provoke the exotic beast herd and your newly bought treasure turns out to be useless?
Then wouldn't we? What nonsense are you talking about?
Since I dare to mess with the exotic beast herd, I must be confident enough.
Otherwise, why do you think I spent 70 million to buy this laser cannon?
Yes, boss, now that you've said that, I feel reassured.
Laser cannon?
Hearing the conversation between Sun Wenbin and the other person, Jiang Han felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. He had read an introduction to laser weapons in a military magazine. After the global catastrophe, humanity entered a period of rapid development in weapon technology to resist the attacks of alien beasts. Nuclear weapons were banned due to their subsequent radiation promoting secondary mutations in exotic beasts, leading weapon development to gradually shift towards high-precision individual weapons. From the earliest weapons relying on gunpowder for destructive power, the upper limit of lethality was repeatedly surpassed. In the entire history of weapon development, laser weapons are undoubtedly one of its most brilliant gems. Individual laser rifles, detachable laser cannons, and ultra-large laser turrets.
The former, due to its small size and limited lethality, can only inflict damage on ordinary beast soldier-level exotic beasts.
If it fails to hit a vital spot, the exotic beast's powerful vitality is sufficient to keep it alive for a period of time, allowing it to continue attacking. Nevertheless, it is still widely equipped by the military. Compared to laser guns, firearms using gunpowder aside from some equipped with armor-piercing sniper rifles are completely incomparable.
Jiang Han has never seen a detachable laser cannon, but he has seen ultra-large laser turrets. Above the steel defense line, thousands of laser turrets were installed.
Basically, there is a laser turret every kilometer, aimed in the direction of the wasteland. If Jiang Han remembered correctly, the military magazine's description of the laser turret was, as one of humanity's most successful inventions in the field of weaponry, the super-large laser turret, after energy accumulation, can inflict sufficient damage on Beast King-level exotic beasts, and if it hits a vital spot, it can achieve a one-hit kill.
Beast King-level exotic beasts are on the same level as war god-level warriors. This is the foundation that allows humans to live and work peacefully in urban areas.
Only a steel defense line equipped with thousands of laser cannons can provide them with sufficient security. Originally, such weapons were not supposed to appear in the wilderness. Although laser cannons are powerful, their internal components are extremely delicate, making them prone to damage and exceedingly expensive. That's why it was deployed on the steel defense line, used to deter the beasts rather than counterattack and reclaim the land. However, unexpectedly, Jiang Han now learned from Sun Wenbin that he had purchased a laser cannon.
If it's a laser cannon, then Jiang Han really needs to carefully plan how to take action.
Because with his current strength, even with advanced armor for protection, Jiang Han wouldn't dare guarantee that he could withstand a single shot from the laser cannon. Just as Jiang Han was lost in thought, a signal flare rose into the sky not far away.
Boss, there's news.
The two downstairs saw the signal flare and immediately perked up.
Let's go, hurry over.
Sun Wenbin became even more excited upon seeing this signal flare. The next moment, Jiang Han heard the sound of shattering glass as two figures dashed out of the high-rise, sprinting madly toward the direction where the signal flare had risen.
Follow them.
Without any hesitation, Jiang Han scattered the still burning fire with a single slash, extinguishing it, and disappeared entirely from the rooftop. If there were no laser cannon, Jiang Han could take action at any time. With a combat strength exceeding 10,000, facing Sun Wenbin's squad would result in a complete crush. Even if their lineup consisted of one Grand Martial Master and 4 Martial Masters, they still wouldn't be able to resist. It was just like when Jiang Han and his group faced the Silver-Winged Wolf King back then. Uncle Long, a Grand Martial Master, was knocked unconscious by a single strike from the Silver-Winged Wolf King. With Jiang Han's current strength, he might be slightly inferior to the Silver-Winged Wolf King in terms of speed, but he is not lacking in power, and may even surpass it, especially with the support of Taihun. Under such circumstances, Sun Wenbin's team cannot withstand a single round of Jiang Han's attack. However, if there is a laser cannon involved, it would be a different matter.
Because Jiang Han does not know the level of the laser cannon in Sun Wenbin's possession.
Ordinary laser guns are mostly level 1 or level 2, capable of inflicting fatal damage on regular exotic beasts and beast soldier level exotic beasts. However, when it comes to the level of laser cannons, they start at level 3, and if the level is high, the damage caused can be extremely terrifying. Whether Jiang Han's armor can withstand a single shot is still a question mark. Even if Jiang Han wants to eliminate the opponent, he must ensure his own safety first. The moon had not yet risen, and the moonlight had not yet shone. Under the cover of night, two figures were sprinting ahead. Following from a distance, Jiang Han relied on the night vision ability provided by Insight, easily capturing the figures figures of the two. Every step they took was cushioned, making very little noise. Zhang Han's speed was not fast. He even deliberately slowed down to maintain this interval distance. Being able to become a martial master or grand martial master enhances the five senses to a certain extent. If you follow too closely, it's easy to be noticed by the other party. Just like that, following leisurely, they nearly crossed the entire city before the speed of Sun Wenbin and his companion ahead finally slowed down. The signal flare lit up just ahead. We're almost there. Zhang Han heard Sun Wenbin's words ahead and slowed down by 2 more points. He widened the distance between himself and the 2 people in front. The closer he got, the more cautious he needed to be. After running for about 2 more minutes, Sun Wenbin and the other person ahead stopped. Zhang Han, maintaining a distance of 500 meters, also stopped. 3 people rushed towards Sun Wenbin and the other person. Boss, Li Yang. From a distance of 500 meters, Zhang Han could still clearly see everyone's faces. After recognizing the 3 people approaching, his brows furrowed slightly. He continued to approach slowly. Although he could see their faces clearly, Zhang Han couldn't hear their conversation. He couldn't read lips, so he could only find a way to get closer. Fortunately, these people weren't paying attention to their surroundings. Although this place was outside the urban area, there were still quite a few single-story houses. However, due to years of neglect, most of the roofs in this residential area were already leaking, with crumbling walls and ruins, giving it a desolate appearance. Mining area? Zhang Han glanced around and then came to a conclusion. The ones he had cleared before were all high-level exotic beasts in the urban area. He hadn't ventured into the mining area. However, this did not mean that there were no high-level exotic beasts in the mining area. It was simply because Zhang Han felt there was no need to search for exotic beasts in the mines. Another reason was that fighting exotic beasts in the mines, without proper maintenance of the tunnels, could easily cause a collapse. Even if Zhang Han is incredibly powerful, he has no ability to resist when faced with a collapsing mine, unless he possesses the strength of a marquee-level warrior or awakens an earth element talent. Have you found the beast general level exotic beast group? Sun Wenbin looked at Li Yang, who was approaching, and asked. Although Li Yang had already been discharged from the hospital, he had previously suffered significant injuries. At this moment, his head was still wrapped in bandages. Perhaps it was because he owed Uncle Dao too much money from the life and death arena that he took the risk to venture into the wilderness again. As he got closer, Zhang Han could barely make out the conversation among the group. No, it seems that the beast general level exotic beasts in the fallen city number 157 have all been cleared out by someone. Although there are a few scattered ones, it's not worth using the laser cannon. The person responding to Sun Wenbin was someone else. Upon hearing this, Sun Wenbin frowned, his voice carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. If there are no exotic beast groups, why did you call us over? Although we didn't find the herd of exotic beasts, this harvest might be even greater than the herd. I sensed a Creek gold mine. Creek gold mine. Creek gold mine? Sun Wenbin and the other person were slightly stunned upon hearing this, but soon their faces revealed expressions of ecstatic joy. Is it really the She Gold mine? Yes, I've already confirmed it. It is indeed the She Gold vein, but it hasn't been formed for long, only about 2 or 3 years, which is why it hasn't been discovered. But this isn't a challenge for me. After all, my awakened talent is perception. Zhang Han naturally also faintly heard the voices of Sun Wenbin and the others exchanging words, and likewise caught the term She Gold mine. She Gold mine? Zhang Han knew about She Gold mine, mainly because it was simply too famous. She Gold appeared only after the catastrophe, influenced by the interference of energy from a different dimension, altering its original periodic elements and evolving from a gold mine. However, unlike ordinary gold, Creek gold gathers together, resembling a stream, and can flow underground influenced by magnetic fields. Moreover, its quality is extremely high, typically distributed at depths of around 400 to 700 meters underground. The most important aspect is that the application scenarios for Creek gold are incredibly extensive. In virtually any situation involving high-end alloy manufacturing, Creek gold is almost always present. The Taihan sword in Zhang Han's hand, although nominally made entirely of blue silver, is actually an alloy product crafted from blue silver, titanium, nickel, and a small amount of Creek gold. If Zhang Han remembers correctly, the price of Creek gold is twice that of gold, with a unit price of 600 alliance coins per gram, and the reserves of Creek gold veins are calculated in tons. Ordinary discovered Creek gold veins have a minimum reserve of over 2 tons. Such a good thing could be encountered by Sun Wenbin and his group? Zhang Han's brows unconsciously furrowed together. Last time, Sun Wenbin followed them and reaped the benefits, stealing the remaining black-striped bamboo, and now he's even discovered the Creek gold vein? Can one person really be this lucky? Zhang Han was pondering countermeasures on his side, while on the other side, Sun Wenbin and his group were immersed in the excitement of discovering the Creek gold vein. Can the reserves be detected? The man who discovered the Creek gold vein shook his head. At the limit of the distance, it can't be detected. We can only sense that the reserves are substantial. But what we should be focusing on right now is not this. In the depths of this mine, there is a high-level exotic beast. Its
its combat power is at least at the Lord level.
If I'm not mistaken, it should be a metal-type exotic beast. It must have also sensed the presence of the Creek Gold Vein, so it resides in the mine, evolving by feeding on the Creek Gold Vein. Exotic beasts are categorized by attributes, and their combat power can also be enhanced by absorbing the unique energies of heaven and earth or consuming certain rare treasures. Generally, they are divided into 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, though there are also other types of exotic beasts.
For example, the silver-winged wolf king slain by Li Chongyang was a wind-type exotic beast, while the steel-mane wild boar king was an earth-type exotic beast.
However, this attribute distinction is not very necessary when exotic beasts are at lower levels. This is because exotic beasts have not evolved innate divine abilities and, at most, only have some enhancements in certain aspects. For example, the speed of the silver-winged wolf king and the formidable physique of the steel-mane boar king. Although the Lord level is a watershed for exotic beasts, ultimately, this is only because Lord-level exotic beasts can command lower-level exotic beasts and have evolved intelligence. But the true watershed of combat power actually comes at the dominator level.
Only by acquiring innate divine abilities can one become a dominator of a region.
It is precisely because of this that everyone present, upon hearing that there was a gold element Lord-level exotic beast in the mine, did not feel particularly surprised. With the assistance of natural treasures, evolving into a Lord-level beast is quite normal, as long as it's not a high-level Lord.
Boss, should we fight?
After the person finished explaining the situation, Li Yang asked with a hint of excitement in his eyes. The Creek Gold Vein, as long as they can secure this vein, it means billions of wealth flowing into their team's pockets. Even if Sun Wenbin takes the lion's share, the 4 of them can still get a considerable amount. Under such enormous temptation of profit, no one can remain calm.
Isn't that obvious? Of course, we have to fight. But we need to fight with a plan. Lord-level exotic beasts are truly terrifying in combat strength.
With our abilities, it's simply impossible to inflict any substantial damage on them.
Fortunately, I had the foresight to buy a laser cannon at the auction. First, let's figure out a way to lure the beast inside out and assess its strength. If its strength isn't great, then just blast it to death with one shot.
Those who can become martial artists are inherently greedy beings. In the face of immense benefits, no martial artist would willingly give up.
At this moment, Sun Wenbin's words undoubtedly struck a chord in everyone's hearts.
Seeing that Sun Wenbin had made a decision, the remaining 4 all had excitement in their eyes.
Li Yang, come with me to set up the laser cannon.
The 3 of you go further inside and throw shock grenades. Throw as many as you have.
The mine shaft, hundreds of meters deep, won't affect the Lord-level alien beast inside unless they venture further in. Hearing Sun Wenbin's decision, none of them hesitated. This was a risk everyone had to take. As he spoke, Li Yang took out several shock grenades from his interdimensional ring and handed them to one of them.
Li Yang did the same himself.
Then the 5 people separated. Sun Wenbin and Li Yan walked toward a dormitory building. In the entire mining area, only that place could be considered the highest point.
As for the other 3, they headed toward the mine.
Zhang Han's current position happened to form a triangular relationship with the dormitory building and the mine.
This situation is the most secure. If something goes wrong, Zhang Han can easily retreat, and if Sun Wenbin and the others' plan proves effective, Zhang Han can also reap the benefits effortlessly.
Zhang Han's current position is only 600 or 700 meters away from the dormitory building.
With his current speed, bolstered by the eruption of the ninefold Thunderblade, he can reach Sun Wenbin and the others within 10 seconds.
This is the most critical point. The laser cannon requires a certain interval to recharge after each attack.
The duration varies, but it takes at least 10 seconds.
And these 10 seconds are the opportunity Zhang Han needs to seize. All set.
2 or 3 minutes later, Sun Wenbin had set up the laser cannon on the dormitory rooftop and shouted to the 3 people standing at the mine entrance. With the faint moonlight, Zhang Han saw the 3 of them make a hand gesture towards Sun Wenbin before entering the mine. Meanwhile, Sun Wenbin and his companion on the dormitory rooftop were nervously staring at the mine entrance, next to them a laser cannon with a barrel nearly 2 meters long. The silver-white cannon barrel appeared extremely striking under the faint reflection of moonlight.
Zhang Han had no expertise in laser cannons and wasn't sure what level this laser cannon was.
However, the fact that Sun Wenbin dared to take on a Lord-level beast proved that this laser cannon could inflict fatal damage on such a creature. And with such power, even with level 5 armor in front of him, Zhang Han still felt it wasn't entirely reassuring. Just as Zhang Han was momentarily distracted, a beast's roar suddenly echoed from within the mine. The roar that spread out from the narrow mine tunnel was louder than anyone had imagined. Accompanying the roar were waves of tremors on the ground, and the source of the vibrations was at the entrance of the mine tunnel. Zhang Han could clearly see that the entrance of the mine tunnel, originally reinforced with cement and red bricks, was continuously shedding gray dust. Even Zhang Han couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart at such commotion. If he wasn't very sure before, Zhang Han could now confirm that the Lord-level beast in the mine had at least the strength of a mid-level Lord. It was on the same level as the fully powered steel bristle wild boar king, with at least 50,000 3,000 combat power.
It was unbeatable.
Such a thought flashed through Jiang Han's mind, and the next moment, he wanted to turn around and leave. Provoking a beast of this level can easily trigger a large-scale beast tide, which would result in the annihilation of all the martial artist squads in the entire Fallen City number 157. However, the thought of leaving was forcibly suppressed by Jiang Han. Jiang Han had already eliminated many beast general level creatures in the Fallen City number 157, reducing the overall threat. As long as he avoided a direct confrontation with this mid-level lord, with his strength no beast could stop him from leaving. Moreover, Sun Wenbin and the others were standing in the way ahead. Even Lian Jianghan was like this, making Sun Wenbin and the others appear even more vulnerable. Li Yang's face was even paler, perhaps because he hadn't yet recovered from his previous injuries. Even his voice trembled slightly.
Boss, can we really kill that beast? Sun Wenbin's situation wasn't much better.
When facing a mid-level lord, there isn't much difference between a martial artist and a great martial artist. It's all a matter of one claw.
Fortunately, Sun Wenbin's mental resilience was much stronger than Li Yang's, and he knew he couldn't lose his composure now.
Taking a deep breath, he grabbed the handle of the laser turret and aimed the barrel at the entrance of the mine. Now it's not a question of whether we can kill it, but that we must kill it. Hearing Sun Wenbin's words, Li Yang also realized the urgency of the situation. Holding a basketball-sized battery in his hand. After I fire the shot, you replace the energy block. Li Yang did not speak, but cold sweat seeped from his forehead. As if in response to Sun Wenbin and the others, another beast roar echoed. The next moment, 3 disheveled figures rushed out from the mine entrance, followed closely by a white tiger with a strange eye on its forehead. The white tiger's size was not particularly large, at least much smaller than the bodies of other lord-level exotic beasts. However, the pressure it exerted was not small at all, but even greater. Jiang Han involuntarily tensed up the moment he saw the white tiger with the strange eye on its forehead.
This was the subconscious muscle reaction of a warrior when facing a powerful enemy.
Just a distant glance was enough to make Jiang Han's entire body tense, which proved how much pressure this golden element beast brought to him. Jiang Han was already in such a state, Sun Wenbin and the others would only be even worse.
Sure enough, Jiang Han tilted his head to glance at Sun Wenbin and Li Yang on the rooftop in the distance.
Li Yang was already terrified, cold sweat streaming down his forehead as he stood there dumbfounded, staring at the nearby white tiger, lost in thought. Sun Wenbin wasn't much better off, but fortunately, he hadn't been scared out of his wits by the white tiger. He held onto the laser turret, making slight adjustments to the attack direction. As for the 3 who had entered the mine to lure the white tiger, they were currently running for their lives. There was no other way. The white tiger behind them was far faster, and if it caught up, with the sharpness of its claws, snapping them in half at the waist wouldn't be a difficult task. They had no doubt about the strength of an intermediate lord. It was precisely because of this that the speed these 3 unleashed was several notches faster than usual. At times like this, what determines whether you live or die isn't whether you can outrun the white tiger, but whether you can outrun your teammates.
Fire!
The 3 of them ran while shouting loudly, but the next moment, one of them was caught by the white tiger behind.
Bang!
A muffled sound rang out, and the man flew diagonally forward, rolling a few times on the ground before lying motionless. Even though he was covered in dust, Jiang Han could still see the blood flowing from the corners of his mouth and nostrils. As for the armor on his body, under the strike of the white tiger's claw, it had shattered into pieces scattered all over the ground.
Dead.
A martial artist, with low-grade armor, stood no chance of surviving a powerful blow from a mid-level lord. If Jiang Han's guess is correct, the internal organs of this lifeless martial artist were shattered by this strike. In such a situation, even miraculous healing medicine wouldn't be able to save him.
Damn!
The remaining 2 people heard the commotion behind them and instinctively turned to look. Upon witnessing the scene, they were so shocked that their hair stood on end. A surge of electricity spread from their spine to their entire body, adding even more speed to their already explosive pace.
Fire the cannon! Sun Wenbin, fire the cannon!
The one who shouted this was the martial artist who had awakened the perception talent.
But Sun Wenbin showed no intention of firing the cannon.
The barrel was already aimed at the white tiger, yet the trigger remained unpulled.
Boss, fire the cannon! Li Yang, standing to the side, watched as Sun Wenbin showed no intention of taking action.
Unable to hold back, he reminded him, his voice trembling slightly, clearly shaken by the scene of the white tiger killing someone with a single swipe moments ago. That person's strength was not inferior to Li Yang's, so it wasn't hard to imagine that if Li Yang himself had faced that strike, he wouldn't have fared any better. To avoid finding himself in the same situation, he could only pin his hopes on Sun Wenbin's strike, hoping it would kill the white tiger in the distance. However, Sun Wenbin still showed no intention of firing, not even saying a word.
How fast is the speed of an intermediate lord?
So fast that Jiang Han, without activating insight at close range, could only catch a glimpse of a white figure without seeing its specific image clearly, which says it all. Faced with such speed, the 2 surviving martial artists hadn't even run 100 meters before the white tiger caught up with them again. Another claw strike and another person died. Sun Wenbin hesitated to make a move. Jiang Han frowned slightly, sensing that something was off.
Is he afraid the attack won't be effective? That shouldn't be the case. Although this white tiger is a mid-level Lord-class beast with top-notch offensive capabilities, its defense is definitely not strong. The laser cannon fires instantly, light travels fast, and so does the laser cannon's attack. As long as it hits successfully, breaking through the defense shouldn't be difficult. Does he want to wait until it's closer to attack?
But in this case, the 3 people sent to lure the white tiger would truly become bait. Whether or not the white tiger can be caught is another matter, but the bait is definitely going to be eaten. No, as this thought crossed Jung Han's mind, he suddenly felt something was off. Perhaps Sun Wenbin's goal was precisely to have the white tiger eat this bait? Not knowing why, after this thought emerged in his mind, Jung Han felt a chill down his spine, because he sensed that this was a very likely possibility. Otherwise, there was no way to explain Sun Wenbin's actions. Sure enough, just as this thought appeared in Jung Han's mind, Sun Wenbin on the dormitory rooftop suddenly let go of the laser turret he was holding, and in the next moment, a long knife appeared in his hand.
Li Yang, standing nearby, didn't even have time to react and was still nervously watching the white tiger not far away.
But the pain in his waist made his eyes whiten instantly. He lowered his head to look at the painful spot on his waist, only to find a long knife embedded in his bandaged waist, with more than half of the blade plunged into his body. Blood gushed out like a stream, flowing along the blade. A muffled sound came from Li Yang's throat, his eyes filled with deep confusion. He couldn't understand why the captain who had fought alongside him for over 10 years would stab him at this moment. He reached out, trying to grab the long knife plunged into his waist, but Sun Wenbin forcefully twisted the hilt, causing the blade to turn accordingly.
Li Yang's gaze gradually became unfocused, and then his whole body collapsed limply to the ground.
A wound in the waist is rarely fatal, but it depends on the circumstances. Sun Wenbin's twist of the knife directly shredded Li Yang's internal organs, causing massive internal bleeding and leaving no hope of survival. However, as a martial artist with tenacious vitality, Li Yang had not completely died yet, but he no longer had any strength to fight back. He stared blankly at Sun Wenbin, who stood to the side.
Li Yang, don't blame me.
People die for wealth, birds perish for food. The Creek gold mine involves tens to hundreds of billions of alliance coins. Why should I share it with the 4 of you? Sun Wenbin's voice came through, falling into Jung Han's ears. Only now did Jung Han clearly understand what Uncle Long and the others meant when they said not to trust anyone in the wilderness.
For some reason, Jung Han suddenly felt a bit fortunate.
It was Uncle Long and his group who brought him into the wilderness. Even when faced with black-striped bamboo worth millions, Uncle Long and his group showed no sign of greed. If it had been someone like Sun Wenbin who brought him into the wilderness, his fate wouldn't have been much better than Li Yang and the others.
Is this what human nature is?
Jung Han felt that his worldview had been shattered by Sun Wenbin. The moonlight had unknowingly spread across the earth.
On the rooftop of the dormitory building, Sun Wenbin once again adjusted the laser cannon.
Beside him lay Li Yang, lifeless, his eyes remaining open even in death. Blood flowed all over the ground, along with the long knife held in hand but not swung. It's ironic to say, just a few days ago on the life and death stage, Sun Wenbin had saved Li Yang's life, sparing him from the fate of dying under Uncle Dao's blade. Yet a few days later, Sun Wenbin's long knife was pointed at Li Yang. The bustling crowd is all for profit.
Li Yang is useful to Sun Wenbin, and he is willing to protect Li Yang. Now, Li Yang's existence will only take away his benefits, so Li Yang no longer has a reason to survive.
Jung Han unconsciously tightened his grip on Taihan, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled.
It is not yet the time to act.
The white tiger's hunt continued, but the man who had awakened the perception talent already looked ashen-faced. He had personally witnessed the moment Sun Wenbin attacked Li Yang. Anyone who could survive in the wilderness for so long was no fool, because all the fools were already dead. When he saw Sun Wenbin make a move against Li Yang, he was terrified, but he quickly understood the key point behind it. The She Gold vein is truly valuable. The She Gold vein, weighing at least over 2 tons, is worth more than $1 billion. Even if the location information of the She Gold vein is contributed to the country without doing anything, Sun Wenbin can still obtain 10% of the profit. Just that 10% of the profit amounts to a full 100 million. With Sun Wenbin's current capabilities, even if he worked hard his entire life in the wilderness, he wouldn't be able to save up 100 million. Since working hard his whole life wouldn't earn him 100 million, why not simply be ruthless and kill everyone who knows about this information? This way, the gold vein in this creek would belong to him alone. The 100 million in profits would also be his to enjoy exclusively, and he could retire immediately after obtaining it. It was precisely because he understood this that the man who had barely survived being chased out of the mine by the white tiger now felt utterly hopeless. With the white tiger fiercely pursuing him from behind and Sun Wenbin aiming the laser cannon at him from atop the tall building ahead, he was trapped.
He no longer had any hope of survival. Sun Wenbin, you're nothing but a beast.
Cursing loudly, but it had no effect whatsoever, not even dispelling a fraction of the fear in his heart. He regretted it, regretted telling Sun Wenbin about the news of the Shijin gold vein. At first, he just wanted to share the risk. A martial artist cannot guard the Shijin gold vein. But who
would have known that Sun Wenbin would stab everyone in the back?
Even the one guarding beside him was Li Yang, whose combat strength was weakened due to his injury. At this moment, recalling the scenes that had just unfolded, he understood one thing. When Sun Wenbin heard the words Shijin Mind Vein, he had already made up his mind. However, he hid his greed so deeply that no one noticed. Sun Wenbin on the dormitory rooftop naturally heard this roar, but he didn't make a single move.
He was still waiting.
Waiting for the white tiger to catch up with its teammates, waiting for the white tiger to raise its paw to attack. Any creature will have a brief pause during an attack. For example, when a martial artist swings their weapon with full force, they cannot stop to change their posture.
Sun Wenbin seized this opportunity.
2 seconds later, the shadow of the white tiger successfully caught up with the person desperately running ahead. With a furious roar, it raised its massive tiger paw and struck the person's back. It landed solidly, as if a heavy hammer had fallen upon it. The sound had yet to arrive when Jiang Han saw that person being heavily slammed to the ground by the white tiger's claw, raising a cloud of dust.
But in the next moment,
a red laser shot straight out, striking the white tiger's forehead as well.
There was no earth-shattering sound, nor any dazzling ripples.
With Jiang Han's eyesight, all he could see was a streak of red light. Then, the originally ferocious white tiger was sent flying backward. The massive tiger's head was left with only half, as the right side of its head completely vanished under the high temperature of the laser cannon. No blood flowed out, as the high temperature instantly seared the wound shut. I don't know if it's just psychological, but Jiang Han felt the air filled with the smell of burnt meat.
Dead. All dead.
Even with the formidable vitality of a mid-level lord, it is absolutely impossible to survive with half of their skull missing. This means that the only ones still able to move are Jiang Han and Sun Wenbin.
Take action.
After witnessing the scene of the white tiger being sent flying, Jiang Han immediately sprang into action. He didn't even consider going around the wall. With the Taihan in his hand sweeping across, the half-collapsed wall crumbled like tofu, and in the next moment, Jiang Han forcefully smashed through it.
Taking a detour was too troublesome, so Jiang Han chose the most direct method, pushing straight through. Before Sun Wenbin could replenish the energy for the laser turret, he sent the Taihan in his hand into his body.
On the dormitory rooftop, Sun Wenbin, who was thrilled to see his strike successfully hit the white tiger, instinctively turned his head to look in another direction.
The sound hadn't arrived yet, but the warrior's alertness to danger warned him. Then his pupils couldn't help but contract,
because in his eyes, there was only the figure charging fiercely toward him, toppling rows of houses along the way.
Warrior!
This thought emerged in Sun Wenbin's mind.
The next idea was to load the energy block into the laser cannon.
He was even too lazy to consider how the other party had gotten so close to him. Similarly, he couldn't be bothered to think about how long the other party had been there or whether they knew about the Shijin Mind Vein. Because Sun Wenbin was very clear about one thing: if he couldn't deal with this warrior, there was no way he could take the Shijin Mind Vein for himself.
In a head-on confrontation, he couldn't possibly be a match for the newcomer. Just from the newcomer's running speed, Sun Wenbin was certain of this. The only thing that can threaten the opponent is the laser cannon. But how could things be so simple? After firing once, the laser cannon's barrel needs to cool down, and energy blocks need to be replenished.
Just these 2 points alone require Sun Wenbin quite some time. Even if it meant damaging the cannon barrel, he could forcefully fire this shot for the sake of the Creek Gold Vein.
But would Jiang Han give him the chance?
A roar erupted, and Jiang Han's speed surged several times over. Originally, Sun Wenbin could barely catch sight of Jiang Han's figure.
But at this moment, ninefold thunder blade.
The sound of metal clashing rang out, but in the next moment, it was followed by a man's anguished wail. Sun Wenbin's long blade had already broken into 2 pieces.
However, Jiang Han showed no mercy and swung his blade once more. Clang! Sun Wenbin's 2 arms flew up simultaneously and fell far away.
Blood gushed like a fountain. Under the pale moonlight, Jiang Han gripped the Taihan sword in one hand. 2 steps away lay Sun Wenbin, collapsed on the ground, wailing in agony. Having lost both arms, Sun Wenbin no longer had the strength to fight. The battles between masters are often unpredictable and change in an instant. From the moment Sun Wenbin started to kill Li Yang, then fired that shot at the white tiger, and finally Jiang Han made his move. From start to finish, it did not exceed 1 minute. The only difference was that 1 minute ago, Sun Wenbin felt victory was within his grasp, with fame and fortune beckoning to him. As long as he monopolized the Shijin Mind Vein, what awaited him was a prosperous life for the rest of his days. But things didn't go as he wished. The appearance of Jiang Han dealt him a heavy blow, shattering all his unrealistic dreams.
Sun Wenbin's wail showed no sign of stopping.
Both his arms had been severed, and at this moment, he couldn't even use his hands to cover his wounds. He could only watch helplessly as the blood continued to flow.
Who exactly are you?
Sun Wenbin collapsed to the ground, and and all he could see was Zhang Han's silhouette.
A warrior fully encased in pitch-black armor, holding a long blade with a deep blue sheen. Sun Wenbin did not recall ever provoking someone of this caliber.
Low-level warriors rarely dare to provoke being stronger than themselves, because once they enter the wilderness, such hatred could very well be the key to their own demise. Sun Wenbin has always been cautious and meticulous. If he has enemies, he always finds a way to quickly eliminate them. Even when he just acted against his teammate, it was only after everything was completely under his control that he made his move. It is precisely because of this caution that Sun Wenbin has managed to survive until now.
But now,
hearing Sun Wenbin's terrified words, Zhang Han turned his head to look over. The armor covering his entire body slowly receded, revealing Zhang Han's face.
Sun Wenbin, do you still remember me?
Zhang Han's face showed no expression, his eyes filled with coldness.
Sun Wenbin's series of actions just now gave Zhang Han a deeper understanding of the wasteland.
Compared to the terror of the beasts in the wasteland, human nature is actually more frightening. Sun Wenbin was willing to harm Zhang Han's group for the sake of his teammates and was also willing to betray his own teammates for greater benefits. This was a path Zhang Han had never envisioned before.
Is it you?
It had only been a few days since the life and death platform, so Sun Wenbin naturally remembered Zhang Han.
However, upon seeing Zhang Han's face, several points of doubt surfaced in Sun Wenbin's mind again. You shouldn't already be dead? How could you possibly block the steel bristle Boar King? Wait, aren't you a martial artist? How did you become a martial general?
Zhang Han could tell that Sun Wenbin's words carried a strong sense of astonishment.
So it really was you behind this. Hearing these words, Zhang Han took a deep breath.
Although he had already guessed that the one behind the schemes was Sun Wenbin, there was still a difference between his own guess and Sun Wenbin admitting it himself. Sun Wenbin understood what Zhang Han was talking about and was well aware of his current predicament. Just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, a faint blue light shadow streaked past. The next moment, Sun Wenbin's entire body had already collapsed limply to the ground, a faint blood mark on his neck gradually expanding.
Since it's confirmed to be you, then there's no problem,
Zhang Han murmured, not knowing whether he was speaking to Sun Wenbin or to himself.
Speaking of which, this was Zhang Han's first time taking action against a human. Previously, hunting exotic beasts was due to being on opposing sides.
For exotic beasts that threatened human safety, Zhang Han, influenced by the education he had received since childhood, had no burden in killing them.
But Sun Wenbin.
Zhang Han forced himself not to look again at the gruesome death of Sun Wenbin and instead turned his gaze toward the nearby laser turret. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Han finally realized just how intricate this weapon, a culmination of human technology, truly was. On a fluorescent screen, the direction the cannon barrel was aimed at was displayed. In the center of the screen, there was a targeting mark, seemingly searching for the enemy, wandering continuously within the screen.
This thing doesn't auto-target, does it? Zhang Han suddenly had this thought pop into his mind.
His right hand rested on the laser turret, and in the next moment, with a flash of light, the laser cannon was stored into the system space by Zhang Han.
This is truly a great item.
Zhang Han had just witnessed the power of this laser turret with his own eyes. Even a mid-level Lord-class beast was no match for a single strike, which clearly shows how powerful it is. In terms of attack power alone, this laser turret is undoubtedly Zhang Han's most powerful offensive weapon at the moment, bar none.
The only issue might be that the ammunition loading for this thing is a bit slow. After firing one full-powered shot, the energy block needs to be replaced.
No, once I get back, I must find a user manual for the laser cannon and at least learn how to operate it. Even though the laser cannon has many drawbacks, in the face of its immense power, all of these seem insignificant. In the future, when encountering a powerful beast, Zhang Han can completely fire a shot from a distance before closing in for close combat.
A fruitful harvest indeed.
Zhang Han took a deep breath and then walked toward the two severed arms of Sun Wenbin. The battle was over, and what remained was to clean up the battlefield. The warrior's gains in the wilderness were usually stored in spatial rings, and Sun Wenbin's spatial ring was worn on his right hand. After a warrior's death, the spatial ring becomes ownerless. Zhang Han only needed to use his consciousness to connect with this spatial ring to retrieve it. The only problem is that when a martial artist's strength is too low, their mental power is still too weak to bind multiple interspatial rings at the same time, otherwise, they would suffer mental exhaustion. There were very few items in Sun Wenbin's interspatial ring: the corpses of 2 beast general-level exotic beasts, some emergency medicines, 2 bank cards, and a few energy blocks that looked like red bricks. There wasn't anything particularly valuable. The bank cards might contain money, but Zhang Han had acted too quickly earlier and forgot to ask for Sun Wenbin's bank card passwords.
That was careless.
Sighing, Zhang Han transferred everything from the spatial ring into the system space. Then, following the same method, he emptied Li Yang's spatial ring as well. There were also items from 3 other people, as well as the corpse of a mid-level Lord-tier exotic beast. After confirming that there was nothing valuable left on Sun Wenbin and Li Yang, Zhang Han finally turned around to head downstairs.
Just after turning around, Zhang Han suddenly froze completely. His brows furrowed involuntarily, and he activated insight. Moonlight reflected on the ground, but there were only 3 corpses and a deep pit created by a laser cannon. However, the corpse of the mid-level Lord-class alien beast was nowhere to be seen. For some reason, Jung Han suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Instinctively, he dodged to the side, and with a flash of light in his hand, the Taihun, which had been stored in the system space, reappeared in his grasp. The blade was aimed at the spot where Jung Han had just been standing. At the place where he had been moments ago, the rooftop railing had been smashed by a claw. A white tiger, missing half of its skull, was coldly staring at him. The white tiger's icy gaze resembled that of a cornered beast fighting desperately for its life. In fact, that was indeed the case. Half of its head had been blasted apart by a laser cannon, significantly reducing its strength. Jung Han didn't know why this creature could still survive with half its head gone, but there was one thing that left no room for doubt. This white tiger had already regarded Jung Han as its mortal enemy, even though it wasn't Jung Han who fired at it. The Lord-level exotic beast had only developed basic intelligence. Apart from being able to command other lower-level exotic beasts, it mostly acted according to instinct. Once it identified Jung Han as its mortal enemy, it was unlikely to give up on hunting him down. Lowering its head, it bit into Sun Wenbin's corpse, then tilted its head back to toss it into its mouth. This scene was terrifying, at least in Jung Han's view. It was a bit excessively horrifying. Because half of its face was gone, the white tiger couldn't fully close its mouth. Its slender fangs sank in, and all Jung Han could see was blood flowing through the gaps between its teeth, staining its pristine fur bright red. Jung Han took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to vomit. This kind of scene is truly hard for most people to accept. Fortunately, Jung Han is no longer an ordinary person. Although he felt nauseous, he could still manage to hold it back if he tried. However, another problem now lay before Jung Han. The white tiger in front of him was hit by a laser cannon, and being injured was inevitable. The question is, after being injured, how much of its strength remains? The strength of mid-level Lord-class beasts generally ranges from 40,000 to 70,000. Based on its previous displayed combat power, Jung Han estimated that this white tiger's strength was no less than the steel bristle wild boar king at its peak, and might even slightly surpass it. This also means that its own combat power is at least over 50,000. However, fortunately, the injuries it sustained are indeed real. A glance with insight reveals that the wound on the white tiger's head has been marked with a massive golden flaw. This situation only represents one possibility. This entire area is the white tiger's weakness. Who cares how much strength is left? Just give it a try and find out. Knowing that the opponent devoured Sun Wenbin's corpse to replenish energy and restore strength, Jung Han dared not delay any further. With the Taihun sword held horizontally in his hand, Jung Han charged straight at the white tiger. Ninefold Thunder Blade. Critical strike. The liquid-like armor once again spread over Jung Han's entire body, wrapping even his exposed head, leaving only a pair of eyes visible. Such a tight wrapping, yet there was no sense of discomfort, and his breathing was not hindered in any way. Jung Han dared not hold back in the slightest, because the pressure this white tiger before him exerted was simply overwhelming, far surpassing the previous steel mane boar king. Even a rabbit fights with all its might, let alone a fierce tiger. The full burst of the ninefold thunder blade and critical strike instantly pushed Jung Han's power points to over 5,000. More than 50 tons of force applied to the blade of the Taihun sword stirred up a wave of air, with the sound of breaking through the void humming loudly. This strike is enough to cut through gold and sever iron. Meanwhile, the white tiger, which was devouring Sun Wenbin, saw Jung Han's powerful and forceful strike but showed no intention of retreating. Its single eye merely carried a hint of puzzlement. It seemed surprised as to why a mere human like Jung Han could unleash such power. However, despite its puzzlement, the white tiger's movements were just as swift. The massive tiger claw rose, striking toward the Taihun descending from above. Bang! Buzz! A tremendous force surged from the blade of the Taihun, and Jung Han felt a numbness in his tiger's mouth as the Taihun was about to be flung away. Humph! With a muffled grunt, Jung Han did not forcibly resist the force but instead fell backward, as if he had been struck and sent flying by the white tiger's claw. The faster the charge, the faster the retreat. Jung Han's posture appeared rather disheveled. However, that was not important. What mattered was that, although the exchange between the two was brief, just from the immense force transmitted through the Taihun blade, Jung Han understood one thing. The strength of the white tiger before him was definitely not something he could contend with. Its power was at least twice his full force outburst. Despite being seriously injured, it could still unleash over 100 tons of force. Jung Han felt that he had made a serious misjudgment in assessing the strength of this white tiger. The strength of this white tiger was likely not just that of a mid-level lord. It might have reached the level of a high-level lord, or perhaps it was already a high-level lord. Run! Jung Han inexplicably had this thought flash through his mind. No other reason, it was simply because the combat power of a high-level lord was truly terrifying. With at least 70,000 combat power, facing Jung Han, a general with just over 10,000, even if it wasn't a complete crush, it was close enough. Even with serious injuries, the combat power of this white tiger is still at least 20,000.
70,000, making it impossible to fight. At this thought, Zhang Han's actions naturally became decisive. As his feet touched the ground, Zhang Han's body twisted at an incredible angle, and he was already sprinting madly in the direction away from the white tiger.
Where was the demeanor of a mighty general to be found?
However, for Zhang Han at the moment, the demeanor of a strong person is nowhere near as important as staying alive.
Knowing he couldn't fight head-on, running away quickly was the best strategy.
As for the Shijin or vein, it could temporarily stay here for now. Even if the white tiger continued to absorb the Shijin or vein, it wouldn't be able to consume much in a short time. Once back in the city, he could report the news about the Shijin or vein. By then, the country would at least dispatch a marquis-level expert, and the mere high-ranking lord-level white tiger would be doomed. Don't say that he's seriously injured now. Even if he weren't injured and was at the peak of his strength, he still wouldn't be a match for a martial marquis-level expert.
The white tiger behind him, seeing Zhang Han flee so decisively, let out an angry roar and chased after him.
Are you crazy? Even Zhang Han quickened his pace a bit upon hearing that roar. Each exotic beast has its own territorial attributes, and as long as you run far enough, the white tiger behind you will generally stop chasing. Moreover, the white tiger is now seriously injured and needs to return to the mine to recover by absorbing the streamgold vein, making it even less likely to keep chasing relentlessly. Roar! The ninefold thunder blade is intended for a forced burst, enhancing not only strength but also agility. With the fourfold agility boost from the ninefold thunder blade, Zhang Han's short-term burst agility reached 880 points, which is definitely not slow. Even though the white tiger was much faster than Zhang Han, it was still difficult to catch up with him in a short time. For this reason, under the moonlight, two figures sprinted wildly on the ground, kicking up clouds of dust, but the chase remained unresolved.
In order to ensure absolute speed, Zhang Han didn't even bother to avoid the dilapidated buildings.
Instead, he simply held his blade horizontally in front of him and charged straight through.
After all, with his current physical condition, these red brick houses built decades ago and now in ruins were no different from tofu.
The mining area's radiation range is quite large, spanning about 20 to 30 kilometers horizontally. However, with Zhang Han's current speed, it would only take him a little over 10 minutes to make a round trip. The white tiger behind him seemed to realize that it couldn't catch up with Zhang Han for the time being, and its immediate priority was to return and heal its wounds. Thus, it only chased for a little over 10 kilometers before turning back to the mine cave, the rooftop of a 6-story building in District 157 of the fallen city. Zhang Han's breathing was like a bellows, heavy and rapid, with a parched sound coming from his throat. This is the aftermath of prolonged exertion, with insufficient oxygen in the body, requiring constant deep breaths to alleviate the feeling of oxygen deprivation. Just now, in order to escape from the white tiger's grasp, Zhang Han forcibly maintained the agility boost of the ninefold thunder blade. At this moment, both his physical strength and mental energy were severely depleted. He flipped his hand and retrieved 4 bottles of water from the system space. After unscrewing the caps, Zhang Han began sipping them slowly. After such intense exercise, you shouldn't drink water in large gulps, otherwise, it may cause a vomiting reaction. This white tiger is truly insane. The key issue is its overwhelming strength, making it impossible to confront head-on.
Fortunately, we managed to escape.
But these injuries are quite severe. Zhang Han drank 4 bottles of water in a row, and the intense feeling of dehydration finally eased a lot. His throat no longer is hoarse. Panting heavily, he slightly lowered his head as the liquid-like armor slowly receded, transforming into a bracelet worn on Zhang Han's wrist. Lifting his hand to pull up his shirt, Zhang Han's waist was covered in patches of bruises, all purple and blue. These were all injuries caused by the white tiger. The ninefold thunder blade burst forth with agile support, preventing Zhang Han from being easily caught by the white tiger. However, ultimately, the white tiger's speed was still slightly faster, occasionally catching up to Zhang Han and striking with a claw. Even though Zhang Han raised his blade to block and had armor to absorb the force, quite a bit of the impact still landed on him. Zhang Han knew the human body's defensive capability was very weak and required armor for assistance, but this was just too fragile. Compared to the white tiger, Zhang Han's ability to withstand blows was utterly inferior. The white tiger had half of its skull smashed, yet it was still full of vigor, while Zhang Han, despite only being clawed a few times and having repeatedly deflected the force, felt intense pain in his waist. Especially after his whole body relaxed, this sensation became even more pronounced. But this was enough. Ultimately, it was still a matter of insufficient strength. Zhang Han murmured to himself as he retrieved a medicinal spray he had prepared beforehand from the system space, specifically for treating such bruises, and sprayed it onto the wound. The icy sensation made Zhang Han let out a long breath, and the burning pain on his wounds also subsided significantly. A single bottle of bruise spray worth 8,000 alliance coins was indeed effective. After treating his wounds, Zhang Han finally had time to take out the meat he had roasted earlier and began chewing it in large bites. After prolonged exertion, the depleted physical strength always needed to be replenished.
The strength of this white tiger is not low.
At its peak, its combat power was at least 70,000. Even though it's severely injured, its combat power power is still at least 20,000.
There are only two paths before me.
Either return to the city, spread the news about the Shijin mineral vein, let the officials deal with this white tiger, and take the 10% profit offered by the authorities, or find a way to enhance my strength, then personally take down this white tiger. However, based on the white tiger's power, Zhang Han's own combat power must exceed 20,000 points to have a chance of defeating it. The first option carries no risk, allowing him to reap a 10% profit while lying back. The second option, however, requires Zhang Han to bear the risk himself. The advantage is that if he manages to deal with the white tiger on his own, he could earn 20% or even 30% of the Shijin mine vein's profits.
Risk and reward are always proportional.
After all, the nation sending high-level martial artists to clear the mining area also comes at a cost. Of course, there is still another path to take. After Zhang Han's strength improves to a certain level, he plans to start a company and personally develop this Creek gold mine vein. This way, Zhang Han's profits could reach 50%. However, this path is almost impossible to achieve. To expand the company's business into the wilderness area, Zhang Han's strength would need to reach at least the level of a martial marquis, otherwise, he would have to honestly conduct business in the urban area. Currently, as just a martial general, it is almost impossible for Zhang Han to leap 2 major levels in a short time and become a martial marquis. The higher the level, the stronger the power, and the harder it becomes to make further progress. This matter requires careful consideration. The wealth hidden behind the Shijin mine vein is not a small amount.
Every additional percentage point represents wealth in the billions. We must find a way to maximize the profits, but the time can't be too long.
If Sun Wenbin and his team can discover the Shijin gold vein, others will definitely be able to as well. Don't let others beat us to it, leaving us with not even a tenth of the profit.
1 week.
If we can't muster enough strength to deal with that white tiger within a week, we'll return to the city and sell the information about the Shijin gold vein to the authorities. After pondering for a while, Zhang Han set a time limit for himself. A week's time is enough for his strength to improve significantly, and in such a short period, even with the help of absorbing the Creek gold mine vein, the white tiger would still be unable to fully recover from its injuries. However, before that, I need to make a trip back to the Iron Front line to sell off everything in the system space. Otherwise, the remaining space won't be enough to store the beast materials from the next hunt in the fallen city. With this thought, Zhang Han was unwilling to rest any longer. After a simple cleanup, his armor once again spread across his body, and he dashed madly in the direction of the Iron Front line. As for the remaining beast general level exotic beasts in the fallen city number 157, Zhang Han no longer had the intention to continue hunting.
Leaving some high-level exotic beasts could serve as a deterrent to prevent too many warriors from flooding into the city.
Zhang Han now somewhat regretted having hunted too many beast general level exotic beasts earlier. However, now was not the time to regret these things. Go early and return early. Zhang Han must seize this week to improve his strength. Long-distance travel under the night sky is actually quite troublesome, as many exotic beasts come out to hunt at night.
Some of them are highly venomous.
Fortunately, Zhang Han kept his armor deployed along the way, protecting his entire body, so he wasn't afraid of any exotic beasts ambushing him. Walking along the way, stopping and starting, he hunted quite a few beast soldier level exotic beasts, barely filling 80% of the system space.
The harvest was definitely not small. He arrived at the iron defense line before dawn.
However, the exotic materials market wouldn't open until 8 o'clock, so Zhang Han had no choice but to rent a room and get some sleep first. From yesterday morning until now, Zhang Han has gone nearly 24 hours without sleep. During this time, he was chased by a white tiger and sustained some injuries, leaving him in poor mental condition. He didn't even have the thought of meditating or cultivating. After sleeping until around 10 in the morning, Zhang Han ordered breakfast and ate before finally locating the building of the exclusive exotic materials market. Without any high-value beast materials, there was naturally no need to seek other channels. The exotic materials market happens to be perfect for Zhang Han to sell beast materials in large quantities. The prices are fairly reasonable. A total of 36 beast general level exotic beasts and 28 beast soldier level exotic beasts. Among them, there are 7 high-level beast generals, 12 mid-level beast generals, 17 low-level beast generals, and the beast soldier level exotic beasts are all high-level beast soldiers, with quite expensive prices.
This one is worth 220,000, this one 160,000, this one.
One floor of the exotic materials market is specifically designated for sorting beast materials.
An elderly man in a work uniform, wearing rubber gloves, walked ahead.
Each time he passed an exotic beast, he would reach out to flip it over, checking the integrity of the materials, and then give a price. Following behind was Zhang Han, along with a middle-aged man in a suit. The old man must have been a warrior in the wilderness before, as he was extremely knowledgeable about various exotic beasts and their prices. Some exotic beasts weighing several thousand kilograms were like chairs in his hands, effortlessly flipped over. Before coming out of the wilderness, he was at least a Grand Marshal General level expert. Zhang Han thought to himself as he watched the old man's movements. Mr. Jiang, the quantity has been tallied. Here is the material price list for your review. It took nearly half an hour to finish counting the exotic beast materials Jiang Han had brought. The middle-aged man in a suit handed Jiang Han a paper form, which recorded the name, grade, material integrity, and price of each exotic beast. After glancing over it briefly and confirming there were no issues, Jiang Han signed his name at the bottom. Alright, Mr. Jiang, the total value of these beast materials is 8.37 million. The payment will be transferred to your account shortly. Jiang Han nodded to indicate he understood, cleared out the items in the system space and the interdimensional ring, and was ready to set off again into the wilderness. As for other supplies, water and medicine purchased earlier were sufficient for Jiang Han to survive in the wilderness for at least a week, with no need for replenishment. As for food, once you're in the wilderness, would there still be a shortage of food? After leaving the exotic materials market and passing through the alloy gates of the steel defense line, the bank transfer notification arrived. 837 million was added to Jiang Han's account. The road ahead is long and arduous. The sum of money isn't even enough to repay what is owed to Uncle Long and the others. Fortunately, this is just Jiang Han's earnings for one day. Jiang Han took out the map with the route he had already planned. This time, it can't proceed as planned before, heading deeper all the way. If a choice must be made, it can only be a fallen city near the steel defense line, because Jiang Han needs to frequently return to the steel defense line to clear the harvest, while also not straying too far from fallen city number 157. Although Jiang Han's plan allowed for a week, it doesn't necessarily mean he has to wait the entire week. In fact, based on Jiang Han's current calculations, if he raises his level to 10 and upgrades his talent and martial skills by 1 level, his strength will most likely exceed 20,000 directly. However, improving these things further is not easy. Based on Jiang Han's current efficiency, it would take about a week. This is precisely the reason Jiang Han set a 1-week goal for himself. Let's continue to the next city. Jiang Han's gaze locked onto a city on the map. After determining the route, he returned the map to the system space. Jiang Han's current strength is not considered weak, but further improvement is quite challenging, judging by the experience required for leveling up. He is still short of 32,000 experience points to level up. Calculating based on each beast general level exotic beast providing at least 500 experience points, he would need to kill at least 60 more beast general level exotic beasts. His talent and martial skills are about the same. Although the proficiency required for leveling up is less, the amount gained is equally minimal. After roughly estimating in his mind, Jiang Han felt a surge of motivation. In fact, his leveling up speed had already far surpassed that of warriors of the same rank. Ordinary warriors need relentless and persistent training to improve their combat power, and many never reach the level of a martial general in their lifetime. But for Jiang Han, all of this was merely a matter of how many beasts he could defeat. For the next 4 days, Jiang Han spent his time hunting exotic beasts and traveling back and forth to the steel defense line. In a single city, there are only so many beast general level exotic beasts. Even though Jiang Han occasionally hunted some high-level beast soldiers, it was still impossible for him to achieve an upgrade solely relying on one city. Fortunately, the harvest over these days was still substantial. Apart from wasting quite a bit of time traveling back and forth, Jiang Han's upgrade speed was definitely not slow. On the evening of the 4th day, the sky had not yet completely darkened. At this time, the beast general level exotic beasts in the entire city would normally start going out to hunt. However, today the entire city seemed to have fallen into a state of silence. Occasionally, the sounds of exotic beasts fighting could be heard, but they were all just low-level exotic beasts, at most knocking over streetlights or shattering glass. The last one. The Taihan in Jiang Han's hand shot out like an arrow leaving the bowstring, effortlessly piercing through the chest of the gray-backed eagle in the air. The gray-backed eagle, with wings spanning 5 to 6 meters, never expected that when it descended to hunt a dead beast-level exotic creature, it would end up being lured by a human. The sharp Taihan blade pierced straight into the bird-type exotic creature, whose defenses were already weak. The gray-backed eagle in the air let out a sharp screech, flapping its wings forcefully as if trying to escape this perilous place. However, its stopped heart made it acutely aware that its life force was rapidly draining away. However, just a few seconds later, the originally defiant grayback eagle plunged straight toward the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound and a cloud of dust rising, it attracted a group of low-level exotic beasts to feast. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Jiang Han's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the intermediate beast general, the grayback eagle, and gaining 765 experience points. Congratulations to the host for gaining plus 196 proficiency in the talent critical strike. Congratulations to the host for gaining plus 182 proficiency in the martial skill ninefold thunderblade. Experience points are full, automatic level up. Talent critical hit proficiency is full, automatically upgraded. Jiang Han let out a long breath and then summoned the attribute panel. Combat power rating, 20,586. Level, 9. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining plus 1 proficiency in
in the Insight talent. Strength 237, Agility 225, Constitution 233, Spirit 231. Available free attribute points 100.
Experience required for next level up 324/128000.
Current talents: Grade A talent, Insight LV3, Grade B talent, Critical Strike Max.
Critical Strike. Attacks have a 70% chance to trigger a critical hit, dealing strength 7 damage.
Host: Jung Han.
Current talent proficiency: Insight 254/6000. Critical Strike Max.
Current martial skill: Earth Grade Superior, Ninefold Thunderblade LV3. Ninefold Thunderblade LV3. When attacking with blade-type weapons, Strength 6, Agility 6. Current martial skill proficiency: Ninefold Thunderblade LV3, 836/8000.
Current system space remaining: 785/1000. Insight, automatically triggered upon entering combat state, allows insight into the weaknesses of all things. Glancing at the attribute panel, Jung Han allocated the 100 attribute points gained from the upgrade across the 4-dimensional attributes.
The 4-dimensional attributes each increased by 25 points, all exceeding 250 points.
Current remaining available talent slots, 0. Jung Han's combat power increased by another 1,700 points, reaching 22,000 points. Slaying the Kangbak Eagle provided just enough experience to reach the maximum value, as well as the conditions for maxing out critical strike proficiency. Meanwhile, the proficiency levels of Insight and Ninefold Thunderblade were already significantly higher, allowing for faster upgrades.
By last night, they had already been upgraded. Currently available items: none. So far, Jung Han's strength improvement is absolutely noticeable.
Current task: 1000 kills. Stored energy available for burst use, 0.
The 100 attribute points rewarded after leveling up are not worth mentioning for now.
Although Insight did not gain any new abilities after leveling up, the range of dynamic capture has increased from 10 meters to 50 meters. This is definitely a qualitative change. Within a range of 10 meters, it is still somewhat small. After the level of the exotic beasts increases, many of them have bodies that already exceed 10 meters. In such situations, by the time the opponent fully enters the dynamic capture range, the attack has often already reached Jung Han. With the range extended to 50 meters, Jung Han can respond much earlier. At this moment, Jung Han, relying on the upgraded dynamic capture, can definitely be considered invincible in close combat at the same level. And a critical hit, after upgrading, has an additional trigger chance and amplification effect. Counting the burst of the Ninefold Thunderblade, Jung Han now has 2 layers of enhancements simultaneously erupting, and the force of a single strike easily exceeds 100 tons. However, there is a very serious problem. After the critical hit was upgraded to level 5, it indicated that the level had reached its peak, with the suffix changing to max. Jung Han didn't know whether the upper limit of a B-level talent was level 5 or if it was the same for all talents.
This point cannot be verified for now.
However, the inability to further enhance critical strike made Jung Han sigh inwardly, thinking how great it would be to have another talent upgrade card.
But Jung Han merely sighed about it. If he really obtained a talent upgrade card, Jung Han would only use it to enhance Insight.
Insight is already an A-level talent, and upgrading it by 1 level would make it an S-level talent.
The boost provided by an S-level talent to Jung Han is clearly far greater than that of an A-level talent.
Shaking his head, he cast aside those unrealistic thoughts from his mind. After 4 days and nights of continuous hunting of alien beasts, it was finally time to reap the rewards. Jung Han was currently in the Fallen City number 235, which is a full 400 kilometers away from the Fallen City number 157.
He must first head to the nearest supply point along the defensive line and then take a vehicle to return.
Leaping down from the tall building, Jung Han slowly walked toward the azure-backed eagle, which had been torn apart beyond recognition. The group of low-level mutant beasts, treating the azure-backed eagle as food, bared their teeth in an attempt to scare Jung Han away upon seeing him approach. In response, Jung Han merely let out a cold snort, releasing his aura. With a combat power exceeding 20,000, he was an overwhelming force against this group of low-level mutant beasts. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from Jung Han, this group of low-level exotic beasts knew that if they didn't leave now, their lives might be in danger. With their tails tucked between their legs, they whimpered and ran outside, but they didn't go far, stopping 100 meters away to watch Jung Han.
Jung Han didn't feel anything about this at all.
He pulled the Taihan blade out of the chest of the Tsung-backed eagle, sheathed it, and then plucked the 4 golden feathers from its wings, storing them in the system space.
The Tsung-backed eagle itself wasn't worth much.
The most valuable part of its body was these 4 golden feathers. As for the rest, it wasn't important. After harvesting the spoils, Jung Han turned and left. The low-level mutant beasts, which had been waiting for a long time, swarmed forward as soon as Jung Han left, with a few even fighting among themselves on the spot.
However, Jung Han didn't pay much attention to any of this.
This city was only a little over 100 kilometers away from the nearest steel defense line supply point.
Although the journey back and forth was troublesome, it was unavoidable.
Returning to the supply point, he processed the materials he had on hand nearby and gained 8.7 million alliance coins.
Zhang Han then took a vehicle to the next supply point.
On the way, he took the opportunity to tally up the gains from the past few days. On the first day, Zhang Han earned 8.37 million, on the second day 8.56 million, on the third day 8.21 million, and today, the fourth day, his earnings were the highest at 8.7 million. In other words, Zhang Han's total income over these 4 days reached 33.84 million. Adding the previous 8 million left, Zhang Han's account balance reached 41,800,000.
Not bad.
If this profit continues, Zhang Han will soon be able to pay back all the money he owes Uncle Long and the others. With a combat power of over 20,000, Zhang Han's confidence lies in the fact that he owes 45 million but remains completely unflustered. Of course, there's an even more important reason. If they can secure the Shijin mine vein, 45 million will seem even less significant. A few hours of travel passed in the blink of an eye.
City number 157, Fallen Zone, mining area. It was still the rooftop of the dormitory building where Zhang Han had stood before. Zhang Han held the Taihun in one hand, scanning his surroundings.
For days had passed, and the mining area remained as quiet as ever, as if nothing had ever happened. As for the corpses of Sun Wenbin, Li Yang, and the others, they had long disappeared without a trace. It was probably devoured by some strange beast, as the bloodstains on the ground were faint and mostly covered by wind-blown sand. From what Zhang Han could see before him, the news about the Shijin mine vein was likely unknown to anyone. At the very least, Zhang Han hadn't found any traces of someone visiting this place in recent days. The mining area had no shortage of mine tunnels. A large mine capable of supporting an entire city naturally had more than one tunnel. Even if someone dared to venture into the mine tunnels to lure out and hunt the strange beasts, the chances of finding this particular tunnel were very slim. After confirming that no one had noticed, Zhang Han let out a slight sigh of relief and, with a small turn of his hand, a bundle of cylindrical tubes appeared. This was something Zhang Han had purchased before entering the wilderness. Its power wasn't great, but it was more than enough to collapse a mine shaft. Zhang Han planned to replicate the actions of Sun Wenbin and the others earlier, finding a way to lure the white tiger out and deal with it outside. It was just that last time Sun Wenbin and his group acted on a whim, whereas this time, Zhang Han was extremely well prepared. The item in his hand was a very crucial part.
He leapt down from the dormitory building, then activated Insight and entered the mine entrance.
About 10 meters inside the entrance, he used Taihun to dig a small pit and then stuffed the item in his hand into it. He then retreated and repeated the process, burying 6 more items around the mine entrance. After finishing these tasks, Zhang Han finally returned to the rooftop of the dormitory building and then took out the laser turret from the system space. Over the past few days, Zhang Han had been reading the manual for the laser turret. This device was something ordinary people would never come into contact with in their lifetime, but for a martial artist of Zhang Han's level, it wasn't considered classified information.
Moreover, it was just a matter of buying a manual.
During these 4 days, whenever he took a break, Zhang Han would take it out and glance at it.
Zhang Han, who has top-notch talent in learning, found it incredibly easy to study and master the use of the laser turret. Shaking the laser turret, Zhang Han inserted another energy block. Once everything was ready, he pressed a button in his hand. Boom! Dust instantly rose into the air, and the ground trembled along with it.
The vibration on the ground wouldn't cause such a commotion. However, because the items from the first round of explosions were placed by Zhang Han in the mine, the shockwaves from the explosion were entirely absorbed by the ground, naturally resulting in greater vibrations. And the cement and red brick reinforced mine, which had gone decades without maintenance, already appeared dilapidated, with the risk of collapse at any moment. At this moment, with Zhang Han's actions, it naturally collapsed without any surprise. Standing in Zhang Han's position, he could clearly see that the mine shaft extending downward had completely collapsed for 50 to 60 meters. Dust filled the sky, but with a slight breeze, the dust was carried away into the distance. About 2 or 3 seconds after the first explosion, Zhang Han heard an angry roar. A roar echoed through the collapsed mine entrance. Here it comes! Zhang Han's heart tightened. Success or failure depended on this moment. The white tiger's strength was undoubtedly formidable. Even though it was severely injured, its combat power was no less than 20,000, and it could recover its strength by absorbing the Kriegsgold vein. Now, Zhang Han has no idea to what extent the white tiger's strength has recovered. Fortunately, Zhang Han had prepared a grand gift for it in advance. The thing buried deep in the mine was just an appetizer, meant to lure the white tiger out, while the 6 items buried around it were the side dishes. As for the main course, Zhang Han tightened his grip on the laser turret's handle and aimed it at the rising smoke and dust at the mine entrance. Roar! In the past few days, Zhang Han not only learned how to operate the laser cannon but also figured out the level of the laser cannon in his hands. A level 5 laser turret, capable of inflicting fatal damage on Lord-level alien beasts. This was one of Zhang Han's ultimate trump cards. With over 20,000 combat power in the laser turret, even if the white tiger's injuries were almost fully healed, Zhang Han would not be the least least bit afraid. Previously, the White Tiger, even in its prime, was severely injured by a single shot from Sun Wenbin. The only thing to be cautious about is that after suffering a loss once, the White Tiger would be on guard. Under such circumstances, hitting it again would require some sacrifice. Boom! At the entrance of the distant mine, amidst the billowing smoke and dust, the figure of the White Tiger emerged. As its figure appeared, the rubble that had collapsed and blocked the mine entrance was shattered and sent flying into the sky. Your strength has recovered quite a bit. With just this, your combat power is probably no less than 30,000. Zhang Han kept his insight ability active, allowing his vision to easily penetrate the smoke and dust to see the figure of the White Tiger. The massive wound on the White Tiger's head had already scabbed over, and the blood crust formed by dried blood made the White Tiger's ferocity even more intimidating, far more terrifying than during its peak condition before. Even Zhang Han couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart upon seeing the White Tiger's current appearance. But in the next moment, Zhang Han pressed the button in his hand once again. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted, with intervals so short they were almost imperceptible. Flames lit up almost simultaneously, and the shockwaves from the explosions swept toward the White Tiger in the center. Mutual interference, yet mutual achievement. The White Tiger at the center wanted to dodge, but there was no direction to break through, and it could only withstand this bombardment head-on. The terrifying explosion waves surged forth, and even from tens of kilometers away, one could feel their intensity. Another roar echoed from within the flames, forcibly suppressing the lingering sound of the explosion. However, Zhang Han could clearly feel that this roar seemed somewhat lacking in strength. Obviously, the explosion just now had a considerable impact on the extraordinarily powerful White Tiger. But this is still not enough. Zhang Han's gaze was firmly fixed on the White Tiger several hundred meters away. The originally smooth and glossy white fur was now scorched in the exploding flames, looking rather disheveled. In the next moment, Zhang Han pressed the button in his hand. Buzz! Boom! As the button was pressed, the laser cannon trembled slightly, seemingly charging up. However, this charging time was extremely brief, lasting only about 0.1 seconds. In the next instant, a red laser shot out. Roar! Last time, being far away, Zhang Han didn't feel anything significant. But this time, personally experiencing the laser cannon, Zhang Han could clearly sense that when the laser cannon fired, the surrounding air temperature suddenly rose sharply. The breeze that originally felt cool now seemed somewhat scorching. Without much thought, Zhang Han could feel that the temperature at that moment was at least around 60 degrees. With Zhang Han's current physique, this residual heat naturally didn't affect him much, but the White Tiger was in a miserable state. If the laser cannon hits the White Tiger, the instantaneous high temperature generated would exceed 3,000 degrees. Even steel would be instantly melted. Zhang Han's gaze fell on the White Tiger. Seeing that the opponent made no movement, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. It's done! Zhang Han murmured something, but the next moment, he saw the White Tiger make a move. The White Tiger's entire body seemed to stiffen, as if it hadn't noticed the incoming laser at all. However, the next moment, the white fur near the wound on its forehead spread open, revealing a vertical eye hidden beneath the fur. The vertical eye had no pupil but was entirely golden. As the eyelid opened, a beam of golden light shot out from the vertical pupil, directly collided with the incoming laser. There was no fluctuation, but it emitted a dazzling light, even though it was broad daylight. Zhang Han still felt a flash in the distance, causing temporary blindness. Innate divine ability? Although everything before him seemed dark, with only the light from the collision, Zhang Han's thoughts were not restricted in the slightest. The thought emerged in his mind, and he couldn't help but feel astonished. Wasn't innate divine ability something only Overlord-level beasts could awaken? Moreover, even among Overlord-level beasts, only a rare few with extraordinary talent could awaken it. Why was this White Tiger able to awaken it? Isn't it just at the Lord level? No wonder Zhang Han was astonished. It was truly because a beast with innate divine abilities and one without them are completely two different styles of combat. A beast without innate divine abilities can only rely on its sharp claws and teeth for attacks. However, a beast with innate divine abilities has far more versatile and varied attack methods. It was just like the moment when the golden light shot out from the vertical pupils of the White Tiger, colliding with a laser cannon blast capable of annihilating a Lord-level exotic beast, yet mutually neutralizing each other, was enough to prove the power of this golden light. If Zhang Han were to face this golden light head-on, he would likely suffer a fatal injury. Moreover, the speed of this golden light was not much slower than that of the laser cannon. If it were to shoot toward Zhang Han, he truly couldn't guarantee whether dynamic tracking would be effective. It was precisely because of this that after seeing the White Tiger unleash its innate divine ability, Zhang Han only felt a sense of unease. The laser turret failed to hit with one strike, and if it tried to attack again, it would surely be guarded against by the White Tiger, making it difficult to succeed. No, the White Tiger using its innate divine ability must also come with certain side effects. A Lord-level beast possessing an innate divine ability is already an extremely monstrous existence. It surely can't use it multiple times. Seize this opening, and there might be a chance to take down the opponent. Any powerful attack will have
have a certain delay after execution. For example, every time a laser turret fires a shot, it needs to reload energy blocks and cool down the barrel. For example, when Zhang Han strikes with all his might, unleashing a critical hit combined with the ninefold Thunderblade, he will fall into a brief state of exhaustion, unable to immediately strike again. Now, applying this to the White Tiger, it proves equally effective. For instance, when the vertical pupil on its forehead opens and unleashes an attack slightly weaker than a level 5 laser cannon, it's impossible for there to be no side effects at all. Zhang Han even suspected that the last time this creature didn't use the innate divine ability of its vertical eyes golden light, it was likely due to too many restrictions. Even a being as powerful as the White Tiger wouldn't dare to use it recklessly unless faced with a life-threatening situation. If this is really the case, then after delivering this strike, the White Tiger would either fall into a weakened state or be completely unable to use this move again in a short period of time. In this way, its innate awakened divine ability poses greatly reduced threats to Zhang Han, almost none. Even so, Zhang Han still felt a shock in his heart. He was immensely grateful that he had already made thorough preparations before coming here. If it weren't for the 2 consecutive explosions that brought out the White Tiger and even caused it some damage, followed by forcing it to use its innate divine ability with the laser cannon, Zhang Han would most likely have been left here this time. Faced with the White Tiger's innate divine ability, even with a strength of over 20,000, Zhang Han could not possibly withstand it. But now, Zhang Han knew he wouldn't have the chance to fire a second laser cannon. The 10 seconds in between were enough for the White Tiger to reach him. Thus, after firing this shot, while feeling astonished, Zhang Han waved his right hand and stored the setup laser turret into the system space. Then, his entire body shot straight from the dormitory rooftop toward the distant White Tiger. The Taihun in his hand flashed with light and was thrown by Zhang Han. The pale blue Taihun traced a blue afterimage in the air, heading straight for the vertical pupil on the White Tiger's forehead. When the strength reaches a certain level, even if the weapon slips from the hand, it can still cause sufficient damage. Zhang Han followed closely behind, drawing an arc in the air, and then accelerating even further. Kill! From the rooftop to the White Tiger's front, it was only a few hundred meters. At Zhang Han's current speed, it would take just a few seconds at full burst. The Supreme Soul arrived first, and Zhang Han's right hand was already clenched into a fist, delivering a full-force strike. However, the White Tiger, which had been standing motionless all along, moved at this moment. After the vertical pupil on its forehead emitted golden light to neutralize the laser cannon's attack, the White Tiger remained rigid in place. But as the Supreme Soul's attack was about to take effect, the White Tiger suddenly opened its eyes and raised its paw for a strike. The rapidly approaching Supreme Soul was swatted away with a single paw, causing no actual damage. Zhang Han's fist, accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, smashed forward in the blink of an eye. Bang! The tiger claw collided with Zhang Han's fist, which was wrapped in armor, producing a dull thud. Then Zhang Han's entire body was sent flying backward, landing steadily beside the Taihun sword embedded in the ground. He reached out and pulled Taihun out. It seemed powerful and heavy, but in reality, it was just a probing move by Zhang Han. That head-on clash just now allowed Zhang Han to figure out the White Tiger's capabilities. The burst of the golden eye on its forehead indeed placed a significant burden on the White Tiger, causing it to pause for a few seconds, during which Zhang Han caught it off guard. Otherwise, with the White Tiger's temperament, how could it have waited for Zhang Han to take the initiative to attack? Although still unable to match its strength with that punch just now, Zhang Han could clearly feel that the White Tiger's power was not much stronger than his. Its strength is still slightly superior, but it's not entirely hopeless. Zhang Han murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. He did not fear battle, especially not this kind of high-intensity combat. Ultimately, it's because of having enough confidence. The critical strike and the ninefold Thunderblade give Zhang Han sufficient explosive power. If they hit a vital point, they are enough to inflict fatal damage on the White Tiger. Meanwhile, insight and dynamic capture ensure that every attack Zhang Han makes targets the White Tiger's vital points directly, while infinitely narrowing the gap in strength between the two. This is enough. Zhang Han's desperate effort to improve his strength was merely to gain the ability to contend with the White Tiger. Now, with the White Tiger's injuries yet to heal and Zhang Han's strength having advanced further, the gap between their powers is not insurmountable. It all depends on how Zhang Han plans. The White Tiger fiercely shook its head, its murderous eyes fixed on Zhang Han. Then it opened its mouth and roared furiously, sending a seemingly tangible sound wave surging toward Zhang Han. If one's strength were slightly weaker or their courage slightly smaller, they might have been scared out of their wits by this roar from the White Tiger. Just from this aura alone, Zhang Han had never seen it on any other exotic beast. Even the steel-mane wild boar king couldn't exert such immense pressure on Zhang Han. With the Taihun tightly gripped in his hand, Zhang Han took a deep breath. Murmuring softly, it seemed as though he was speaking to the White Tiger, yet also to himself. Shouting so loudly, trying to show off your voice? I'll skin you and make a tiger skin hat. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Han took the initiative to attack again. When fighting a beast of the White Tiger's caliber, it's best to keep the initiative in your own hands. Otherwise, if the opponent
opponent gains the upper hand, Zhang Han will be forced into a defensive position, making it difficult to launch an effective attack. The saying strike first to gain the advantage is precisely this. A surge of heat rose from Zhang Han's lower abdomen, then spread throughout his body. His waist tightened instantly, and all his strength concentrated in his right arm. It seemed like a slash, yet felt as though it was a straight thrust. The mastery of the critical strike, after reaching the pinnacle, allowed Zhang Han to control his power with greater precision. With a full-force slash, the sound of the sonic boom became even more intense. Zhang Han only felt his blood boiling. Unable to restrain himself, he roared furiously, "Die!" It seemed to be in response to Zhang Han's blade. The white tiger, far above Zhang Han, now opened its jaws wide, and the roar from such close proximity surged forth. Its originally scorched white fur now stood upright. Boom! Two powerful attacks collided with each other, and the aftermath spread from the point where the soul blade and the tiger's claw clashed. Ninefold thunder blade. Critical hit. Zhang Han had no intention of deflecting the force this time. He took the countershock head-on, gripping the blade with both hands, and swung the pale blue Taihan more than 10 times amidst the dust. The continuous attacks, like relentless waves, overwhelmed with sheer momentum, forcing the white tiger to endure the countershock from each collision just as Zhang Han did. Zhang Han showed no intention of creating distance between them. With every strike, he stepped forward, preparing for the next blow. Pressing closer with every step, his goal was to engage the white tiger in close combat, pushing his dynamic tracking ability to its limits. The white tiger's massive size makes it extremely difficult to maneuver within a very small area, and in Zhang Han's view, this is the white tiger's greatest flaw. Any creature with an overly large body will face certain limitations in movement, especially for exotic beasts, whose weight generally exceeds several tons. Under the circumstances of instantaneous explosive force, when inertia reaches a certain level, even if inertia can be ignored once or twice, it cannot be ignored in an extremely short period of time, as that would place too much strain on the body. At that point, Zhang Han wouldn't need to do anything further. The white tiger's body would collapse on its own. And coincidentally, after Zhang Han's critical strike reached the top level, he gained complete control over his physical strength. He could clearly feel the exertion of every muscle in his body. Roar! In this situation, Zhang Han could decide at any moment whether to unleash his strength or withdraw and dodge at the instant of throwing a punch. In this way, the close combat between him and the white tiger became quite dramatic. The white tiger wanted to fight head-on with bold and powerful moves, but Zhang Han simply refused to engage in a direct clash. Whenever the white tiger was about to explode with power, he would withdraw and dodge, then close in again, finding an opening to strike with 2 more slashes. Occasionally, a full-force strike can make the white tiger roar in pain. If the white tiger had a health bar above its head at this moment, it would probably show a deduction of several hundred points, with occasional red critical hits deducting thousands of points. Scraping away, just scrape hard. Such an intense battle would undoubtedly be considered perilous for others. However, for Zhang Han, who possesses dynamic capture, everything slowed down. Although it was thrilling, it was still within an acceptable range. More importantly, Zhang Han felt that under such immense pressure, it was very beneficial for honing his agility. Dodging the white tiger's attack within the limits, then counterattacking. When fighting lower-level exotic beasts, Zhang Han would occasionally do this. However, ultimately, lower-level exotic beasts couldn't provide enough pressure, making it impossible for Zhang Han to truly experience life and death tempering. For some reason, Zhang Han felt as though he had fallen into a very strange sensation. Clearly, he was honing himself between life and death, yet it gave him a sense of enjoyment. Enjoying the feeling of his body being tense and operating at its limits. However, while Zhang Han felt this way, the one suffering was the white tiger fighting desperately against him. Zhang Han seemed like a loach, dodging all of the white tiger's attacks and even taking the opportunity to bite it. Frustrated. If the white tiger could speak, it would probably roar at Zhang Han, accusing him of lacking martial ethics. But unfortunately, it couldn't speak. The white tiger grew anxious. After more than 10 consecutive failed attacks, its anger reached its peak. Realizing that continuing like this would still be futile against Zhang Han, it simply abandoned restraint and lunged at Zhang Han with wide, unrestrained strikes. The balance between the two sides was disrupted by the white tiger's desperate attacks. That strange feeling Zhang Han had was broken. Frowning slightly, he understood in his heart that the white tiger had no way out and was determined to fight him to the death. The Taihan in his hand was raised, directly blocking the white tiger's claw. High-level exotic beasts fighting desperately are absolutely terrifying. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. If the white tiger truly disregarded everything to trade its life for Zhang Han's, even if Zhang Han could wear it down to death, he himself would definitely not come out unscathed. No, he must find a way to silence the opponent. With a sweep of the Taihan in his hand, the devastating strike combined with the immense force of the 9-layer thunder blade neutralized the white tiger's claw attack. Zhang Han then forcibly counteracted the recoil, taking a few strides forward to position himself directly beneath the white tiger. The most dangerous place is the safe
safest place. Since the white tiger wanted to fight desperately, he would hide in the one place where it couldn't fight desperately. Zhang Han's goal was very simple. The white tiger's body was massive, so as long as he hid beneath it or on its back, there would inevitably be places it couldn't reach to attack. After all, a tiger's claws are only so long, just like how Zhang Han couldn't scrub his own back while bathing. The scorched tiger fur in his hand would crumble into blackened powder with just a light squeeze. Fortunately, the white tiger's fur was long enough for Zhang Han to grab tightly. With a forceful pull of his left hand, Zhang Han flipped himself onto the white tiger's back. Then the taihan was raised high and fiercely thrust into the white tiger's back. The blade twisted, lodging directly between the white tiger's spine. Such intense pain caused the massive body of the white tiger to convulse violently in an instant. It raised its paw, attempting to swat Zhang Han off its back, but with one hand gripping the deeply embedded taihan and the other tightly clutching the white tiger's fur, how could Zhang Han be shaken off so easily? Gushing hot blood frantically flowed out from the wound caused by the Supreme Soul. The strong smell of blood was so overwhelming that Zhang Han felt a bit nauseous, but he forced himself to endure it. The white tiger, in pain but unable to shake off Zhang Han, simply lay on the ground and started rolling around, kicking up clouds of dust under its massive body. Pinned underneath, Zhang Han, enduring the crushing weight, released his left hand that had been gripping the fur. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and a kitchen knife materialized in Zhang Han's left hand. The taihan sword was embedded in the white tiger's body and couldn't be pulled out, but that didn't mean Zhang Han was completely powerless to counterattack. The kitchen knife in his left hand, though lacking sharpness, was sufficiently durable and could inflict far more damage than Zhang Han's fists. Die! Unable to break through the white tiger's fur defense, but the dull knife-cutting flesh still caused the white tiger considerable suffering. The white tiger, which originally intended to kill Zhang Han, now no longer had the will to fight. Roar! Facing Zhang Han, all its attack methods proved ineffective, and its strongest strike was neutralized by the laser cannon in a bid to save its life. Unable to catch Zhang Han, it could only be worn down to death by him. In a battle of evenly matched forces, the moment one side feels fear, the balance tips. Coupled with excessive blood loss, the white tiger felt its entire body sinking into a state of weakness. If it didn't find a way to heal soon, it might truly end up staying here today. With a furious roar, the white tiger carried Zhang Han and charged straight toward the collapsed mine entrance. It needed to absorb the energy of the creek gold vein to heal, and the underground mine was a more suitable place for it to fight. Zhang Han also noticed the white tiger's intentions. However, he had no way to counter it and could only increase the force in his hands to quickly deal with the white tiger. The entrance of the mine, which had originally been blasted and collapsed, was smashed open when the white tiger charged out. At this moment, even though there were some scattered rocks at the entrance, they couldn't hinder the white tiger's steps. Charging straight ahead, the white tiger rushed directly into the mine. Critical hit. Ninefold Thunder Blade. Before the cataclysm, most mines were not very large, as long as they could fit a conveyor belt and a track to transport workers down. Roar. However, this mine has clearly been widened. The deeper you go, the mine becomes increasingly spacious. Without sunlight shining inside the mine, it appears dark. Fortunately, Zhang Han had been using insight all alone. Even without light, he could clearly see and sense his surroundings. The roar of the white tiger echoed through the mine, followed by a faint roar. It wasn't an echo, as the sound seemed very immature. It was as if it was responding. Deep within the mine, no sunlight penetrated, and without any illuminating lamps, it naturally appeared extremely dark. However, as the white tiger led Zhang Han deeper, faint specks of fluorescence began to appear on the walls of the surrounding mine tunnels. The faint golden fluorescence added a touch of mystery to the entire mine. Shijin or vein? Zhang Han scanned the surrounding specks of golden fluorescence, understanding the situation in his heart. Judging by the distribution of the fluorescence, the reserves are definitely abundant. If it can spread over 100 meters, the reserves would be at least 2 tons. As long as he can take down this white tiger, Zhang Han will be able to seize this enormous profit. The only problem is that, as Zhang Han observed these specks of fluorescence, they were simultaneously spreading outward and then surging into the body of the rampaging white tiger. I don't know if it was Zhang Han's illusion, but he always felt that the white tiger, after absorbing the fluorescence, was rapidly regaining its vitality, as Zhang Han could clearly sense the increasing force with which the white tiger was trying to throw him off. Roar! It shouldn't be like this. Unusual occurrences always have a reason. Knowing that he couldn't let his guard down in the wilderness, Zhang Han had already made up his mind when he sensed the white tiger's strength rapidly recovering. The taihan, which had been tightly embedded in the white tiger's neck, was pulled out, bringing with it a streak of crimson. Having lost the support of taihan, Zhang Han immediately felt unsteady and simply flipped over and jumped off the back of the white tiger. The white tiger's roar echoed through the mine. Noticing Zhang Han leaping off its back, the white tiger abruptly halted its wild sprint and then decisively turned around, striking with a paw. In the darkness, Zhang Han's gaze fell upon a massive tiger paw, its sharp claws glinting with a cold light. Stepping back 2 steps, narrowly avoiding the white tiger's claw. Bang! A muffled thud echoed,
loud, and fragments of rock scattered from the wall of the mine. The white tiger's claw carried at least 50 tons of force. Things have reached this point, and neither side actually has any way out. The biggest trump cards were already played in the first round of confrontation. What remains is nothing but a desperate fight. A fight to see who can stand until the end. A fight to see whose vitality is stronger. Zhang Han naturally wouldn't foolishly stand in place and fight the white tiger head-on, but that doesn't mean Zhang Han has no way to deal with the white tiger. Repeated injuries left the white tiger covered in golden weak points, and these weak points were Zhang Han's target. Roar! Zhang Han didn't know how this beast was able to quickly recover its vitality, but one thing was clear. The damage Zhang Han inflicted on the white tiger had to surpass its ability to regenerate. Otherwise, if the white tiger's combat strength recovers to the point of overwhelming him, the result would be Zhang Han trapped in the mine with no way to escape. Realizing his situation was far from favorable, he simply charged forward, completely ignoring the flying debris, and rushed straight at the white tiger. The white tiger, seeing this, showed no intention of backing down. It had full confidence in its own combat strength. The slender tiger fangs, as long as they bite Zhang Han, would be absolutely unbearable even with level 5 armor for close protection. Zhang Han, however, paid no heed, his eyes fixed solely on the scarred wound on the white tiger's head. The golden flaw in Zhang Han's eyes was the only target. In fact, before coming here, Zhang Han had analyzed the reason why the white tiger could survive after nearly half of its head was blasted off by a laser cannon. The body structure of exotic beasts undergoes certain mutations after evolution, making it somewhat different from before. Previously, the laser cannon fired by Sun Wenbin seemed to have sliced off half of the white tiger's skull. However, if the white tiger's brain had shifted slightly to the side due to mutation, the seemingly fatal wound might not actually be so lethal. What Zhang Han needs to do now is to thrust the Taihan into the wound and use the blade's tip to crush the white tiger's brain. Amidst the smoke and rubble, Zhang Han's figure emerged. Then, a heavy blow with a kitchen knife came from the right hand. The white tiger instinctively raised its paw to swat it away, but in the next moment, it saw a faint blue afterimage slashing straight toward its head. The sound of Taihan cutting through the air wasn't loud, but it resembled a deathly summons. Die! The white tiger realized something was wrong and swung its paw back, trying to make Zhang Han withdraw his force to block. At the same time, its massive body retreated repeatedly, attempting to avoid Zhang Han's strike. However, Zhang Han had finally seized such an opportunity. How could he possibly let the white tiger escape so easily? As for the paw it had swung, Zhang Han seemed as if he hadn't noticed it at all, showing no intention of dodging. The force of the white tiger's paw was definitely not insignificant, at least 50 tons of strength. If it landed on Zhang Han, just one strike would be enough to cause him considerable harm. However, Zhang Han still chose to endure it head-on, simply because this opportunity was too good to pass up. If taking a claw head-on could ensure this blade strikes, then so be it. The agility boost provided by the ninefold thunder blade allowed Zhang Han's burst speed to be no weaker than the white tiger's. Especially in the narrow mine tunnel, the white tiger's massive body made dodging extremely difficult. In just the blink of an eye, the Taihan in Zhang Han's hand pierced into the white tiger's wound, the scabbed injury unable to resist the sharpness of the Taihan. A splash of blood was drawn, accompanied by a faint squelching sound, drowned out by the white tiger's roar. Bang! A dull collision echoed, and Zhang Han felt a sharp, piercing pain in his left waist. In the next moment, his entire body was slammed heavily against the wall of the mine, shattering the hard stones. Critical hit. Ninefold thunder blade. A slight sweetness in the throat, the heavy paw of the white tiger caused Zhang Han's blood and energy to surge. The blood reached his throat but was forcibly suppressed. The pitch-black armor absorbed most of the impact for Zhang Han, but the remaining small portion still inflicted significant injuries. In his current state, if he took another hit, today might very well be his end. He had underestimated the strength of the white tiger after all. This paw carried at least 70 to 80 tons of force. Struggling, he stood up from the rubble. Zhang Han held the wall of the mine with one hand, while lightly covering his left waist with the other, quietly watching the raging white tiger in the distance, with the Taihan blade fully embedded in its head. The massive body continuously collided with the walls of the mine, and faint vibrations were transmitted to Zhang Han's palm. However, doing so had no effect on it. With the Taihan blade piercing its brain, even though Zhang Han hadn't had time to make another move before being swatted away by the white tiger's paw, it was already enough. Death is merely a matter of time. Just a dozen seconds later, the previously ferocious white tiger was now lying weakly on the ground, its breathing gradually becoming faint. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the high-level Lord-class exotic beast, Golden-eyed white tiger, and gaining 124,572 experience points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining plus 1,682 proficiency in the martial skill Ninefold Thunder Blade. Experience points are full, automatic upgrade. Congratulations, host has reached level 10, novice period is over. Congratulations, host has unlocked the pet module and task module. The new modules will go live after the system upgrade. This system upgrade will take 600 seconds. Experience cannot
be obtained temporarily during system upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining +1 proficiency in the insight talent.
A series of notification sounds made Zhang Han a little dazed. He walked over slowly, pulled out Taihan and held it in his hand, then stored the white tiger's corpse into the system space. The pain in his waist was excruciating. Supporting himself against the wall of the mine, he slowly sat down. The system upgrade would take 10 minutes. Anyway, the white tiger was already dead, and there was nothing in the mine that could harm him now. The Shijin or vein was right here, no rush. Zhang Han took out a pile of bottles and jars from the system space, all of which were healing medicines. After picking and choosing, he took out 2 bottles and put the rest back into the system space. One bottle was for external application to treat bruises, and the other was for internal use to temporarily numb the pain of fractured ribs, enhance cell activity, and allow Zhang Han to temporarily maintain his peak condition. The armor slowly retracted to his wrist, transforming into a bracelet. Zhang Han gently lifted the clothing around his waist, then poured out the gel-like ointment and slowly applied it to his waist. Hiss! At the moment of injury, the nerves went numb instantly, and the pain wasn't so noticeable, but now that his whole body has relaxed, the pain surged up all at once. Zhang Han could clearly feel the fractured ribs stabbing into his muscles inside his body, and as he applied the medicine, the ribs were also moving. He couldn't help but take a sharp breath, then slowly exhale. This was definitely the most severe injury Zhang Han had suffered since entering the wilderness.
This state makes it temporarily impossible to engage in high-intensity combat.
I need to return to the city or the steel defense line for treatment. At the very least, I need to set the rib back in place first.
After drinking the oral medicine, the pain seemed to ease somewhat.
With his eyes slightly closed, Zhang Han leaned against the wall of the mine shaft, feeling the medicine repairing his body while waiting for the system upgrade time.
In the dim mine, the fluorescent glow of the creek gold vein could not mask the intense smell of blood.
After a long time, the system voice in his mind sounded again.
Ding! System upgrade complete. Pet module and task module unlocked. System panel refreshed.
Congratulations to the host for unlocking the pet module. Initial pet slot rewarded. Zhang Han's consciousness slightly sank as he summoned the system panel, then evenly distributed the 100 attribute points obtained after leveling up across the 4-dimensional attributes.
Host Zhang Han. Combat power rating 23,485. Level 10. Strength 287. Agility 275. Constitution 283. Spirit 281.
Experience required for next level up 142/256000.
Current talents: Grade A talent, Insight LV3, Grade B talent, Critical Strike Max.
Current talent proficiency, Insight 356/6000, Critical Strike Max.
Current martial skill: Earth Grade Superior, Ninefold Thunderblade LV3. Current martial skill proficiency: Ninefold Thunderblade LV3, 3210/8000. Current system space remaining: 527/1000.
Current task: 1000 kills, 532/1000. Bindable pets 1. After the system upgrade, it seems like many features were upgraded, but in reality, it just detailed the taskbar a bit and added a pet bar. However, Zhang Han was extremely curious about the newly added pet slot. If he referred to the settings of the online games he had played before, the bound pet would, to some extent, become one of his greatest aids.
I wonder if there will be a mount module or something like that later on.
Zhang Han murmured to himself, then supported himself against the wall to stand up. There are medications to aid recovery, and now it's much better. At least the pain in the waist can be endured, and Zhang Han's movements are unhindered.
The protective wristband on his arm once again spread across his entire body.
Holding the Taihan tightly in his hand, he slowly walked toward the depths of the mine. Although the white tiger was killed, after all, Zhang Han still doesn't know whether there are other exotic beasts inside. Zhang Han needs to explore the depths of the mine, ideally to roughly estimate the reserves of the Shijin or vein. Fortunately, after the white tiger's death, there shouldn't be any other high-level exotic beasts in the mine. Even if there are, they are likely the white tiger's prey, already long dead. Amid the faint glimmers of light, Zhang Han's steps were not particularly fast. However, as he ventured deeper, he could vaguely hear a faint breathing sound, accompanied by a low growl. There's still an exotic beast.
Hearing this sound, Zhang Han instinctively tightened his grip on the Taihan.
But upon listening carefully, he felt that the growl didn't seem like it came from a high-level exotic beast at all. The roar of high-level exotic beasts, even if it doesn't strike fear into the heart, is at least full of vigor. However, the roar just now seemed to carry a hint of timidity. With insight activated, Zhang Han lightened his steps and cautiously ventured further inside. The mine wasn't very deep, with the deepest part being approximately 1,500 meters underground. Previously, the white tiger had carried Zhang Han in a wild sprint for several seconds, almost reaching the deepest part. The deeper they went, the wider the mine tunnel became. After Zhang Han cautiously advanced for over a minute, he reached a corner. In the darkness, a pair of ghostly blue eyes appeared. Zhang Han instinctively took a step back, raised his Taihan horizontally, and was about to slash out with a blade. But the next moment, After seeing the owner of those deep blue pupils clearly, Jung Han couldn't help but laugh wryly, because in front of him, a creature resembling a miniature white tiger was staring at him intently, baring its tiny fangs as if threatening Jung Han not to come closer. Jung Han had seen this little fellow before. When he previously entered the fallen city number 157, he encountered it on the outskirts of the city, but was scared away by Jung Han's kingly aura. Previously, it didn't seem like much, but now upon seeing this little creature again, Jung Han finally realized that although this little one is currently weak, it still carries a trace of the majesty of that white tiger from before. His originally tense body relaxed quite a bit. This little creature is at most at the level of an ordinary exotic beast, and even though Jung Han is seriously injured, this little one poses no threat to him. He waved his hand, signaling the little creature to move farther away. Jung Han thrust the Taihan sword in his hand into the wall of the mine, then chipped off a piece of ore. With a few strikes, he divided it into fist-sized chunks, held one in his right hand, and then applied slight force. Although the ore was hard, it wasn't excessively so. With Jung Han's current strength, a full-force grip could barely crush the ore. Among the shattered ore, traces of liquid seeped out, converging into a single golden droplet. With a slight flick of the fingers, the fragments of stone were brushed off the palm, leaving only the droplet of creek gold. The gold content in this creek gold vein seems quite high. A basketball-sized ore can yield a single droplet of creek gold. Based on this gold content, the main vein of the creek gold ore should have a reserve of over 4 tons. We've struck it rich. Jung Han's eyes showed a hint of joy, and then he saw the little white tiger slowly approaching him. Its twin pupils fixed on the creek gold in his palm, with a touch of longing. Do you want it? Jung Han looked at the little white tiger with a face full of longing, and couldn't help but feel moved. The little creature seemed to understand human speech. Upon hearing Jung Han speak, its eyes showed even greater longing, and it even slightly nodded its head. Jung Han didn't think much of it and tossed the drop of creek gold in his hand to the little creature. The 1-meter-long body leaped up, swallowed the creek gold Jung Han had thrown into its mouth, squinted its eyes slightly, and looked utterly content. It even smacked its lips at the end, still unsatisfied, looking at Jung Han with anticipation, as if hoping he would give it more. The naive little creature, well protected by the white tiger earlier, had never experienced the harshness of the world and didn't realize that Jung Han was its adversary. Perhaps in its view, as long as it is given delicious food, it is a presence to be close to. He beckoned to the little creature, watching as it cautiously yet eagerly approached Jung Han, trying to please him. He raised his hand and gently patted its tiger-like head. Its fur was soft, with a very pleasant texture. Perhaps because it was still young and had not hunted any exotic beasts, the little creature carried no scent of blood. Instead, it had a faint milky fragrance. Jung Han once had a cat. Because of its entirely white fur, he named it Xiaobai. However, it later got lost, and he never raised another one. Fortunately, his cat-petting skills remained. He stroked the top of its head and then scratched the fur under its chin. The little creature, feeling comfortable under Jung Han's touch, squinted its eyes slightly and simply lay down on the ground. The scene before him made it hard for Jung Han to associate this little creature with the fierce white tiger from before. Are they really the same species? Jung Han shook his head with a silent laugh, his mind extremely active. If, Jung Han muttered to himself, the white tiger he fought earlier was definitely not weak. With its golden vertical pupils, it could absolutely be considered invincible among its peers. The reason it was hunted down by Jung Han was purely because it took a direct hit from the laser cannon and was then engaged in close combat by Jung Han, who possessed dynamic tracking and dual talents. Jung Han, with dual talents and the mastery of the ninefold Thunderblade, had combat power that could no longer be measured by mere numbers. Being hunted by Jung Han does not mean that the white tiger is weak. On the contrary, Jung Han greatly desires the white tiger with a vertical pupil on its forehead. After he reached level 10, the system upgraded and unlocked the pet module. If Jung Han could bind this little creature in front of him as a pet, it seemed as if responding to Jung Han, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Pet binding can only be done with creatures whose mental strength is lower than the host's. After binding, a mental connection will be established between the host and the pet. The pet will become the host's most loyal battle companion. Please choose carefully. Creatures with mental strength lower than his? Jung Han muttered after hearing the system's explanation, then looked down at the white tiger lying at his feet, eagerly waiting for his touch. This little guy's mental strength doesn't seem very high either. Can it be bound? Why not give it a try? He didn't know how to establish the master-pet relationship with the white tiger, but the system did. As soon as Jung Han had this thought, a pop-up window appeared before him. Do you want to establish a master-pet relationship with the golden-eyed white tiger? Yes. Jung Han did not hesitate in the slightest. After making his choice, the next moment, he felt as if his thoughts had been torn apart, causing a slight pain in his brain that made him involuntarily close his eyes. However, this sensation lasted only for an instant. The little creature that had been quietly lying at his feet suddenly let out a painful roar from its throat, as if it had been hurt. The next moment, the system's notification sound rang out again. Detecting the mental
mental strength value of the golden-eyed white tiger. Golden-eyed white tiger's mental power value is 258, lower than the host's. A main-pet relationship can be bound. Binding main-pet relationship. Main-pet relationship successfully bound. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the pet golden-eyed white tiger. Please name your pet. Host.
The system's notification sound faded, and Jung Han slowly opened his eyes. Now he could clearly feel that he seemed to have established some sort of connection with the little creature in front of him. If Jung Han wished, he could even influence the little creature's behavior to a certain extent. This was a bond that transcended blood ties. Not only did Jung Han have this feeling, but even the little creature lying at his feet looked at Jung Han with noticeably more joy in its eyes at this moment. Roar, roar. Low growls conveyed to Jung Han a sense of delight. He could clearly sense the little creature's dependence on him. Raising his hand to gently stroke the little creature, Jung Han's attention was focused on the system prompt. Give the little one a name? How about calling it Xiaobai? After all, there's not much difference between a white tiger and a white cat. With a thought, Jung Han saw the golden-eyed white tiger in the pet section at the bottom of the attribute panel change to Xiaobai. Xiaobai? Jung Han tentatively called out, and the next moment, the little creature raised its head and looked at him, then affectionately rubbed its tiger head against Jung Han's leg. What a gain! Not only did he harvest so much Creek gold from the mine, but he also acquired a pet with a very high growth potential. Just based on the combat power the white tiger had displayed earlier, Jung Han could already envision Xiaobai growing up and dominating the battlefield. The white tiger that previously inflicted serious injuries on Jung Han clearly has not yet reached its growth limit. Not to mention, a beast of the Lord level that possesses innate divine abilities would definitely have combat power far beyond the Lord level at its peak. However, after taking in Little White, another problem arose before Jung Han. Beasts can be fed. Previously, Little White had always been residing in the Creek Gold mine, surviving by feeding on Creek Gold. However, once Jung Han returned to the city, the Creek Gold vein would definitely be sold. By then, Little White naturally wouldn't be able to stay here any longer. How to feed Little White became a problem Jung Han had to face. If he wanted to raise Little White's combat power to match Jung Han's level, it would undoubtedly require a hefty investment, amounting to billions. However, fortunately, as long as Jung Han sells the news about the Shijin mine vein and gets a certain share, he won't be considered poor anymore. Since he decided to properly nurture Xiaobai, he couldn't be stingy with money. Scientifically combining metals will help Xiaobai grow faster and build a stronger foundation. Let's go, head outside first. Jung Han stroked Little White's tiger head again, only to see Little White lie down once more, slightly shaking its head and letting out a low growl toward him. You want me to ride you? Sensing the emotions conveyed through Little White's growl, Jung Han didn't hesitate any further. He flipped onto its back, and with that, Jung Han could now count himself as a man who had ridden a white tiger. The only issue was that Little White was a male tiger. Although Little White was small in size, fortunately, Jung Han wasn't heavy. Together, the man and the tiger charged out from the depths of the mine. Reluctantly glancing back at the mine, Jung Han gently patted the tiger's head and comforted, "Don't worry, I'll get you better metals to eat in the future, guaranteed to be better than this stuff." Roar! Little White responded with a roar, then carried Jung Han and dashed off in the direction he pointed. Ding! Your pet has killed the exotic beast red-haired monkey, gaining 158 experience points. You have received 79 shared experience points. Ding! Your pet has killed the exotic beast red-haired monkey. A series of system notification sounds rang out, giving Jung Han a sense of daze. This is a feature Jung Han accidentally discovered. It turns out that Xiaobai can level up by hunting exotic beasts, and at the same time, it will share half of the experience points with him. Focusing on the attribute panel, the pet module, the attribute panel then changed. Pet, Xiaobai. Race, golden-eyed white tiger. Level, 1, 632/1000. Combat power, 1253. Innate ability, Fusion Gold Eye, not activated. Fusion Gold Eye, when activated, the vertical pupil on the forehead emits high temperature rays that soften metal. Growth potential, A. A very brief introduction, yet it gave Jung Han a feeling of opening the door to a new world. If Xiaobai's growth could be achieved by hunting exotic beasts, then he could save a lot of money on buying metal for Xiaobai. This ability should have been granted after Jung Han bound Xiaobai as a pet. Jung Han didn't know how this growth potential was estimated, but if it were compared to the human classification of talent, an A-level growth potential should be equivalent to A-level talent. This level of potential can at least grow to the level of a martial marquis or overlord. As for how many beasts of this level of combat power exist among the exotic beasts, Jung Han didn't know, but in the entire Celestial Empire, their number would definitely not be high. Being able to become a Wuho grants the qualification to teach at top universities like Shuemu. The reason Zhang Jiyu was recruited early into Shuemu University was due to her awakened S-level talent. As long as one doesn't perish prematurely, there is a high probability of growing into a Wuho-level powerhouse. If Xiaobai can truly grow into a Dominator-level exotic beast, it will undoubtedly become one of Jung Han's greatest supports in the future. future. But that's all for the future. Looking at Xiaobai, who was struggling even to fight an ordinary red-furred monkey beast not far away, Zhang Han could only feel helpless. For Xiaobai to grow to that level now, who knows how much further he has to go. Fortunately, Xiaobai still has Zhang Han behind him. Feed Xiaobai metal, then let it hunt exotic beasts. Upgrading is quite simple. A loud noise came from not far away, and then Zhang Han saw a giant version of a red-haired monkey, standing over 2 meters tall, clenching its fists with both claws and striking fiercely at Xiaobai. Xiaobai cried out in pain as it was sent flying backward. After flipping over and getting back up, it whimpered and trotted toward Zhang Han. Bang! Its white fur was stained with quite a bit of the red-haired monkey's blood, and its eyes carried a hint of grievance. Fortunately, Little White has thick skin and flesh, so the beast that seemed to be the red-haired monkey king didn't cause any substantial harm to it, only making it wince in pain and back off. Judging by its size, that red-haired monkey king was merely a mid-level beast soldier. Even if its combat power was high, it wouldn't surpass Little White's by much. Got beaten and now you know to come back to me? Go settle the score yourself. Even a monkey can hit you and you don't fight back? You're a tiger, the king of beasts. Zhang Han looked at the little white tiger trying to rub against his pant leg, seeking his help to stand up for it, but he had no intention of comforting it. He pushed it away slightly, scolding it. Feeling aggrieved, the little white tiger stopped rubbing against Zhang Han upon hearing his words. Realizing Zhang Han wouldn't stand up for it, it simply turned its tiger head, roared at the red-haired monkey king not far away, and charged forward. Monkeys are social animals, and this remains true even after mutation. More than a dozen ordinary red-haired monkeys, both male and female, with a few cubs, and a red-haired monkey king. In this situation, if the red-haired monkey king doesn't intervene, Xiaobai might still have a chance to wear down this group of red-haired monkeys. However, if the red-haired monkey king does intervene, under siege, Xiaobai's combat power of just over 1,000 would indeed be insufficient. Zhang Han naturally couldn't stand by and watch Xiaobai get beaten by a group of monkeys. The Taihun sword in his hand was slowly drawn out, followed by a swift slash. The blade of Taihun, tempered to a blue hue, flew straight out, surpassing Xiaobai, and then pierced into the right shoulder of the red-haired monkey king. Most of the blade sank in, bringing forth a stream of blood. With Zhang Han's current strength, if he were to throw the sword with full force, it would be enough to slay the red-haired monkey king. However, Zhang Han did not use his full strength, and he didn't even aim at any vital spots. The purpose was to disable one of the red-furred monkey king's arms. This way, the threat it posed to Xiaobai would be greatly reduced. As for the other red-furred monkeys, at most, they could hurt Xiaobai but wouldn't cause any fatal injuries. Zhang Han did this for 2 reasons. First, to let Xiaobai hunt exotic beasts on its own to gain experience and level up. Second, to temper Xiaobai and awaken its wild instincts. Xiaobai had been overly protected before and completely lacked the wildness of a creature raised in the wilderness. Zhang Han was about to enter the city, and naturally, there was no way to bring Xiaobai along. Otherwise, they might not even get close to the steel defense line before being killed. Without protection, Xiaobai had to learn how to survive in the wilderness. Otherwise, no matter how high its growth potential, it would be laughable if it ended up as food for other beasts. Zhang Han planned to stay in the wilderness for another 2 days to train Xiaobai and help it upgrade and improve its strength. At the very least, Xiaobai must possess some self-defense ability for Zhang Han to feel at ease. Noticing that Zhang Han was helping it, Xiaobai turned back and let out a low growl at Zhang Han, then turned to charge at the red-haired monkey king. Its tiger head opened wide, aiming straight for the injured right arm of the red-haired monkey king. Although Xiaobai's combat experience was pitifully lacking and its fighting techniques were extremely clumsy, it excelled in having very accurate combat instincts. The red-furred monkey king's right arm was injured, so its right arm was torn off first. In this way, it could truly no longer pose a threat. The red-furred monkey king, already half-crippled by Zhang Han's sudden attack, was then pounced on aggressively by Xiaobai. It didn't even have a chance to counterattack before Xiaobai bit off its right arm. The bitten-off right arm was flung aside by Xiaobai, leaving no chance for retaliation. Xiaobai decisively leaped away and then charged toward the group of ordinary red-furred monkeys. Zhang Han stood aside, quietly watching, with no intention of intervening. Xiaobai had always been raised in a greenhouse, but that didn't mean its fangs had truly been dulled. After all, it was a beast from the wilderness. In terms of combat instincts alone, Xiaobai was extremely well suited to the wilderness. Watching Xiaobai pounce and bite back and forth among the red-furred monkeys, Zhang Han was quite satisfied. Just standing nearby and gaining experience, what more could he ask for? Xiaobai was like a relentless monster farming tool, allowing Zhang Han to reap substantial rewards without lifting a finger, further affirming his decision to take Xiaobai as his pet. He simply took out a piece of roasted meat and began chewing on it while watching the scene unfold. In just 2 days, Xiaobai's growth was visible to the naked eye. Not to mention, rising from level 1 to level 6, this kind of efficiency was something even Zhang Han couldn't achieve. It could only be attributed to Xiaobai's formidable stamina, as if it never knew fatigue. Or perhaps, as a tiger, Xiaobai had an innate passion for hunting. The tireless hunting resulted in Xiaobai's combat power successfully reaching the threshold of 6,000. 20,000. With the combat power of a junior beast general, Xiaobai now has a certain ability to protect itself in the wilderness. At the very least, if it can't win, it can still run away. Survival is still achievable. Xiaobai's upgrade also brought Zhang Han an experience gain of over 20,000, close to 30,000.
This economic gain is definitely not insignificant. The most crucial point is that it was earned completely effortlessly.
As Xiaobai's strength improves, it will only bring Zhang Han more experience gains in the future. This gave Zhang Han an impulse to go all out to nurture Xiaobai, but after thinking it over, he decided to hold back. Xiaobai, who can hunt exotic beasts, treats metal as if it were a snack. It's nice to have, but not essential. After stroking Xiaobai's tiger head, over the course of 2 days, Xiaobai's physique had also grown to a certain extent along with its strength. It was now clearly 1.3 meters tall. Casually took out a 10-pound piece of roasted meat from the system space and fed it to Xiaobai. This little guy, unlike other exotic beasts that only eat raw meat, has an immense enthusiasm for roasted meat. A pleasing sound came from its throat.
I need to leave for a while.
During this time, stay around here and don't wander off. If you're hungry, go hunt a few weaker ones. Don't wander off, and don't provoke those stronger than you. A white tiger's revenge can wait 10 years.
At worst, wait until you're stronger, then go back to settle the score.
Zhang Han wasn't sure if Xiaobai could understand these things, but he still had to say them. Xiaobai was just eating the barbecue on his own, as if he hadn't listened to Zhang Han's words at all. After patting Xiaobai's tiger head again, Zhang Han finally walked toward the direction of the steel defense line. Behind him, Xiaobai watched him from afar, a somewhat reluctant roar echoing.
2 hours later, Zhang Han arrived at the steel defense line and went for some treatment first.
After advancing to the level of a general, Zhang Han's physique was not considered weak and his recovery ability was fairly decent, but that only applied to superficial injuries, which healed quickly with the aid of medication.
However, Zhang Han had suffered bone injuries.
With 2 fractured ribs, even if he could recover on his own, Zhang Han would not choose to do so.
If the bones healed improperly, it would not be a minor issue.
Staying in the wilderness for 2 days had already pushed Zhang Han to his limit. Fortunately, the medical standards of the steel defense line are not inferior to those in the city, and for injuries like Zhang Han's, the medical expertise is even superior. The reason lies in the geographical location and the primary type of patients treated, which naturally shifts the focus. After adjusting the position of the fractured ribs and securing them, Zhang Han stayed in the hospital at the steel defense line for another 2 days. Once it was confirmed that he was recovering well and would fully recover in just a few days, Zhang Han finally took the city train back to Lan City.
The matter of the Creek Gold Vein cannot be delayed any longer. The longer the night, the more dreams there are.
As for whom to sell the news about the Creek Gold Vein, Zhang Han already has a few ideas in mind. According to Zhang Han's understanding, there are only 3 forces or companies capable of developing the Creek Gold Vein.
The first is the state.
The state has specialized departments to handle these matters. As long as Zhang Han submits the information, he can receive 10% of the net profit based on the reserves of the Creek Gold Vein.
The second is the Martial Artists Guild.
In fact, the Martial Artists Guild can also be considered an official entity, and the profit obtained from directly selling the information to the state should be about the same.
Even if it's more, it wouldn't be by much.
The third is the exotic materials market. Compared to the state and the Martial Artists Guild, the exotic materials market is more like a commercial entity for martial artists. Perhaps due to its main business, when Zhang Han was contemplating who to sell the information about the Creek Gold Vein to, the first thing that came to his mind was the exotic materials market, followed by the other 2. If he sold the news about the Shijin mine vein to the exotic materials market, and considering he had cleared out the white tiger inside, he might be able to negotiate for a 20% share of the profits, or even more. When it came to money, Zhang Han never felt like he had too much.
Thinking about it this way, it seemed like everything was already clear.
Getting off the city train, Zhang Han hailed a taxi and headed straight for the exotic materials market building. The one who received him was still manager Huan, who had previously given him the membership card and the auction admission ticket. However, when he saw the white tiger's corpse that Zhang Han took out from the system space, even the well-informed Huan couldn't remain calm.
Mr. Jiang, was this golden-eyed white tiger also hunted by your team?
Huan had originally been sitting leisurely on the sofa, sipping tea, but when the massive corpse suddenly appeared a few steps away, he sprang to his feet. After carefully examining it, Huan confirmed that this exotic beast was indeed a golden-eyed white tiger, and the astonishment in his eyes grew even stronger.
He was not unfamiliar with the corpses of high-level exotic beasts.
In fact, for someone like Huan, who could rise to this position, his knowledge was undoubtedly extensive. Not to mention the golden-eyed white tiger, he often encountered even dominator-level exotic beasts and had even seen the corpse of a beast king-level exotic beast. But the problem lies precisely here. The ones who brought the high-level exotic beast corpses were all high-level warriors. emperors, marquises, or even god of war level powerhouses. When they brought high-level exotic beast corpses, Huan would only find it natural. But the corpse of this golden-eyed white tiger before him was brought by Zhang Han.
If he remembered correctly, Zhang Han was just a martial artist?
A squad recruiting martial artists would, at best, be capable of hunting high-level beast commander-class exotic beasts, nothing more.
But somehow,
meeting Huan's astonished gaze, Zhang Han nodded. Knowing what Huan was astonished about, Zhang Han smiled and shook his head, saying, "Manager Hua, it seems your information is a bit outdated.
I am already a martial general."
Martial general? Huan stared blankly at Zhang Han, only coming back to his senses after a long while. Then, with a somewhat bitter smile on his face, "Sorry, Mr. Jiang, I made an assumption. So young and already able to fight in the wilderness, truly none of them are simple." Huan did not ask Zhang Han how he managed to push his combat power to the general level in such a short time,
because that was not something he should ask.
Being able to improve his strength to such an extent in such a short time, Zhang Han's talent is no less than those geniuses who awaken S-level talents, and is even significantly stronger. Such a level of genius being recruited into a team by high-level martial artists in advance is perfectly reasonable. If that's the case, combined with Zhang Han's previous mention of Martial Marquis Li Chongyang, Huan felt he had found the most reasonable explanation. This golden-eyed white tiger's corpse is well preserved, with the fatal wound being the one that pierced the brain.
As for the price, I can personally offer you the highest level, Mr. Jiang. Let's settle it at 18 million flat.
Huan glanced twice at the massive corpse of the white tiger and gave a price. This price somewhat exceeded Zhang Han's expectations, primarily because the two lord-level exotic beasts sold earlier had only barely surpassed 10 million alliance coins combined.
Zhang Han was not very familiar with the pricing of such high-level exotic beasts. Huan did not notice the astonishment in Zhang Han's eyes and continued on his own. The golden-eyed white tiger survives and enhances its strength by consuming metal or veins. Finding the golden-eyed white tiger is equivalent to finding metal or veins.
It seems that this trip has brought quite a harvest for your team, Mr. Jiang.
Huan smiled and complimented Zhang Han. After all, they are senior personnel in the exotic materials market. Their knowledge is indeed extensive.
Just by seeing the corpse of the golden-eyed white tiger, they inferred other things. The golden-eyed white tiger is indeed extremely greedy for metal veins, but metal veins also vary in quality. Ordinary metal veins like iron and copper can also attract the golden-eyed white tiger.
Moreover, even if a metal vein is discovered, it is necessary to check whether this metal vein has been registered by the state.
Simply put, it depends on whether the information provided by the warrior who discovered the vein is useful. Most ordinary iron, copper, and other veins have long been registered by the state, and the unit value of these metals is not high. Even if the reserves are vast, after deducting mining costs and other expenses, there isn't much profit to be gained.
Mining in the wilderness is not the same as mining in peaceful areas.
The resources invested merely to maintain the safety of the mining area are not a small figure.
Not bad. Zhang Han did not deny it, but he didn't say anything further. Huan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Mr. Jiang, may I ask if you have the authority over this vein? Huan's eyes were bright, staring straight at Zhang Han. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Han nodded.
Since he had already decided to sell the news about the Shijin mine vein to the exotic materials market, Huan could at least be considered an old acquaintance.
What's the matter, Manager Hua? Are you also interested in this news?
Zhang Han picked up the teacup, took a light sip, and spoke leisurely. Selling to Huan is possible, but the price must be negotiated. Zhang Han would never believe that, as a businessman, he would generously and easily give up the profit. However, upon hearing Zhang Han's words, Huan shook his head with a wry smile. To be honest, Mr. Jiang, I am certainly interested, but I have no way to intervene in this matter. It involves the mineral vein, and it's not something a small manager like me can decide.
If you can make a decision, I will help you make the connection.
At that time, the person in charge of the exotic materials market in Lon City will personally come to talk to you.
The person in charge of the exotic materials market in Lon City? Zhang Han's teacup in his hand trembled almost imperceptibly upon hearing this.
After a pause, Zhang Han placed the teacup back on the table. A graceful and elegant woman unconsciously appeared in his mind. That woman, whom he clearly had never met, yet gave him an extremely familiar feeling.
Tang Yun.
Alright, then I'll trouble Manager Hua to help me get in touch.
Zhang Han couldn't describe his current state of mind.
He wanted to see Tang Yun, yet he didn't want to see her very conflicted.
Alright, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment.
Huan finished speaking, got up, and walked toward the door. Zhang Han sat quietly on the sofa, feeling inexplicably restless. This feeling was rare for Zhang Han. His personality was typically calm and composed, and it was seldom that anything would make him feel this way. Yet, the thought of meeting Tang Yun made him feel a sense of urgency. Picking up the teacup, Zhang Han took a sip from time to time, forcing himself to calm down.
Huan went out for about 10 minutes and then returned. Apologies, Mr. Jiang. Our person in charge is temporarily occupied and unable to meet with you.
She has entrusted me with full authority over the this matter, and I can discuss it with you. Huan's face carried a hint of apology and confusion. If it were in the past, he wouldn't have been qualified to intervene in such matters and could only act as a messenger. However, just now, after he conveyed Zhang Han's intentions to Tang Yun entrusted him with handling the matter. Though he was puzzled, he still had to take care of the task at hand. Huan was well aware that if he could successfully negotiate this deal, the commission he would earn wouldn't be small.
Can't see Tang Yun?
Zhang Han inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. This might be for the best. Seeing that the water in Zhang Han's teacup was almost finished, Huan added some for him before sitting across from Zhang Han.
Mr. Jiang, since I am now responsible for this matter, I would like to ask about the basic information regarding this vein of ore.
Types of ore veins, approximate reserves, and mining risk levels.
Only after understanding these basic data can we proceed further. What do you think?
Zhang Han did not refute upon hearing this and said, it's a creek gold ore vein.
As for the reserves, based on my estimation, it's at least over 4 tons. As for the mining risk level,
Zhang Han pointed to the corpse of the white tiger not far away. The lord-level exotic beast guarding the Shijin mine is already lying there. As for the other exotic beasts in the mining area, the strongest among them are only beast general level.
With enough time, I can clear out all the surrounding exotic beasts. Zhang Han did not exaggerate the data. The main point is that what he mentioned now is just a preliminary understanding.
Later, the exotic materials market will send warriors to investigate further, and uncovering the real situation will be quite simple. Therefore, there is no need for him to lie.
Even if he did, it would be easily exposed. Huan couldn't help but widen his eyes upon hearing Zhang Han's words. Shijin or vein? And a Shijin or vein with a reserve of 4 tons?
Huan's voice carried a hint of astonishment. The reason was simple. The Shijin or vein was incredibly valuable. Calculated at a unit price of 600 per gram, 4 tons of Shijin would be worth 2.4 billion. If even 1/10 is taken out, it would be worth over 200 million. How many martial artists can't earn this much money in their entire lives? Huan sat in the exotic materials market, and the beast materials that passed through his hands barely reached 2 billion a year.
Yet Zhang Han went out once and brought back a performance of 24 billion?
After the astonishment, only excitement remained. If what Mr. Jiang said is true, then the value of this creek's gold vein is indeed ridiculously high.
It's just that I don't know, Mr. Jiang,
about the price of this vein. Huan rubbed the ring on his ring finger with his right thumb, feeling somewhat nervous.
50%.
Zhang Han responded straightforwardly.
Huan immediately laughed. Mr. Jiang, you must be joking. You might not be very familiar with the market situation.
This kind of vein mining requires us to bear enormous risks, while what martial artists provide is merely the location information of the vein. Therefore, the market price is generally around 10%. Zhang Han naturally understood the rules involved, but with the Shijin mine vein offering such abundant profits, he had no reason to give up so easily.
Asking for an exorbitant price and negotiating down is the way to go.
He didn't expect Huan to agree, but if Huan really did, then he might as well be the boss's son in the exotic materials market. Only the boss's own son would Huan agree to, but Zhang Han was clearly not. Shaking his head, Zhang Han took over Huan's words. Manager Hua, that's a bit of an exaggeration.
10%, that's just the lowest price. If it were really 10%, why would I come to your exotic materials market? Moreover, the biggest trouble has already been resolved by me and my team. After all,
even if you contribute something, it's just the workers mining the creek gold.
Even if the wages are high, how high can they really go? In negotiations, it's all about belittling the other party and elevating yourself.
Although Zhang Han had no prior experience in such business negotiations, he still knew what to say. As for the safety issues during the mining of the creek gold mine, I can step in to ensure the safety of the mining process.
Zhang Han brought up another condition.
The mining of the Shi gold vein, once started, will be highly efficient. You just need to find a way to transport the ore from underground, then crush the ore and extract the Shi gold inside. No advanced or sophisticated technology is required. If Zhang Han were a bit more patient, he could completely stay in the mine for 10 days or half a month, slowly digging his way out. The only difference is that the Shi Jin ore, without going through the hands of the exotic materials market, would be illegal once it reached Zhang Han. Martial artists can kill exotic beasts and gather spiritual herbs, but they are strictly forbidden from privately mining resources.
Mr. Jiang, business matters aren't calculated this way. Even if everything you said is true, I still can't offer such a high share. I'm not going to beat around the bush.
At most, 20%, and that's already my upper limit. Huan shook his head rather helplessly and said,
20%? That doesn't seem too bad.
Based on a reserve of 4 tons, this batch of creek gold ore is worth 2.4 billion alliance currency.
20% of that is a full 480 million.
With this money, Zhang Han wouldn't need to do anything for the rest of his life. It would be more than enough to cover his expenses. Zhang Han was about to agree, but he noticed something was off.
Why did Huan agree so readily? Raised the profit-sharing ratio from 10% to 20%? Even if this was the price he had in mind, shouldn't he have hesitated a bit? Directly raised it to 240 million alliance currency?
For transactions amounting to billions, every single percentage point represents tens of millions of alliance currency, the price of a lord-level exotic beast. Something unusual happened, and Jiang Han forcibly suppressed the idea of agreeing. No, I've done so much, only 20% is still too little. Jiang Han shook his head, but Huan was not in a hurry.
Instead, he said leisurely, then, Mr. Jiang, how much do you think is appropriate? Why does it feel like Huan is trying to lure him?
Jiang Han felt strange in his heart, but he didn't hesitate at all and held up 3 fingers.
30%, Mr. Jiang.
Huan frowned slightly and looked at Jiang Han, saying, this price is really too high. You may not know, after mining is completed, our exotic materials market still has to pay a 40% tax.
At this price, we would be losing money.
Jiang Han quickly did some mental calculations, then smiled and said, even with a 40% tax, the exotic materials market can still make a profit of 1 billion.
Even after deducting the mining costs, this figure definitely won't drop below 900 million. Manager Hua, you should be able to calculate this, right?
Huan looked hesitant, still wanting to say something to lower the price, but Jiang Han had firmly decided on 30% and wouldn't budge. Thus, both sides spent nearly 10 minutes before Huan finally relented.
Alright, 30% it is. Mr. Jiang really doesn't let go of even the slightest benefit. Huan agreed.
A trace of joy flashed in Jiang Han's eyes, and then he extended his hand toward Huan also reached out and shook hands with Jiang Han. Making money, after all, requires both parties to be satisfied for it to last, Jiang Han said with a smile. Huan didn't say much more, only wearing a wry smile on his face, which made Jiang Han even more certain that he had gained the upper hand.
Mr. Jiang, let's sign the contract first. After the contract is signed, there's still a lot of preparation work to do.
Even if mining in the wilderness, it requires reporting and mobilizing a mining engineering team. Fortunately, the difficulty of mining a Creek gold mine is relatively low, so there's no need for super large mining equipment.
Otherwise, it's still unclear how to transport such equipment into the wilderness.
Anyway, both parties have already clarified the conditions, and Huan's bottom line has been revealed, so he no longer has any concerns. Jiang Han nodded to show his understanding and straightforwardly signed the contract with Huan.
The Shijin or vein is in the number 157 collapsed city. It used to be a mining area, but it was abandoned.
As Jiang Han finished speaking, Huan took out a piece of black metal.
After pressing it, an image was projected from the metal block. Locate the number 157 collapsed city.
A semi-transparent aerial view of the city appeared before Jiang Han and Huan. Mr. Jiang, we also need you to mark the location where the Shijin or vein was discovered. Someone will be sent to inspect it and determine the Shijin reserves.
Jiang Han didn't hesitate.
He moved his hands across the virtual light screen, drawing a few strokes, zooming in repeatedly, and then pointed to a specific spot on the map. The Shijin or vein is right here. Through this mine tunnel, you can directly reach the depths of the mine. Jiang Han marked it very clearly, even indicating which mine tunnel to use.
Alright, Mr. Jiang. The test results will be available within 3 days, and we will contact you then.
Okay. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Jiang Han got up to take his leave. Both parties signed the contract, so he wasn't worried that the exotic materials market would do anything to harm his interests. If their credibility were low, they wouldn't have been able to reach the scale. What Jiang Han didn't know was that after he left, Huan took the freshly signed contract and went straight to the top floor. Raising his hand, he knocked on the door of the office with the general manager's nameplate, and a woman's voice sounded from inside. Huan pushed the door open and then slightly bowed toward the woman sitting at the desk.
President Tang, the task you assigned has been completed.
Mr. Jiang signed the contract with me, and as you said, I gave him 30% of the profits.
The woman's voice sounded somewhat languid. Come in. He didn't notice anything unusual, did he?
No, Mr. Jiang is still quite young and lacks experience. I just acted as if I were in a difficult position, and he firmly stuck to the 3% profit without budging. Huan's tone was very respectful, even though he didn't understand why Tang Yun would make such a decision that harmed the company's interests and benefited Jiang Han.
Alright, I understand. You may leave now.
Tang Yun, seated at the desk, waved her hand.
Huan placed the contract down and then left.
Tang Yun, however, was stunned and lost in thought, staring at a photo on the desk. In the photo were 2 girls who looked extremely alike. The only difference was that one was wearing a women's suit, while the other was dressed in warrior armor. Jiang Han had no idea what happened after he left. In fact, during these past few days, he had basically stayed indoors. The doctor advised him to recover fully before venturing into the wilderness. Meanwhile, news came from Huan that the exploration work at the Shijin mine would take 3 days.
So Jiang Han did not rush to the wilderness but instead allowed himself a rare moment of relaxation.
Cooking, reading, training for 2 hours every evening at the martial artists' hall, and meditating to cultivate upon returning.
Time passed day by day like this.
3 days later, news came from Huan that the exploration of the Shijin mineral vein had yielded results. The fact is, as Jiang Han said, the highest combat power in the fallen Fallen City number 157 is only at the level of an intermediate beast general, while the reserves of the Creek Gold Vein exceed 4 tons, with an overall estimate of around 4.8 tons. In other words, the total value of this Creek Gold Vein is approximately 2.88 billion.
It can definitely be considered a rich mine.
The only pity is that the original reserves of this Creek Gold Vein should have been around 6 tons, but a significant portion was devoured by the golden-eyed white tiger. If it had been discovered 2 years later, the entire Creek Gold Vein might have been completely consumed by the golden-eyed white tiger. According to the agreement, Zhang Han can take 30% of this 2.88 billion, which amounts to a full 864 million. A huge sum of money that Zhang Han had never seen before. Even after paying the top-tier personal income tax of 45%, Zhang Han could still retain 475 million. This amount of money is definitely not insignificant. After the catastrophe, the purchasing power of Alliance currency was nearly double that of the previous currency, and the monthly income of an average household was less than 5,000. These over 400 million, even if Zhang Han does nothing, are enough for him to squander for the rest of his life. Of course, this squandering does not include purchasing high-level weapons and armor for martial artists. Otherwise, Zhang Han would clearly understand what it means to never have enough money, no matter how much he has. Fortunately, the set of equipment he currently has is sufficient for him to use for a long time. The mining work at Creek Gold Mine began simultaneously after the exploration was completed, and Huan sends a daily progress report on the mining project. A 40-person mining team was dispatched, along with a squad of martial artists, all at the level of great martial masters, to serve as guards and ensure the smooth progress of the mining operation. As agreed, Zhang Han left the city and entered the Fallen City number 157 after the mining work had entered a stable phase. With Zhang Han, a martial general, stationed there, the low-level exotic beasts in Fallen City number 157 didn't even dare to approach the edges of the mining area. As the mining work progressed, Zhang Han's account received daily shares transferred by Huan. On average, it was around 57 million.
What does it mean to make a fortune overnight?
Zhang Han had a clear understanding for the first time. Of course, while the mining work was ongoing, Zhang Han was not idle either. With the enhancement of his formidable physical attributes, his fractured ribs had already healed. While he might not be able to fight beasts of the same level, battling this group of beasts, whose highest rank was merely at the intermediate beast general level, posed no problem for him.
At this moment, Zhang Han was no longer being picky.
There were 13 days left until the college entrance examination, which happened to be the day after the scheduled end of the mining work. Despite his current strength already placing him at the top level among the students taking this year's college entrance examination, whether in academics or combat ability.
However, Zhang Han pursues perfection.
Moreover, completing the 1,000 kills task will also reward a talent slot.
This temptation is simply too great for Zhang Han, because he has truly felt how much an additional talent can enhance combat power.
However, in this way, the group of exotic beasts in the Fallen City number 157 would be in a miserable state. The roars of the exotic beasts echoed from time to time, and Zhang Han seemed like a bulldozer. He cleared out all the beast general level creatures in the Fallen City number 157, and along the way, the advanced beast soldiers also suffered heavy blows from Zhang Han. For a time, the entire Fallen City number 157 seemed much calmer. This point reassured the workers who were mining quite a bit. They came to the wasteland, earning high wages, but they were also risking their lives to make money. If they encountered an incident of a beast attacking people, they might receive compensation, but losing their lives would be far too tragic. Now, however, Zhang Han's dominance gave them great peace of mind, especially since every time Zhang Han returned from hunting beasts, he would drag back 2 beast carcasses to improve their meals, which made them work even harder.
The construction period was even faster than expected.
It was completed 2 days ahead of schedule. At this point, Zhang Han's account already held a total of over 920 million. This included the previous balance in the bank card, the 18 million earned from selling the golden-eyed white tiger, and the profits from hunting exotic beasts and mining the Creek Gold Vein over the past 10 days. For the first time, Zhang Han experienced what it meant to have money in his pocket and stand tall. However, compared to these 900 million, the more significant improvement for Zhang Han was that his sole mission, 1,000 kills, was also completed on the day the project ended.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, 1,000 kills.
The mission reward has been issued.
Congratulations to the host for triggering the 3rd stage enemy killing mission, 10,000 kills. 10,000 Slayer, kill any 10,000 units, mission reward, extra talent slot 1. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Zhang Han scanned his surroundings. After confirming that nothing could disturb him, he took a few steps forward and rushed straight to the rooftop of a tall building. With a slight flip of his palm, an awakening stone glowing faintly appeared in Zhang Han's hand.
He took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly, trying to calm his excitement. Ding! Would you like to proceed with the 3rd talent awakening?
Yes.
Talent awakening in progress?
The awakening stone in his hand began to glow brightly, its radiance intensifying, and this luminescence slowly spread from Zhang Han's arm to his entire body. As usual, as the awakening stone began to take effect, Jung Han's mind was filled with the system's notification sound. Ding! Energy detected obstructing awakening, automatically absorbed and stored. Talent awakening complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an S-level talent. Thunder. S-level talent. Hearing the system's prompt in his mind, Jung Han's entire body suddenly began to tremble. It wasn't out of excitement, but because an extremely powerful current suddenly surged from his lower abdomen. The intense pain and the electric current caused Jung Han's entire body to convulse and twitch uncontrollably. His originally seated posture turned into rolling uncontrollably on the ground. A dry, hoarse sound still emanated from his throat. Pain. It hurt so much. This stinging sensation was different from the feeling of being injured in the past. The pain from injuries was still within Jung Han's tolerable range, but this time, the feeling of every cell seeming to be pricked by needles made Jung Han involuntarily hold his breath. Jung Han felt as if he had lost consciousness, but he hadn't completely passed out, because he could sense that his mind was still capable of functioning and thinking. However, his body was out of control, and what he saw were dense, pale blue light particles. The light particles weren't large, resembling specks of dust, yet Jung Han could feel the presence of each one. Jung Han tried his best to move closer to those drifting pale blue light particles, but in the next moment, he saw them converging toward him and then merging into his body. In the next instant, Jung Han felt a loud explosion in his mind, and his entire body sprang up from the ground. The sky had turned dark, and a gentle breeze was blowing. Jung Han sat on the rooftop, panting heavily, his mind a chaotic mess. It seemed as though countless emotions were extending goodwill toward him. Jung Han could clearly sense that this goodwill came from the scattered, faint blue light particles drifting in the air. Jung Han merely had a thought, and in the next moment, these light spots converged in his palm, forming a visible thunderball in his hand. Palm thunder? A strange thought flashed through Jung Han's mind, and in the next moment, the thunder lost control and was flung out by him. The condensed thunderball exploded upon colliding with the rooftop wall. In an instant, shattered cement splattered everywhere, but Jung Han was fully encased in armor, and the debris caused him no harm. As the dust settled, all that remained was a pitch-black hole. The rooftop, made of cement and reinforced steel over 30 centimeters thick, was blown open by Jung Han in one strike. Even Jung Han couldn't help but feel astonished. With his current strength, it would be very easy to slash through the rooftop with the Taihun in hand. However, the damage caused by the thunder is on a completely different level compared to the slash he made with the blade. Boom! This is because this strike was made when Jung Han had just awakened his thunder talent. His control over thunder is extremely rudimentary. Simply by gathering the thunder molecules scattered in the air, he unleashed such power. If given time, Jung Han would completely master the thunder. This is definitely Jung Han's strongest offensive method, without a doubt. Excitement. After clarifying the key points, Jung Han's heart was filled with nothing but excitement. Is this what an S-level talent is? Previously, Jung Han had only witnessed Li Chongyang's strength. Under the gravitational field, the wasteland wolves were crushed like tofu. However, it was clear that Li Chongyang's full power had not been displayed that time. Or rather, even if that pack of wasteland wolves and the silver-winged wolf king were tied together, they wouldn't be enough for Li Chongyang to handle with one hand. They simply weren't qualified to make Li Chongyang go all out. But after personally experiencing the power of an S-level talent, he vaguely began to understand that feeling. Under such power, ordinary exotic beasts really wouldn't be able to withstand even a single lightning strike from him. However, the talent has just awakened, and the control over thunder is still too weak. I need to find a way to enhance the control over thunder. Thunder that cannot be controlled not only fails to boost combat power but also easily harms oneself. Jung Han raised his palm and glanced at it. That bolt of thunder just now, if he hadn't thrown it quickly, it might have exploded in his palm. Although the protective gear prevents any substantial harm to him, getting struck by lightning still doesn't feel great. The best way is to hone your skills in actual combat. This allows for a quick mastery of controlling thunder. But the college entrance exams are coming up soon, so it's not too late to wait until after they're over. Jung Han muttered to himself, then summoned the system panel. He was eager to find out how much the awakening of an S-level ability had boosted his combat power. Combat power rating, 33,465. Level, 10. Strength, 295. Agility, 281. Constitution, 286. Spirit, 354. Experience required for next level up, 56321/256000. Current talent, S-level talent, Thunder LV1, A-level talent, Insight LV3, B-level talent, Critical Strike Max. Thunder enhances affinity with the lightning element, allowing thunder to be condensed as an attack method. Current talent proficiency, Thunder, 1/10,000/10%, Insight, 556/6000, Critical Strike Max. Host, Jung Han. Current martial skill proficiency, 9-fold Thunderblade LV3, 5310/8000. Current system space remaining, 527/1000. Current task, 10,000 slashes, 7/10,000.
10,000. Pet, Xiao Bai. Stored burst energy, 52,364. Zhang Han's combat power directly soared by 10,000, breaking through the 30,000 mark. Terrifying, is this the boost to combat power brought by an S-level talent? Current martial skill, Earth Grade Superior, 9-fold Thunderblade LV3. Zhang Han only felt his scalp tingle. No wonder that as long as someone awakens an S-level talent, they would be specially recruited by top universities like Shuemu. Such a terrifying combat power boost, and it's only the enhancement that comes with level 1. If the S-level talent could be upgraded to the top level, the combat power boost would be unimaginable. But on second thought, something seemed off. Even with S-level talent, the boost to combat power shouldn't be this terrifying. If she remembered correctly, when Jiang Jiyu first awakened her talent, her combat power only reached the peak of a warrior. This boost should also have some connection to one's own strength. Just awaken to the talent, the awakened individual cannot adapt to the sudden surge in power and naturally cannot fully utilize it. As for Zhang Han, he already possessed a certain level of strength, so the later awakening of Thunder was merely the icing on the cake. Another point is that after awakening Thunder, Zhang Han's mental strength also increased significantly. Now, judging by the numbers alone, it has already far surpassed the other three-dimensional attributes. Zhang Han could only attribute these changes to the fact that controlling the Thunder element requires the support of mental power. The stronger the mental power value, the more Thunder elements can be controlled. However, the 10% behind the Thunder proficiency left Zhang Han somewhat puzzled. What does this 10% represent? Progress? Or something else? Zhang Han's mind conjured up several possibilities, all quite plausible, but due to his limited understanding, he couldn't determine their exact meaning. The system showed no intention of providing any explanation. Looks like I still need to find a teacher. Some cultivation matters require an experienced teacher to provide guidance. Zhang Han murmured to himself but then shook his head. It's still a bit early to think about these things now. The matter of the teacher is not urgent. After the college entrance examination, he will be able to enter Shuemu University. The teachers at such top-tier universities are basically at the Wuhou level of strength, more than enough to guide him. For now, Zhang Han only needs to focus on improving his combat power as much as possible. This time, the energy absorbed by the awakened talent was far more than he had imagined. A full 52,000 combat power burst. If Zhang Han activates it, his combat power can instantly surge to 85,000. Great Martial General level combat power. If he were to encounter the golden-eyed white tiger at its peak now, Zhang Han wouldn't even need a laser cannon, he could directly confront the opponent with his explosive combat power. Zhang Han retreated to the steel defense line together with this group of workers. On the way, he also took on the responsibility of protecting these people. Of course, the exotic beasts encountered along the way were all low-level ones, which didn't require Zhang Han to take action, as they were dealt with by another small team. Previously, Zhang Han had cleared the entire mining area and the surrounding beasts in order to complete the 1,000 kills mission. This allowed the members of this team, like the miners, to avoid any danger and not even encounter any trouble. They earned the money for this mission effortlessly, and naturally, they were extremely grateful to Zhang Han. Now, on the way back, they figured they should at least put in some effort, otherwise, it would indeed be a bit too much. Zhang Han, however, had no idea what they were thinking. He simply walked leisurely at the back of the team with his hands clasped behind his back. In his hands, he was casually playing with a ball of lightning. This was a method Zhang Han had come up with on his own. Gather a ball of lightning in your hand, then use mental power to communicate and control it, enhancing your mastery over the thunder element. The effect brought by this method is visibly effective. At least Zhang Han's current mastery of the thunder element is far from the immature state when he first awakened. Thunder converges in Zhang Han's palm, yet appears extremely calm. Even if two currents occasionally spread elsewhere, they still remain within controllable limits. For Zhang Han now, any improvement counts as progress. Before the college entrance examination, ensuring that the summoned thunder does not go out of control would be considered a success. Because he was leading a team of miners, Zhang Han and his group's pace was not particularly fast. How fast could a group of miners, whose strength had not yet reached the warrior level, possibly move? At this speed, it would take at least 7 to 8 hours to reach the steel defense line, not to mention carrying a pile of mining equipment. Fortunately, Zhang Han was not in a hurry. After completing the project ahead of schedule, the time left for him was extremely ample. Casually tossing the thunderball in his hand to kill a high-level beast soldier attempting a sneak attack, Zhang Han silently estimated the damage of this thunderball in his mind. This thunderball, within the range he could fully control, was not considered a full power burst. If Zhang Han were to unleash his full power, the thunderball's strength could at least double. However, in doing so, Zhang Han would need to throw the thunderball within an extremely short time to prevent it from going out of control and affecting himself. And since even advanced beast soldiers couldn't withstand a single strike from this thunderball, it meant that the thunderball Zhang Han created with full power could at least instantly kill a junior beast general and severely injure a mid-level beast general. general. Enough. Thunder is still at level 1, and Zhang Han's control over thunder has not yet reached a proficient level. Having this level of damage is already enough to surprise him. After an entire night, by the time the engineering team returned to the steel defense line, the sky had already brightened. Zhang Han did not rush back. First, he sold the beast materials stripped from the corpses of the exotic beasts in the system space, then found a place to take a bath and soaked for a while. This time, he stayed in the wilderness for the longest period, a full 10 days, making Zhang Han feel as though his entire body was covered in the stench of sweat. Although he had found a small reservoir to wash once during this time, how could cold water compare to the comfort of soaking in hot water? After taking a bath and having a meal, he finally took the city train back to Lan City. After repaying the 45 million he borrowed from Uncle Long and the others, Zhang Han's account still had over 883 million, of which 8 million was supplemented later by selling exotic beast materials. Paid the personal income tax from mining earnings, leaving 495 million. Enough for Zhang Han's expenses. There are still 2 days left until the college entrance exam, and Zhang Han no longer plans to go to the wilderness. Going after the exam will be the same. Xiao Bai is still in the wilderness hunting exotic beasts. Looking at the panel, this little guy has already reached level 8, and its combat power has successfully exceeded 10,000. This upgrade speed is already not much slower than Zhang Han's. More importantly, the stronger Xiao Bai becomes, the more exotic beasts it can hunt, and the more experience it shares with Zhang Han every day. A stable experience-providing machine, Zhang Han feels he should treat Xiao Bai better. After all, ever since binding with Xiao Bai, apart from the first 2 days, Xiao Bai has been left to roam freely by Zhang Han. Not only did he not provide any care, but Xiao Bai also had to tirelessly help him defeat monsters to gain experience. How about buying it a few million worth of metal before heading to the wasteland next time? With money in his pocket, Zhang Han now felt much more confident when considering things. But those are matters for after the college entrance exam, there's no need to think about them now. 2 days passed in a flash, during which Zhang Han stayed on the second floor of the restaurant, pondering ways to control the thunder. And now, the college entrance examination is finally about to begin. According to past practice, the college entrance examination starts with academic subjects, followed by combat strength assessments, lasting a total of 5 days. Zhang Han's academic exam location is at his own school. Before the catastrophe, the college entrance examination was one of the greatest opportunities for students to change their lives, and the same holds true after the catastrophe. The level of the university one enters represents the number of job opportunities available after graduation. However, the only difference lies in this. Universities after the catastrophe are somewhat different from those before the catastrophe. There are universities dedicated to training researchers, universities for training technical staff, and naturally, universities exclusively for martial artists. Compared to before the catastrophe, universities at this time have a very singular teaching focus and are more specialized. Unlike before the catastrophe, when a single university offered multiple disciplines. For instance, the Shuemu University that Jiang Jiyu entered became the only top-tier martial arts school in the Celestial Empire after the catastrophe, with all the instructors being martial lords. Side by side with it are only the military weapons with a national background. However, the Military Weapons Academy does not recruit externally, selecting only talented and highly qualified soldiers from within the military. So for ordinary people, Shuemu is still the only option. As for research, it was taken over by Jing University, which absorbed Shuemu's previous professors and became the sole national institution. Shuemu and Jing University, one for academics, one for military. Originally, according to Zhang Han's homeroom teacher, Zhang Han had no talent in martial arts, but with his consistently top 3 grades in the school, he could still get into Jing University. When choosing between Shuemu and Jing University, Zhang Han leaned more toward Shuemu, not only because Jiang Jiyu was at Shuemu but also due to the system. Old Jiang, Uncle Jiang didn't come to accompany you for the exam? Zhang Han was dressed in casual clothes, a shirt, sneakers, and casual pants, walking alone through the school gate when someone patted him on the shoulder. Turning his head to look, he realized it was Chang Hao. In the distance, Chang Hao's parents were waving and greeting him. Zhang Han smiled and waved back as a response. No, my dad had to go on a trip for some business and hasn't returned yet. Speaking of dad, he has been away for almost a month now. In the past, even if he went out, it was rare for him to be away from home for such a long time. But now, Zhang Han had called him, but the phone indicated that dad was not in the service area at all.